Hello everyone, Merry Christmas, enjoy Christmas with family. Chapter 1. Look, a burning island, seems to be coming. Idiot, have you ever seen a moving island? Get up, let me see. Well, it seems to be true, everyone, come and see. On a certain island on the Grand Line, the marine stationed nearby looked into the distance, and a burning island slowly moved over. The Marines stationed on the island felt terrified when they saw the huge monster. The island is full of strange rocks and black rocks. In the center, a volcano hundreds of meters high is erupting lava. Once they collide, the consequences will be disastrous, and the magma will definitely erupt. Stop watching, idiots, get Vice Admiral, the flying squirrel. An older man scolded loudly, Rear Admiral rank. Could it be? He picked up a reward order with the exact same island drawn on it. The only difference is that the island is much bigger now than before. Really, it's really him, the flame devourer Antuin. Rear Admiral's voice was nodded, and a monster with a bounty of 200 million berries appeared. After about a few minutes, the Marine Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel arrived. He stared at the island that was getting closer, his expression sank. Notify Naval Headquarters immediately, tell Marshal Sengoku that we need Admiral to come for reinforcements, just say Antu wow. There were huge waves on the surface of the water, and a huge head emerged from the water. My god, that's not an island, it's a turtle. A turtle comparable to an island. I know, he is Antuin, the monster who has become famous in the sea recently. Some Marines recognized Antuin's identity, and their faces changed drastically. Antuin loves to devour all kinds of energy and minerals to enhance his own strength. At first, his body was only about 100 meters long, but now he is comparable to an island, constantly evolving. This guy, he must be eyeing Power Rock, is that thing edible? The flying squirrel took a deep breath, and the Power Rock was a special kind of energy source. Once in contact with the air, there will be a big explosion, the power reaches a certain level, and it can even blow up an island. But, Anton is going to eat the Power Rock as food. Isn't this a monster? Boom! The island trembled violently, and many Marines fell down without standing still. Taking a closer look, Antuin's huge body had already hit the coastal area, and the terrifying force directly tore the island apart. Clang! The flying squirrel immediately drew out the saber, activated the shave, and flashed in front of Antuin the next moment. His tiny figure was like bacteria in front of Antuin. Stop it, Anton! The flying squirrel pointed at Antuin with a long knife, and threatened, this is a strategic location of Marine, leave immediately, otherwise admirals will come to arrest you. Knowing that he was no match for Antuin, the flying squirrel had a showdown. Admiral! Antuin's scarlet eyes glanced at the flying squirrel, and immediately raised his huge mountain-like claws. Look, can the admirals hold my claws down? The flying squirrel's face was livid, and he said in a cold voice, UBD, it's best not to be flattered, admiral's battle is not something you can. The flying squirrel's voice froze, and when he looked up, the thick giant palm had already been photographed. Don't underestimate me. Flying squirrels are not easy to mess with, kicking their feet wildly, tempest kick. 7 or 8 blue light blades flew into the sky one after another, with impressive power. Even if the flying squirrel is only the Marine Vice Admiral, it can be regarded as one of the top existences in the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, and its strength should not be underestimated. Puff 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 puff. A large amount of hair fell from the air, and the rough and thick skin was unscathed. Damn, too strong. The flying squirrel cursed secretly, and immediately pulled its body back. His attack is only worthy of Anton's shaving. Boom! The giant palm fell to the ground, and the huge island trembled violently again. On the ground, a palm print was taken. Seeing this, the flying squirrel was terrified. If this fell on him, he would probably be slapped and turned into a pulp. Fortunately, Antuin is not invincible, at least the speed is slow, purely a competition of strength, probably comparable to Whitebeard. The flying squirrel secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and the light in his eyes splashed. Use the speed he is good at to hold back Antuin, and wait for Admiral to come for reinforcements, maybe there is a chance of winning. Are you thinking that with your speed, you can consume it with me? Antuin said something abruptly, his big fiery red eyes flickering non-stop. Humph! Isn't it true that you have a huge body, and you naturally have birth defects in terms of speed? The flying squirrel confidently raised the long knife. I may not be able to beat you, but you don't want to kill me casually. Stupid man, you will pay for your hubris in no time. Antuin opened his huge mouth, and a scorching breath came out from it. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. The nearby sea is boiling, like boiling water, constantly bubbling. Go to hell! Antuin shouted, and a huge beam of flame spewed out of his mouth. Whoosh! Flame beads flew along the ground, and the earth was scorched immediately. Before the attack, the flying squirrel felt the breath of death. Why does he still have such tricks? The flying squirrel was shocked, and his intuition told him that this move was unstoppable and he had to retreat. But once they retreat, the island will be hit, and the consequences will be disastrous. Chapter 2. Swish! Don't look at the flying squirrel's attitude of resigning himself to death. When the shadow of death approached, he tactfully walked away. Rumble! With a loud bang, the entire island began to crack on a large scale. The island that had stood for countless years was as brittle as an egg shell, and it fell apart piece by piece. The dynamic rocks hidden deep in the ground are all exposed to the sun. Kaka! 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 Some power rocks affected by the impact broke one after another. Oops! The flying squirrel's face turned pale, and the power rock would explode when it came into contact with oxygen. Whoosh! Just when he was desperate, Antuin rushed to the island, opened his mouth wide, revealing his fangs. Puff 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 puff. Not to mention the power rock on the ground, even the hard rock on the ground has been swallowed up. Blow you up! The flying squirrel cursed secretly while being shocked. Most people would avoid power rocks, but this lunatic actually ate them as a snack. Bang bang bang! There was a series of explosions in the bloody mouth, and Antuin's huge body was trembling. His generous body also seemed to be motionless as a specimen. Why didn't you move? Could it be dead? The flying squirrel was overjoyed. If it was true, wouldn't it be a great achievement? Even though Anton's reward is only 200 million Baileys, the apostle form is the strongest devil fruit of the Zoanyu demons, and Marine's assessment of his future is not weaker than the threat of the four emperors. Hiccup hiccup. Suddenly, Antuin opened his mouth, and a burst of choking black smoke came out, followed by a hiccup. The corner of the flying squirrel's mouth twitched. Did he really have enough to eat? Why didn't you move just now? 80% of them are too lazy to move. Blow me up. After drinking and eating, Antuin looked at the flying squirrel contemptuously. Have you forgotten what my nickname is? Flame Devourer. The flames after the explosion of the power rock are my energy source. Idiot, show me clearly. Wow! On Antuin's huge head, there were strips of blue veins, which were as thick as thighs. Boom 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 boom. The volcano on his back began to erupt again, and a large amount of magma poured down, occupying Antuin's entire back. Gurgle gurgle. The flying squirrel swallowed frantically, and whispered to himself, this guy, does he plan to burn the entire island with magma? Superficial, ignorant. Antuin sneered when he heard it, and really wanted to destroy the island, which could be sunk by relying on his huge body. He is like a black hole, devouring energy forever, nothing more than wanting to hatch his own child. Ho 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 ho! Ho 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 ho! Ho 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 ho! In the erupting volcano, there was a hysterical roar, deafening, like thunder. The flying squirrel shuddered, Nima. It's outrageous enough that Anton is carrying a volcano on his back. Listen to this movement, how can there be living things in the volcano? This is insane. Boom. Another burst of hot magma erupted, soaring hundreds of meters into the air, and immediately fell down. The flying squirrel backed away in fright, even if he was already wrapped around armament haki, if he was swallowed by this thing, he would die. Bang 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 bang. The magma fell, and the ground shook non-stop. A monstrous fire ignited on the ground, and in the flames, there was a burly body. The height is bloated, nearly 7 meters. Looking at the blurred outline, the flying squirrel can be 100% sure that it is not a human being. Come out and say hello, Devourer. Antuin watched with relief, this is his first child. Boom. 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 The monster called Devourer stepped out of the flames step by step, revealing its ferocious body. This, what is this? The flying squirrel stuttered, speaking of which he had seen a lot, and this was the first time he had encountered such an ugly monster. The head and limbs are blue, the belly is beige, and the underarms of both arms have bumps like cheeks. Bang bang bang! The devouring golem beat its chest like King Kong, and howled with its mouth full of fangs. The flying squirrel watched vigilantly, saw the opportunity, and slashed down. The biting and huge slash roared away. Pooh! The devourer received a solid stab in the abdomen, but his defense was like Anton's, with a rough surface without leaving a single scar. Why are all defenses so powerful? Freak! The flying squirrel cursed, and the slash just now, combined with armament haki, was almost his strongest move. As a result, there was nothing wrong with people devouring magic farts. Wow! The devourer suddenly roared, and the ground trembled. He opened his mouth, which was more terrifying than a shark, and golden flames spewed out. It is so powerful that even rocks are mercilessly melted. The flying squirrel's pupils shrank suddenly, shave. He backed up to 100 meters in an instant, avoiding the fatal blow again. Hey! The flying squirrel kept panting heavily, and said to himself, it seems that this monster looks like Antuin. The attack power is strong enough, but the speed, there is hope. Idiot stuff. Antuin didn't even bother to talk to the flying squirrel, he kept searching for the power rock and swallowed it, and this guy would regret it soon. By the way, the devourer is just his first hatchling. In the future, Antuin will form his own monster army. Chapter 3. Bang bang bang! The devourer hammered his chest again, and his evil eyes radiated endless demonic light. His stout legs were slightly bent, and he made an impact posture. The flying squirrel's face froze, and he had a bad feeling. Armed color, hardened. His muscular body is covered with armament haki. Swish! The next moment, the devourer flashed away, disappearing in the blink of an eye at such a high speed. Damn it, how can such a big body run so fast? The flying squirrel panicked, the sky darkened as soon as observation haki spread. Looking up, it was the huge body of the devourer that covered the sun. The arm thicker than a flying squirrel slammed fiercely at the cheek. Bang! He flew 100 meters away like a cannonball, and the bridge of his nose broke on the spot. Plop! Waves broke out on the seashore, and the flying squirrel fell into the sea after being blown away, stirring up a water column tens of meters high. The sea water quickly turned red, and he floated on the surface like a corpse. Not only the bridge of the nose, but also the ears, eyes, and mouth are bleeding profusely. The wound was soaked in sea water, and the flying squirrel opened its blood-colored eyes in pain. The blow just now knocked him out of consciousness. So scary. This overwhelming power, does it also have the strength of Admiral? The flying squirrel stood up tremblingly, feeling infinitely horrified. It seems that the only one who can instantly kill him is Admiral. Even if it is Shishibukai, don't even think about killing him casually, after all, he is not a vegetarian. But facing the Devourer, he felt powerless. Not to mention the powerful attack power, the defense is also extremely terrifying. Whirring. The flying squirrel took a few big mouthfuls of air, then stepped on the moonwalk and flew into the sky. His idea is very simple: if he flies into the sky, the Devourer's savage collision will be useless, right? Secondly, the golden flame can't burn him anymore. Tempest kick. The two legs of the flying squirrel were like small electric motors, kicking out more than a dozen cold lights one after another. Puff. The Devourer's head and heart were all cut several times. However, there was still no injury left. The flying squirrel's mentality has collapsed. As a marine, is the most unlucky thing to encounter a strong enemy like the Four Emperors? Big mistake. The most frustrating thing is that people stand there and let you attack casually without blinking your eyes. You've tried your best, but it's no use at all. At this distance, he can't touch me, right? In the sky, several bird creatures flitted by. The flying squirrel estimated the distance a little, and it was about 100 meters away. Neither the golden flames nor the savage collision could touch him. Antuin, sorry, you still underestimated the Devourer. The Devourer looked the same, with his mouth wide open. Seeing this, the flying squirrel smiled, and it really was that golden flame again. The power is so strong that even rocks can be liquefied instantly. But I'm really sorry, the distance is limited, and Laozi is in the sky, you burn a hammer? However. Ho. The Devourer roared twice, and a reverse hurricane swept out. What is a reverse hurricane? The flying squirrel felt a force lock itself, pulling him to the ground alive. He wants to cry but has no tears. Isn't the general hurricane blowing farther and farther? How can this guy still breathe the wind? 80 meters, 70 meters, 40 meters. Seeing the Devourer getting closer, the flying squirrel was frightened. He tried to retreat, but he couldn't escape the capture of the hurricane. In the blink of an eye, he had already brought it to his mouth. Pooh! Bone and blood splattered, and the right waist of the flying squirrel was bitten. He let out a heart-piercing scream in pain. The mouth of the Devourer was too big, almost biting the flying squirrel in half, and the kidney was crushed on the spot. Crunch. The Devourer chewed with his upper and lower jaws, as if he had tasted delicious food. After chewing twice in succession, the flying squirrel Vice Admiral broke in two miserably. Boom! The Devourer stomped on the lower body of the flying squirrel, and all the blood and bones exploded. Hi, Marine will never forgive, I will spare you. As life was approaching, the flying squirrel looked at Antuin with hatred. Marine? He, even if they don't kill you, those guys won't spare me. Antuin said indifferently, completely ignoring Marine's threat. Kill you, and blow Marine's arrogance. Antuin didn't have any affection for Marine. He was a time traveler, and when he first arrived, he accidentally ate the apostle fruit. He didn't provoke Marine at first, and even when he met Marine, he would take the initiative to deter. By the way, not only flames, but also various minerals, such as iron ore, copper ore, etc. Anton can eat them all as energy. He found many islands with more mineral veins, and under his frenzied devouring, several islands sank as a result. In fact, this is not a big deal. There are tens of thousands of islands in this world, but they are wanted inexplicably in the end. The reason is still very strange, threatening Marine's navigation safety. This reason successfully angered Antuin. From then on, when he encountered a Marine battleship, he would go to sink it. Just like the current island that produces power rocks, only some Marine executives know that Anton can find it, in the final analysis, because of time travel. Power rock is an important strategic resource for Marine, comparable to ancient weapon, and cannot be missed. However, he just wants to get in trouble with Marine. These bastards have problems with their brains. They can be wanted even if they eat a few islands. Chapter 4. There are many Marines in the Marine Headquarters. Vice Admiral, like the flying squirrel, has his life card inside the Marine. Fight, Marshal Sengoku. The communications soldier rushed to the Marshal's office in a hurry, panting and saluting. Flying squirrel, Vice Admiral's life card is exhausted. What? Bang! Sengoku smashed the table angrily, stood up angrily and shouted, "Who did it?" Unknown at this time, the flying squirrel Vice Admiral died within 5 minutes of calling for help. Looking at Sengoku with veins all over his face, the messenger reported tremblingly. It must be that flame Terminator Anton, the old man will definitely not spare him. Sengoku's eyes burst into flames, wishing he could kill Antuin. The death of Marine Vice Admiral was enough to send shockwaves around the world. After so many years, Marine has not died in Vice Admiral. In addition, he immediately sent Admiral Akainu to rush after receiving the call for help. The purpose is to destroy Anton. I still hope that the flying squirrel can delay it until Akainu rushes over. It seems that the mission is about to fail. After calming down, Sengoku felt very helpless. Antuin is not a fool, how could he wait for Akainu to catch him? Immediately notify all high-level officials to come to the meeting. Sengoku ordered to the signalman. Half an hour later, the conference room at Naval Headquarters is filled with stars. Headed, of course, is Marshal Sengoku. Followed by Admiral Aokiji and Kizaru, followed by some older Marine Vice Admirals, older figures such as Garp and Tsuru. Not only did the flying squirrel die, but he also let that guy take away the power rock. Fire Terminator Anton's threat is getting bigger and bigger. Kizaru said with a slanted mouth, Marshal Sengoku, if there is no important task in the near future, in my opinion, it is more appropriate to deal with him first, and it will be worse if he becomes bigger and bigger. I agree. Many Marines came and followed suit. Kyuzan, what do you think? Sengoku looked at Aokiji, who squinted his eyes like he was about to fall asleep. Maybe it's because Sengoku's voice is too low, he didn't hear it because he was sleepy, and the bird didn't have a bird. Sengoku. You kid, figure out where this is. Sengoku got angry and spit stars flying all over the sky. Damn it, after such a big incident, are you still in the mood to sleep? Ah, did you call me, Marshal Sengoku? Aokiji rubbed his eyes, and looked at Sengoku in a daze. Then what, where are you talking about? The Marine executives present all looked at Aokiji speechlessly. Please, can you be more reliable? Forget it, you can continue to sleep, and don't come to meetings in the future. Feeling tired, Sengoku glared at Aokiji, and then looked forward to Tsuru Vice Admiral, the Chief Staff Officer. Tsuru, do you have any opinions? What do you think? What's your opinion? It's already clear that Antuin is challenging Marine's dignity. Just send people to encircle him immediately. The old god Crane Vice Admiral said on the ground. Also, you know, that island is unusual, and there are a lot of detonators. If they are all detonated, they are said to be comparable to ancient weapons. Sengoku. Tell Sakazuki to be careful. Sengoku nodded approvingly, and pondered. Antuin has already become famous all over the world when such a big event happened. Damn it! Why is Marine always the background board? Sengoku was very depressed, and breathed out, his reward will also be increased, only 400 million, no, 500 million Bailey's reward. 500 million berries. Many Marine executives all looked at Sengoku in horror. Including the drowsy Aokiji, the eyeballs suddenly flashed a glint. The reward of 500 million, not to mention the first half of the Grand Line, even the powerful New World, who can reach this reward, also has a place. Even the vast majority of Shishibukai haven't reached 500 million Baileys yet. A one-time increase of 300 million Baileys. I hope that guy can attract the attention of the world. Sengoku muttered something. In a certain sea area, islands braving magma are slowly advancing. Pirates seen nearby will approach with curiosity. After all, moving islands are too rare. Well, after getting closer, most of these pirates have no future. Crash! The huge head was pulled out of the water, and Anton approached the nearby island. He had been wandering in the water all night and was a little tired. Ordinary demon fruit powers are afraid of sea water, but Anton, the tortoise fruit, phantom beast and apostle form, is quite special. Even if most of his body is submerged in the water, he will not be affected at all. It is a relatively heterogeneous one in devil fruit. Half a minute later, Antuin landed. He released his apostle form and turned into a young man in his 20s. He has short black hair, slightly dark skin, and a relatively thin body, completely different from that stupid big turtle. Cuckoo. As soon as he got ashore, Antuin was hungry. Speaking of which, I haven't eaten for 10 days and a half months. He usually eats all kinds of mineral resources, which can not only strengthen himself, but also solve food and clothing to a certain extent. Of course, he also needs to improve his food appropriately. Who can afford to eat mines all day long? In the small town, Antuin walked leisurely among the crowd. The walls on both sides of the street are all about his arrest warrants. A 5 followed by consecutive zeros is exactly 500 million Baileys. It's not bad here. Antuin found a barbecue bar, and he could smell the smell of meat through the door. Without saying a word, he went straight in. Chapter 5. On the round table in the corner, there are all kinds of delicacies. Antuin ate so much that his mouth was opened to 180 degrees. The nearby spectators were all stunned. Is this kid a savage? He couldn't care about anything, he ate and drank a lot, and left leisurely after eating nearly a few hundred caddies of meat. Antuin's appetite is simply a fighter in Big Eater. Catch me with all your strength? You're so ridiculous, even my real self doesn't know who it is. If you catch a ghost, Marine will fart. Antuin strolled on the street with his chubby belly, holding the latest newspaper in his hand. A Marine Vice Admiral died. Marine was really in a hurry. Sengoku even accepted an interview with reporters and threatened to arrest Antuin within 7 days. In Antuin's opinion, it's nothing more than talk, after all, he doesn't know what he looks like. I bought some snacks casually in the small town, and then slept all afternoon. At dusk, Antuin went out to eat again, and didn't rest until midnight. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, one night has passed. The next day, Antuin opened the window of the hotel and looked at the rising sun in the distance, with a smile on his face involuntarily. Today was another day of hope. After a simple wash, Antuin fled to the beach. At night, he did a little survey. The island's resources are limited, and there aren't even decent mines, so it's not worth digging at all. The sea stone is really a good thing. Antuin was holding grey handcuffs, which he captured from killing the flying squirrel Vice Admiral and others. As we all know, sea stone handcuffs are actually black. The reason why the handcuffs are now grey is because the mineral energy in them has been absorbed. In addition, the energy contained in sea stone is far greater than that of iron ore and copper ore, and even the power rock absorbed before is not as good as sea stone. Antuin has already made up his mind, he needs more and more sea stones. After all, there are still many children to be born. Sea stone is produced mainly in the Wano Kuni area, which is the home of the beast's pirates and belongs to the territory of the 4 emperors. When I have saved enough money, I will go for a walk in Wano Kuni. Antuin's eyes gradually brightened, and he already had a simple plan for the future. At the same time, at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, a black body descended from the sky. Even a fool would not fall from a height of 10,000 meters. And this idiot, he did it on purpose. Rumble. The black shadow fell to the ground forcefully, and the entire island seemed to have been hit by a nuclear explosion, smashed to pieces. The shock wave released from the center spreads to the surroundings in a destructive manner. The town, which was bustling before, turned into a dead place in an instant. All the buildings were shattered and reduced to ruins, and all living things were shattered by the shock wave. It hurts my head, it seems that I didn't die again. It's really annoying. From the shattered pit, a strong man stepped out. He has a rugged appearance, black hair shawls, and long horns resembling a dragon. There is also a tattoo similar to dragon scales on the left arm, and a cross-X wound on the right abdomen. This person is the super monster who is so famous in New World that even Marine would tremble when he saw it. 100 Beasts Kaido. Kaido is a lone ranger, he abandons his subordinates at every turn, goes out to play and commits suicide by himself. Just now, he was committing suicide, but unfortunately failed again. Similar things have happened countless times in his life. Each time, Kaido didn't die. Which BD is stepping on a horse? Antuin's fiery voice also came from somewhere on the small island. To be honest, he is tired of swimming in the water all the time. After all, he is a human being, so he can't really swim around like a turtle, can he? Antuin built a boat, and just stepped on it, before the second foot fell, the shock wave hit. Not to mention destroying his ship, Antuin also fell on all fours. There are still living people. A look of astonishment flashed in Kaido's eyes, ordinary people couldn't bear the shock wave after falling. The shattering of the internal organs is light, and the body may explode directly. There is a living person right now, which also proves that there are one or two strong people on this island. It's also good to find someone to vent your fire. Kaido was carrying a scary mace and striding forward. On the other side, Antuin also found him very unhappy. His principle of being a human being, I will not offend others if they do not offend me, and if they offend me, I will pay back 100 times. If one of his boats is destroyed, 100 compensations are enough. This request isn't too much. 10 minutes later, the two finally met. Kaido was the first to discover the other party. It feels like rubbish, it doesn't look like it's very strong. Looking at Anton with thin arms and legs, Kaido lost half of his interest. He simply sat down, took out the wine gourd and gurgled the wine. On the other side, Antuin also found Kaido. He was surprised at first, but hesitated at last. The four emperors of New World, especially Kaido, are at their peak, unlike Whitebeard, who is old, weak and sick, and no one dares to mess with them. But, after thinking about it, he still went up to meet him. Even if you are King Kaido, you can't destroy my ship for no reason. Chapter 6. The two looked at each other, staring at each other. From the look of his expression, Antuin was so fierce that his eyes were about to fall out. Well, a victim after all. As for Kaido, after taking a second look, he drank on his own. Kaido is the powerhouse at the top of the pyramid, and Conqueror's Haki has reached the pinnacle. The real observation Haki Dachin can not only feel the range and quantity of the enemy, but also clearly feel the strength of the enemy. Antuin is really ordinary. 100 million Baileys. Antuin raised his index finger and said something inexplicable. Well, his ship was bought for 1 million Baileys. If the compensation is 100 times, isn't it 100 million Baileys? Ask Lao Zi for money. Kaido wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth, and his generous body stood up suddenly. His 710 centimeters body was full of oppression. How many lives do you have, dare to say this to Lao Zi? Kaido raised his mace high and made a swinging gesture. Anton's eyes flashed coldly. He doesn't cause trouble, but he is definitely not afraid of trouble. Since Kaido wants to have fun, let's make a mess. Anyway, he will go to Wano Kuni to rob Sea Stone in the future. You idiot, you'll regret it. Antuin's skin color began to change first, and his body also rapidly grew in size. Boom! The ground trembled, and even Kaido took a step back unexpectedly. This guy is... When he looked at Antuin again, he changed from a human to a big turtle again. The incomparably huge body occupies almost half of the island. Even because of its size, its hind limbs and tail are submerged in seawater. Kaido once again used his knowledge to sense the strength of Antuin, and a rare sense of danger came oncoming. He was unavoidably startled. The ones who could pose a threat to him were probably Marine Admiral and the rest of the 4 emperors. Right now, this little skinny guy, who seemed insignificant at first, is actually a peerless master of concealment? Cuckoo! After a short shock, Kaido drank again. There is also more excitement on the face, and there is nothing more enjoyable than a hearty battle after drinking. Little devil, let me show you what absolute power is. Kaido jumped up in the air, and his body flew to the top of Antuin's head. The mace in his hand was full of lightning, and his power was overwhelming. Thunder 8 trigrams. The super heavy blow that was enough to crush a mountain hit Antuin's head accurately. The power of Kaido is well known to the world, and the arrogant King Luffy is an example. He lost consciousness after a stick. Boom! A thunderous bang resounded through the sky, and a shock wave spread from the mace. Antuin's head was thrown out immediately, and the tens of thousands of tons of body also took a step back. Kaido couldn't help being stunned when he saw this. Is this gone? That's it. Antuin shook his head, then raised it high. The 4 emperors of the New World, is this the only level of strength? Boy, don't get carried away, Lao Zi wasn't serious just now. Being ridiculed by a rookie, Kaido couldn't hold back his old face. To be honest, he really didn't show his full strength in the move just now, and he always felt that the strength of 6 or 7 floors was enough to kill Antuin. It's my turn, you silly dragon. Antuin didn't use any fancy tricks. He threw his limbs forward violently. His head was the best weapon, and with a body weighing tens of tons, he slammed into him violently. Who do you think Lao Zi is? Kaido was furious, feeling that he was underestimated, and swung his mace again to fight back. Thunder 8 bang bang. Before the mace hit, Antuin's head hit Kaido's body. Stinky boy! Kaido let out an aggrieved scream, and flew out immediately. On the distant sea, there was a loud noise, which stirred up waves 100 meters high. One hit, and knocked Kaido into the ocean. Kaido is still Kaido. The man who offered a reward of 4.6111 billion Baileys is really not covered. Antuin rubbed his head. The Thunder 8 trigrams just now really hurt him. Although his body is huge, it is comparable to an island, but it is not the same as strength. Besides, are there still few islands destroyed by the 4 emperors? Crash! Countless waves splashed out of the water, and the blue dragon rushed out of the water, its endlessly winding body hovering in the air. Kaido looked down at Antuin, and after taking a blow, he calmed down instead. Occupying the sky, Antuin's whole picture came into view, a supergiant tortoise carrying a volcano. No wonder the defense is as outrageous as Lao Zi's. The defense of the tortoise fruit ability user has always been excellent. Speaking of it, you are the flame terminator Anton who rose recently, right? Kaido's sound was like thunder, exploding on the deserted island. Antuin, a turtle? You are the tortoise, your whole family is a big tortoise. Lao Zi is in the form of an apostle. Well, this is Antuin's last stubbornness. After all, the apostle form is also a turtle. That blow just now was not bad. A flash of praise flashed in Kaido's eyes. To tell you the truth, it's rare to hurt Lao Zi, and I haven't felt that way for many years. So, young people, are you willing to follow Lao Zi to break new ground and create a new world? Hearing this, Antuin's face turned black. Good guy, I didn't see it. Kaido is actually a speaker. Even the words "open up the world" are used. Antuin looked at him speechlessly. This guy, does he think he is Pangu? Chapter 7. However, Kaido's words also moved Antuin's heart. Joining Beast's pirates is also in line with his strategic policy. After all, he can enter Wano Kuni in a fair manner and get sea stone. The only thing is that he is used to being free and easy, making him obey Kaido's orders like a younger brother, which is unacceptable. I reject. After thinking about it, he still resolutely rejected Kaido's proposal. Kaido's face suddenly sank. Shameless, right? The dragon's mouth opened, and a series of flame jets fell mightily. Hot breath. A huge flame like a beam of light descended from the sky and blasted towards Antuin's head. Most people would avoid it, but Antuin opened his mouth arrogantly. He is a flame devourer, is this beating him? Kaido, damn, it's a bonus. Come on, let Mr. Gui have a good time. Grunt. The moment he was about to be hit, Antuin poked his mouth forward, devouring the sky and the earth, directly swallowing up the ferocious flame. This. Seeing this, Kaido's whole body is not well. This dam is playing tricks. Can that thing be eaten? Hiccup hiccup. Antuin quickly hiccuped, and this blow made him very full. Does White chewed a little bit, and then Antuin opened his mouth, and bursts of smoke came out. Go, what are you kidding? After a moment of sluggishness, Kaido roared and sent it out again with a hot breath. This silly dragon, there is something wrong with his head, and he is giving me benefits again. Antuin was amused, his mouth opened almost 180 degrees. Grunt. The mouth that opened wide swallowed the flames in one gulp again, and the ferocious dragon's breath entered Antuin's mouth, turning it all into the fattest nourishment. At the same time, a wave of heat permeated the body, and the volcano on his back felt throbbing. Antuin's eyes flashed, and he was going to have a baby again. Boom 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 boom. The super volcano began to erupt again, and the magma was hundreds of meters high. Even Kaido in the air is taking no chances. Kaido looked gloomily. There was a creature carrying a volcano, which was rare in the world. Compared with Antuin, Kaido thinks he is the real monster. I want to thank you, Kaido. Antuin grinned and said, the new child is coming soon. Uncle Antuin's words stunned Uncle Kaido. Boom boom boom. The volcano on his back erupted again, and in the endless magma, a mysterious object wrapped in red light appeared. Antuin frowned. This time, it seems that it is not a monster such as the Devourer. Crash! All the magma spilled in front of Antuin, and a long knife stuck in the ground also came into view. Unlike ordinary samurai swords, this sword is slightly shorter, about 1.2 meters, and the handle occupies 1/3 of the length. The blade was shrouded in a cold light, with a murderous aura of cutting iron like mud. On the hilt of the knife was inlaid a crimson gemstone, which was exactly the same shape as Antuin's eyes. The Tadeo was stuck on the ground, and an ancient breath spread out. Good knife. Even a layman like Kaido who doesn't use a knife knows that it is a peerless artifact. But, among the supreme knives, this knife does not seem to be ranked. Antuin released the apostle mode. He held the handle of the knife with one hand, and pulled it out with light force. The moment he held the knife, a sense of blood connection emerged spontaneously. To some extent, this weapon is his son. Desolate ancient sword. Increase attack power by 35%. And open magic power. In my mind, a few more words appeared in an instant. Antuin raised the ancient sword in a daze, and murmured, "Are you talking to me? Aren't you stupid? How can you talk with a broken knife?" Qinglong Kaido sneered, "Don't you think that with a broken knife, you can keep pace with Laozi? Laozi is Kaido, the king of beasts." Bad wind. Kaido opened his mouth and spit out a large number of wind hurricane blades, outflanking them from all directions. Antuin gripped the wild ancient sword tightly and slashed hard. Boom boom boom. The circular knife gang was released, shattering the wind and waves coming from all directions. Puff 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 puff. The blood-stained dragon scales fell off automatically, and Kaido's face was cut several times by the knife. It hurts, it hurts. Kaido let out screams, Dragon Claw couldn't help covering his face. The shock in his eyes was infinite. He has been disfigured. Kaido hasn't been injured much in the past few decades. The last time he was injured by a man named Kojiki Oden was 10 or 20 years ago. A-hole, is this kid hiding his strength? Kaido yelled and used observation haki to perceive Antuin's strength again. Compared with before, there is another big improvement. If Antuin was a threat before, he is deadly now. All of this is all due to the addition of the ancient sword. It directly increased the strength by 35%, and after accumulating enough mana, it can increase the strength by 20%. Chapter 8. In the past, Antuin always relied on his huge body to fight. After all, he has always believed that size is power. But now, with the ancient Tadeo, it is completely possible to challenge Kaido in a human form. Do you think you can fight Lao Zi with a broken knife? Ah! Kaido roared again and again, his big copper bell-like eyes shot out a bloodthirsty evil light. He opened his mouth again and suffered a big loss. This time Wang Kaido learned the trick, and a thick armament haki was launched from the air. The real armament haki powerhouse is not only simple to entangle, but also can be released like a shock wave, and can even be destroyed from the inside. Seeing this, Antuin held the knife in both hands, and the observation haki was expanded to the maximum, and he could clearly feel the wind and grass within a radius of tens of kilometers. This is all due to the addition of the ancient sword. Physical fitness and haki have been improved. On top of the head, Antuin suddenly raised his head and instantly understood the direction of haki's attack. The wild ancient Tadeo tightly grasped slashed down, and the silver sword into the sky. Boom boom boom. The next moment, there was a violent explosion in the air, and the fireball rose into the air. The aftermath spread like a tide. Kaido's hundreds of meters long body retreated again and again. At this moment, his face turned green. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have imagined that a rookie who was supposed to be free will have the capital to compete with him. Just as Kaido was shocked, Antuin jumped up, his feet seemed to be loaded with springs, and he approached his body in an instant. Damn, why is this kid's physical fitness so explosive? Kaido cursed angrily. He was in the air, nearly 100 meters away from the ground, and jumped up all at once. Isn't this jumping ability amazing? Surprised but surprised, Kaido quickly counterattacked, wrapping his sharp claws around armament haki, killing him with monstrous vigor. Antuin counterattacked with the ancient sword in his hand. Boom! The shock wave spread out in the air again, and the white clouds floating in the distance were all shaken away. On the sharp claws, some white particles fell off. Kaido's eyes were full of shock, his heart was beating wildly as he watched the Tadeo firmly blocking the dragon's claws. This knife is too sharp. Swish! He pulled his body back and retreated 100 meters. Looking down, the dragon's claw is actually incomplete. UPD off Lao Zi. Kaido jumped into a rage, and the huge dragon body fell to the ground again. The blue dragon mode is cancelled and replaced by the Dragon Man mode, which is also Kaido's strongest mode. Entering this mode also means that he will show his full strength. You can't. Antuin also fell to the ground, carrying the barren ancient sword and joked, "What is it called, Kaido of the Beasts? Such an awesome nickname doesn't suit you, you should call it more cute in the future." It is said that Kaido's forehead is full of veins. He is such a mighty haki man, you call him cute, how much? Boom boom boom. An unrivaled aura burst out of the body, the sky tore apart, the islands trembled, and the sea boiled, all extremely frightening. Stronger than Antuin, he also felt an invisible sense of oppression. Is this conqueror's haki? When the king is angry, the world changes color. Antuin was secretly surprised, this scene was really spectacular. When human power is strong enough to change the natural environment and make the whole world look pale, this kind of person is a serious monster. Blah blah, blah blah, blah blah. Black lightning raged in the air, Kaido's eyes were also red, strands of powerful haki wrapped around the mace, making people shudder. Antuin's pupils froze suddenly, and he felt the danger. Not only armament haki, but also conquerors, Kaido he. Such a terrifying scene, the world will be afraid, after all, this is the anger of the King of the Sea. But what about Antuin? Ha ha ha. Kaido, you are in a hurry, aren't you? Big Brother Turtle grinned, and Kaido's angry cheeks managed to please him. Fly to Laozi. The irritated Wang Kaido swung the mace and hit it hard, the air was like a bang, as if it exploded. Antuin raised the knife and dropped it, and responded with a huge slash. Puff Kaka. The half-moon-shaped slash frantically rubbed against the mace, and sparks flickered on it. The terrifying force pushed Kaido to more than 10 meters. To Laozi. Kaido's blood vessels burst out, and his strength increased again, go back to Laozi. With a sudden swing of his arm, the slash came in the opposite direction. Antuin hurriedly set up the ancient sword for defense. Boom! The earth exploded, and people and knives were still thrown away. Antuin spun several times in the air in embarrassment, and then hit the ground heavily. Ha ha ha! Kaido let out a hearty laugh, 2 words, to relieve the anger. The 4 emperors fighting with all their might are really strong enough. Antuin got up slowly, and he was fine. With rough skin and thick flesh, his defense is thicker than Kaido. Buzz buzz. At the same time, the ruby on the hilt lit up, shining like blood. Antuin's eyes lit up, the ancient Taidao can activate the magic power. Chapter 9. Damn it! Kaido seemed to feel something, and couldn't help but round his eyes. Compared with before, he felt that Antuin was dangerous again. Observation haki has reached the level of 4 emperors, and even the slightest change of the enemy cannot escape his perception. Even to a certain extent, Kaido can even guess the psychological changes of the enemy. It's so cute, I'll show you something interesting next. Antuin pressed his big hand towards the handle of the knife, and the ruby sank into it like a button. The next moment, 2 intersecting white rays of light circulated on Antuin's body. Immediately he felt stronger. The previous 35%, plus the 20% after the magic power is activated, a total of 55% of the strength has been increased. Compared with you, any supreme sharp knife has to be sidelined. Antuin held the ancient sword in one hand, and gently stroked it with the other. After turning on the magic power, the color of the Huanggu Taidao changed completely, and the whole sword glowed white. At the same time, Kaido also deeply felt the difference after turning on the magic power, and his hair couldn't help standing on end. Danger, unprecedented danger. I understand. In a daze, Kaido seemed to understand something, and his face became more and more ugly. In the battle with himself, Antuin became stronger and stronger as he fought. Why? His nickname is Flame Devourer. Not only does he simply devour flames, but he can also transform flames into his own power, so the 2 hot breaths just now. Kaido realized, even so, the anger in his heart still did not diminish. Doesn't this mean that he sent Antuin to the top? Swish! Suddenly, the earth was filled with thick smoke and a strong wind raged. Kaido looked at Antuin, both eyes were rounded, and the person had disappeared. His knowledge is scattered like a radar. It's so cute, what's behind? A voice full of ridicule came from behind. Kaido was taken aback, turned his head and sent out the mace, Zhang Sanchi Yina. Blood spattered from his chest, and before the mace hit Antuin, he was pierced by the wild sword. After a successful blow, Antuin spun the ancient sword 360 degrees. Puff 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 puff. The minced meat and dragon scales on the chest were crushed, and even the organs were smashed. Black-brown blood flowed from Kaido's mouth, and he looked at Anton in disbelief. "You, who the hell are you?" In the past 2 decades, the serious injury he has suffered is the wound left by Kojiki Odin in the abdomen. Now, his heart is crushed. The most deceitful thing is that Antuin's such a powerful strength is still a gift from himself. Thinking of this, Kaido burst into tears, feeling infinitely aggrieved. "Antuin, what kind of behavior is this? Naked scumbag behavior. It's like the big brother of a certain female anchor, who spent millions of soft sister coins, and finally made her the top anchor of the year. As a result, when the real Myanji was sleeping, the big brother was about to test the depth of the female anchor, but he didn't agree with it, let alone, but was stabbed in the eye by the female anchor with a knife. How does it taste, Kaido?" Antuin's beating voice came, and Kaido, who was unconscious, suddenly woke up. "Do you think this is over?" "It's not over yet." Antuin had a ferocious face, and suddenly exerted force. With a puff, the wild ancient sword pierced Kaido's body. Blood spattered wildly at the wound. Even Antuin was sprayed all over his face, and he, who was bathed in the blood of the dragon, had an extraordinarily crazy expression. At this moment, Kaido also lost his mind for a moment. Maybe it's really old. Are young people now so tough? Pooh. Antuin pulled hard, and the blood-red barbarian sword was roughly pulled out of Kaido's body. "Antuin, I want to try the depth of Laozi, I will try you first and then I will talk." After the weapon was drawn, the blood surged even faster, and there were even some pieces of minced meat. This includes the heart. Looking closely, only half of Kaido's heart is left. Antuin jumped up in the air and kicked Kaido's face with a heavy kick. He was like a kite with a broken string, and he flew out backwards weakly. Plop! There were violent waves in the sea, and Kaido fell into it sadly. In his entire life, today is probably the worst day. No. Speaking of it, this is not the worst. Many years ago, Kaido, who had not yet risen, was unfortunately arrested by Marine and encountered various pervert experiments. That is, the real life is worse than death. Vegapunk's first man-made devil fruit is made by extracting Kaido's bloodline factor. Therefore, Kaido has always had a strong hatred for the world government and Marine. The strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, a man who can't be killed by dozens of executions, shouldn't be so simple to die. Antuin was thoughtful, although the heart was destroyed, but the vitality and recovery ability of Zoan ability users were not comparable to ordinary people. Chapter 10. Hurrah! The water column suddenly flew into the sky, and the blue dragon stood out from it. Kaido turned into a green dragon and occupied the sky again, his bloodshot eyes were particularly angry. Looking intently, the bloody hole in his chest had slowly healed. Zoan's ability users are all immune to death monsters. Antuin sighed with emotion. Zoan's ability users are almost all rough-skinned and thick-skinned, each one is more resistant to beating. Whoa! Kaido roared towards the sky quickly darkened, and several large tornadoes flashed out of thin air. Antuin was surrounded by tornadoes all around, and the material that was rolled up was cut into pieces with a puff. He didn't panic at all, stomped the ground, and the ugly creature came out of the ground. It is more than 7 meters tall, its limbs are blue, and the rest of it is beige. Under the armpit, there are also 2 scary faces. What's this? Kaido was stunned. Naturally he didn't understand the Devourer. Go, Devourer! Antuin yelled, and the Devourer, like a tank, slammed into the tornado. Idiot! Kaido was overjoyed. Isn't this a self-inflicted trap? Taunted, once you get close, you will be strangled. What? The strong wind was coming, and his black hair was blown high. The tornado was directly shattered by the Devourer. The so-called blade of wind, after hitting the Devourer, sparks appeared all over his body. Is this steel skin? Ho 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 ho! The Devourer let out a terrifying roar, and continued to hit the rest of the tornado. Bang bang bang! The tornadoes were crushed one after another. Even if he was surrounded by wind blades, he, with his rough skin and thick flesh, could rely on unreasonable defense to save himself from danger. What the hell is this? Kaido was also convinced, Antuin couldn't beat him anymore, and another monster uglier than him appeared, and the defense was also tough. Woohoo! The Devourer opened its mouth wide, and a gust of gravitational wind flew out. Kaido's dragon body hundreds of meters away was instantly pulled away. Give me death! The sharp claws were raised, and a claw was aimed at the head of the Devourer. Puff 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 puff. Kaido is still Kaido, powerful, the skin on Devourer's face is torn, and 3 bloody wounds are deep in the flesh. Humph, I really thought you couldn't be moved. Kaido snorted coldly, and was about to attack again, when the Devourer opened his mouth and spit out golden flames. The distance is too close, and there is no time to dodge. Kaido's dragon body covers armament haki for defense. Boom boom boom. Most of the dragon's body was submerged into the golden sea of flames, and after resisting for a few seconds, Kaido's body began to roll and struggle violently. He thought that with his own defense, he could block the attack of the flames, but who knew he was overthinking it. Most of the dragon scales on his body melted, and even though his body was full of armament haki, the golden flames seemed to be able to invade his body through the pores, and his internal organs were about to be ignited, excruciatingly painful. Woah! You 2 bastards! Kaido yelled aggrievedly, all the beatings he had suffered in his life were not as miserable as today. Get out of here! The dragon's body shook, and black-red lightning burst out from Kaido's body, and the golden flames burning around were blown away. He smelled burnt all over his body, and his breath was sluggish. How does it taste? It's so cute. Antuin looked lazily, with the cooperation of the ancient Taidao and the Devourer, there is no problem in defeating Kaido. You are strong, Laozi underestimated you before. Kaido took a breath, and changed his tone from the previous hostility, you are also wanted by Marine, don't you hate them? In fact, Laozi is the same, that BD Vegapunk. One day, I will tear him into pieces. Bringing up Vegapunk, Kaido gritted his teeth. What do you want to say? Antuin asked suspiciously, and the chill on his body faded. It was Kaido who let go of his hostility first. Join my pirate team. Kaido sent out the invitation again, tempting, we will join forces, we will definitely be able to overthrow Marine and overthrow the world government. What did I think I was going to say? After a long time, I still fooled me into being your little brother. Antuin sighed, and immediately lost the desire to listen. He opened his mouth, and when he was about to refuse, Kaido said first, Laozi is a respected and powerful person. You already have the same strength as me. Join Beast's pirates. There is no distinction between us. Laozi can let you be the deputy captain, and everything in Wano Kuni is allowed to be dispatched by you except me. Hearing this, Antuin's heart suddenly became hot, and he couldn't help asking, really? I Kaido from cheating? Kaido is staring at Antuin seriously, with such a powerful ally, isn't it just around the corner to conquer the whole world? Wano Kuni's resources are worthless. Okay, I agree. After hesitating for a few seconds, Antuin agreed. What Kaido said is right, firstly, they can defeat Marine together, and secondly, they can also get Sea Stone to hatch more children, which is a good business for Anton. Chapter 11. Good brother. As soon as Antuin agreed, the haze on Kaido's face disappeared. He strode forward, hugged Antuin, and hugged Antuin's shoulders intimately. In the future, we will be invincible in the world. Hearing this, the corners of Antuin's mouth twitched twice. Even if he was indeed a big turtle, coming out of someone else's mouth would sound like a curse. Forget it, next time is no exception. I glanced at the big hole in Kaido's chest. It hasn't healed yet. Even if it recovers in the future, it will leave a striking scar. Well, it's okay to be an enemy, but suddenly you become a brother, and I feel very sorry for Kaido. Let's go to Wano Kuni right now, Beast's Pirates has a mate and must celebrate. Kaido screamed excitedly, and even thought about the party, the Dragon Turtle Banquet. Antuin. At the same time, the white halo on Antuin's body gradually faded, which also meant that the magic power of the ancient sword was coming to an end. Boom! A huge fireball suddenly flew into the air, and a sudden explosion exploded between the two of them. The defenseless Kaido was burnt beyond recognition, even the kakuzu on his head was blown off. Plop! The sea surged, and he fell into the sea again. Damn it, I forgot, after the magic power is over, it will also use an explosive attack on the enemy. Brother Kaido, you have to trust me, we didn't do it on purpose. Antuin rushed towards the sea without stopping. Wano Kuni area. The recent sea is turbulent, and there is also a strong smell of gunpowder between the marine and the four emperors. Of course, this gunpowder smell isn't for the Beast's pirates. Another person, the Whitebeard pirates. A day ago, a big news that shook the world spread. A man named Marshal D. Teach betrayed the Whitebeard pirates, not to mention, and captured the captain of the 2nd Division Fire Fist Ace alive. Whitebeard is a well-known protector of the CAF. Blackbeard is also a traitor of the Whitebeard pirates. It is said that because of killing the former captain of the 4th Division, Sage, the old and new hatred, the two sides are at odds, and Whitebeard is bound to kill Blackbeard alive. However, the most embarrassing thing is that Blackbeard is not stupid, he directly handed the Fire Fist Ace to Marine, which not only diverted the hatred, but also took advantage of the trend to become a Shishibukai. The Whitebeard pirates hate Blackbeard, but the current focus can only be shifted to Ace. Marine also announced in a high-profile manner that 7 days later, Ace will be publicly executed at the Marine Headquarters Marinmeni. This is also the reason why the sea has a strong smell of gunpowder. Naval Headquarters. On the distant sea, warships are constantly approaching, and waves of Marines disembark. After all, the opponent is Whitebeard. Among the 4 emperors, the Whitebeard pirates are also among the best. Marine will naturally go all out, and Marines from all over the world are urgently called. The number is expected to be around 100,000. Marshal's office, Marine high-level gathering. All 3 admirals came, including Akainu, who went out to hunt Antuin and came back. He wandered around the sea for 2 days without even finding a ghost. Execute Fire Fist Ace, the Whitebeard pirates will definitely come to save people, watch them well. Sengoku's voice was loud, and his bright eyes were full of energy. Sengoku is naturally excited to finally end his lifelong rival. Humph, with such despicable means, even if the Whitebeard pirates are destroyed, Marine will not be loved. Garp looked displeased, Ace, but his grandson. Garp, watch where you stand. The old man only cares about winning or losing, the means are not important. Sengoku glared at Garp, but apologized helplessly in his heart. To be honest, it is really disgraceful to attack the grandson of a close friend. The key issue is that Ace is the son of Roger, the One Piece King, and the 5 elders of the world government also authorized him to ask Marine to execute Ace with the Fire Fist to completely cut off the bloodline of the King of Sin Roger. Before that, there is something that needs to be said. Aokiji stood up and said lightly, don't ignore other pirates because of the Whitebeard pirate group. After all, Whitebeard is in his twilight years, so he is not a big threat. Aokiji took out a photo, on which was a green dragon soaring in the sky, with a young man sitting on the head of the dragon. He looks young, in his early 20s. According to the intelligence from Wano Kuni, the Beast's Pirates has welcomed a deputy captain, and that's him. Aokiji pointed to Antuin and said, unknown origin, unknown identity, strength, unknown. Beast's Pirates is a place that pays attention to strength. If you can become the deputy captain, you can figure out the general situation. It must be above the 3 disasters. After Aokiji finished speaking, he attracted many people's attention. Everyone looked at Antuin suspiciously. His arms and legs were thin, and he looked very weak. The main reason was that he was too young to look like a strong man. Antuin had always appeared in the form of an apostle before, and few people could recognize his true self. Some people, even if they recognize it, most of them are cold. Chapter 12. On Marine's side, because they don't know much about Antuin, even if they want to offer a reward, they have to let it go. After all, I don't even know what people's names are. On Wanakuni's side, it's a frying pan. Kaido wandered around for a while, and out of nowhere, he found a deputy captain. The 3 disasters were the most annoying thing in his heart. Especially Quinn and Yin. The 2 always felt that even if there was a deputy captain in the future, they would still be one of them. They felt aggrieved when they were suddenly riding on their heads by an inexplicable guy. What does this behavior equate to? The BD Kaido went out to find flowers and ask willows, left the 3 young wives at home, and let a few women carry the big family. When they finally returned home, not only did they not comfort the wives, but they even brought a mistress back. Skeleton buildings in the Island of Ghosts. Boss, who is that guy? Looking at Kaido, who was sitting on the ground drinking heavily, Jack's face was full of resentment. Antuin is very strong. Kaido's eyes flashed, and he looked at the circular scar on his chest, which was more than 30 centimeters in diameter. If it weren't for his tenacious vitality, this kind of injury fell on other people, and he probably died already. Humph. We don't know if it's strong or not. Quinn said unhappily, besides, everyone doesn't know everything about him, that kind of guy can't be trusted. Yin, who has always been taciturn, also nodded. Although he was at odds with Quinn, this time he sided with Quinn. He also looked at Kaido resentfully. Boss, you cheated. Do you know cheating? Abandoning the original partner and helping the mistress, proper behavior of a scumbag. In Yin's heart, he is the number 2 character of the Beast's pirates, and he is second only to Kaido in terms of strength and rewards. Now being overtaken by Antuin on a curve, I feel so uncomfortable and want to cry. Hey, Beast's Pirates is a place that pays attention to strength. If that guy wants to be recognized by everyone, we must let us witness his strength with our own eyes. Otherwise, Laozi refuses to accept it. Boom! Quinn smashed the wine glass into pieces, and there was an intimidating aura about him. Jack on the side was trembling. Among the 3 disasters, his status was the lowest. After finishing his harsh words, Quinn left with a fat body. Where to, Quinn? Looking at the debris in the ground, Kaido looked up and asked. Quinn said angrily, of course I went to Xiaozi for comfort, and now I feel very sad. Blue blue blue. At the same time, the phone bug in Kaido's arms rang. Big Snake. Kaido pressed the answer button and was about to ask a question when Kurozumi's angry voice came first. Kaido, a big turtle is making trouble in Rabbit Bowl, and many prisoners have escaped. Kurozumi Orokai hurriedly called for help. That guy is carrying a volcano on his back. It's too scary. My men can't do anything about him. It turned out to be Anton. Kaido suddenly realized that the Rabbit Bowl is actually a huge prison, in which countless prisoners are imprisoned. Most of them are prisoners who defy Kurozumi and Kaido, and their task is to develop various mineral resources. Most of them are sea stone. Damn it, who the hell is so close-eyed and dares to cause trouble on my territory? Quinn was furious when he heard the words, and he was the manager of the Rabbit Bowl. That turtle is Anton. Kaido explained. Even so, Quinn couldn't listen to it, and left angrily. Yin lowered his head and thoughtfully took out the wanted warrant. He is the most caring person in the Beast's Pirates. Could it be him? On the arrest warrant, it was a giant tortoise swimming in the sea with a volcano on his back, offering a reward of 500 million Baileys. Exactly. Kaido nodded, looking in the direction where Quinn disappeared. It's good for that guy Quinn to suffer a little, and the dissatisfaction will probably disappear. Quinn, ugh. Scumbag. Not only did she cheat, she actually wanted the mistress to beat Laozi, the original partner, violently. Flame Devourer Anton. Yin's eyes sparkled, and he didn't know what he was thinking. In fact, he is not the kind of reckless man who doesn't know how to advance or retreat. If Antuin really has the strength to be the deputy captain, he has nothing to say. After all, this is a place that pays attention to strength, where the capable live. The other direction, Rabbit Bowl Prison. Boom 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 boom. The earth trembled, and dense fog continued to emerge. The prisoners working nearby were all withdrawn from the mine veins. What is that? It's such a big turtle, there's no end in sight. Don't approach rashly, that guy is too hot. All the prisoners rushed out, and some of them ran away in disorder. Everyone was shocked when they saw the huge monster devouring the ore vein. Antuin's giant mouth is like a stone crusher. A few tons of stones are bitten in his mouth, like chewing gum, and they are broken into particles in a few strokes. It's fine if it's a general thing, the key is sea stone ore, from which sea stone is extracted. Is it appropriate for you to chew so vigorously? Don't you feel your teeth hurting, big brother? Chapter 13. Where did this monster come from? Bao Wulang and other prison bosses were dumbfounded. I thought eating dirt was just a joke, but who knew something even more awesome would appear? Antuin, eating soil is so boring, Lao ZFG eats mines. Kill them all. Anyone who dares to run away will be slaughtered. Outside the Rabbit Bowl prison, the crowned Kurozumi Orokai gave orders to his men with a brutal voice. Understood, Your Majesty. Members of the Kurozumi Orokai guards all raised their knives and killed them. There was another person standing behind him, Guangxi Lang. This is the strongest subordinate of Kurozumi Orokai. Guangxi Lang, kill him immediately. Kurozumi Orokai pointed at Anton and said. The fact that Anton became the deputy captain is only known to the top management of Beast's Pirates. Kurozumi has not received the news, otherwise he would not have asked Kaido for help. Clang! Kushiro's samurai sword took out its sheath, and he jumped into the air nimbly. Under the sunlight, the long knife in his hand shone coldly. Focusing his eyes on Antuin, he raised the knife in his hand neatly, and a dark slash filled with armament haki struck Antuin's head. The slash came, and the sound of breaking the air caused by friction with the air was extremely harsh. Antuin glanced back. After watching for a second or two, he continued to eat ore and continue to absorb energy. Tickle something, what's there to focus on? Pooh! The sharp slashes swept across, and part of the dead skin fell off from the top of the head. The corner of Guangxi Lang's mouth twitched twice, and he slashed several times in succession. He is worthy of being a master of swordsmanship. Under his wonderful control, several slashes merged into a giant slash more than 10 meters long. It's endless, it's very rude to disturb others' meals. Antuin was annoyed, and his huge head wrapped around armament haki and bumped into him. Boom! Fragmentary black shadows all over the sky penetrated the ground, and the giant slash was smashed to pieces. How can that be possible? Guangxi Lang was very surprised, he also had confidence in his own strength. Facing the three disasters, for example Jack, he has the strength to fight. But where does this damn turtle come from? Not to mention the rough skin and thick flesh, the turtle head is even more violent. Antuin, glands? Damn, are you polite? Veggie, get Laozi out of here. Antuin cursed at Guangxi Lang, get out of the way, the uncle is in a good mood today, and he is too lazy to kill. After devouring a lot of sea stone mines, the volcano on his back felt throbbing again. Antuin knew that he was going to have a baby again. The first time was the Devourer, and the second time was the ancient sword. This time, Antuin's eyes are shining, looking forward to it. Vegetable chicken. Hearing that someone called him that, Qiangshalang lost his face. He held the knife in both hands, aimed at Antuin's huge eyes, and flashed away. The most vulnerable part of any creature is the eyes. But... boom! The ground cracked open, and Antuin shattered the ground with one paw, leaving countless gaps abruptly. Caught off guard, Qiangshalang fell directly into it. Hey, where did this monster come from? Kurozumi Orokai rubbed his eyes, feeling as unreal as a dream. Kage Shiro is the strongest fighter under him, what happened? Antuin took care of it in 3 or 2 strokes. Why haven't reinforcements from the beast's pirates arrived yet? The Kurozumi snake was very anxious, and Antuin smashed the wall of the rabbit bowl prison with one claw, and sooner or later everyone would slip away. Buzz buzz. At the same time, the sky in front of him was crimson, and 2 huge fireballs appeared in the sky, as gorgeous as the sun. Kurozumi's pierced eyes were about to go blind. He looked hard, and saw Antuin's scarlet eyes. Grunt. Kurozumi swallowed hard, his legs were weakening. Damn, is he being targeted? It's going to be cool. Is that man your subordinate? Did you order him to attack me? Antuin's thick limbs slowly crawled forward, and the ground shook accordingly. The body of tens of thousands of tons is too exaggerated, and the ground shakes non-stop while crawling. In addition, as he continues to absorb energy, Antuin's body will become bigger and bigger, until finally occupying the entire planet. Big, my lord. Kurozumi Orokai stuttered in fright, and knelt down directly. A choking sour smell also spread from the big snake, like rotten rice. I am the new first officer of the beast's pirates, how dare you order your men to attack me? Anton's 2 big eyes were like flames, reaching thousands of degrees, and Kurozumi was dripping with sweat. Deputy Captain? I didn't receive the notice. Kurozumi Orokai felt chilly, and tremblingly said, My lord, this is all a misunderstanding, I hope you will hold your hand high. Take your people, get out of here immediately. Antuin said something coldly, and warned, next time, I will peel your snake skin to make snake ointment. I know, I'm going to get out. The Kurozumi snake scrambled and crawled in fright, and disappeared in an extremely embarrassing situation. Chapter 14. As for Qiangshalang, I'm sorry, Lao Zi's life may not be saved, so can FMD control you? Boom, boom, boom. The mining area near Rabbit Bowl Prison collapsed and destroyed one after another. Antuin was like a beast from ancient times, devouring the world, and there was nothing he couldn't eat. Taking advantage of the chaos, many criminals in the prison escaped. For example, Leopard Goro and others took the opportunity to run away. Antuin had accumulated enough energy, and the volcano on his back began to smoke again. It was just a little short of eruption. Then, a new child will come. Stop it, UBD. A roar like thunder came from afar. The voice was so strong that even Antuin couldn't help but look sideways at it. Quinn came over with a team of people. Looking at the ruined Rabbit Bowl prison, the guy's eyes were about to pop out. You idiot, where are the prisoners being held? Quinn looked left and right, but didn't see a single prisoner. Probably they all ran away. Antuin responded lightly, I'm enjoying the meal, how can I pay attention to them? Those are enemies. Quinn yelled frantically, you are such a slow-moving idiot, I really don't know why Kaido boss recommended you to be the vice-captain, you are even more stupid than Jack. Because of strength. Antuin raised his huge glans head, see the scar on Kaido's chest. Of course I saw it. Wasn't that left behind by Whitebeard and the redheads? Quinn said sarcastically, "Why, you don't want to say you were hurt, do you? Antuin. Kaido is also shameless, he was beaten by him, but he pushed it to someone else. However, Antuin can also understand, after all, he is the boss and needs to save his face. You let the prisoner go, now you catch it back for me. If you mess with yourself, wipe your A." Quinn said viciously, "Otherwise, I will never end with you." He he he. Antuin grinned, "Kaido told you, don't look at me as a vice, but in Beast's Pirates, I am equal to him, and I will leave this matter to you." Hearing that, just as Quinn was about to lose his temper, Antuin's angry voice came again. "Don't bargain with me, remember, this is not a negotiation, but an order from the deputy captain." Quinn was furious, and said with contempt, "The order of the shitty vice-captain, Beast's Pirates is a place that pays attention to strength. If you want everyone to recognize you, you must show your own strength, otherwise, let alone the vice-captain, even if you are the captain, no one will ignore you." Antuin narrowed his eyes, and waved his mountain-like claws, "Look at this dilapidated prison, isn't it enough to prove my strength? BD, how dare you say that? Quinn's forehead is full of veins, and Rabbit Bowl Prison is his jurisdiction and his playground. Antuin smashed this, didn't he just slap him in the face? Don't waste my time here, hurry up and catch the prisoner, and repeat, this is the order of the deputy captain." Antuin didn't bother to talk to Quinn, his mouth opened, and another dozens of tons of sea stone mine was swallowed into his mouth. Crack, bang, bang, bang. The crisp sound came from the mouth, like chewing a bone. Double the fragrance. You dare to ignore me? Quinn exploded with anger, his body enlarged, and he became a prehistoric brachiosaurus. Originally dissatisfied with Antuin as the vice-captain, he felt infinitely jealous, and now he ignored him. How could Quinn bear this grievance? Bang bang bang! The ground kept shaking. Quinn ran wildly with his thick limbs, his head wrapped around armament haki, and hit Antuin's turtle butt drum. Boom! The power of this blow was not bad, and Antuin's butt drum sank. But his layer of fat was too thick to feel at all. Pervert, why don't you attack? Insist on hitting other people's farts, men and women take it all. Antuin was so disgusted with it that he flicked his tail, much bigger than Quinn the Brachiosaurus. Boom! Quinn was turned on his back by the pumped person, and his huge body spun several times in the air. My god, what kind of fairy power is this? This turtle is too fierce. Did you hear? He's the new mate of the Beast's Pirates. It's no wonder it's the deputy captain who can beat Lord Quinn so badly. The younger brothers brought by Quinn were shocked. Bang 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 bang! Under their watchful eyes, Quinn fell from the sky, his head turned downward, and there were stars in his eyes. I'm furious. There was no need to buffer and recover. Quinn got up angrily, and just about to fight back, the sky suddenly darkened. Raising his head suddenly, Antuin's paw swept over. It was so big that one paw covered the sky. Quinn panicked, and hastily put a layer of armed defense on his whole body. But even so, puff 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 puff. The sharp claws swept across, and the flesh was ripped open. The blood stuck to the rotten skin and splashed everywhere, even the bones were exposed. It hurts, it hurts. Quinn screamed loudly, and he was so enraged that he soared into the sky. Finding the right position for his head, he threw it at Antuin. Brachiosaurus Bomb. Chapter 15. Brachiosaurus Bomb, one of Quinn's tricks. Its own weight plus the gravity falling from the sky, as well as the excellent armament haki, combined to make it extremely lethal. In the original book, Quinn relied on this trick to beat the ant who had lost her memory until she regained her memory. The result was naturally extremely cruel, and the ant explained to Quinn what the real four emperors are. In the end, Quinn was beaten violently, and the old man was miserable. In the end, if the ant fell down inexplicably, Beast's Pirates could hold Quinn's funeral. Right now, Quinn is using the same trick to hammer Antuin. Even in order to ensure sufficient lethality, the skull is also attached with a layer of flames. Quinn smiled coldly, "Are you still not finished now?" His idea is simple, get rid of Antuin, and he will replace him. As everyone knows, Antuin was more excited than Quinn when he saw the flames. "Damn it, do you think the Flame Eater is screaming for nothing?" Under the watchful eyes of many people, Antuin opened his mouth wide. Pooh! Quinn hit Huanglong straight, and the huge head was directly stuffed into Antuin's mouth. Boom boom boom! The flame covering the head exploded directly in the mouth, and thick smoke came out of Antuin's nose, mouth, and even his ears. Ha ha ha! Quinn quickly withdrew his head, looked at Antuin smugly, and said with a sneer, "How does it feel? It must be uncomfortable." Antuin didn't speak, he took a deep breath, and swallowed all the flames remaining in his mouth into his stomach. Boom boom boom! Immediately afterwards, the volcano carried on his back began to erupt again. A large amount of magma mixed with gravel rolled down, and a choking acid mist condensed in the sky. Over the entire flower capital, there was a mushroom cloud of white smoke. "Did you see it? It was blown out by me." Quinn is worthy of being the funny bear of Beast's pirates, dancing a funny hip dance. Originally, there is still some distance before the volcanic eruption, and the energy has not been swallowed up enough, but with the sponsorship of the rich man Quay, the energy is already enough. Boom boom boom! Next, the volcano erupted more violently, and the magma rushed hundreds of meters into the air, as spectacular as a fountain. The warm current in the body diffused, and finally condensed quickly on the volcano on the back, followed by a strong throbbing feeling. "I want to thank you, Quinn. Beast's Pirates is really a good place. It feels much better than outside. It's too boring to be alone outside, and no one sponsors. In Beast's Pirates, everyone is talented, and there is a wave of friendly sponsorship every now and then. I like it so much." Antuin's excited group thanked Quinn very gratefully. First Kaido, then Quinn, both the first and second big brothers. As for Quay de Pangpang, he already doubted his life. After being hit hard by him, shouldn't this BD be in pain? How to thank him? Boom! Another magma erupted and shot straight into the sky. Among them, a bloated body rushed out. What is that? Quinn was stunned, never having seen such an ugly monster. Boom! The mysterious monster fell in front of his eyes, shaking violently in a radius of hundreds of meters. This monster is exactly the same as the Devourer summoned before. Only on the stomach, there is a vertical eye, like the Eye of Hell, extremely evil. The monster's name is Urgel the Devourer. This name may be unfamiliar, but everyone knows his other nickname, Big-Eyed Boy. Humph, can't beat Uncle Quinn, and started calling the little brother. Quinn looked at Big-Eyed Boy disdainfully, and said contemptuously, "I don't even pay attention to your master, what is the summoned brother?" Lousy hit 10. Hearing this, Antuin blinked, "That's really exciting, let's start your performance." "Damn it, what are you looking at? You think you're very cute, don't you?" Quinn was swearing, and Big-Eyed Boy stared at him from his stomach, making him extremely unhappy. He was thinking, "Your boss, Antuin, I can handle it freely, you are a pony, why are you so fierce with me?" Big-Eyed Boy tilted his head, with question marks all over his head. "My eyes were wide open, you still dare to stare at me?" In the dark, Quinn seemed to feel the Big-Eyed Boy's doubts, straightened his waist, and opened his eyes even wider. "Why are you looking at you? You think you are a beauty, and you don't let people see it." His small round eyes are almost comparable to an iron fist. Antuin shook his head when he saw this. Ignorant people have no fear. When Big-Eyed Boy opens his eyes, do you still dare to look at him? Pooh! The next moment, Quinn spurted a mouthful of old blood without warning, and the bloated body of the Brachiosaurus flew far away. Boom! Hundreds of meters away, Quinn fell to the ground like a dead dog. Here, what's the situation? The big-eyed monster and the big tortoise don't seem to have done anything. Master Quinn is touching porcelain. If it's Penkai, even the blood spurted out, and the painful expression on his face, it's so real. I think Mrs. Quinn can switch to the acting industry. Quinn's little brothers are confused. How did they do it? Inexplicably, it was knocked into the air. Chapter 16. Quinn released the Brachiosaurus mode, and returned to his human body, rolling back and forth in the ground. While he was in ultimate pain, there was also deep incomprehension hidden in his heart. Even though there was no contact at all, why was he inexplicably injured? He stared at Big Eye Boy, the creepy eyes on his abdomen narrowed slightly, and the reddish-brown demonic light was particularly strange. Wow ah ah! Pfft! Woohoo! A series of screams sounded again, and everyone who looked at Big Eye Boy fell into a pool of blood. Good luck is what happened to Quinn, severely disabled and unable to move. If you are unlucky, you will die suddenly on the spot. Now, do you understand why I can be the deputy captain, Quinn? Antuin also returned to his human form, and walked over in a leisurely manner. Anger flashed in Quinn's eyes. He wanted to stand up, but his legs were motionless and unresponsive, as if they were broken. Why, still not convinced? Antuin stepped on Quinn's head, and said indifferently, the person who left Kaido with a fatal wound on his chest, believe it or not, was me. Quinn didn't say a word. He was qualified to question Antuin before, but now he is no longer worthy of the fiasco. I lost your status. I recognize it. Quinn's eyes dimmed, and all the stubbornness and pride in his eyes dissipated. You are acquainted. Antuin didn't kill him hard, turned around and continued to eat the mine. In addition, those escaped prisoners, you go and arrest them. This is an order from the deputy captain. Turning his head and glanced at Quinn, the latter nodded. The weak live and the strong die. The defeated can actually be executed, but Antuin gave him a life, and Quinn must be more sensible. In the capital of Flowers, the news about Quinn's fiasco spread, and he was killed in an instant with almost no power to fight back. There is also that Quangshalang, who can be regarded as a first-class strongman. Both of them have been defeated one after another, especially Quinn. It is said that he almost lost his life. Also, his identity was revealed. Although Wanakuni's news is stuffy, he is not ignorant of outside news. Unexpectedly, the vice-captain is actually that flame devourer Anton. Just offering a reward of 500 million Baileys? If you can defeat Lord Quinn, it will cost 1.5 billion. It's too low, I think it will cost 2 billion Baileys. There was a lot of discussion in Wano Kuni, and everyone's rejection of Antuin was less. After all, they have already proven themselves. Yin didn't say a word, his strength was almost the same as that of Quinn. If he could kill Quinn in seconds, there would be no problem in defeating him. Yin is very smart. When he met Antuin, he respectfully called out Brother Antuin. In addition, after taking the position of deputy captain, there are more licking dogs around Antuin. For example, Kurozumi Orakai asked countless people about Antoine's hobbies, but unfortunately he asked about 100 people and asked about his loneliness. Because everyone doesn't know much about Antuin, and no one knows what he likes. With the only thing that can be discerned by the naked eye, this elder brother seems to be very interested in eating ore. There is also a reason why Kurozumi Orakai wanted to curry favor with Anton. Although he himself survived, Kushiro is still in Anton's hands. In fact, Kurozumi Orakai didn't care much about Kushiro. If he couldn't be rescued, let it be. If he was not a relative or a cause, his death would at most mean the loss of a capable man. In desperation, someone pleaded with Kurozumi Orakai. The royal palace of the capital of Flowers. Xiaozi, I tried my best, but I really can't get it out. In an extravagant palace, Kurozumi Orakai said helplessly, Anton just won't let go, he doesn't give me any face. Xiaozi, the warden of a certain brothel, was dubbed the #1 beauty in Wano Kuni because of her delicate and charming looks. She has exquisite facial features, a beautiful appearance, and long flowing hair that falls to her waist. Xiao Ziyi wears a complicated gold headdress and a pink classical kimono. Her lips are red and her teeth are white, her eyes are as clear as springs, and her figure is uneven. Facing such a beautiful woman with invincible appearance, invincible figure, and extraordinary temperament, there is no man who will not be tempted. Not only Kurozumi or Hawkeye, but even Quinn and others, even Kaido also have ideas for Ziyi. Your Majesty the Serpent, you are the ruler of Wano Kuni, how can you allow a brat to act recklessly on your territory? While encouraging, Ziyi poured wine for Kurozumi or Hawkeye. If it goes on for a long time, people will question your authority and think that you are a puppet of the beast's pirates. Everyone will slowly despise you, which is not conducive to your rule. Kurozumi felt that there was some truth to Ziyi's flickering. Wano Kuni is his territory, and he is Wano Kuni's general. Wouldn't it be ridiculous if even one of them didn't come back? But, thinking of Antuin's fighting power, and Kaido's words, Antuin has the same status as him, Hawkeye feels powerless. Xiao Ziyi, it's not that I'm weak, it's just that the enemy is too tough. Chapter 17. He took his life back, so what capital is there to find Antuin? Ziyi, Kwangshilang is just a servant, why do you care so much about him? Kurozumi or Hawkeye looked at Xiao Ziyi suspiciously. Oops! Ziyi yelled in her heart that something was wrong, and quickly explained with a smile, the concubine was attacked by villains before, thanks to Mr. Kwangshilang's help, otherwise, woo, I guess he would have passed away. As she spoke, Xiao Ziyi burst into tears, her acting skills were very realistic, a big-name actor who has been lingering behind the scenes all year round. Kurozumi or Hawkeye's heart ached like a twist, and the beloved beauty cried, which is torture for a man. I'm also very helpless, the other party is standing in Kaido's field. Kurozumi or Hawkeye said angrily, even Quinn was beaten by him, let alone me. This self-knowledge, Kurozumi or Hawkeye still has it. This idiot who has a heart but no guts, only bullies the weak. Xiao Ziyi secretly despises, why is he in such a hurry to fish out Kwangshilang? Her real name is Kojiki Hiri, and Kyojiro's real name is also Denjiro. She is one of the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath and one of the former followers of Kojiki Oden. Over the years, Kwangshilang secretly protected herself several times. Xiao Ziyi could not just sit and wait for Kwangshilang to die. Seeing Kurozumi or Hawkeye's cowardly appearance, it would be impossible not to give him some serious material. Your Majesty the Serpent. With a charming and soft voice, Xiao Ziyi's clear eyes were like a pool of spring water, and she said seductively, you rescued Kwangshilang, and I will marry you. Swish! Hearing this, Kurozumi jumped up immediately, staring at Ziyi, really? Of course it is true. In the area of Wano Kuni, how many people dare to deceive His Majesty? Xiao Ziyi's smile was like a flower, extraordinarily brilliant. Then give it a try. Kurozumi or Hawkeye is going all out for the beauty. All along, he had hoped that Ziyi would marry him, but unfortunately Ziyi always shirked and delayed for various reasons. This time he took the initiative to deliver it to the door, and Hawkeye said that he must seize the opportunity. Ghost Island is the core area of Beast's pirates. Kaido, I hope your subordinate, Antuin, can release my subordinate Kwangshilang. Antuin didn't give face, the only thing Kurozumi or Hawkeye could do was to come to Kaido to blow his pillow. Gurg. Kaido ignored Kurozumi or Hawkeye and kept drinking. We all know that Quinn was defeated and killed in seconds. In his heart, Antuin's status has skyrocketed, and he is no longer comparable to a mere Kurozumi snake. Big snake, you can talk to Antuin yourself, Lao Zi said, I can't control it. Kaido still kicked the ball and kicked it to Antuin again. You will affect Wano Kuni's alliance with the Beast's pirates. Kurozumi Orokai was also in a hurry and started threatening directly. Are you scaring Laozi? Kaido's eyes sparkled with coldness. Don't forget the big snake, you are in your current position thanks to the beast's pirates, without me, you are nothing. Oh, why are you here again, you stinky snake? A familiar voice resounded in the bright room. Kurozumi Orokai was scolded by Kaido, his face was livid and extremely ugly. Hearing this teasing voice again, looking back, it was Antuin's face. It's just a crazy dead man, why do you care so much, big snake? Antuin found a random place and sat down, with a cigar in his mouth, puffing smoke skillfully. Xiao Ziyai has already promised me, to rescue Kuang Si Lang, marry me right away. Kurozumi Orokai said excitedly. You must not agree, brother Antuin. Bang bang bang. The floor of the entire room was shaking, and the little fat man Quinn ran back eagerly. He is still wrapped in bandages all over his body. Quinn, UBD, it's none of your business. Kurozumi Orokai immediately cursed that Quinn is his rival in love. With your appearance, how can you be worthy of Xiao Ziyai? You don't have a clue, big snake. Quinn was tit for tat, and directly blasted, an ugly and old man like you is not good enough for Xiao Ziyai. I'm ugly and old? How can you be so strong? The two entered the mode of fighting each other, because of Xiao Zi's relationship, they both looked at each other unhappy. Antuin just watched from the side without saying a word, after all, the instigator behind this scene is still Xiao Ziyai. Kojiki Odin's daughter. Kojiki Hiri? That's interesting. Antuin rubbed his chin, and there were bursts of strange laughter from the corner of his mouth. He was not interested in hearing the two quarreling, so he patted his and left. Don't be in a hurry, Anton. Kaido stopped him from behind. Antuin turned his head speechlessly, and asked angrily, do you also want to be Xiao Zi's licking dog? Are you kidding me? I'm the governor and captain of the beast's pirates. How could I be someone else's licking dog? Kaido roared angrily, and immediately took Antuin outside and found a secluded place. Give me a face, let Kuang Si Lang go. Chapter 18. Antuin covered his face. What beast's pirates? Let's change the name to the licking dog pirates. However, this also shows Xiaozi's lethality from the side. The most powerful thing about a woman is her appearance. Kaido. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't give you this face. Looking into Kaido's huge eyes, Antuin still refused. Rejecting a Kaido of the beasts in beasts pirates is no different than sending him to death. The atmosphere suddenly froze, and Kaido stared at Anton without saying a word. Although the two left quietly, Quinn and Kurozumi Orokai also noticed the situation here, and there were great waves in their hearts. Wouldn't it be courting death to confront Kaido? Orokai and Quinn also gave up arguing, both of them thought they would fight, and sneaked away in advance with a tacit understanding. Alright, that's fine. After a moment of stalemate, Kaido unexpectedly gave up. Antuin was surprised. Unexpectedly, Brother Guy is really relieved and accepts his equal status? Didn't fight? When did Boss Kaido become so cowardly? Quinn pouted angrily, and he was counting on Kaido to vent his anger on him. Having been beaten up so badly by Antuin, he has become a joke, and was even nicknamed the disgrace of the three disasters, making him even worse than Jack, the man with the ability to rely on boats, right? What a disappointment! Kurozumi Orokai was also disappointed. Why did Kaido wither at the critical moment? But this also made the two of them see how terrifying Antuin was. Regardless of his strength or status, the rest of them would not be able to shake him. Kaido is also giving enough respect to Antuin. If this matter is placed on other people, laming 8 trigrams will smoke half to death. Half a day later, Xiao Ziyai also got the news from Orokai, and even Kaido's words didn't work. Denjiro is a follower of my father. He has sacrificed enough to protect me, and it is my turn to sacrifice once. Xiaozi's big bright eyes were shining, and the next thing was a direct conversation between her and Antuin. A deep mountain mining area in the capital of flowers. Boom, boom, boom. The mountains collapsed one after another, and Antuin transformed into an apostle again, gnawing at the nearby seastone mine. His way of cultivation is to devour energy, and the energy in the seastone mine is far more than any iron ore or copper mine. So big. Xiaozi watched from a distance, seeing the big tortoise making trouble in the distance, and covered her small mouth in surprise. At a glance, there is almost no end in sight, and the addition of a dozen nearby hills cannot be compared with it. Anton, whose perception was not what it used to be, also noticed that someone was visiting. Looking back with big eyes, the well-dressed Xiaozi came into view. Master Anton. Xiaozi hurriedly waved her hand, Antuin glanced at her, and continued to concentrate on eating ore. A woman will only affect the speed of incubating children. Xiaozi has black lines all over her head. Damn, what kind of attitude is this? Seeing her coming, which one of the beast's pirates doesn't come up and say hello? Even Kaido himself is always courteous to Xiaozi. I don't believe it. Xiaozi finally got into a fight with Antuin, and continued to shout, Master Antuin, I brought you carefully prepared pastries. Quinn and His Majesty the Big Snake often scramble to eat even a little scum. Fearing that Antuin would not be able to hear her voice, Xiaozi opened her voice. Hearing this, Antuin turned around and crawled towards her. A faint smile flashed across Xiaozi's pretty face. Fisting. It's true that she's not good at it, but no one knows better than her when it comes to capturing men. You are Xiaozi. Antuin looked down at the graceful beauty, who smiled idiotically. Yes, it's the first time we meet, please take care of me, Lord Antuin. After finishing speaking, she even winked at Antuin. If this were Hawkeye and Quinn, they would definitely have nosebleeds on the spot. Antuin looked at Xiaozi indifferently, and waved his paw. The voice you called me just now, was so rough. I'm not interested in girls with rough voices. Go back and don't bother me in the future. After speaking, Antuin turned his head and headed towards the seastone mine. As for Xiaozi, she stood motionless, like a sculpture. Looking at Antuin going away, her mind went blank. You, yourself, have been disliked? Even said her voice is rough? Too much deception. I was afraid that you wouldn't hear me, so I opened my voice on purpose. Now you are telling me that your voice is rough? After recovering, Xiaozi stamped her feet angrily. Today, her golden body of Wanakuni's #1 beauty is broken. Actually, it's not that Antuin pretended to be cold on purpose. He really has no interest in Xiaozi. First of all, this woman has a purpose, which is simply to use him. Oh, right. Antuin's big head turned around again. The next time you meet me, wash it off in advance. Your strong perfume smell almost made me faint. You don't have body odor, do you? People with body odor usually wear a lot of perfume to cover up the smell. Chapter 19. Xiaozi was completely dumbfounded. What kind of tiger-wolf words are these? She was trembling with anger. Why would a beautiful girl like her have body odor? Antuin, why can't beautiful girls have body odor? Wow! Maybe it was because she couldn't stand Antuin's ridicule, and finally Xiaozi burst into tears and left crying. When running, Xiaozi's speed was very slow, and she secretly looked back from the corner of her eye. That's right, it's still tactical crying. Tears are also one of the weapons of women, especially beautiful women. It's a pity that Brother Gui has been gnawing at the ore veins, and he doesn't even bother to look at Xiaozi. Antuin's idea is very simple, women. When they become the strongest in the world, don't they need as many as they want? You can't give up the whole forest for one tree. Meanwhile, there has been a lot of buzz about the beast's pirate's mate. After all, several days have passed, and there are also undercover agents from other forces in Wano Kuni. Naval Headquarters was the first to learn of Anton's identity. Marshal's office. I just said how this guy disappeared, so he joined the Beast's pirates. And is this what he looks like? Sengoku stared at several photos, all from Wano Kuni. There is Antuin in the form of an apostle, and there is also the appearance of a human being in daily life. If you look closely, Sengoku's hands are shaking. The flying squirrel is dead, and as the marshal, he must stand up and show it. He promised to the outside world that within 7 days, Antuin would be arrested. As a result, it's almost over, and Antuin hasn't been caught yet. Reporters from the outside world published a piece of news in the newspaper Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku is furious, Laozi is also practical, right? Since we found the target, should we use troops against Wano Kuni immediately? Akainu, who was sitting on the sofa, got up, his eyes under the brim of his hat were cold. Potential pirates like Antuin should be killed before they rise. Although it has risen, after all, everyone is now the deputy captain of the Beast's pirates. Use troops. Sengoku's pupils shrank suddenly, and he hesitated. The battle with the Whitebeard pirates is imminent, and if you go to provoke the Beast's pirates at this time, isn't that courting death? If 4 Emperor's regiments went to war against Marine at the same time, Marine duo would definitely be sunk. Forget it, we'll talk about Flame Terminator later, it's important to clean up Whitebeard now. That BD turtle, let's raise his bounty to 1 billion Baileys. The new reward was spread all over the world in just half an hour. To be honest, without doing anything, the bounty was increased by 500 million, and there was only Antuin in the whole sea. The sea is boiling, 1 billion Baileys, even in the new world where the strong are like clouds, it is an existence that cannot be ignored. What's more, there is another layer of identity, the deputy captain of the Beast's pirates. Frankly speaking, for the deputy captain of the 4 Emperors Regiment, the reward of 1 billion Baileys is already very cheap. After all, Quinn has offered a reward of 1.32 billion Baileys. To put it bluntly, Marine's bounty is a bit insulting. The next day, the Beast's pirates made a strong attack, and it was Anton who shot and sank more than a dozen surveillance warships in Marine. Even the island where they were stationed was sunk by Anton in apostle form. After Sengoku heard the news, he was speechless. Is Nima a child? Is it because the bounty is low, to trouble their Marine? Wait for me, brat. Even if he wanted to kill Anton, he could only hold back at this juncture. Only after the Whitebeard pirates were dealt with could he attack the Beast's pirates. Actually, Sengoku completely misunderstood, the sudden attack of Beast's pirates has nothing to do with the reward of a dime. The main reason is that the Beast's pirates got the information. The Whitebeard pirates have assembled a large fleet, and it seems that they are going to launch a general attack on Naval Headquarters. Many territories are left unguarded, and Kaido's heart flutters. Therefore, at Kaido's order, all the Beast's pirates went out, leaving only one team stationed at Wano Kuni. Like the 3 disasters and the vice-captain Antuin, they were all dispatched. Boom 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 boom. Earth-shattering shelling sounds resounded continuously. A certain island in the New World was being bombarded by more than a dozen warships from the Beast's pirates. Here, it is the site of the Whitebeard pirates. The skeleton flag with 2 beards fell to the ground and was trampled by countless pirates, leaving it in dilapidated condition. In the past, this pirate flag was the strongest guardian flag in New World, but now, Whitebeard, who is over 70 years old, once he goes to Naval Headquarters, he may never come back. No one is afraid of it anymore. When Whitebeard was still at its peak, no one dared to provoke him. Even Kaido, who is a stunned young man, is extremely afraid of Whitebeard's destructive power. But all of that is in the past. Chapter 20. In the depths of the dark seabed, several warships marched side by side, like a school of sharks in the deep sea. It was so powerful that even the nearby sea kings were scared away. The size of this fleet is about 10 ships, and the behemoth headed by it is the Moby Dick. It was Whitebeard's warship. On the deck, Whitebeard sat on a large chair, crushing the phone bug in his hand. That cheek was also filled with a monstrous murderous look. "Daddy!" None of the surrounding sons dared to step forward. "Marco, hurry up. That's it. You are the captain of the first team, if you don't go, who will go? Ace is gone, Dad loves you the most." Everyone looked at Bolatu and pushed him to the front. "What does it mean to love me the most, you bastards? Daddy thinks of me when he is angry, am I the one who took the blame for you?" Marco rubbed his head dumbfoundingly, and asked helplessly, "Dad, has our territory been attacked?" "The territory of New World has been attacked by the Beast's pirates, and more than 20 islands have fallen into their hands." Whitebeard's eyes were fierce, "That brat who only takes advantage of others. Let's put Kaido's affairs aside for now. The most urgent thing is to rescue Ace. The territory is gone, and we can get it back." Marco comforted, "I went back from Naval Headquarters, and I'm looking for a decisive battle with the Beast's pirates." "I think so too, let him be arrogant for a while." Whitebeard's bloodthirsty breath and cold eyes subsided. Marco is right, compared with Ace, everything on the site seems insignificant. "Dad!" The captain of the 3rd Division Diamond Kiazi, suddenly rushed over with a red phone bug in his hand. "The guy with the red hair is calling." Diamond Jotzi turns the phone bug's eyes on Whitebeard. "Yo, Whitebeard!" Opposite the phone bug, a red-haired voice came, "I heard that your site was attacked by the Beast's pirates, and most of the islands fell, causing countless casualties." Hearing this, Whitebeard's eyes sank, and he asked unkindly, "Red-haired brat, are you here to see Lao Zi's joke?" Speaking of it, this is indeed Whitebeard's fault. When Fire Fist Ace arrested Blackbeard before, the red hair persuaded Whitebeard to give up, because Blackbeard was more dangerous than Whitebeard imagined. The scar over the redhead's eye was left by Blackbeard. Whitebeard scoffed at the redhead's dissuasion, and the two even had a big fight, which eventually broke up. And the situation finally developed as the red hair said, and gradually turned to the unfavorable side of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard didn't regret it, "Let Blackbeard go. That's impossible, anyone who violates the iron rules on his ship, kills his companions, no matter who he is, he will not spare the other party. The only pity is that Ace was eventually defeated and captured. Now is not the time to talk about that, the times have gone wild. Do you need help? A certain war-torn island in New World is full of collapsed buildings. Cheers! Ha ha ha, it won't be long before we replace Whitebeard. Long live the Beast's pirates!" Annihilating the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates entrenched on the island, the Beast's pirates celebrated with their glasses high. Gurg gurg gurg. Everyone drank the liquor in the cup, but Antuin was the odd one. The cup contained fine powder, and he finished it with a gurgle, with a look of enjoyment on his face. "Broken teeth? Brother Antuin?" Jack asked curiously. "How can a drink make your teeth grit? Please don't ask such stupid questions next time." Antuin glared at Jack, and immediately handed him the cup. "If you don't believe me, try it, it tastes great, super nourishing." "Real?" Jack took the cup dubiously, and immediately took a sip tentatively. Crack! He suddenly felt a pain in his mouth, and there was something sticking out of his tongue in his mouth. Opening his mouth and spitting out, the broken tooth mixed with blood fell out. Forget it, a feeling of weakness swept through his body, Jack didn't even have the strength to stand up. Plop! He sat down on the ground, with a look of powerlessness and weakness. "You idiot!" Yin on the side stared at Jack like an idiot. "Fool, those powders are all high-purity sea stone, Kaido boss dare not drink it, do you have that tooth? You think you are brother Antuin?" While eating the barbecue, Quinn laughed and said, "Jack, not only are you weaker than us, but your IQ can't catch up with us. I suggest that you be removed from the 3 disasters. It's an embarrassment for Yin and me." Hearing this, Jack wanted to cry. "I see that brother Antuin's drink tastes good, and I want to try it too, who knows?" Ouch, it hurts so much. Jack clutched his stomach in pain, sweating profusely from the pain. "Don't die here." Antuin threw a roll of paper. "Just find a place where no one is around and pull it out, hurry up, and save your intestines from being blocked." Jack struggled to stand up and ran away in a hurry. Everyone burst into laughter. Chapter 21. Little ones, hurry up and fill your stomach, our competitor has appeared. Kaido read the newspaper while drinking. That old woman has also done it, UBD who took advantage of the fire. Are you qualified to speak of others? Antuin is also convinced, don't we do the same thing? Big Mom pirates. Yin's eyes fluctuated, the 4 emperors are not moving, and there is only red hair at the moment. That guy is like a monk. He has no desires or desires. He doesn't care about the territory at all. Quinn added, smoking a cigar. No movement is just for now, maybe it will happen after a while. Antoine said calmly. He clearly remembered that after the Whitebeard pirates fought against Naval Headquarters, the Beast's pirates took advantage of it, and it was the Red Hair pirates who stopped them. Hey, no matter who it is, as long as you dare to block Lao Zi's footsteps, you will be killed without mercy. Kaido tore up newspapers, carried a mace, and his invincible breath shot straight into the sky. The sky cracked again. 2 hours later, the Beast's pirates were in motion. They broke through one island after another, and wherever they went, there was a mess, and all the gold, silver, and treasures were looted. An island in the New World. Boom! The gate of the treasure house was blasted open by Kaido and his gang, and mountains of treasures came into view. Ha ha ha, get rich, how much money is this? Enough for you to marry 10 wives. Idiot, when a man gets married, it means that the happy time of this life is over. The pirates are frantically searching for treasures, and only Xiao Xiaomai is interested in gold. Kaido and others walked to a stone tablet on which some kind of ancient text was recorded. Unfortunately, no one can understand. Unexpectedly, there is a historical text in this broken place. Antuin glanced at Kaido, the fire in this guy's eyes was clearly visible. There are not many things that can make Kaido tempted, and the historical text is one of them. Speaking of which, when he first invaded Wano Kuni, apart from Wano Kuni being a treasure land of fast geomantic omen, he also cared about the ability of the Kojiki clan to interpret historical texts. Among all the historical texts, there are 4 red stones that record the coordinates of Raftel. Only by obtaining and interpreting all of them can one go to Raftel. In Kaido's hand, he is currently holding a red stone, and Auntie also has one. What a pity! Kaido lowered his head, and his rough voice showed some helplessness. The Kojiki clan is almost extinct, and their inheritance of interpreting the historical text is also broken. There were 2 mistakes. Anton said leisurely, first of all, the Kojiki are not extinct, and there are still descendants living in the world. Secondly, even if they are really extinct, there are still people who can interpret the historical text. The Devil Son Nico Robin. Yin frowned slightly. She currently joins the Straw Hat Pirates. The Captain Monkey D. Luffy is the grandson of Hero Garp, and his father is Monkey D. Dragon. Antuin confided all the information he knew. Monkey D. Dragon. Quinn's eyes widened again. Does that guy have a son? Why, according to what you mean, you think he is impotent and cannot have a son? Antuin asked back. No, no, no. I didn't mean that. Quinn shook his head in denial, and said in surprise, everything about that guy is shrouded in mist, and little is known about him. It's really surprising that a son suddenly pops up right now. I don't care if he has a son. Kaido said domineeringly and savagely, find a chance and bring Nico Robin back. Her ability to interpret historical texts is what Lao Zi needs. Leave this to me. Antuin grinned, his face full of mischief. Boom 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 boom. Kaka. 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 A sudden shelling shattered the treasure house where several people were, and Kaido and others who were caught off guard were all buried alive. But... bang! Kaido turned into a blue dragon and rushed out of the ruins first. Yin transformed into a pteranodon and followed closely behind. On the ground, Jack turned into a mammoth and ran out of the ruins. Quinn turned into a yellow brachiosaurus, and slammed into the ruined wall. Finally, boom! With a thunderous bang, all the ruins were blown into powder. Entering the apostle mode, Anton, who turned into a big tortoise, flicked his tail and crushed everything. Since then, all beasts in zoo, oh no, all beasts pirates have been turned into beasts. On the sea, a red battleship was floating, and the gun barrel was still smoking. It was obvious that they were the ones who did it. This ship is not big, it is just an ordinary pirate ship, the overall color is bright red, and the pirate flag fluttering in the wind is also rather strange. The skeleton rests on crossed western knives, and there are 3 scars on the left eye. Everyone in the beast's pirates sank, including Kaido, who rarely showed fear. Red hair pirates, here they come. Chapter 22. The rewards of red hair pirates are relatively balanced, not as big a gap as other pirate groups. For example, Beckman is not much different from the red hair who has a reward of 4,048,900,000 Baileys. Most of the other 4 Emperor's regiments have captains in a main sea, like Yin and Marco, they are at most sub-sea. But red hair pirates is different. Both Beckman and red hair are the main sea. This is the fundamental reason why red hair can become the youngest 4 Emperors. The double sea configuration is devastating. Yeah, it's really spectacular. The red hair on the deck, slightly messy hair dances in the wind. Looking at the beast's pirates with all the beasts, I was quite touched in my heart. Especially when I stared at Antuin's huge body, I was very shocked. His limbs did not go into the sea, which was bigger than an island. Not to mention, Antuin's current weight has exceeded 100,000 tons. During the time he took refuge with the beast's pirates, he ate too much sea stone ore, and he made up for it. Redhead, are you FG nosy again? In the sky the Kaido of the beasts roared first. Obviously, it wasn't the first time that red hair had done this kind of behavior. This world is already chaotic enough, so let's not come out to add to the chaos, isn't it good to just wait and watch? The redhead said with a smile, too many people have died, let's stop here, Kaido, the world needs stability. This speech is full of the heart of the Virgin Mary. The world needs to be stable. Does this have something to do with pirates? Aren't pirates just to add chaos to the world? I think it's better for you to be marine. Antuin also spoke, expressing his feelings. What about the redhead? To be a pirate is to do what a pirate does, burning, killing, looting, and doing all kinds of evil. When you are a marine, you do what the marine does and uphold justice. If you're a celestial dragons, do what celestial dragons are supposed to do, eat, drink, have fun, and be the biggest piece of human trash. In the eyes of pure pirates, a person with red hair is a typical FG misconception. Everyone is a pirate, a scum, and a scum, why do you always act like a savior? Today, Lao Zi will give you some color. Kaido's teeth itched in anger, his mouth opened, and a scorching flame attack fell from the sky, hot breath. The pillar of flame light fell mightily, and the entire sky was burned red. Under normal circumstances, only the 4 Emperors can block the attack of the 4 Emperors. Swish! Beckman's feet seem to be equipped with springs, and he leaps into the air, with a jump of tens of meters high. He holds the barrel in his hand, uses the butt as a weapon, an armament haki wraps around the entire body of the gun. Looking at the oncoming flames, Beckman stared, "Go back." Boom! Sparks flew from the sky, and the powerful blow forced the flames to stop falling. Beckman continued to exert force, the veins on his face swelled, and he used all his strength to throw the pillar of fire back. "A-hole Beckman!" Qinglong Kaido yelled and cursed, but he was envious and jealous of the red hair in his heart. Why don't I have such a strong teammate? No, I have it too." Kaido looked at Anton suddenly, blinking his eyes. "The meaning is very simple, big brother. It's time for you to stand up and show your majesty. After all, Beckman is also the deputy captain." "Kaido, what are you looking at me for? He's already provoking you, hurry up and FK him." Antuin looked at Kaido, who was staring at him. "Is this stupid? Kaido?" In desperation, Kaido opened his mouth wide again, and as soon as his hot breath spewed out, the sky exploded with a bang, and the forces were mutually ineffective. "Are you the new mate of the beast's pirates?" The red hair cast a glance at Antuin, and invited him very interestedly, "Are you interested in joining us? If you come, you are. Come and I will be the captain." Antuin grabbed the words, "Yes, I can think about it. Of course, if I become the captain, the first thing I will do is to fire you, the Holy Mother BCH." To be honest, no matter how popular the redhead is, Antuin doesn't like him. The simple and rough beasts pirates are more suitable for him. "Pirates, our duty is to kill people and set fire to maintain the stability and justice of the world. That is what Marines should do." But having said that, the red-haired guy does have an affair with the world government. As a pirate, he can even rush to Marijoyce to meet the five elders. It is completely a heterogeneous existence among pirates. "Brothers, stop talking nonsense, let's go to war. FK them to death." With a roar, Kaido of the Beasts took the lead in attacking the red-hair pirates on the sea. Pteranodon Yin followed closely behind. Boom boom boom. The two emperors are at war, and Haki will go first. The red hair releases Haki immediately. Kaido is not afraid, and the monstrous conqueror's Haki fights with him. The clear sky is shrouded in dark clouds, and dense black thunder is running in the atmosphere. If you are unfortunately hit, you will burp if you are unlucky. Boom. A shot rings out and Beckman shoots Kaido. Antuin was a little upset when he saw this. He is also the vice captain, and he is also the master C. Why are you ignoring Lao Zi? Chapter 23. Antuin opened his mouth wide, and fiery energy gushed out. Brother Antuin is about to make a move. The crew of the Beast's pirates were excited, feeling the awesome power. Everyone moved out of the way one after another. Next, it's time for Brother Antuin to perform. Pity. On the other side, Beckman sighed, and the fired bullet was dodged by Kaido. Regardless of Kaido's huge body, his mobility is still very good. Boom boom boom. Huge flame bombs flew head-on, and the sea that passed along the way boiled. This guy should not be underestimated. Beckman, Kaido is handed over to me, and the flame devourer is yours to deal with. The redhead said solemnly that he felt threatened, but he could only count on Beckman to face Kaido. Swish! Beckman jumped up again, and Haki was still entangled with the gun butt and smashed out, and then slammed it hard. A seemingly simple attack is actually extremely powerful. After all, even Kaido's enthusiasm has been returned. A deputy captain's move should be stress-free, right? Boom! Facts have proved that Beckman thought too much. The moment he hit the fireball, he was instantly repelled. The gun stock made a crisp sound, and a large number of cracks appeared. Beckman was horrified, even his Haki couldn't stop it. His arms holding the gun barrel were also stinging from the shock. Careless. Beckman's heart fell to the trough, and this blow was actually stronger than Kaido's heat. Finally, Beckman withdrew helplessly, letting the fireball fly into the distance. If not, his arms might be broken. Boom boom boom. There was a loud noise in the sea, and the battleship of red hair pirates was hit tragically, and was blown into sawdust all over the sky in the blink of an eye. A large number of pirates fell into the deep sea. How did you do it? The deafening explosion stunned the redhead who was fighting Kaido. He looked back. Damn, where is Lao Zi's boat? Good chance. Seeing that the red hair was distracted, Kaido quietly approached, and the dragon claws shrouded in cold light swept away forcefully. Pooh! Wow! The red hair let out a low growl in pain, and then blood spilled into the sky. His chest was ripped apart, and even with armament Haki defending him, he was torn out with piercing scars. Ha ha ha! Do you still dare to meddle in my own business in the future? Seeing this, Kaido yelled triumphantly. Nice job, Kaido, teach this cripple a lesson. Antuin also clapped his hands and applauded. Maybe it was a mistake, and the red hair was not happy no matter how he looked at it. Shanks! Captain! Boss! The red-haired crew members were stunned. They were supposed to stop the beast's pirates, but how could they be turned over as soon as they came up? Don't worry about me, concentrate on dealing with your enemies. The redhead gritted his teeth, but luckily Haki defended him. Although the injury was serious, it was not fatal. Are you still in the mood to worry about him? Antuin's eyes were cold, staring at the red-haired group who fell into the water, including Yasopp and Lacey Lu. They are the core cadres of the red hair pirates, and their status is equivalent to the 3 disasters of the beast's pirates. Antuin opened his mouth wide, and another fiery energy bomb condensed. Bang! There was a gunshot, and the black bullet drew a dangerous arc. Pooh! Antuin's right paw was pierced, leaving a bullet hole the size of a fist. The shooter was none other than Beckman. An attack like yours will never defeat me. Antuin glanced at the wound calmly, waved his hand nonchalantly and said, I have such a big body, you actually hit me with bullets, how many years are you going to kill me? Beckman squinted, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, as if he didn't bother to explain. Pooh! The next moment, there was a loud noise from the wound, and the fist-sized wound burst instantly. A wound several meters in diameter was torn out. Now, do you still think I can't beat you? Beckman asked in a flat voice. Opening his mouth, he spit out smoke rings, indescribably calm. Antuin looked at the wound silently. For others, he probably died. But how could the great seventh apostle be shot to death? Regardless of the size of the wound, to Antuin, it was just a bit of a skin break. Have you ever seen a broken skin that can kill a person? I understand. After a moment of silence, Antuin suddenly said, You inject Haki into the bullet and destroy my body from the inside, so the lethality will naturally be stronger. Don't look at what Antuin said is simple, but in the sea, there are very few people who can do this. The attack is good, but there is a fart. Antuin suddenly exerted force, and pushed his huge head towards Beckman. Beckman sneered, and fired several times with bang bang bang. Dang 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 dang. On the head, the flames splashed, and the bullets bounced abruptly. Antuin's head was obviously harder. Boom! Beckman took a head hammer solidly, and there was a bang on the sea, 100-meter splash was raised, and it sank into the sea and disappeared. Beckman! The crew of red hair pirates was stunned. Why did the old Yamato get injured as soon as he came up? Are you sure it's here to stop the beast's pirates, not to get beaten? Chapter 24. The red hair and Beckman suffered setbacks one after another, so that the cadres of the red hair group doubted their lives. Did the beast's pirates play chicken blood? Why are they so fierce all of a sudden? Beckman! The redhead was heartbroken, sad, and angry. But this time he learned the trick, and he slashed vigorously, and the golden slash struck out forcefully, forcing Kaido back first. He looked at the tumbling sea, and when he was about to go into the water for rescue, Beckman emerged. Fine. The red-haired breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at Antuin with astonishing killing intent. It's all because he joined the gang and everything changed. If it wasn't for Antuin before, the redhead wouldn't be distracted and get hurt. Now Beckman is also because of Anton. It's just the addition of a second captain, which has brought incredible changes to the beast's pirates. Bang bang bang! Beckman fired again, and several bullets with armament haki flew towards Anton's big eyes. Idiot! With a sweep of Antuin's paw, the wind raged, and the calm sea turned into stormy waves. The bullet was also affected by the hurricane, its trajectory deviated, and it passed Antuin's head. Beckman's eyes froze. Obviously it's the vice-captain, why do you feel that it's more difficult than Kaido? Looking at Kaido and Antuin from the corner of the eye, Beckman secretly had a headache. It's not that he hasn't played against Kaido before, and he isn't as difficult to deal with as Antuin. Whoa! The scorching breath filled the sky and the earth, as if being in a volcano. Beckman looked up, and Antuin breathed out again. He didn't resist, and dived into the water decisively. This move is more powerful than Kaido's heat. Pushing his head forward, a huge flame bomb flew out of his mouth. Suddenly, the sky and the earth were scorching hot, and the temperature within a radius of 100 meters increased by hundreds of degrees. Boom boom boom! The surface of the water was hit mercilessly, like a meteorite falling into the sea, and the water splashed thousands of meters high. Beckman, who thought he would be safe by diving underwater, realized how wrong he was. The cold sea water heated up rapidly, and in less than 5 seconds, the sea water was bubbling and bubbling. He was in extreme pain, his body was severely burned, and a layer of skin immediately retreated. Had it not been for armament haki, perhaps he would have been cooked. Crash! Beckman quickly rushed out of the water, but Antuin seemed to have expected it long ago, and his exaggerated claws swept along the water. Beckman subconsciously picked up the rifle and took aim. But the next moment, he gave up. It is useless if you hit it. The damage caused by firearms, even with the haki bonus, is still a drizzle for others. Beckman turned to defense, arms crossed, ready to take the blow. But... swish swish swish! Several black figures swept out from behind Beckman, all red-hair pirates' cotters. Lakai Lu, Beckman, Dej, Bendix Nico, Lime Jones, and others all shot. When one party is in trouble, all parties support. This is red-hair pirates. They formed a solid wall and stood in front of Beckman. Everyone! Beckman burst into tears, feeling infinitely moved. However, in the next second, the emotion turned into anger. Boom! The huge black shadow covers the sky and the earth, how can manpower stop it? After the fierce collision, they flew out one after another, like dumplings, and fell into the sea one after another. However, their goal has been achieved and they successfully prevented Anton from attacking Beckman. Damn, look at other people's little brother, risk your life, our little brother is trash, Kaido. Antoine kept yelling at Kaido. Ember. Quinn. Jack. Die to me. The surface of the sea was stained red with blood, and his companions were injured one after another. Beckman was furious. He was like an ancient dragon waking up, and a thick shock wave of darkness hit him. Boom! Antuin took the blow head-on, and his huge body couldn't help but backed away. This hanging hair, there is such a powerful armament haki. Antuin looked at Beckman in disbelief, he was knocked back? A few days ago, in the battle between him and Kaido, he was also repelled, but the opponent was Kaido, who offered a reward of more than 4.6 billion men. Not only are you a main C, but you are also a FG violent main C, that's not bad, Beckman. After being surprised, Antuin opened his mouth and said seductively, are you interested in joining our beasts pirates? I'll call you Fei Liu Bao, big brother. I think it will work. Quinn quickly agreed, he was in charge of the Fei Liu Bao, so, wouldn't Beckman become his younger brother? Beckman's face twitched wildly. What did the BD think of him? After all, he can be regarded as the fighting power of the Emperor, even if he is not on the same level, and he has been lowered by 2 FG levels. He is not worthy to be Kaido's younger brother, but can only be Quin's younger brother. Commonly known as brother-in-brother. Antuin, you don't have to be complacent, I have already found your weakness. The corners of Beckman's mouth curled up, and in a flash, he appeared on Anton's back. Turtle creatures have a characteristic, limited by the length of their limbs, they can't touch their backs. You can't touch me now, can you? Hearing this, Antuin almost cried, and finally, is someone finally willing to use my body to open up wasteland? Chapter 25. Where did Antuin's younger brother summoned 2 times before go? In fact, he was sleeping on his back. Unfortunately, after so long, no one dared to provoke him. Today, finally a hunk showed up. Big Eye Boy and the Devourer are waiting for him. Beckman seems to be going up. Let's go too, he's too dangerous alone, that Antuin's bounty is seriously inconsistent with his strength. He's a big problem. The cotters of the red-haired regiment also got out of the water one by one, and they were all injured. Even so, he still dragged his injured body and swam towards Antuin. Your opponent is me. A black shadow streaked across the sky. Yasopp looked up, and the sharp claws struck him instantly. Oh no, it's Yin Poof. Wow! Claws brushed across his cheek, and Yasopp let out a scream. Yin roamed the sky, waving his blood-stained claws, with a stern expression on his face. A hole! The rest were furious. Raziru took out his weapon, and was about to shoot into the sky, when a series of running sounds came. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Quin's mechanical hand turned into a Gatling machine gun, and a shuttle of bullets swept over. They are all sea stone bullets, even if they cover armament haki, the body is easy to be pierced. As a last resort, the cotters of red hair pirates dived into the water again. Since then, the war between Beasts pirates and red hair pirates has started in full swing. Kaido vs Redhead. Antoine vs Beckman. 3 disasters vs Yasopp and other cotters. On Antuin's back, the ground was pitch black, and there were hard rocks everywhere, and some places were still soft, and if he stepped on it a little harder, he might fall into it. It's over when it falls, it's all magma. It seems that my analysis is correct. If you hide on your back, that guy can't attack. Beckman observation haki swept away and found that there was no danger around him, so he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He lowered his head and pondered, if you want to defeat Antuin, you have to hurt his vitals. One is the head, and the other is nothing more than the heart. The head is too strong to break unrealistically. As for Antuin's heart, it seems a little hard to find with such a big body. Beckman suddenly turned his head, staring at the round reef not far away, and with a bang, the bullet flew away. Rumble! The thumb-sized bullet, like a condensed bomb, shattered the reef. Know anyone? Could it be just an illusion? Beckman muttered to himself, feeling that someone was spying on him. Observation haki swept back and forth several times, but it was still lifeless, with no suspicious targets. Probably because I overthink it. Beckman muttered quietly. Gulu gulu. At the place where the explosion happened just now, a strange big eye suddenly drilled out of the magma flowing on the ground. It was Urgel who was devoured by Big Eye Boy. In fact, it wasn't that Beckman was thinking too much. Big Eye Boy was indeed lurking all the time looking for opportunities. It's a pity that Beckman is not an ordinary person, and he still found something suspicious. If Big Eyed Boy hadn't melted his body into the magma, he might have been exposed. The stalemate cannot continue. The Beasts pirates are no longer the Beasts pirates they used to be. They are even more dangerous than the Whitebeard pirates. The glare in Beckman's eyes flickered. The battle must end as soon as possible. If not, just retreat quickly, there is no need to stay here. Bang! Suddenly, there was a slight vibration from the boulder on the southeast side. Beckman observation Haki quickly reached out and pulled the trigger of the rifle he had aimed. Boom! The bullets hit, and the reef was blown to pieces. The spreading shock wave blew the Devourer hidden behind back again and again. I knew there was something ambushing. Beckman snorted coldly, and the Devourer roared. The ugly mouth opened, and golden flames spewed out. Boom boom boom. The golden flame was so hot that it melted even the reef in an instant. Beckman didn't hit hard, pulled his body back, and then made up with a shot. Pooh! Wow! The Devourer grunted in pain, the black bullet embedded in the flesh, and immediately exploded with a bang. Scary blood holes were dug out of the Devourer's head. Not satisfied with this, Beckman frowned. If it were placed on a normal person, the head would have been blown to pieces. But if the Devourer... Ho 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 ho! The headshot not only did not scare him, but completely aroused the ferocity of the Devourer. He beat his chest frantically, took a step forward with his right foot, and leaned forward slightly. Beckman raised his vigilance, it seemed like he was about to rush over. But... what puzzled Beckman was that the corner of the Devourer's ugly mouth suddenly rose, and the protruding right leg also retracted. Beckman was startled, faint. Bang! The ground behind him suddenly split open, and the big-eyed boy who was almost exactly the same as the Devourer came out. While Beckman's attention was still on the Devourer, Big-Eyed Boy grabbed Beckman's shoulders with his thick arms and held him tightly. Damn it, I was fooled. Beckman cursed secretly, damn it, he was cheated by two bastards, what a shame. Chapter 26. Beckman also realized that the monster he discovered first was not the Devourer, but the big-eyed boy who locked him. You boy is finished. Antuin's voice resounded in the sky. Big-eyed boy has two dangerous tricks. One is when you open your eyes, it will be miserable to look at him. It's over. Beckman was taken aback, then struggled tentatively. Regardless of his thin arms and legs, his strength seems to be nothing to mention, but as he exerted his strength, Big-Eyed Boy swayed up and down with him. Beckman has a plan in his mind, and once he's at full strength, he won't have much trouble breaking away from Popeye. Antuin, it is undeniable that we have lowered your combat effectiveness. This is my mistake, but ah! There was a flash of sharpness in Beckman's eyes, you also underestimated me. Boom boom boom. With the pores all over his body open, armament Haki once again exploded like a shock wave. Ka ka ka. Finally crushed stones flew all over the sky, and the unstoppable violent aura crushed all the nearby reefs. Bang! Big-Eye Boy was also repelled, and his bloated body actually flew up. It spun several times in the air, and then smashed hard to the ground. Stop pretending to be a fool. I hope that the two of them will not be able to defeat me. Beckman said hoarsely, you have to do it yourself. Antuin was also convinced, he was hugged by Big-Eye Boy, why do you still have the courage to say such a thing? The last time Quinn and Big-Eye Boy met each other, they were instantly killed on the spot. And being hugged by Big-Eyed Boy has a similar effect, the blood tank is emptied. Pooh! Ugh! After pretending to be aggressive for less than 3 seconds, Beckman's heart-piercing screams made countless people look sideways. His abdomen seemed to be detonated by someone, blasting out terrifying blood holes. It was as big as a head, and the stomach and intestines fell out. Beckman! Deputy Captain! Oh my god! Sensing the situation here, the Red Hair pirates were in a mess, and a large number of pirates rushed over to escort them like crazy. Boom! Antuin's claws hit the sea hard, setting off a tsunami more than 10 meters high. Crash! Yasopp and others who came to reinforce were all mercilessly sucked into the depths of the seabed. Boom! A huge golden slash shattered the tsunami, and a red gust of wind was fleeting, rushing towards Beckman in an unstoppable manner. Boom 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 boom. The man's conqueror's haki flew wildly, and Antuin's huge body trembled. The Devourer, beat him up. Antuin yelled helplessly. The red-haired BD stepped on his turtle shell to release Conqueror's haki. Did he take him seriously? This act is the equivalent of peeing on top of your head. He didn't even find it satisfying, so he slapped Antuin's face with two big mouths. Bang 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 bang. The Devourer hammered his chest with both arms, tilted his head forward, and sprinted like a heavy tank. Looking at the miserable Beckman, the vitality is almost gone. The furious red-haired combat power exploded, the griffin in his hand swept away, and the giant golden slash roared away. Pooh! Blood splattered, and the Devourer's head was cut with a meter-long cut, and even the skull could be clearly seen. Even so, the Devourer did not slow down. Bang caw caw! The head hammer was so powerful that the red-haired sternum was sunken on the spot. He himself spurted a mouthful of blood from his mouth, flying 100 or 200 meters like a dead dog, almost falling off Antuin's broad back. It's now, big-eyed boy! Antuin urged loudly, and as soon as the red hair got up from the ground, Big-Eye Boy grabbed it with both arms. Shanks, don't get caught! Beckman yelled to remind him in a flashing light that he had given up inexplicably after he was caught. It's really annoying to lose. Boom boom boom. The wind and sand rose, the red thunder raged, and the red hair ignored the injury, and the conqueror's haki raged again. Big-Eye Boy firmly stepped on the ground. Although he was not overturned by the conqueror's haki, his speed slowed down significantly, and his two arms were slightly dull for a moment. Call out! It was just this brief moment when the red-haired escaped. Are you all right, Shanks? Beckman lay on the ground in a panic, and asked out of breath. Don't talk about me at this time, how are you? Looking at the injury of the good friend, the red hair frowned, and his heart was bleeding. It's okay, the internal organs are not injured, just, the wound is a bit scary. Beckman said bitterly, he was disemboweled, can it not be scary? Naturally, the redhead didn't believe it. If he didn't get medical treatment for a long time, Beckman probably would have a cold. Back, Shanks. This time we were sloppy. We didn't understand the enemy's ability, so we attacked rashly, and we lost completely. Beckman closed his eyes, not so much being hasty as underestimating Anton. This is definitely a man with a higher risk factor than Kaido. Withdraw. Redhead smiled wryly. Red Force was blown to pieces. How to withdraw? Chapter 27. The red-haired guts were full of regrets, and she was abused instead of pretending to be coercive. This is probably the situation now. Haha. Do you know that you are afraid, you disabled man? Kaido's villain-like voice resounded through the sky, and he, who turned into a green dragon, swam freely in the sky. The dragon face full of smiles was in stark contrast to the red-haired livid face. After all, the beast's pirates had a big win this time, beating the red-hair pirates. When Kaido wanted to attack other pirates before, the red-haired guy would always stand up and intervene, and the name is to protect the balance of the world. At that time, the strengths of the two sides were still in a relatively balanced stage, and Kaido had nothing to do with him. This time, looking at Beckman and the red hair covered in blood, Kaido couldn't be happier. Go to hell, redhead! Kaido roared, and the wind and waves all over the sky gushed out. Puff puff puff! Shocking cracks were scraped out of the earth, deep into the soil, and even the rocks were chopped into pieces. Boom boom boom! The redhead repeats the same trick, and the conqueror's haki continues to output. In that distant sky, dark clouds condensed and thunder and lightning raged. The thunder dragon, which was filled with silver light, condensed in an instant, and bombarded Antuin's back indiscriminately. Boom boom boom! Countless strange rocks collapsed, and a large number of particles flew into the distance. Even the hurricane Kaido summoned was roughly pierced by lightning. The red-haired griffin pointed to Kaido of the beasts, as if he had merged into nature, and everything obeyed his command. Crackling! The next moment, another huge brontosaurus descended from the sky, even bigger than Kaido. Rumble! Damn thing! Kaido was hit tragically and screamed in pain. He was covered in thick smoke and fell towards the sea. This guy with red hair, why does he look like a magical master sea? Antuin couldn't help complaining that after Conqueror's Haki reaches ultimate, it will develop a unique ability, the Overlord's Territory. Conqueror's Haki at its peak can integrate into nature, communicate with all things in nature, and get the loyalty of all things. The territory of the Overlord also has another name, listening to the voice of all things. However, no matter what ability it is at the moment, it can't make Antuin forgive the red hair. This puny kid, like Thor, had a carpet bombing down his spine. Redhead, you can't forgive me? The one who suffers is the same as you. Shanks. Beckman raised his hand with difficulty, pointed to the sky and said, "Come on, come on." The red-haired man looked up in confusion, and his pupils shrank suddenly. I don't know when it started, Big Eye Boy has already jumped into the sky. He aimed at the redhead with his thick right foot and kicked it with inertia. Too slow. Knowing that Big-Eyed Boy was in danger, the red-haired body retreated. Rumble. The ground trembled suddenly, and thick smoke rose everywhere. Big-Eye Boy stepped on the air and kicked lonely. Buzz buzz. Just as the red hair breathed a sigh of relief, the aftermath of the fall spread far away. After being touched, he immediately felt dizzy. The world seen by both eyes has become blurred. The redhead was taken aback. Damn it, this ugly attack still has a dizzy effect? The most deceitful thing was that he hadn't even touched himself. Shanks, get out of the way. Beckman roared anxiously, looking around. The Devourer was approaching. The evil and ugly mouth opened, and golden flames sprayed out with all its strength. Boom boom boom. The hard reef melts into a liquid state, and its power is terrifying. If it is a normal Shanks, even if this attack cannot be avoided, it can be easily avoided. But right now, isn't it still in the dizzy stage? Wow! The great pirate standing at the top of the pyramid 4 emperors red-haired Shanks, screamed like a pig being killed at this moment. In the flames, he was in unbearable pain, rolling over and over again. The skin on the entire face melted. In some places, it was burned to the bone. Antoine ah! The red hair in the flames roared to the sky, an armament Haki was wrapped around him to relieve the pain caused by the flames. Second, the Conqueror's Haki rampages, sending golden flames flying. The red hair that came into view was horrible, and her cheeks had been burnt beyond recognition. Even the bones of the right leg were already exposed. Listen to me, Anton, you guys won today, but it won't be the case next time. The red hair scratched at the void, and several tornadoes descended without warning. The raging wind had a scale of dozens of levels, and even Anton's huge body shook slightly, wishing to overturn him. The redhead himself hurriedly picked up Beckman, who was also covered by the strong wind and blown out of sight. After half a sound, the gust of wind subsided, and the sea returned to tranquility. Antuin looked at the blue sky, muttering words at the corner of his mouth. The red-haired land reclamation failed, and the group also exploded. The entire red hair pirates was beaten to pieces, isn't it a bomb? Chapter 28. The operation of the red hair, I really don't understand it, can you still run like this? After recovering, Antuin was also convinced. Conqueror's Haki has developed him to a comprehensive level. Not to mention being able to attack and defend, he can actually run away. Crash! The blue dragon Kaido rushed out of the water. On him, the suppression of the sea water on the ability user could not be seen at all. Among all the 4 emperors, only the redhead is an anomaly. Without relying on the fruit ability, you can do some incredible things with Conqueror's haki. Kaido raised his head, looking into the distance thoughtfully. This is not the first time. Well, he was taught so badly this time, that guy should be in pain for a while. Antuin's face was full of gloating. Both Redhead and Beckman were severely injured, and without a period of recuperation, it is estimated that they will not be able to recover. Half a day later, the victorious Beast's pirates celebrated enthusiastically. And Antuin, through this battle, completely secured his position as the deputy captain. Everyone is convinced by him, especially Kaido, who was shameful to kneel and lick Antuin to join the Beast's pirates, but now it seems that he has made a lot of money. At the banquet, Antuin undoubtedly became the most dazzling star. The limelight is unlimited, even overshadowing the Captain Kaido of the Beasts. Everyone flatters him, and rainbow farts come one after another. Master Antuin, you don't have a girlfriend yet, let's see how my concubine is. Sitting on the ground, Anton, who was drinking a drink, smelled a strong smell of perfume. He immediately thought of the coquettish Xiao Ziai before. But, the smell of the two is compared, this one is stronger. Turning his head, he saw that it was Black Maria dressed up enchantingly and with heavy makeup. She has blonde hair and blue eyes, holds a cigarette pouch, wears a kimono that exposes her breasts, and has horns similar to Kaido's on her forehead. Aren't you Kaido's woman? Antuin asked playfully. Why, you think Kaido is too dark, and want to give him a green hat? Look at what you said, he is innocent. Black Maria breathed out the fragrance, and said with winking eyes like silk, belonging to Governor Kaido is for the sake of life, as for you, that is the direction of love. The direction of the bullshit's love. Lao Zi's mother is meeting you for the first time. Antuin rolled his eyes, this woman is really running the train with her mouth full. He, look at what you said, so what about the first meeting? Black Maria laughed foolishly, her voice was intoxicating. Yudeo is love at first sight, when you meet the right person, let alone meeting for the first time, the first sight is enough to stay together for life. After finishing speaking, Black Maria took the initiative to hug Antuin's neck, and squeezed heavily on Antuin's back. The white jade-like chin was placed gently on Antuin's shoulder, blowing the fragrance in his ears. Antuin raised his brows, frowned and said, don't play too much, just fart. For the girls of the Beast's pirates, don't be sympathetic, rough is the most reasonable solution. Oh, what a fart! For the convenience of Mr. Antuin, the house has been washed clean. Black Maria smiled alluringly. It's none of my business if you wash your a. Antuin was very speechless, this woman seemed to be very capable of nonsense. I'm also doing it for the sake of Mr. Antuin. After all, some men like to go down the third lane. Maybe Mr. Antuin has a similar hobby. So, they washed it in advance, so that Mr. Antuin can have a great experience. To be honest, first Kaido, then the red-haired Shanks and Beckman, there are famous characters in the sea, and Antuin has seen them all. It can also be said that you have seen strong winds and waves, right? But in the face of Black Maria, Antuin found sadly that he was not an opponent because he talked too little. No. It's not my fault, the main reason is that this woman is too unrestrained. Antuin quickly shook his head, is this his fault? No one can handle such a woman, okay? Okay, you won, just talk about it if you have anything to say. Antuin relented, in terms of talking, I would like to call you the strongest. He. People are telling the truth. Black Maria let out a charming smile like a silver bell, and then her eyes flashed, and she asked expectantly, I heard that Master Antuin can create a kind of ancient series of weapons. Why, are you interested too? Anton frowned. Speaking of which, last time he brutally tortured Kaido with the ancient Taideo, the old boy was always thinking about it. He often pestered Anton and asked him to build an ancient mace. To be honest, it depends on luck. The volcano on the back will erupt again in the future. If there is an ancient mace, Anton would not mind giving it to Kaido. The key is whether Kaido is destined to be the Emperor of Europe. Look at your luck. If there are any spares, it's okay to send them to you. Antuin raised the cup, and swallowed the sea stone powder in one gulp. As soon as he drank it, a warm current flowed through his body. Antuin was refreshed, and the accumulated energy had reached the bottleneck again. Time to erupt again. Chapter 29. Every time the volcano behind Antuin erupts, it can bring countless benefits. Either it is a magical weapon, or it is a high-quality younger brother like Devourer. Anyway, no matter what it is, it can bring great benefits to Antuin. On a small island in the New World, Antuin entered the apostle mode and turned into a huge turtle. Everyone in the beast's pirates watched silently from afar. Boom boom boom. The volcano has spewed out thick fog, and a small amount of magma splashed into the air. Everyone stays away, after all, magma is not a joke. Once engulfed, not even the corpse can be found. But there are exceptions. Kaido is a fearless guy, right above the volcano. He turned into a green dragon and watched eagerly. It erupted. I don't know if it was his ancient mace. That thing is ridiculously strong. The last time Antuin was able to beat Kaido violently, the ancient Tadeo contributed a lot. Since then, Kaido has been obsessed with the ancient mace. Boom! With a loud bang, magma erupted hundreds of meters high. Even Kaido in the air was affected, with black smoke all over his body, but he just twitched his dragon face, and then he didn't respond. The strongest creatures in the sea, land, and air are not called for nothing, they are rough-skinned, thick-fleshed, and have thick defenses. In the fierce battle with the red hair before, even though he was injured, Kaido healed himself in a few minutes. In terms of resilience, even Antuin couldn't match it. Rumble. The next moment, magma erupted again from the volcano. Huge magma pillars soared into the sky, and golden light shone in them, as dazzling as the sun. Kaido was very excited when he saw this, flicked the dragon's tail and got into it. Pooh! Lava sprinkled all over his body, covering most of his body. Even so, he didn't even bat an eyebrow. This big idiot! Antuin was also speechless, he had never seen such a fearless person. Even if it is magma, you can jump into it without hesitation. Antuin is not afraid of magma and flames, it is entirely due to the high fire attribute resistance, even magma can be swallowed, but Kaido does not have this attribute. Perhaps because of the boldness of Ujo people, Kaido succeeded. Swish! The cyan figure rushed out of the magma, and Kaido's dragon claw was holding a golden bean. The hole is golden yellow, round in shape, about 2 meters in diameter. Wait, this is a bean? Antuin rubbed his eyes, and after making sure he read it correctly, he exclaimed, Son Anko? Why is this guy so lucky? This is the material for forging ancient weapons. About 20 pieces can make an ancient mace. This is the slowest way to get ancient weapons. A European emperor like Antuin just flopped. In addition to exchanging beans, there is another more exciting way, depending on Kaido's reluctance. Antuin, what is this thing? Kaido hugged the golden mineral excitedly. This is the material for making ancient weapons. If you have saved up to 20, you can find a master blacksmith to make ancient weapons. Antuin explained patiently. 20. The joy on Kaido's face was swept away. This FG wait until the year of the monkey? It can be seen that you also feel very slow. Antuin smiled slightly, and the corners of his mouth raised a little, with a particularly cunning feeling. Kaido, I personally sponsor you 3 beans, how about we open a jar? What does it mean to open the jar? Kaido asked like a curious baby. I already have 3 beans, and with this moment in your hand, we have 4. In order to quickly obtain the weapons of the ancient series, I developed a unique ability that can refine 4 beans into jars. As for what is opened, it is controlled randomly. It could also be a spear, a machete, and so on. Antuin explained patiently. What are the odds of a mace coming out of a jar? Kaido asked calmly. This. The corner of Antuin's mouth twitched. Isn't this hairy man so thick? But he calmed down now? There should be a 10% chance. After thinking about it for a while, Antuin said foolishly. So low? I won't do it. Kaido hugged the beans tightly. I want to save up to 20 beans to exchange for the ancient mace. Damn it, you coward, shame on you. Antuin turned into a irascible old man, and scolded angrily, in this life, I would rather live in the past than trade beans for shame. A real man, only open cans. It's all sobby for the beans. However, Kaido still has a cold face, he doesn't care at all, a fool is a fool, sometimes it's good to be a fool. Why can't this Harry be fooled? Antuin was secretly depressed, and immediately gritted his teeth and said, Kaido, to tell you the truth, I have a secret method that can increase the chance of getting a mace to 50%, or even 80%. Real. Kaido was overjoyed, and under his gaze, Antuin took out an ancient book. It has a pattern similar to a magic circle. This is the ancient essence treasure. Ah bah, this is the ancient essence treasure. As long as you recite the spell, the chance is at least 50% to start. Chapter 30. How is it, Kaido? Trust me, real man, only open cans. Swapping beans is ABCH's thing. Do you want to be a woman? Antuin's continuous stimuli were stimulated, and the wisdom and calmness in Kaido's eyes were gradually wiped out. He looked at the ancient treasure with fiery eyes, gritted his teeth, and said, Then open the can, I believe in you, the king of kin opening. Ha 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 ha, just believe us, Lao Diao, do you think I just blow it up casually when I opened the jar? Antuin grinned, his throat opened, and 3 identical beans spit out from his mouth. Seeing this, Kaido threw out the beans with great reluctance, just enough to see 4. Fearing that Kaido would repent, Antuin spewed out fiery flames from his mouth. The beans quickly melted and gathered, and under his control, they condensed into a jar, which looked a bit like a chamber pot. Kaido is speechless. Is this called a jar? Did Antuin misunderstand the jar? Cough cough cough, the appearance is secondary, anyway, it will be smashed later. Antuin coughed twice, and slowly raised the ancient tome. Get out of the way, Kaido, I'm going to recite the spell. Hearing this, Kaido retreated wisely. For the sake of the ancient mace, he can make any concessions. At number UN%. Antuin uttered the alien bird language, and Kaido frowned when he heard it. Which FG language is this? Etc. Kaido stopped Antuin. Brother, did you just say that there is a minimum chance of 50% to activate the ancient tome? Yes, yes. Antuin nodded, but his eyes were erratic, with a guilty conscience. Kaido cheered up, and said pleasantly, Then I will chant the mantra, even if it is the lowest probability. You are 50, I am 50, our combination is 100%. Hearing this, Antuin was stunned for a moment, and the way he looked at Kaido also changed. You are really smart. Why don't we call 18 more people, plus you and me, just make up 20 people, let's have a 1000% chance. However, Antuin agreed to Kaido's request. Very good, Kaido, you are a devout believer in the ancient book, I approved. Now read it with me. Antuin held the ancient tome in one hand, and made strange gestures with the other, at number UN%*+, at number UN%%. Kaido followed suit, at number UN%*+, at number UN%%. After Kaido finished reading, Antuin looked at him incredulously, and his heart was full of waves. Wow, shit, actually kept up, not a single word is wrong. If Kaido reads the wrong spell, Antuin can find a reason to blame Kaido if he doesn't get the mace later, accusing Kaido of saying the wrong spell and not respecting the ancient tome. He deliberately read a lot of Martian characters, and what made Antuin collapse was that Kaido followed suit. Even the posture is the same, isn't this the pirate version of the copy ninja Kakashi? Oh no! At this moment, I'm going to become Kakadu. Antuin took a deep breath, and continued to chant, Pi delta lambda theta xi psi omega. Kaido, Pi delta lambda theta xi psi omega. Antuin broke out in a cold sweat, good guy, you are fighting me, right? Antuin continued, just babble, blah, 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 blah. Kaido, just blah, 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 blah. Whatever Antuin said, Kaido said, every time without missing a single word, and the imitation actions were the same. After a few rounds, I couldn't find any faults. Antuin is also convinced, Kaido should become a translator, the achievements are definitely world-class. In the end, Antuin also resigned to his fate, and shouted, the ancient treasure is my father. Kaido was stunned for a moment, he was one of the 4 emperors after all, with a bounty of more than 4.6 billion pirates, second only to Whitebeard. Now recognize a book called Dad? He hesitated, is it too embarrassing to spread the word? But, thinking of the strength of the ancient mace, it can increase the strength by 35%, and it can increase the strength by 20% after activating the magic power. The hesitation in Kaido's heart disappeared in an instant, let alone calling him Dad, it's okay to call him Grandpa. The ancient treasure is my father. Kaido roared, and the sound resounded through the sky. Louder than Anton, more solemn than Anton. Antuin's face on the side was already dark, if he couldn't open the ancient mace, it would be his responsibility, because Kaido is much more pious than him. Looking at the jar in front of him, Antuin gritted his teeth and hit it with a fist. Bang 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 bang! The golden pot cracked, and the residue splashed around. A golden cross. Standing in front of the two of them. At this moment, Kaido was heartbroken. FG shit, where did the 100% chance go? Antuin glanced at the mournful Kaido, and in just a split second, the joke about throwing the blame was made. Kaido, Kaido, I blame you. You don't respect the ancient treasures enough. As for why, you hesitated when you called him daddy. You hesitated, the ancient treasure book felt disrespected, and cancelled your 50%, just counting on me for 50% will not do anything. Young man, keep working hard next time, and I'll open the can for you when I have saved enough beans. Chapter 31. Kaido's eyes were watery, and the cross was completely useless. In fact, Antuin is also a lost group. Even if he doesn't have a mace, a bracelet or ring is enough. Next time, Kaido, let's work together. Antuin patted Kaido's shoulder, just as water drops fell and wet his hair. Looking up, Kaido was already in tears. Don't cry. Time flies, and another day passes in the blink of an eye, and the execution of Fire Fist Ace is getting closer and closer. The sea is getting more and more lively. After the Whitebeard pirates attack, the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates can't wait to come out to be the pickup fighters. No one will let go of any sight they fancy. The other pirates in New World were also salivating, but due to the reputation of the 4 emperors, they could only watch helplessly. In the vast New World, the 4 emperors are like gods, and most people can't afford to mess with them. Naval Headquarters Marine Variety. Tens of thousands of Marines are stationed on the island, and various defense facilities have also been repaired. The execution frame for Ace's execution has also been erected. Once Whitebeard comes, let him come and go. Another point, in order to ensure the complete defeat of the Whitebeard pirates, this time Marine not only dispatched the whole army, but even summoned Shishibukai. If anyone dares not cooperate, Shishabukai's title will be cancelled directly. Sengoku Office. The advantages of the right time, place, and people are all on Marine's side. It stands to reason, he should be happy. After all, this battle may be the most glorious moment of Marshal Sengoku's career. In fact, early in the morning, Sengoku was really in a good mood. A powerful Shishibukai like Hawkeye and Doflamingo had responded to Marine's call and agreed to participate in this battle. He was naturally happy. An unexpected accident happened precisely at this juncture. Sengoku sat on the chair, his eyes widened, staring at the information in his hand, his arms trembling uncontrollably. It wasn't just him, the Marine executives present all had extremely serious expressions on their faces. The news should be fake, right? I also find it incredible that the credibility is too low. Red hair pirates lost? Ridiculous. The strength gap between the four emperors is actually not that big, not to mention that there are two high-end combat powers of the red hair pirates, and the difference between Beckman and red hair is almost the same. Many high-level Marines were discussing, and the news of red hair pirates' defeat had already spread within Marine. At present, it is only known to high-level officials and has not been announced to the world. Once it gets out, the sea will shake. Because the collision between the four emperors is enough to change the world. Although I also find it ridiculous, I can tell you 100% that the red hair pirates were indeed defeated. The news came from the world government. Since they have notified Marine, the intelligence cannot be wrong. Sengoku's heavy and depressing voice made all the Marines feel cold and hard to breathe. Damn it, when did Beast's pirates get so aggressive? Can Kaido beat Beckman and Redhead? Akainu questioned. The strength of the three disasters is no longer on the same level as Beckman, not to mention the red hair pirates, Yasop, Raziru and other cotters. How did the Beast's pirates win the red hair? The problem is Antuin, we all underestimated that big turtle. Sengoku stared at the information with apprehension in his eyes. The information said that he severely injured Beckman and red hair one after another, forcing the red hair pirates to flee in embarrassment, and it is said that many people died. Is that the Flame Terminator Anton again? Has his fighting power reached the imperial level? It's so nonsense. How old is that kid this year? He might as well be my son. Marine must clear the Beast's pirates immediately. There is a lot of discussion among Marine high-level officials, and Beast's pirates has now become the head of the four emperors. After Whitebeard is settled, immediately adopt a dismemberment plan for the Beast's pirates, and they cannot continue to grow bigger. Sengoku said awe-inspiringly, if you keep messing around, they might really be able to overthrow the world. Also, regarding the bounties for all members of the Beast's pirates, increase them immediately. Kaido bounty increased to 4.85 billion berries. King 1.42 billion Pele. Queen 1.4 billion. Jack 1,050 million Baileys. Everyone in the Beast's pirates has increased more or less. As for that Anton. Sengoku paused slightly, and after a little thought, just 2 billion Baileys. From the previous 1 billion, it jumped to 2 billion at one time, a full increase of 1 billion Baileys. However, no one thinks it is too much, but feels a little low. Today's Antuin has become the source of turmoil in the Beast's pirates, let alone 2 billion, 3 billion, or even 4 billion, everyone thinks it is not too much. If you can spend 4 billion to capture Antuin alive, that would be a godsend. Chapter 32. Half a day later, the news about the defeat of the Red Hair Pirates swept across the entire world at the speed of wind and clouds. The Grand Line and the seas of the four seas are all boiling. It's outrageous, a man with such a strong red hair actually lost. The Redheads and Beckman seem to have been cleaned up. Ha ha ha, I've already said it, the Redhead is the worst among the four emperors. Marine just touched the butt drum of the Whitebeard pirates, and now Kaido and Redhead collide violently again, the world is going to go crazy. Is the Dark Horse the Flame Terminator? A reward of 2 billion Baileys is offered at a young age. Once the rewards were issued, all Beast's pirates became famous all over the world. Especially Antuin, his reward of 2 billion baileys is second only to 4 emperors. It's only 2 billion, do marine bastards look down on me? In a certain piece of blue sea, a warship flying the flag of Beast's pirates is sailing into the distance. Destination the Fishman Island. All the territories of the Whitebeard pirates belong to the Beast's pirates. Kaido asked to take the Fishman Island, and Anton rushed over in person. Secondly, there is another task this time, to trade with Doflamingo. The latest batch of man-made devil fruit has been completed, nearly 50 pieces, worth 1 billion baileys. The price/performance ratio is really high. Calculated, the cost of a man-made devil fruit is only 20 million. Antuin was basking in the sun on the deck, reading the news in the newspaper, and couldn't help curling his lips. The reward of 2 billion, is obviously an insult to Laozi. Master Anton. At this moment, a respectful voice came. Antuin looked back, and it was a beautiful girl wearing a mask. She has a plump figure, protruding forward and backward, and has horns like dragon horns on her forehead. Speaking of which, horns on the head, seem to be standard for Beast's pirates. It turns out that Ulti. Antuin looked at her suspiciously. It was this woman who volunteered to join. Master Antuin, I have a dream. Erdi said excitedly, can you help me realize my dream? I'll give you a fart dream. What do I take Laozi for, a philanthropist? Anton rolled his eyes angrily. I also want an ancient stick. Erdi had a showdown, and said anxiously, I heard that you have already promised Black Maria, so you can give me a hand too. That's just a blank promise, idiot. I need a bad check, too. Antoine. To be honest, he regretted it a little now. Since the exposure of the ancient series of weapons, countless people have been wandering around him all day long. Damn it, a bunch of licking dogs, the kind that can't be kicked away. It's Kaido, the dog who doesn't have a tight mouth, and spreads it from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Antuin sighed, if it weren't for his strong strength, it is estimated that this group of hanging hares would have used tough methods. All right, all right. It depends on your luck. In the future, if you really have the ancient club you mentioned, it's fine to give it to you. Antuin finally readily agreed, since he didn't need it anyway. Great. With the ancient mallet, Jack can be pulled down. The next 3 plagues, will be me, Lord Ulti. Ulti put her hands on her hips and smiled brightly. As long as you work hard, you don't need a remote stick to pull Jack down. This idiot has a reward of 1 billion, and his ivory is worth 900 million. The remaining 100 million is his real strength. Ah, a slip of the tongue, Jack's reward has been increased, now it's 1,050 million baileys. It makes sense, Jack, that idiot, probably had some special deal with Kaido to become the 3 disasters. After sailing on the sea for a few hours, Anton and Ulti arrived in Dressrosa. Beside the port, Doflamingo waited for a long time with members of the Donquixote family. The first time he saw Antuin, a strange color flashed in his pupils. At present, Antuin has become the most popular big pirate in the sea. There is even the title of the 5th emperor. Don't look at Doflamingo's usual dominance, Beast's pirates stomp their feet, and Dressrosa will shake. The 4 emperors are larger predators than the Shishibukai. Your Excellency is welcome. When Antuin disembarked, Doflamingo immediately stepped forward to flatter him. In the battle with the Red Hair Pirates, the mighty strength you showed is amazing. When you were your age, I was hunted down by Marine all day long. People are more angry than others. At the end, Doflamingo sighed with feigned admiration. I thought Uncle Antuin was very happy, but the ghost knows that people didn't even look at him, and kept looking down on Dressrosa. Doflamingo suddenly felt as if he was being flattered on the horse's hoof. Don't talk about the extra nonsense, where's the goods? Antuin asked straight to the point. It has been brought. With a big wave of Doflamingo's hand, the younger brother Torrible ordered people to carry out 2 boxes. When I opened it, I saw 2 boxes of man-made devil fruit, 25 pieces in each box, neatly arranged. Chapter 33. Ulti, check the goods. Antuin stretched and yawned tiredly. The latter casually stepped forward to look at it a few times, and then closed the box immediately. Master Antuin, do you want to go to the palace to rest? I've prepared a grand lunch. Doflamingo pointed to the magnificent palace and made an inviting gesture. Sorry, I only drink and eat with my brother, or, do you want to be my brother too? Antuin asked. Can I really do it? Doflamingo's heart is hot, do you want to be it? Of course I want to die. On the surface, Doflamingo and the Beast's pirates have a trading relationship, but in fact, Doflamingo has always been afraid of Kaido. To put it bluntly, when Kaido sneezes, Dressrosa catches a cold. In the eyes of outsiders, Shishibukai is infinitely beautiful, but in fact, in front of the 4 emperors, he is just a clown. If you really want to clean up Doflamingo, you don't need Kaido to do it yourself, and the 3 disasters can destroy Dressrosa. And now, the number 2 of the Beast's pirates, the man who offered a reward of 2 billion Baileys and even severely injured the Red Hair and Beckman, actually wants to be his brother? Doflamingo never felt happiness come so quickly. Be my brother, Doflamingo. Antuin stretched out his big hand, and patted Doflamingo's shoulder uncharacteristically. The first time I saw you, I thought you and I hit it off, and you will be my good brother from now on. Doflamingo was elated. Isn't this equivalent to having an extra backer? I wish for it. Ha ha ha. We will rise up in the future. To a certain extent, Master Antuin represents the Beast's pirates, and what he means is what Kaido means. Doesn't it mean that we have 2 double emperor level bosses as shelters? It turns out that pies do fall from the sky. The cotters of the Donquixote family are overjoyed. To survive in this world, they must either have strong strength or a strong background. He from today onwards, you will be my best buddy. Antuin hugged Doflamingo's shoulders. Between brothers, we share difficulties and share blessings, so. What's the secret of Marie Joy great national treasure? Share it, brother. Anton's words instantly petrified Doflamingo. FKU, set me up, hey? What about playing a 2-stage inversion with Laozi here? Master Antuin, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean. Doflamingo's superficial smile is not real. If I knew it was so cheating, who the hell would be your brother? Still pretending to be here with me? Even you lied to my brother, clown, be careful not to be struck by thunder. Antuin said lightly, don't think I don't know your identity, you and your brother Keelasong used to be celestial dragons. Everyone looked weird. Celestial dragons became pirates? Doflamingo's face was so gloomy that it was his biggest secret. You don't like celestial dragons either, coincidentally, me too. So, tell me the secret in your heart. I know it is a super big secret that can threaten celestial dragons and shake the world. A reward of 2 billion Baileys was offered, and Marine Vice Admiral was also killed. The grievances between him and Marine and the world government cannot be resolved unless one party falls. Master Antuin, I really don't know what you are talking about. Doflamingo was crying, with an expression of being greatly wronged. The business between our family and the Beast's pirates has always been harmonious. If it is your turn to have a problem, I think Mr. Kaido must be very angry. It will not be good for anyone then. Doflamingo elongated his tone, fearing that Antuin might not understand what he meant. Use Kaido to scare Laozi. Swish! He sprang out and was next to Doflamingo in an instant. Boom! An iron fist hit Doflamingo directly in the chest, and he flew out on the spot. Little Lord! Brother Ming! Boss! The cotters of the Donquixote family were filled with righteous indignation, and their faces were full of anger. That's Antuin. If it were someone else, he would have already gone up to his corpse. Without the artificial devil fruit we provide, the beast's pirates will not be able to form an artificial devil fruit army in the future. Torrible yelled a warning. Ha 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 ha, you are such a pig brain. Antuin scorned, beast's pirates extended an olive branch to Guy, and that kid is still not foolish enough to join us. Who can refuse thicker thighs? What did you say? The people of the Donquixote family surrounded Antuin, their fists clenched, and they might start at any time. All retreat. Doflamingo's hoarse voice came from behind. His chest was red and swollen, and there were still bloodstains at the corner of his mouth that hadn't dried up. He knew that the punch just now was just a warning, and if he didn't understand it, Antuin would kill him next time. Chapter 34. Why did you treat me like this? I have no place to offend you. Doflamingo growled unwillingly, his cheeks twisting. Why? Stupid question. Don't stare so wide, you should be familiar with this kind of thing, after all, I'm just doing what you've done. Antuin said lightly, isn't that how you treat those who are weaker than you? Doflamingo has more ways to destroy others, and it can be called a variety of tricks. For example, torturing the royal family of Liku, Doflamingo and human trafficking, and conniving Guy to conduct human experiments on children. Antuin thought about it, everyone is a villain, and it is too naive to say that offending or not offending. The big villain does things without explaining why. Okay, don't waste time, tell me the secret quickly, we are brothers, and we also hide secrets from brothers, isn't that the behavior of scumbags? Antuin urged impatiently. Brother shit. Doflamingo was trembling with anger, whoever became Antuin's brother would be unlucky. Don't think I'll lie to you again, I'm not very patient. Antuin's voice was cold, with a hint of hostility. I said. The pure killing intent was like a strong wind in the 12th lunar month, and Doflamingo felt a chill in his heart. After suffering such a big loss, he was willing to call Antuin the king of the strongest routines on the surface. In a closed room, there are only Doflamingo and Anton. This secret involves a lot, and if it is spread out, it is enough to shake the world. The so-called Marie Joy's great national treasure. Doflamingo's eyes fell into memory, this is also the news I got by chance, probably decades ago. In an earlier era before Roger, the New World already had a supreme super overlord. Antuin frowned, Rock's pirate. He was quite surprised, how did the Rock's pirate get involved? You know them. Doflamingo looked at Antuin unexpectedly, but he was relieved after thinking about it. According to the information he obtained, Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom and Golden Lion were all crew members of the Rock's pirate in the past, and it is understandable that Antuin knew some secrets. The so-called Marie Joy's national treasure is actually the celestial dragon's life-saving means ancient weapon Uranus. Doflamingo speaks amazingly. Uranus. Antuin's body shook, celestial dragons an ancient weapon? Take Pluton as an example, one cannon is enough to destroy an island, and its power is devastating. Where? Anton's eyes were full of greed. If he got it, wouldn't the Naval Headquarters be gone in a few clicks? I know what you're thinking, and the old rocks thought the same thing. Even I. After finishing speaking, Doflamingo laughed at himself. Among the many pursuers of ancient weapon, he is the best one, right? Crocodile, no, count me in. I've been talking nonsense for a long time, just tell me some useless things, and pick up the main ones. Where is Uranus? Antuin asked with bright eyes. Valley of Gods. Doflamingo spit out another explosive news, since you know rocks, you must also know about the Battle of the Valley of Gods. The fuse of this war was that Rocks learned that Uranus was sleeping in the Valley of the Gods, so he led the entire pirate group to attack there. You know the final result, you were defeated by the young Garp and Roger. That is because of the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Garp became a marine hero. And Rocks, is also the strongest enemy that Roger encountered in his sailing career. Doflamingo slowly narrated this past buried by history. It is because of the existence of taboos involving ancient weapon, celestial dragons, rocks, etc. that all news about the Valley of the Gods has been erased. And Rocks DZBek has also become the dust of history. In other words, the current Uranus is still in the hands of the celestial dragons. Antuin rubbed his chin. No wonder those wretches have been able to rule the world for hundreds of years, and they still have such a super weapon. Of course, the boss of celestial dragons, is also a mysterious existence. Probably so. Anyway, the Valley of Gods has disappeared from the map. Only the top management of celestial dragons knows exactly where it is. Doflamingo exhaled and said deadpan, "That's all I know." Antuin didn't say a word, his eyes focused on Doflamingo for a moment, and then he waved his hand. Seeing this, Doflamingo was extremely aggrieved, and he often made this gesture to his younger brother. "What do you mean? You can FK off." Afterwards, Antuin was not in a hurry to leave Dressrosa, and went to the Fishman Island to coat the film. It didn't take a while, and it couldn't be completed. The royal palace of Dressrosa. Kaka. 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 Porcelain crumbs were all over the floor, and a furious Doflamingo smashed everything he could. In all these years, he has never suffered such humiliation. The younger brothers trembled, but none of them said anything. Is there a war? What's the difference between that and giving away the head? Antuin can kill them without the rest of the beast's pirates. Chapter 35. Wait for me, this matter, I wrote it down. The chest that was panting violently quickly calmed down, and Doflamingo gradually returned to normal. It's useless to be angry, it's not worth getting angry at yourself. Feng Shui takes turns, and the days are still long, just wait and see. Doflamingo can only comfort himself with this. By 5 or 6 in the afternoon, the beast's pirates had left, and the group dived into the deep sea. The mighty set off to the Fishman Island. There are only 2 ways to enter the New World, or go over the Red Line, which is usually the choice of Marine, or dive into the Fishman Island. Therefore, taking the Fishman Island means a lot, let alone Poseidon Shirahoshi. How did it happen? It's gone so soon. Anton's dissatisfied voice came from the warehouse of the battleship. Brother Anton, your appetite is too great. The hundreds of tons of sea stone mine will be gone in less than a week. The little brother was crying. Notify Kaido immediately and ask him to transfer a batch for me. Antuin rubbed his stomach. Indeed, his appetite has been getting bigger and bigger recently. Now his weight is close to 150,000 tons, and in the deep sea, only some super-large sea kings can rival Antuin. It stands to reason that a few hundred tons of sea stone is enough for the volcano on his back to erupt again. However, there is no sign of an outbreak yet, and some heat is still lacking. As for the Fishman Island, they still don't know that Anton has come. In the palace, many ministers came, and everyone was frowning. Besides King Neptune, one other person also attended the meeting. Jinbei, what should we do in the future? Neptune's eyes were extremely confused. A day ago, Kaido, the boss of Beast's pirates, called and asked the Fishman Island to join Beast's pirates. The top management of the Fishman Island headed by Jinbei and Neptune refused. Kaido was furious and threatened to destroy the Fishman Island. So, now the Fishman Island is in a state of panic. They used to be protected by the Whitebeard pirates, and they can rest assured, but now, the Whitebeard pirates themselves are hard to protect. If the Beast's pirates call, who do they expect to resist? Your Majesty, no matter what, we cannot bow to the Beast's pirates. The Whitebeard pirates are kind to us. Jinbei said in a deep voice, without the protection of the Whitebeard pirates, the Fishman Island would have ended long ago. In the early years, murlocs were the golden bricks in the eyes of human traffickers, the favorite of celestial dragons and decadent nobles, and later because of Whitebeard's words, the Fishman Island is the territory of Laozi. Since then, no one has dared to target the Fishman Island again. Jinbei is a man who knows how to repay his kindness, and he also admires and worships Whitebeard himself. Just like the mandatory call of Marine this time, he refused without hesitation. If he hadn't been wary of the beast's pirates, he'd have gone to Naval Headquarters and Sengoku to reason, why the great daddy? It's an eventful autumn. Neptune smiled wryly, most of the sites of the Whitebeard pirates have been snatched by the beast's pirates. It is estimated that the Fishman Island will not escape bad luck. If there was a day. Jinbei puffed out his chest, I will die standing up. Compromise? That's not possible, Jinbei hates the beast's pirates. When Ace, who just went to sea, challenged Whitebeard, Jinbei, out of breath, fought him for 3 days and 3 nights. If it weren't for his lack of ability, Jinbei would like to tear the dragon with his hands. Boom! Suddenly, the huge island trembled violently, and even the palace of the Fishman Island felt the shock. Even part of the wall was torn off. What's going on? An earthquake? Everyone looked towards the southeast side, and the vibration came from that side. I'm afraid not. Jinbei looked into the distance with a solemn face, and through observation Haki's perception, he knew it was a ship. And also felt a terrifying aura of a strong man, enough to make his scalp tingle. Yes, Antuin has officially invaded. When docking, a little accident happened, and the battleship hit the Fishman Island. Brother Antuin, don't turn into a beast casually in the future. Yes, it's too scary. I was almost crushed to death. In front of the battleship that had been reduced to ruins, the people of the beast's pirates kept complaining. Antuin suddenly became an apostle and turned into a huge turtle. How could a ship hold up to a huge monster of hundreds of thousands of tons? It was directly crushed to pieces. Fortunately, they have arrived at the Fishman Island without any accidents. What are you talking about? One by one, seeing the sea, I feel kind, just transforming into a turtle and taking a bath. Antuin was still holding the brush in his hand, rubbing his back non-stop. Everyone was speechless. Aren't you demon fruit power? Shouldn't you panic when you see the sea? God damn gracious! It seems that someone is coming. Ultai looked in a certain direction, and her observation Haki was also of a certain standard. Probably the defenders of the Fishman Island. Antuin looked away, and soon saw a familiar face, Jinbei. Speaking of which, shouldn't he be thinking about life in Impel Down at this time? In the original book, Jinbei refused to deal with Whitebeard and was directly arrested by Marine. Chapter 36. Antuin knew that Jinbei was Whitebeard's loyal licking dog, and he didn't care if he risked his life for Whitebeard. In terms of the number of people, the Fishman Island still has an advantage, after all, this is their territory. Antuin and others were completely surrounded. He scanned around and said slowly, I really don't know where you guys have the courage to fight against the 4 emperors. The Fishman Island doesn't mean to offend the beast's pirates, please don't persecute the Fishman Island. Jinbei clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, our strength may not be as strong as the beast's pirates, but everyone is determined to die. Oh, is that true? Antuin swept across the guards, to put it nicely, the fear in their eyes was clear. Except for Kaido, who in the world is not afraid of death. Jinbei, surrender, don't waste my time, I still have something to do. Just got a call from Kaido, Straw Hat crew seems to be on their way to Sabayati Archipelago. Kaido means to capture Nico Robin alive, and the historical text in his hand can only be interpreted by Robin. Impossible. Jinbei refused again, and said awe-inspiringly, the beast's pirates launched wars all over the New World, causing countless deaths and injuries. The Fishman Island will never seek refuge with such evil forces. Father won't be as brutal and cold-blooded as you. Pooh. Ha ha ha. I laughed so hard. Antuin was laughed at by everyone, and taunted, "The beast's pirates are evil forces. I don't deny this. But don't forget, our sites are all robbed of Whitebeard. So the Whitebeard pirates are the most evil pirates, right? After all, they have the largest and most territories. Those islands were not sent by people foolishly, nor were they robbed by Whitebeard. Even so, the Fishman Island has not joined the Whitebeard pirates. Being ABCH has to erect a memorial archway." The last sentence contained strong sarcasm. Jinbei was so stunned that he was speechless. Indeed, Whitebeard in his youth was by no means a kind person. The original Rocks pirate was a group of supervillains. Swish! A gust of wind hit, and Jinbei immediately sensed that the crisis was coming. Looking up suddenly, Antuin's flaming fist had already hit him. Jinbei was startled, and hastily crossed his arms in defense. There is a gap in strength, plus a sneak attack, how can Jinbei withstand it? Boom! Sparks burst out, and he was beaten away as soon as he came up. Thick smoke filled the distance, Jinbei flew hundreds of meters away, and hundreds of houses were smashed to pieces. Jinbei lying under the rubble looked pained, his arms were severely scorched, even his bones were scorched. Bad, is the gap really that big? Jinbei stood up tremblingly, looking around, the Fishman Island was already a sea of flames. The earth cracked, and swarms of flames spewed out. The flame devourer not only can absorb fire element, but also release it. The soldiers of the Fishman Island were burned to ashes almost instantly. Since he is a villain, then he must be bad through and through. Everyone! Jinbei's eyes were about to burst, and his teeth were about to be crushed as he stared at Anton, who was covered in flames like a demon of flames. "I fight with you!" Jinbei rushed up bravely, covered armament haki with his fists, showing all his breastfeeding strength. Boom! He punched his chest with a heavy fist, and the wind of the blown fist split the ground. Antuin looked at him expressionlessly, "That's it." A cold light flashed in Jinbei's eyes, and he stepped forward vigorously, "Ayigiwajeng bang bang." The fist was about to hit Antuin, he counterattacked at a speed faster than Jinbei, and punched the abdomen so hard that Jinbei's entire stomach was sunken. Wow woo woo! How can it be repaired, hateful? Jinbei, who fell to the ground, roared again and again, he was Shishibukai, he was dealt with in a few strokes? In fact, there is such a big gap between the combat effectiveness of the four emperors and Shishibukai. Don't even talk about Shishibukai, just take Quinn as an example. After a few fists, he was beaten by the ant to doubt his life. To submit or not to submit? Although he already knew the result, Antuin still asked nonsense. Go to the next life. Jinbei's eyes were red, and even though he was paralyzed from the beating and didn't even have the strength to stand up, he still remained strong. Then there's no way. Anton in human form opened his mouth wide, and slowly spat out a sharp long knife. The shape of the whole knife is very ostentatious, the blade is fast enough to reflect light, and the handle is inlaid with blood-red gemstones, shining strangely. Being able to die under the desolate sword, your funeral can be regarded as a card. Antuin waved the ancient sword and approached slowly. The moment he held the knife, warm currents gushed out from the barren ancient sword, nourishing and strengthening the cells, tendons, bones and even organs. Antuin suddenly felt his strength strengthened. The 35% increase in strength really lives up to its reputation. Don't get carried away. Jinbei's small universe erupted, and stood up again with difficulty. He has awe-inspiring eyes and can accept failure, but he absolutely does not allow him to be slaughtered like a pig or dog. Chapter 37. In front of Huanggu Taidao, no matter how fierce your eyes are, it's useless. Facing Jinbei's gaze like a tiger and wolf, Antuin smiled. Laughing mockingly, laughing contemptuously. Jinbei is capable but not forceful, with his arms raised slightly, armament haki spread rapidly. Stretch your right foot forward, and lean your body forward slightly. Swish! Jinbei swooped in with such a high speed that he pulled out bursts of afterimages. After getting close, he condensed a transparent water polo in his hand, and smashed it fiercely at Antuin, Murloc Karate Ayiwu Legwin. Boom! The water polo exploded with tens of thousands of tons of power, hitting the forehead critically. The shock wave invaded the brain, and Antuin lost his mind for 1 to 3 seconds, full of flaws. Good chance. Jinbei was overjoyed, and the right fist wrapped around Haki blasted hundreds of times. Bang 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 bang! Fist shadows fell on Antuin like a hail of bullets. It is full of deadly places such as the head and heart. Even so, his legs seemed to be embedded in the ground, and he never took a step back. Die to me! Jinbei struck out with both fists at the same time, pointing directly at his eyes. Even if he couldn't kill Antuin, he would shatter the other's eyes. Clang! Clang! The wild ancient sword sealed his eyes, and the back of the sword blocked Jinbei's heavy punch. Jinbei's eyes darkened, he took the initiative to retreat, and said to himself angrily, "It's a pity, if I hit him just now, I would definitely give his eyes." "Give me what? You obsessive monster!" Antuin sneered, and shook the desolate sword in his hand, the ruby on the handle scattered with blood. "Don't give it to me, you can fill up the mana if you torture me, that's the truth." After speaking, Antuin pressed the ruby on the handle of the knife, and it sank like a button. Immediately, there were 2 intersecting white lights surrounding his body. Seeing this, Jinbei took a step back uncontrollably. "BD, who allowed you to retreat?" After recovering, Jinbei bowed his head and cursed at his legs. Just now, he didn't think of retreating. The strange thing is that his legs moved by themselves, which is really inexplicable. When the body encounters danger, it will always make some instinctive judgments. "Your body is afraid of me." Antuin spoke frankly, after turning on the magic power, on the basis of 35%, the strength was increased by 20%. There is a huge gap between the normal Antuin and Jinbei. Right now, he has a barren sword and magic power, and his strength is 10 blocks behind. "No matter how strong you are, I will not be afraid, nor will I be afraid." Jinbei roared, "Come if you have the guts, take a step back and I'm not a man." Hearing this, Antuin took a step forward, and Jinbei was about to step forward to fight, but his legs became disobedient and he couldn't move. What made him even more angry was that he was still behind. He didn't move, and he kept retreating, trying to distance himself from Antuin. Jinbei almost died of anger, his legs were manipulated, right? Whoosh! There was a sharp sound of piercing through the air, and Antuin came with a knife. Jinbei's eyes widened, and he cursed outrageously, even his observation haki couldn't detect the speed of the explosion. The strengthening of the ancient sword is not only strength, but also physical fitness and haki. Compared with before, Antuin's speed has also been greatly improved. He stared at Jinbei, holding the ancient Teidao high, and the killing intent in his eyes was astonishing. At this moment, Jinbei's observation haki finally worked. He caught the attack and it would arrive in 0.1 seconds, and the attack was on the left shoulder. Plum blossom skin. Jinbei quickly went to armament haki to defend. Pooh! Still, the skin was ripped open, blood was spattered, and the arm fell off the shoulder. Wow! He screamed, and blood gushed out of the wound like a fountain. Antuin was extremely cold, and kicked up again. Bang 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 bang! The heavy foot hit the face directly, and Jinbei was thrown away with great force, his cheeks were dislocated, and even his mouth was tilted. Flying tens of meters away along the ground was bloody. Of course, the most fatal one was the shoulder injury. After all, the entire arm was cut off. Why? Jinbei hugged the broken arm in pain. Observation haki predicted that it was the left arm, but Antuin attacked the right arm. Unbelievable. Why? The principle is very simple. Antuin whistled and walked over slowly. My knowledge predicted that you would cover the armed color on your left arm, so I changed the attack position. It is said that Jinbei's eyes are full of dementia, and Antuin's knowledge prejudged his observation. Haki? This operation, a batch of... Know what's in my mind now? I can feel your every move, even the inner activities. You are thinking now. Antuin narrowed his eyes. Why did my strength increase so much in an instant? The Fishman Island must be over. On the sea, who else can stop me? After a few words in succession, Jinbei had completely lost the courage to resist. Even forgetting the pain of breaking his arm, he said bitterly to himself, "Can you even sense what's in my heart?" What Antuin said was exactly what he thought in his heart. Observation haki itself is a kind of mind reading. Antuin walked up to Jinbei slowly, and slashed down the ancient Taidao indifferently. Chapter 38. Pooh. The skin of the face was torn, and a hideous wound was split from the center of the brow to the neck. Jinbei glared at Antuin unwillingly, and then passed out. Losing Jinbei, the Fishman Island was defeated. Under the leadership of Erdi, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals were beaten into an army, and they had no power to resist. In a short while, the beast's pirates captured the palace of the Fishman Island, and even the sons of Neptune were captured alive. Lord Anton, the whereabouts of King Neptune have not been found yet. Ultai's respectful report and his attitude towards Antuin are much more respectful than Kaido. After all, there are people to ask for. I probably know where I went. Antuin smiled slightly. Among the several children, Neptune cared most about his daughter Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi has a beautiful appearance and a plump body. In the huge pirate world, only Boa Hancock and Kohichiwa can match it. The three were also called the Three Great Beauties. Everyone has a love of beauty, and Shirahoshi has many suitors. Among them are some fanatical suitors, commonly known as pervert Vanda Duncan 9. He stalked Shirahoshi, playing both soft and hard ways, but Neptune imprisoned Shirahoshi in the Black Shell Tower. Open the door. In front of a tall black tower, Neptune's anxious voice came. After the palace fell, he rushed over immediately, and their Neptune lineage could not be blamed. The guard opened the gate, and the graceful figure rushed out immediately, hugging Neptune's arm. "Father, that's great, you finally came to see me." Shirahoshi stared at Neptune with a twinkle in his eyes. "Yes, I came to see you." Even though the Fishman Island had fallen, after seeing Shirahoshi, Neptune was still smiling. "Brother, what about them?" Shirahoshi's big round eyes flicked to and fro. "Them?" Neptune's face froze, and his sadness returned. "Shirahoshi, leave the Fishman Island immediately, the sooner the better." "Ah!" Shirahoshi was taken aback for a moment, then burst into tears. "Father, did I do something wrong? You want to drive me away?" "Shirahoshi, having a lovely, caring daughter like you is the greatest achievement in my life." Tears welled up in Neptune's eyes, and he was proud to mention Shirahoshi. "Why is it like parting life and death?" At this moment, a discordant voice came, and Neptune turned his head suddenly, and Anton came with a cigar in his mouth. Followed by a large number of younger brothers, and Sharkstar and others who were tied up in a big way. "Father!" Sharkstar lowered his head in shame. It was their incompetence that caused the entire territory of the Fishman Island to be occupied. Neptune spread his arms for the first time, like a wall protecting Shirahoshi. Several brothers and adults. Shirahoshi covered his mouth with his small hand, tears welled up in his beautiful eyes. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." Antuin vomited his eye circles, glanced at Shirahoshi a few times, and nodded secretly. The length is indeed exquisite and cute, and the appearance and temperament, including the figure, can be called first-class existence. Compared to Kojiki Hiri, Shirahoshi is Antoine's favorite type. In addition, Celestial Dragons has ancient weapon in their hands, and he feels safe holding Shirahoshi in his hands. Your Excellency Antuin, the conflict between us has nothing to do with the children. There is no need to implicate them. Neptune plucked up his courage. No matter what the crime, I will bear it alone. Father! Shasing and others were crying, including Shirahoshi, who also burst into tears. My lord, please let my father and brothers go. The beauty is crying, and most people have already softened their hearts, but it is a pity that the straight steel man Antoine does not accept this trick. It is okay to let go. There are two conditions. First of all, you are mine, and second, the Fishman Island will join the beast's pirates immediately. If not... A cold light flashed in Antuin's eyes, and the piercing chill burst out of his body, shocking the audience. The Fishman Island will be destroyed, and your father and brother will also be executed. Execute, execute. Shirahoshi's pupils became dull grey, as if he had been deprived of his soul. What's the point of her life if she loses her loved ones? Thinking about that a little bit, Shirahoshi felt a piercing pain. No, I don't want to lose my father and brothers. The sound is obviously not very loud, but it resounds throughout the Fishman Island, and is transmitted in a more distant direction. No? It's very simple, just agree to my conditions. Antuin's voice froze, and the Fishman Island was instantly as dark as the night. Anan, Anan, Anan. Brother Antuin, look quickly. Soon someone noticed the abnormality and yelled in panic. What are you looking at? It's just a bunch of beasts. There's nothing to panic about. Antuin yelled, but cold sweat broke out on his head. The Fishman Island is surrounded by a large number of sea kings in all directions, a giant with a huge body size, the smallest being more than 5,000 meters. The largest sea kings, even over 100,000 meters. Is this an accidental burst of Poseidon's power, or is it a direct awakening? Antuin launched the observation Haki search, and the sea kings entrenched around the Fishman Island reached hundreds or thousands in a short time. It's no wonder that the world government and marine, including those big pirates, are chasing ancient weapon. This power is indeed not comparable to human beings. Chapter 39. A few or even a dozen, even hundreds of sea kings, may not be a concern, but what if the number expands to tens of thousands? Even hundreds of millions? Whoever owns the ancient weapon is equivalent to controlling the world. Shirahoshi, calm down. The most panic is actually Neptune. Once Shirahoshi loses control, not only the beast's pirates will be unlucky, but even the Fishman Island will be buried with them. That's hundreds of thousands of lives. Antuin's eyes flickered, secretly accumulating energy. To tell the truth, these sea kings may be a threat once war starts, but he, Uncle Antuin, is not made of mud either. Father is fine, and we are all fine. This. Neptune smiled and said, this is just a misunderstanding. Misunderstand? Shirahoshi's tears stopped, and he looked at Anton hesitantly. If your father agrees, it is naturally a misunderstanding, although it is a bloody misunderstanding. Antoine shrugged. Me. Neptune closed his eyes in pain, and said with a trembling mouth, the old man agreed. Now, what else can he do but compromise? In addition, Shirahoshi's identity has been exposed. Neptune has been watching Antuin's eyes all the time. When Shirahoshi broke out the power of Poseidon, his eyes were red. Neptune can be sure that once he refuses, Antuin will immediately snatch it by force, and he may directly destroy the Fishman Island and slaughter everything. Since Shirahoshi would be lost anyway, it might as well compromise. As for relying on Shirahoshi to defeat Antuin, Neptune also considered it, but gave up when he felt it would not work. Right now, Shirahoshi is using Poseidon's powers for the first time, and has no real control, not even close. After half a day, the war on the Fishman Island has been quelled. Neptune asked someone to count the losses, and immediately vomited blood when he learned of the casualties. In this short period of time, 2,000 casualties. Neptune's head was dizzy, obviously only a few dozen minutes. This is the power of the 4 Emperor's pirates? By the way, how is Jinbei? Neptune asked the ministers anxiously. This. Everyone glanced at Anton on the throne with apprehension. He was eating an apple leisurely. Fate is hanging by a thread, I guess my life will not be long. Prime Minister Turtle responded tremblingly. What? Neptune held his breath, only 2 words were left in his mind, it's over. Jinbei is the backbone of the Fishman Island. Tisk tisk. That guy is too resistant to beating, I can't bear it anymore, I don't even use my strength, or my head will be split. Antuin added abruptly, and Neptune's eyes were gloomy. Damn, can you stop rubbing salt in Lao Zi's wound? I wonder what the beast's pirates plan to do with the Fishman Island. Neptune asked calmly. It's business as usual, except for Shirahoshi. The first 4 words made Neptune heave a sigh of relief, but the next 4 words made him feel confused again. Shirahoshi Poseidon's identity has been exposed. Staying on the Fishman Island is also a scourge. Neither the world government nor the pirates will spare her lightly. Antuin said lightly, I demolished the Fishman Island by myself. It can be seen how bad your fighting power is. If you can't keep Shirahoshi, you will cause countless troubles because of the crime of being pregnant. So let the beast's pirates take over. Neptune didn't deny it, because it was true. Shirahoshi summoned a large number of Sea King's witnesses, too many, and it won't be long before everyone knows about it. There are too many ambitious people in the world, and the strong will visit the Fishman Island one after another. Hand over Shirahoshi, and the blame goes to the beast's pirates. Neptune's eyes filled with tears again, that was his daughter. But for the future of the Fishman Island, he had to reluctantly give up. The old man agrees to your terms. Even though there was much reluctance, Neptune still agreed. Hey! Don't worry, I will definitely treat Shirahoshi kindly in the future. The goal has been achieved, Antuin promised with a grin. Humph! Can you believe what the pirates say? Neptune snorted coldly, and didn't like Antuin. That's right, you really can't trust what the pirates say. 9.5 out of 10 pirates in the sea are scumbags, villains who betray their faith. Antuin nodded in agreement. Neptune was amused, this guy's head is abnormal, scolding himself? Hey, so, in order to gain your trust, I decided to abandon my identity as a pirate and become your son-in-law. Father-in-law, my son-in-law is being polite. Antuin folded his fists and grinned, revealing a row of big white fang. You are shameless and despicable. Neptune's face turned green. Anyway, he is also a pirate with a bounty of 2 billion, and a big guy who is on the same level as Kaido of the beasts. Why doesn't he want to face it all? Lo! Antuin's eyes turned cold, and he stretched his big hand forward, grabbing Neptune's beard. You old man, please pay attention to what you say in the future. I am not only your son-in-law, but also your boss. Don't be ashamed. You keep calling me father-in-law, and this is the result of your attitude. Neptune's lungs exploded, and a lot of his beard was pulled off. Where did she find a son-in-law? She obviously found a real father. Chapter 40. At the same time, under the endless deep sea, there is another group of people coming quickly. They are also the famous big pirates in New World. The beast's pirates are so greedy, they took 80% of Whitebeard's land, a bunch of greedy guys. In the cabin, the strong man with red hair complained non-stop. Opposite him, there was a tall woman sitting. He has wheat-colored skin and wears a hat. His right eye is covered by hair, and he can only see half of his face clearly. This woman's appearance is not bad, especially her long legs, which are very straight and eye-catching. The woman closed her eyes and swayed her legs leisurely, looking like she was on vacation, ignoring the red-haired man's complaints. Hey, Smoochie, you are also a cotter of the family after all, aren't you angry? The red-haired man asked dissatisfied. Owen, you are too impetuous. Smoothie opened his eyes, that's something Mom should think about, we just have to do our duty well. Speaking lightly, the sphere of influence of the Beast's pirates is getting bigger and bigger. It won't be long before they may surpass our Big Mom pirates. Boom. Owen hammered the table angrily. Mediocrity. Smoothie didn't bother to push Owen anymore. In short, we just need to complete this task, and don't worry about the rest. Humph. It seems that Katakuri-san is the only one who can share mother's worries. Owen walked away. Big Mom has many children, the most outstanding of which is Katakuri. Owen, Katakuri, and Daifuku are all brothers. In addition, the task of the two this time is to win the Fishman Island. The sweets of the Fishman Island are well known far and wide. My aunt has a sweet tooth, and she used to be scruples about the Whitebeard pirates, but now that they are going to war with Marine, she has no energy to take care of the Fishman Island, so she has no scruples anymore. On the Fishman Island, after the chaos, the dinner party has already begun. It was Neptune's claim, and Antuin was quite surprised when he was invited. I overturned the family, and invited you to dinner, isn't it a surprise? All kinds of exquisite food are prepared for the dinner, most of which are sweets, and the pastries are also made into various cute shapes. Seriously, it's too much like a children's meal. On the surface, it seems to be a treat for Anton, but it is actually a farewell meal for Shirahoshi. When the Beast's pirates leave, Shirahoshi follows. Neptune was extremely sad, his head turned grey almost overnight, and his cheeks were full of wrinkles. Shirahoshi has never left him since he was a child. Neptune was still worried that Shirahoshi would not be willing to leave. Who knows? Great, can I leave the Fishman Island and see the outside world? Shirahoshi jumped up and down excitedly, his big eyes were full of joy. Neptune is stunned, this script is not right, it is about to branch house, shouldn't you cry? How did you get so excited as if you were eating a feast? Shirahoshi has been imprisoned for many years, and I'm tired of thinking about it, and this kid has always been yearning for the outside world. Father-in-law, tell me something you don't like to hear, Shirahoshi can't wait to leave the Fishman Island. Antuin's face turned into a flower with a smile, Shirahoshi's attitude saved him a lot of trouble. Later, I went to Wano Kuni and slowly trained this future master Poseidon. Humph, you'd better treat Shirahoshi kindly, otherwise, I won't spare you even if I risk my life. Neptune stared angrily, feeling helpless in his heart. Girls don't want to stay. Hey, don't worry, Shirahoshi and I will have some big fat boys soon. The future throne of the Fishman Island should be left to me and Shirahoshi's children, my brother-in-laws, you should abolish them quickly, so as not to compete with my future children for the throne. I don't want to be accused of beating my brother-in-law violently in the future. For fear that Neptune could not hear clearly, Antuin's voice was as loud as a broadcast. Neptune's eyes turned black with anger, this is the most arrogant son-in-law in history. Your Majesty, Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Outside the banquet, guards in armor rushed in, covered in blood and with knife marks on their faces. What happened? Neptune asked angrily. Don't get me wrong, it's all caused by Antuin, a master of mentality. The Big Mom pirates are calling. The defender fainted after speaking. What? Neptune was startled suddenly, and the anger on his face was swept away. Another 4 emperors? God, what the hell did he do? First the Beast's pirates, and now a heavyweight Big Mom pirate group? Wow, that old witch wants to join in and share a cup of porridge. Antuin rubbed his chin, looked at the panicked Neptune, and patted his chest to reassure him, Father-in-law, don't worry, for the future of my child, this the Fishman Island. I will keep it safe, and it won't work if anyone comes. Neptune's face was full of confusion. It didn't seem appropriate for him to thank Anton, and it didn't seem appropriate to thank him. Chapter 41. Is this still the Fishman Island? Have we come to the wrong place? After arriving at the Fishman Island, Owen looked at the map again and again. It is rumored that the Fishman Island is picturesque, and there are beautiful mermaid girls everywhere. But Nima, looking at the cracked earth, there are ruins at first glance, but the Murloc beauty didn't see it. Anyway, he found a lot of charred corpses. To be sure, this is the Fishman Island without a doubt. But, not long ago, it seemed that there was a big war. Smoothie sniffed, and could still smell the lingering smell of gunpowder smoke in the air, which was very strong. Apart from us, who would dare to attack the territory of the Whitebeard pirates? Owen looked around curiously. Idiot, aren't those guys you complained about before? Smoothie scratched him, the pig's brain. Owen's voice trembled, and then he said with a murderous expression, "Beasts pirates." Smoothie said nothing, she hadn't seen it, and she couldn't be sure. Anyway, it is certain that if you dare to kick the drum of the Whitebeard pirates, the murderer must not be simple. Idiots of the Big Mom pirates, have you come all the way here to give away the head? An unusually beating sound came, and Owen's anger soared to 208th in an instant. Knowing their identities, dare to be so provocative, who the hell is so fat? The cannibalistic eyes swept away, and on the dirt slope not far away, Ertie appeared with a mace. Who are you? The corners of Smoothie's eyes narrowed slightly. Is it the Flying Six from Beasts Pirates? Hey, it's my old lady. Ultai picked up the mace and said with a ferocious smile, "The Fishman Island has joined the Beasts Pirates, get out of our chassis immediately." Owen was very annoyed when he heard the words, and cursed at Ultai, "Smelly woman, how dare you have such an attitude?" Darkness suddenly fell above the top of the head, and Ertie descended from the sky, swinging a mace and hitting him. Owen quickly retreated. Rumble. The earth cracked, and gravel flew open. You red-haired monster is average in strength, but you have a good chance of running away. Ultai joked, "If you run away, I'd like to call you the strongest." Owen's forehead was throbbing with veins, and he roared, "You will pay for your arrogance." Covering the flames with his fists, he rushed towards Ultai without fear of death. The latter is completely fearless, with a hard steel front. One of the two offered a reward of 300 million Baileys, and the other offered a reward of 400 million Baileys. Although the bounty cannot represent strength, the difference of 100 million Baileys already explained the problem. Boom! Heat waves spread in all directions, and the flaming fists and mace collided violently. Owen was instantly repelled by a step, and his two fists were also severely swollen and painful. He looked at Ultai in disbelief. Why is this small body so strong? He actually lost in the strength competition? But don't underestimate me, Uncle Owen. Owen exerted strength, his fists were as hot as magma, and Ultai's mace was burned red. Melting the weapon is not enough, after all, it is also a special material, but… Whoa 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 whoa! Thick smoke rose from Ultai's hands, and they were cooked in the blink of an eye. Ha 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 ha, are you still crazy? Owen puffed up his chest and looked down at Ultai by virtue of his height. Idiot, for Zoan's ability users, this kind of injury doesn't count. Ultai quickly withdrew the mace, and immediately whipped up a strong wind and swung it out. The whole process was done in one go, without the slightest sloppiness, and the strength was even more domineering. Bang 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 bang! The powder-like white particles disappeared with the wind, and the stick hit the mouth accurately, and the teeth in the mouth fell off on the spot. Wow woo woo woo! Owen screamed in pain, not only the teeth, but the entire jawbone was shattered. You're not far off, you idiot! Ultai pinched her nostrils, where's that stinky woman Smoothie? Are you looking for me again? A faint voice sounded from behind, and Ultai shivered suddenly. When did you run behind her? She looked back and saw that the huge blade had already struck. Pooh. The skin on his back was ripped apart, and Ertie's head was covered with sweat on the spot. He was so painful that he almost lost consciousness. Even though he had retreated, a half-meter-long gash was cut in his back. You little mouse who can only do sneak attacks. Ulti cursed furiously. He. Smoothie smiled contemptuously. Sneak attack? This just shows that you are weak, and you can't even guard against such tricks as sneak attack. Really strong, never afraid of sneak attacks. It makes sense. Before he could finish pretending, a voice came from behind Smoothie. Smoothie hesitated without any hesitation, turned around and swung the knife in an instant. Clang! In midair, the bright sparks were fleeting, and a sword, light and sword came to him, breaking Smoothie's saber. Pooh! The tights were soaked in blood, and even she herself was not spared, and a terrifying gash was torn out of her abdomen. The wound was so deep that even the surging organs could be seen. Plop! Smoothie lost his strength in an instant, and knelt down on the ground in a panic, panting like a cow. She raised her head with difficulty, looked at the man who was close at hand, and said with an ugly look, "It's you, the Flame Terminator Antuin." "It's me." Antuin looked at Ulti's injury. It looked scary, but not fatal. "I agree with what you said just now. A guy who can't even stop such a trick as a sneak attack is a waste." "It's you, right?" Smoothie blushed, opened his mouth several times but still closed it. Isn't that how she mocked Ulti? Chapter 42. A real strong person can judge the opponent's strength by the first move in a fight. Smoothie also noticed that she and Antuin were not on the same level. Smoochie. Owen was dumbfounded. Smoothie was in the Big Mom Pirates, but he was a general-level senior coder, much higher than him. In the end, he was severely injured after a face-to-face meeting. Sure enough, only brother Katakuri is the pillar of the family. Seeing this, Owen is even more sure that Katakuri is the future of the Big Mom Pirates. Anton. Smoothie groaned in pain, and the blow alone had damaged her badly. Not to mention fighting back, she didn't even have the strength to stand up. "In our beasts' pirates' territory, you have taken a lot of courage to use force against our people." Antuin looked at Ulti. "How do you feel?" It's okay, it's much better than her anyway." Ulti touched the wound, and it had begun to recover slowly. Zoan's abilities recover quickly. "Let's talk about it. What is the right way to deal with you? Should you be executed directly, or should you be chopped up and fed to the dogs?" Antuin waved the ancient sword and circled Smoothie. She looked gloomy and had no doubts about what Antuin said. She and Owen teamed up, and she couldn't be Anton's opponent. "So, the top priority is to save this life. I heard Mom say that your captain, Kaido of the Beasts, owes Mom a favor." With a flash of inspiration in his mind, Smoothie looked at Antoine and said, "Kill us, Beasts pirates are ungrateful." "You liar!" With her thumbs down, Ertie said contemptuously, "If you want to survive, just say it and make up such a nasty excuse." On the contrary, Antuin didn't say a word. As a time traveler, he did know the inside story of this matter. When he was young, Kaido really owed his aunt a great kindness. "Let the two of us go, and the past grievances will be wiped out," Smoothie said in a deep voice. "That's fine, but..." Antuin said lightly, "You little girl can't even add and subtract. Can you owe me a kindness, and let me let two people go?" The corner of Smoothie's mouth twitched. How could he be so clear? However, if Antuin is more serious, she can't help it. "I hope you will show your respect." "Hey, that's okay too." Antuin readily agreed, with a wicked smile on his lips. "One of you two, just cripple one hand." After saying this, Smoothie and Owen were stunned. "Antuin, this BD, does he need to be so cruel? We are willing to pay other prices, and we are willing to give the territory taken from the Whitebeard pirates to the Beasts pirates unconditionally." It's rare for the rough man Owen to open up once. I am not interested. Antuin refused politely, if you want to leave alive, you must pay a price. I'll give you 1 minute to think about it. When the time is up, if there is no reply, I will kill you all. At this moment, Antuin is like an evil player. Smoothie, what about this? Owen was trembling with fright, his legs were trembling. What should I do? Humph, you provoked this matter, so hurry up and cripple your arm, don't get me involved. Smoothie scolded angrily. Are you kidding me? I fight with my fists. If I lose a hand, my fighting power will definitely drop sharply in the future. Owen directly refused, you are my younger sister, you must obey my brother's words, I will cut off your hand soon. UBD. Smoothie's face was full of veins, if it weren't for the conflict between Owen and Ulti, the fight might not have happened. Now let her cripple an arm and pay for Owen? There are no doors. Also, you are a swordsman, and your dominant hand is also right-handed. I cut off your left hand. I believe it is not a big problem, and it will not affect your strength. Owen said while the iron was hot, Sister, if you are afraid of pain, you can give it to brother. My hot fruit can melt your left arm in an instant, and it is painless. Smoothie looked indifferent, and with a clang, he drew out the great sword he was carrying. Owen's eyelids twitched wildly, and he hurriedly backed away. Smoogie, what are you going to do? Cripple my arm, brother Katakuri will definitely not spare you. He can understand my difficulty. Smoothie said impassively. Hurry up, there are 5 seconds left, when the time is up, we will kill you all. Antuin urged, it's rare to watch a good show, superficial brothers and sisters. 5 seconds. Smoothie was shocked, and he didn't dare to delay any longer, he leaped forward with a big stride. The sharp long knife slashed straight at Owen. Pooh! Wow! The blood was soaring, and Owen yelled in pain. In full view, his arm fell off. Smoothie ignored Owen who was screaming, and looked at Anton nervously, now, let us go. Antuin didn't speak, just waved his hand. Chapter 43. The Big Mom pirates retreated in embarrassment, didn't catch a single hair, but were severely injured. The compensation went to Grandma's house. If it weren't for Antoine's interference, the Fishman Island in the original book would indeed have fallen to the Big Mom pirates. After expelling Owen and Smoothie, Antoine left with Shirahoshi. Next stop, Sabayati Archipelago. According to the information from Kaido, Straw Hat crew will land in Sabayati Archipelago. And his task is to snatch Nico Robin. Red Line Holy Land Marie Joyce, in the spacious and bright room, the 5 elders all had dark faces. What happened around the world cannot be hidden from their eyes. A large number of sea kings appeared on the Fishman Island, and the smallest ones were 5,000 meters up. This kind of thing has happened in the past. You mean Poseidon? The Murloc princess who reincarnates once in 100 years is really a huge trouble. The worst thing is that the Murloc princess fell into the hands of the pirates. Antuin, the firebreaker of the beasts pirates, is also a troublesome character. Humph, the world cannot remain stable forever. If one day the situation goes wild and becomes irreversible, we can only turn off those few lights. What's surprising is that this time, it wasn't the riot caused by D. It's hard to find another villain like Rox D. Zebek in the sea. Even Lord Im was alarmed back then. Let's send Marine out now. What about the Whitebeard pirates? Whitebeard is a remnant of the old era, and the pirates of the same period have come to an end, and its significance is far less important than Poseidon. I agree. Several 5 elders talked and exchanged opinions with each other. In the end, it was unanimously decided that they would rather let the Whitebeard pirates go than take Poseidon for themselves. Sabayati Archipelago, because Marine's forces are concentrated in Naval Headquarters, it has become a paradise for many pirates. A new generation of the most dazzling pirates landed one by one. Among them are the Straw Hat Luffy gang. And the Kid Pirates. The Heart Pirates. Hawkins Pirates and more. If we say that the group with the most famous name among them is undoubtedly the Straw Hat Pirates. Defeating Shishibukai Crocodile, Gecko Moria, and N-Ice Lobby successively made the name of the Straw Hat resound in the sea. In the New World, you can hear Monkey D. Luffy's name. The current reward is 300 million Baileys. However, the highest reward is not Straw Hat Luffy. Eustace Kid has a reward of 315 million Baileys. The pirates who landed on the Sabaody archipelago probably have the same purpose, to rush to the Fishman Island. Everyone went to find their respective coding masters. Straw Hat Luffy and his gang followed suit and came to a bar called Shucky's Rip-Off to find a man named Rayleigh for coding. Sadly, Rayleigh was out and Shucky was the only one left. I advise you not to go to the Fishman Island, Straw Hat Bay, at least not in the near future, it is very dangerous. With a cigarette in his mouth, Shucky explained, the Fishman Island has now begun to name beasts. Beasts pirates. Luffy seemed to be stepped on the tail. I know, Shanks was defeated by those guys, I will never let them go. Luffy is a red-haired best friend. When she learned that her friend was seriously injured, she was so angry that she didn't eat meat for a few days. Fool. Shucky shook his head helplessly, let's bring up this topic later, they are not something you can contend with at the moment. If you want to beat them, you have to train with Rayleigh for at least a few years. Shucky pointed out a way out for Luffy. There are a lot of things recently, and there is also the execution of Fire Fist Ace. What are you doing, kid? Shucky's eyes widened, and Luffy suddenly rushed over, grabbing her by the collar like a villain. If this had changed her previous temper, she would definitely have been beaten violently. But Shucky has a good impression of Luffy, especially the Straw Hat, which makes her nostalgic and emotional. Straw Hats have found a new carrier, which may usher in a new era. Answer me, AI, why would Ace be executed? Luffy asked nervously, his voice trembling. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was also very surprised. When they were in Alabasta, they met Fire Fist Ace by chance and learned that the other party was Luffy's brother. You do not know. Shucky was speechless. How stuffy is the news of Straw Hat crew? He was captured by Blackbeard and gave Ace as a trophy to Marine. Shucky preached patiently. Blackbeard. Luffy clenched his fist, another lifelong enemy. It was Antuin before, and now, another Blackbeard popped up. Luffy gritted his teeth with hatred, and silently wrote down the two in his small notebook. Akainu, hey, soon, you will have another enemy for life. Gurgling gurgling. On the southeast side of the Sabaody archipelago, the calm sea water suddenly bubbles, and a huge black shadow can be seen under the deep sea. Many people thought it was Sea Kings, but it was actually Crash. A gigantic coated warship emerges from the water, and the beast's pirates join in. Chapter 44. A group of people quickly boarded the Sabaody archipelago, and the appearance of the beast's pirates also attracted the attention of people around them. How did the overlord of the New World come to Sabaody archipelago? My god, there seems to be a Murloc princess. It's beautiful. Look, it's Beast's Pirates Deputy Captain Antuin. The appearance of Antoine and Shirahoshi is a combination of beauty and the beast, and nothing is more compelling than this. The news spread in Sabaody archipelago, causing panic in a short time. The brutality of the four emperors is not comparable to their group of soldiers and crabs. Naval Headquarters also received the news immediately. Sengoku, I didn't want to deal with Anton, it's important to solve the Whitebeard pirates. It's a pity that the world government sent a message, asking Marine to capture Shirahoshi at all costs. Yes, Antuin is secondary compared to Shirahoshi. Damn world government, it will make trouble for me. Sengoku complained to stop. In order to ensure the success of the mission, he dispatched a combination of Kizaru and Akainu, as well as a large number of peacemen to assist. In this world, no one can compete with the two admirals teamed up. Sengoku is confident of defeating Anton and capturing Shirahoshi. In addition, the beauty of the Murloc princess also attracted the attention of another group of people on the island. Father, have you heard that a huge mermaid is coming? In an ultimate luxury castle, a man who looked like a pig and dressed like an astronaut shouted excitedly, I'm going to buy her as a slave. Charles, you're wasting money again. The older man's voice was harsh, but there was not much blame on his face. Isn't it the duty of their celestial dragons to enjoy? Come on, father, let's go together. Charlos took his father, Roswald, and his younger sister, Carulia, out together. Antuin didn't know that he was being targeted. Area 13 of Sabayati Archipelago, after disembarking, Anton came here. His goal is only one, Nico Robin. Isn't Luffy in the original book looking for the boat membrane installed by Rayleigh? Rayleigh and Shucky live together, and Shucky's bar is in the 13th arrondissement. After a little searching along the way, Antuin found the Shucky's rip-off bar. Creak. He didn't knock on the door, just pushed it in. Shucky is working in front of the wine cabinet, picking up the wine utensils left by the guests. Who are you? Shucky's pupils shrank, surprised by Anton's arrival. He didn't answer, and looked around, where are the guys in the straw hats? Shucky lit a cigarette and said lightly, I don't know, I've already left. Besides, you are not welcome here. This woman is straightforward and doesn't love Antuin at all. Even though Shucky has retired, she was actually a great pirate in the past. Are you still so aggressive when you're old? Antuin frowned, to be honest, he didn't want to conflict with Shucky. But this woman's attitude is not friendly to him at all. Probably because of the relationship between the red hair and the straw hat? Most women are emotional, if you like it, you like it, and if you dislike it, you dislike it. Shucky puffed out smoke rings smartly, and said bluntly, Old lady, I hate you. Then don't bother. Antuin was also very sensible, turned around and left. Observation Hacky scanned around, and Shucky was alone, and he didn't want to waste time. Hey, you boy, where do you want to go? Shucky stopped Antuin again. Are you sick, woman? You were the one who drove me away, and you were the one who told me to stop. Antuin stared at Shucky with idiot eyes. Of course, destroy the Straw Hat crew. Swish. The moment the words fell, Shucky came in a flash, and his slender legs drew a dangerous arc in midair. Boom! A kick hit Antuin, and he raised his arm to block the kick. Antuin's eyes flashed coldly, this woman is playing with fire. Boom boom boom! The pores all over his body were opened, and armament Hacky raged through the audience like a shock wave. Shucky was blown away immediately, and with a bang, his body fell heavily on the big tree, the kind that he couldn't even dig out. When you're old, don't stand up and act fierce, you old woman. Antuin turned and left. If I remember correctly, Straw Hat crew went to the auction house, right? Speaking of which, the human auction house was opened by Doflamingo, where Luffy beat celestial dragons to the ground. After walking a few steps, Antuin stopped. He knew the script of Luffy beating up the celestial dragons wasn't going to happen. It's because you have a huge murloc hidden in your hand, take it out immediately, my young master, bought it. The ugly man standing in front of him is none other than Charros of the Celestial Dragons. That is because he had a conflict with Straw Hat Luffy, and finally attracted Admiral Kizaru. Those who don't know how to praise, one after another. Antuin's patience is exhausted, did he not read the almanac when he went out today? Stepped on a piece of stinky dog shit first, and then stepped on horse manure before taking 2 steps? Shucky, am I shit? Chapter 45. Too strong. Xiaolulia looked at Antuin obsessively, her eyes glowing, it must be suitable as a mount, right? Coincidentally, I thought so too. Antuin smiled evilly, it must be sour to find a female celestial dragons as a mount. Court death. Roswald pulled out his pistol, and with a bang, the bullets streaked through the air. Bang! Sparks flickered on his forehead, and Antuin's head bounced off the bullet. What a tough human being, I like it. Female celestial dragons Carulia is even more obsessed. Antuin opened his mouth, and the fist-sized flame bomb gathered around his mouth. Bold! The guards on both sides rushed out, warning, seeing the great celestial dragons, not only did not kneel, but, bang! A mushroom cloud soared into the sky and Roswald and his bodyguards were burned to ashes together. Father! Shaylia and Charlos yelled in panic. You humble human being, how dare you attack celestial dragons? Charlos held guns in both hands, go, bang bang. The next moment, the flame bomb exploded on his body, the body cracked, and his head flew into the distance like a ball. Brother, brother! Only Shaylia was left paralyzed in fright, covering her small mouth in disbelief. Smashing human beings, kill your father and brother, and Marine Admiral will come to clean you up soon. Shaylia pointed at Antuin hoarsely. Antuin came up slowly and kicked forward with his right leg. Boom! Qianying streaked across the sky and fell towards the distance. Crash! Shaylia fell into the sea and quickly sank to the depths of the sea. Don't let this idiot woman die, I said, to find her as a slave. Antoine said solemnly. Ultai on the side blinked and said excitedly, do you really want to play such an exciting game? What is this? Antuin smiled wickedly, and whispered, one day, I will ride that so-called I'm to Marie Joyce for a ride. Only Antuin dared to say such rebellious words. The news of the tragic death of celestial dragons was spread to 10 to hundreds, and the entire Sabayati archipelago became a mess. Everyone knows that Marine Admiral is coming. Seeing that a bad luck is coming, everyone scrambled to leave Sabayati archipelago. Of course, there are some who are not afraid of death. In a certain restaurant. TCH. Is that troublemaker again? Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie ate meat, and when he heard the name Anton, anger flashed in his eyes. Humph! Beasts pirates of the New World, I'll surpass you one day. The kid gang hiding in the corner. I heard that guy gave Doflamingo a hard time? Hey! I hope to have a chance to work together in the future. Trafalgar Law leisurely mixed in the human auction house to watch the show. As for the Straw Hat Luffy also heard about it, so he was more straightforward. As the saying goes, revenge does not stay overnight, increase tenfold. UBD hurt Shanks, right? Still Area 13, still Shucky's bar. Antuin sat on Shucky's body, holding two iron chains in his hand. One of them was put on Shucky, and the other was put on Shaylia. Both kneeled on the ground, with Shucky serving as a bench. As for Shaylia, it was miserable, like a herbivore, eating the grass on the ground. You boy! Antuin looked at the group of people in front of him from a distance, his head was in a daze. A hot-blooded boy in a straw hat. A blonde man in a black suit. And a head of green algae with a hood. Also Nami and Frankie and Usopp et.al. Of course, Antoine's target Nico Robin is among them. He rubbed his head, the normal way to open it, isn't it running away? They are the four emperors of New World, the Straw Hat Pirates are a fart? The future One Piece may be Luffy, but, the current Luffy is a shit. I've seen Link talking, like you are so dumb, this is the first time I have met, Straw Hat Luffy. Go over and say hello, Shucky. Antoine swung his whip, snapped, and flicked Shucky's fart drum. Ah! BD! Shucky screamed, bloody marks were pulled out of his fart drum. Don't hurt my friend! Damn it, you actually tortured a lady like this! Go away, let me cut him! The three main forces of the Straw Hat Pirates were all angry, scrambling to be the first to threaten to destroy Anton. I didn't intend to make an enemy of this woman. She heard that I was going to trouble you, and she clung to me. Yes, Miss Shucky. Antuin winked at Shucky, smiling like a devil. Go away, I'll go first. As soon as Sanji stepped out, he walked step by step. When he was about 20 meters away, he suddenly accelerated and rushed forward with one step. The flaming right foot kicked towards Antuin's forehead. Hurry up and give it to me from Miss Shucky, bang bang. The mace struck from the left, blasting Sanji unceremoniously. Rookie, it's not your place to talk. Ulti stood next to Antuin like a bodyguard. Chapter 46. Sanji. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates paled in horror. Blackfoot Sanji is one of the best combatants in their Straw Hat regiment. As a result, the boss didn't make a move, just a random stall in seconds. Ulti, damn it, who are you talking about? Clang. Zoro drew 3 knives out of their sheaths at the same time, one dangling from his mouth and each arm. 300 troubles. The piercing sword intent spread out, turning into a tornado-like hurricane gushing out. Ulti smiled contemptuously, and raised the mace again. Stand back, let me do it. Antuin stepped forward, and Ulti looked at Zoro pityingly. The hurricane is so powerful that it leaves scratches wherever it goes, and even the hard rock in the ground survives. Puff puff puff. Antuin let the hurricane swallow him, he didn't even bother to blink his eyes. Except for a part of the hair that fell out, no hair was damaged. How can it be? Zoro was dumbfounded, how could a mortal body resist the slash? You guys don't know anything about New World. Antuin shook his head, he didn't even use his armor, he blocked Zoro's slash with his physical hardness. Of course, don't be too sad. Grabbing the hair that fell in mid-air, he joked, at least give me a haircut. Let me. Luffy rolled up his sleeves and said confidently, we have defeated such a tough opponent as CP0, and this guy can handle it too. Pooh. Antoine was amused, this silly boy thought he was Rob Lucci? This is like a man going to the city of washing feet to have fun. Can the packages of 300 fast and 3000 fast be the same? Although they are all PRST Utes, the 300-year-old is old and ugly, and can't do anything, the 3000-year-old is young and beautiful, playing and singing everything Grandmaster. When you slap the butt drum, she will lie on her stomach in cooperation. So Luffy, still haven't seen the world. It's not his fault, after all, the strongest enemy he has come into contact with now is Rob Lucci. Second gear. Luffy was steaming all over his body, and his skin was also blood red. This trick. Ulti squinted her eyes and muttered, there are a lot of thoughts, the flow of blood has accelerated, the strength of the body has also increased, and the speed and strength will both improve. Come on, Straw Hat Boy. Antuin hooked his fingers, still quite excited inside. Finally TMD can abuse this brat. He is different from ordinary pirate fans, when he didn't time travel before, he hated the silly boy Luffy. Not only is he self-righteous, but he also relies on his own background to be lawless. In Logue Town, if it wasn't for his father Monkey D. Dragon, Wong Luffy's sailing dream would have been ended by Smoker long ago. And then I met Admiral Aokiji, if it weren't for Garp's face, Luffy would have been cold. Thriller Bark Chapter, learned that Luffy is the son of the dragon, so the tyrant bear raised his hand. At the time of the capital of Seven Waters, Garp also released the water of the entire Pacific Ocean. All in all, without his deep background, Luffy would have been f'd to death hundreds of times. Boy, your luck is over, Lao Zi won't be like those people. Antuin yelled, his pupils glowed red. Erdi looked at Antuin in surprise, today's vice-captain, seems very excited. I'll beat you up. Luffy's long and slender arm was smashed forward, the whole arm was like rubber, stretched tens of meters, and it touched Antuin in an instant, rubber jet rocket launcher. Boom! A thunderous noise spread, and Antuin received a blow to the front of his head. Swish! Realizing that he hit the target, Luffy rushed to charge and rushed to Antuin at a speed not weaker than the speed of light. The blow hit the head just now, and anyone will have a 3 to 5 second sluggish period. This is the best time to attack, and he wants to take advantage of this short time to kill Antuin to avenge his good friend Shanks. Regret and go. After getting close, Luffy's strength reached its limit, and a lot of muscles emerged from his thin limbs, and he roared, "Rubber jet fight bang bang!" Before the fist was punched out, Antuin responded with an uppercut, blasting him into the sky. The entire lower jaw snapped and shattered. The fun is just beginning. With a strong jump on both feet, Antuin appeared in front of Luffy in an instant, hitting his head with a flaming fist. Boom! The flames exploded on Luffy, burning his short hair clean. Monkey D. Luffy fell like pyro. Luffy. Just 2 punches. Luffy is the man who offered a reward of 300 million. I just said, this guy is not easy to mess with, let's retreat. The mentality of everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates collapsed. Luffy's body was burning and smoking when he fell to the ground, his eyes were shot out, and his mouth was still foaming. It's too bad. Antuin waved his fist in disappointment, but he didn't warm up. Chapter 47. Luffy. As soon as Zoro stayed, he was currently left with a high-level combat power. Swish! Zoro rushed out, and the 3 knives rolled up the wind and waves and slashed at Antuin. When? Sparks flew like the impact of steel. The 3 knives stopped on the head, heart, and the surface of the right arm. They were too hard to break the defense. Antuin grabbed Hideo Shui with his big hand and easily locked it. It feels cold to the touch and is much heavier than ordinary knives. Clang! The moment he was held, Shui trembled slightly. The whole knife seemed to be afraid of Antuin, and it kept shaking. Antuin exerted force with his big hand, with astonishing strength, bending Shui abruptly into an L shape. Is this a human? Zoro held his breath, and his 3 views were shattered. Not only are there monsters that cannot be cut through by a knife, but they are also forcibly broken. In particular, Shui is still famous for its toughness, and its own density is so high that even a dinosaur will bend by a millimeter when standing on it. Oh, it's all like this, and it hasn't broken yet. Antuin said with emotion, it is indeed the saber worn by the dragon-slaying warrior Ryoma. Boom boom boom. The ground was dusty, and armament haki was released out of thin air, spreading around like a bulldozer. Bang! Zoro flew upside down as if he had been punched hard. Plop! Unfortunately, he also fell into the waves of the water. And Sanji are worthy of being a pair of happy friends, where they fall together. Who else is there? Antuin glanced over Usopp, Frankie, Brook and others. Don't be nervous, I'm just giving you a lesson in advance to let you know how cruel the new world is. Antuin smiled brightly, I won't make it difficult for you all, I have only one purpose for coming. His eyes moved and he locked onto Nico Robin. Beasts Pirates sincerely invites you to join us, Miss Robin. Sincere? Heard my companion, is this your sincerity? Robin's face darkened, looking at Luffy who fell to the ground, as well as Sanji and Zoro who fell into the sea. Antuin was afraid that he might have misunderstood the word sincerity. You'd be wrong. Antuin explained, as the deputy captain, I have a lot of opportunities every day. I can personally welcome you to join the Beasts Pirates. This is the sincerity of the Beasts Pirates. What happens if I refuse? Robin clenched his fists and asked, are you going to kill us? Antuin whistled boredly, and said casually, actually, I don't care much about you, but Kaido needs you to interpret the historical text in his hand. As for you, if you don't join, I will take you to Wano Kuni forcibly. As for your partner's life and death, it depends on whether they know what to do or not. Antoine spoke eloquently. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he felt a surge of hostility, as if another enemy had appeared. Turning around and looking, it turned out to be. It's all like this, do you still have trouble with me? That deep hostility comes from the Straw Hat Luffy. He rolled his eyes, obviously being abused. I don't know if you have an unyielding will, or if there is something unwilling, even if you faint, I still feel that you are staring at me. What an ignorant brat. Antuin's eyes were as sharp as a knife, and then he smiled strangely, thinking of a bad idea. He beat up the crew of the Straw Hat Pirates one after another, even Robin was taken away, and his friend, the red-haired Shanks, was also beaten. The tension between the two sides is too great to resolve. Since that's the case, let's play an exciting game. Don't you want to save your good brother Ace? I'll let you get closer. Ha 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 ha. Evil laughter resounded over the Sabayati archipelago, and it was creepy to hear. There is a saying that a good person will do it to the end and send the Buddha to the west. Antuin, the bad guys did it to the end today, captured Luffy alive and sent it to Marine. By the way, tell Marine his identity, the child of the Revolutionary Army Dragon. Isn't this identity more fragrant than Fire Fist Ace? Arrange a public execution for Luffy too, maybe more people will save him, even the Revolutionary Army will come. Dragon's son, General Staff Sabo's younger brother, and the two highest leaders of the Revolutionary Army are all relatives of Straw Hat Luffy. The world government knows it, and it's not bad. Over the years, the Revolutionary Army has been their confidant, and they have done things all over the world. There are more than a dozen countries that have been overthrown by them. What do you want to do? Hearing Antuin's raging laughter, everyone trembled. The devil laughed, can this TMD be a good thing? We won't let Robin go with you. Frankie stood up first, his fist turned into a cannon. Yo hee hee hee, that's right, I haven't gotten Miss Robin's favor yet. Bones Brook also drew his saber. Even if it costs my life, I will keep Robin. Chopper's body suddenly grew bigger and turned into a monster. As for Nami and Usopp, to be honest, the Straw Hat Pirates are the two most cowardly, staring at Antuin with trembling legs. Chapter 48. Do you really want to do it? Have you considered it carefully? Antuin looked at Robin and said, it's fine for them to be impulsive. You should understand how big the gap is, right? To be honest, Robin didn't stop Luffy from finding fault, and even came together, which is hard for Antuin to understand. Don't you really think you can create miracles all the time? Robin lowered his head, his sleeveless t-shirt was wet with sweat. The graceful curves are unobstructed. I follow you. A simple sentence, as if exhausting all his strength, Robin's face turned pale. Robin! The rest exclaimed, full of reluctance. Only Nami and Usopp remained silent. It may be a bit unfeeling to say this, but it is the best choice for Robin to leave voluntarily. I don't agree. The dizzy Luffy suddenly opened his eyes, and stood up tremblingly again, his gaze firm. Luffy! Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates beamed with joy, with excitement on their faces. Luffy is still there, everyone has a backbone. You brat is so annoying. Antuin's face was full of displeasure, he took a step forward and punched him hard. Boom! The iron fist hit Luffy's abdomen, and his entire stomach was sunken. The boy vomited blood, rolled his eyes again and became dizzy. Luffy! Chopper, Frankie, and Brook rushed in furiously. Usopp and Nami gritted their teeth and were also forced to fight. Get them done! Glancing at Ulti, Antuin walked over to Nico Robin. Hey, leave it to me! Ulti was carrying a mace, with a violent aura raging. Swish! The mace swung violently, creating a devastating storm. Boom boom boom! The hurricane was unstoppable, and when Brook and the others got a little closer, they were blown back again and again. People like Nami and Usopp, whose strength is low, were directly blown away. Everyone! Robin stared at Antuin angrily, I have already agreed to go with you, why are you still attacking everyone? They did it first, it's not my fault. Antuin spread his hands innocently, and then hooked Robin's neck very familiarly. Don't worry, I will guarantee the safety of everyone except Luffy. Robin was taken aback. Are you going to kill Luffy? No, no, no. I'm not that bad. Antuin said straight to the point, I will hand Luffy to Marine and spare his life. Hearing this, Robin is also convinced. Is this also called sparing his life? Luffy defeated 2 Shishibukai successively, and defeated CP9, Pluton blueprints are gone, and Ice Lobby is also destroyed because of this. Marine and world government have Luffy's heart alive, are you still calling him to spare his life? Boom boom boom. A series of explosions came suddenly in the distance, and a cloud of flaming mushrooms ignited all over the Sabayati archipelago. Antuin observation haki unfolded, and after the search, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Marine actually came, and they have so many troops at once, they don't care about the Whitebeard pirates. Through perception, Antuin found more than 30 warships. There are probably nearly 10,000 Marines. Such a luxurious force is obviously not aimed at those supernovas. And the biggest bounty on the island, isn't he Uncle Antuin? Boss, Marine seems to be coming. Erdi leaned over and shouted excitedly, great, these rookies haven't had a good time playing, it's fun, haha. Looking around, Frankie, Brooke and others have been beaten to the ground. Frankie's head was knocked askew, and Brooke's head was hammered off. Usopp has a bruised nose and a swollen face, with a mouth full of broken teeth. Chopper was knocked out too. As for Nami, this woman looks good, she has a big round butt, I'll help you out. Erdi grabbed Nami, and Antuin was dumbfounded. Nami had already been stripped off, leaving only the panties and underwear. The smooth skin can be seen at a glance, and the perfect curve makes people unable to move their eyes. Grunt. Antuin's throat choked. Who told you to make your own decisions? Good guy. Ulti gave Antuin a one-stop service. It's fine for him to fight for him, and he even undressed for him. Nami cried with tears in her eyes, why do women make things difficult for women? Nami was shivering with cold as the wind blew by. Fortunately, no one was around, and the members of the Straw Hat Pirates were all knocked out, otherwise she would have had a blast. Okay, let's go, it's worthless. Glancing casually at Nami, Antuin waved his hand. She is my filial piety to you. Ulti pouted angrily. I know you wanted the ancient stick earlier, but your method is wrong. Do you know what to do with Kaido? Antuin's words made the listless Erdi PK up his ears and asked, what did that idiot do? Antuin threw a book to Ulti. This is the Ancient Essence Collection, and the spell the Ancient Essence Collection is my father. Remember, once in the morning and noon, 3 times each time. Erdi, who took the book, was stunned. Are you sure she wasn't telling her to take medicine? Chapter 49. Erdi was drunk. Did Antuin think he was a doctor? Antuin is also very convinced. Do you think you are an old bastard? In the future, don't introduce services blindly. Lord Antuin, Marine is coming in menacing ways. Erdi was holding the binoculars, and her previously rebellious little face gradually became serious like a basin of cold water being poured down. She sees Marine Admiral Akainu, and Admiral Kizaru. In addition, there are densely packed Marine generals, most of whom are Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral. With such a luxurious lineup, even if Kaido came, it would be difficult to escape the defeat today. How about, we retreat? Don't look at Erdi's bluffing usually, but at this time he was actually cowardly. She's a little arrogant, but that doesn't mean she's a fool. I want to retreat too. The key is Marine willing? The task is to take away Nico Robin, which has already been completed, and Antoine doesn't want to stay in Sabayati Archipelago to delay time. On Marine's side, the anger has reached ultimate. Poor Salino, Sakazuki, we must get the Murloc princess, and that madman Anton, kill him at all costs. Sengoku's furious voice came from the other side of the phone bug. Kizaru raised his eye sockets, his eyes were full of surprise, and he slanted his mouth and said, "Oh! Marshal Sengoku, what did that guy do to make you so angry? Don't inquire about things on the road." Sengoku, far away in Naval Headquarters, grunted. 5 elders had called 5 minutes ago, cracking him up. Word has spread that Antuin slaughtered the celestial dragons and enslaved the female celestial dragons. Sengoku, who has always been unhappy watching celestial dragons, was overjoyed when he heard the news. This group of rampant guys, not only for human beings, but also for him, the Marine Marshal, often shouted and shouted, so they needed lawless mobs to rectify. However, within 3 seconds of being happy, Sengoku realized that something was wrong. Celestial dragons had been abused, and it was Marine who was in charge of wiping the A. Sure enough, the 5 elders called right away, sending Sengoku into a bout of impotent rage, spitting out of the phone bug. 10 minutes of talk time, 9 minutes and 50 seconds of angry Sengoku, and the rest of the time requires Marine to kill Anton. Sengoku felt bitter, and could only vent his anger on Kizaru and Akainu. "Don't let me fool you, kid. The mission failed. You don't even want to have a vacation for a year. And Sakazuki, tell him, the mission failed, and I'll send him to burn the boiler." Ha! After scolding the two of them, Sengoku hung up the phone. "Could it be green? Why are you so angry?" Kizaru slandered secretly in his heart, and Akainu beside him also had a sullen face. Unlike Kizaru, he doesn't have complicated ideas. It's just that the source of the scolding is attributed to the beast's pirates. Ignore the rest of the pirates for the time being, and attack the beast's pirates with all my might. With a big wave of Akainu's hand, nearly 30 warships marched together, approaching the Sabayati archipelago dock mightily. Rumble! The huge Sabayati trembled violently, and the ground was filled with thick smoke. The entire island suddenly sank a lot. Anton transformed into an apostle mode, and the Sabayati archipelago was shaking under the weight of his huge body. He was too big for the Sabayati archipelago to carry his limbs, all submerged in the water. Recently, Antuin has been binge-eating and drinking. His weight soared from 150,000 tons to 200,000 tons. How did the Sabayati archipelago get bigger? That's Antuin's apostle mode. It's so scary, it's the first time I saw a turtle carrying a volcano. Humph! With our double admiral lineup, this guy dares to face it head-on. Impel Down is going to have another legendary prisoner. Marines sighed, although shocked by Antuin's huge body, they are still very confident in their own strength. After all, there are 2 admirals teaming up, not to mention Antuin, and Roger has to admit cowardice when he comes. With such a big body, you can hit the target with any casual attack. Kizaru muttered to himself, then laughed wretchedly again. He soared into the sky. His body was as dazzling as the sun. Both hands gather bright flashes, illuminating the entire Sabayati archipelago. "Come here, it's Mr. Polosolino's big move. Go! Is it Bakakayan Guyu?" It seems that the victory is already in hand, and the Marines raised their arms and shouted. With such a powerful big move, isn't it a safe target for Antuin? Swish 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 swish. The next moment, the overwhelming flash bombs poured down like a torrential rain, and even the sky turned golden. Antuin raised his head and burped casually. He didn't resist, and lay lazily on the ground. "Come on, Whipmaster Turtle well. Recently, Mr. Gui is a little itchy." Chapter 50. Bang bang bang! A series of explosions rose from Antuin's back. His whole body was covered by a huge ball of fire, and the sea boiled. Antuin's huge body also trembled slightly. The thickest part of his body is nothing more than 2, one of which is the head, which is the hardest. The other is the spine, because of the strong turtle shell, the defense is also outrageous. To be honest, Kizaru's continuous attacks didn't hurt him at all. Marine also took advantage of this rapid assault and stepped into the Sabayati archipelago. All beasts pirates are by Antuin's side. Apart from Ultai, there are only some ordinary young people, probably 100 or so. The huge Sabayati archipelago is surrounded by Marine. Antuin, hand over Shirahoshi, the mermaid princess. Akainu led a large group of Marines to attack, with a cold light in his eyes. He got scolded by Sengoku for making him burn the boiler because of this brat. What the hell is his lava fruit for? The skin is so thick. Such a large-scale attack did not cause any wounds. Kizaru descended from the sky and looked around on Antuin's body, but he couldn't find a single scar, and the flames went out by themselves not long after. Aiming at Shirahoshi? Looks like her identity has been exposed. Antuin was not surprised. The Fishman Island was surrounded by groups of sea kings, and hundreds of thousands of people in the Fishman Island saw it. With the intelligence capabilities of Marine and world government, isn't it normal to get news? Shirahoshi won't just go with you, I'm his legal husband. Facing the double admirals, Antuin seemed to be really scared. Old dog, old ape, it's convenient for you too, let the brothers go. All the pirates in the sea have been caught, and you Marines will lose their jobs. Of course, I won't let you go back and make business difficult. Ultai, bring me up. After the words fell, Ultai came out dragging the heavily tied Luffy. Is this Straw Hat Luffy? Both Akainu and Kizaru frowned. Luffy and the others naturally knew that they were also the most wanted by Marine. A while ago, the Nice lobby battle caused Marine and world government to become a joke. Plus, Nico Robin is also on his crew. That kid is indeed a repeat offender, but you don't think that handing him over to us will let you and the Murloc princess go? Kizaru lit a cigarette and pointed to the clear sky's path. It's dawn, it's not time to sleep and dream at night. After you've been defeated, Monkey D. Luffy is still ours. Akainu sneered, thinking they were being fooled. What's more, the Straw Hat boy can't compare to you. Kizaru said quietly, you are worth 2 billion Baileys. Don't underestimate Straw Hat Luffy either. Antuin smiled wickedly, and unceremoniously exposed Luffy's identity. His father is a Revolutionary Army dragon, and a close friend of the red-haired Shanks. Pluton Rayleigh is optimistic about the next generation of One Piece. Fire Fist Ace is his brother, and Hero Garp is his grandfather. Taking him back is equivalent to capturing the prince of the Revolutionary Army. Take it. After speaking, Antuin swept away with a huge slap, and a gust of wind swept Luffy away. Unbiased, falling right to Kizaru and Akainu. It's a great achievement to catch this kid. A blaze flashed in Akainu's eyes. He had already heard that after this battle, Sengoku might have to resign. The new marshal will be selected from the 3 admirals. If Akainu wants to win the top spot, in addition to being appreciated by the 5 elders, he also needs enough military exploits to convince the crowd. And isn't that what Luffy is? With this kid in his hand, he can threaten the Revolutionary Army. He stretched his arms out and was about to catch Luffy when a flash of light shot up beside him. Light speed kick. A flashy kick hit Luffy right in the stomach. Boom. With a loud noise, Luffy flew out of the thick smoke and hit the big tree in the distance without any mistakes. What are you doing, Polisalino? Akainu got angry, and the military achievements he got were gone. I'm worried about cheating, Sakazuki. The opponent offered a reward of 2 billion Baileys at a young age. The means are not comparable to ordinary people. We must be more vigilant. Kizaru said seriously. The displeasure on Akainu's face subsided even after careful consideration. But finally free. On the other side, the voice of Luffy in the straw hat came. Kizaru's kick woke him up, and the boy was free again. The iron chains on his body were kicked to pieces. Are you his undercover agent? Antuin was also convinced, and asked seriously, "Could you be the uncle of Straw Hat Luffy Monkey D. Kizaru?" Similar operations, Kizaru has not been staged once or twice. During the Summit War, it was obvious that Luffy had been unconscious, and then he could be caught or executed directly. Guess what happened to Kizaru? One kick sent Luffy flying, and it would be nothing if it kicked into the sea. But, what happened to kicking Whitebeard? It is estimated that Whitebeard also felt at the time. No wonder Luffy has not been caught by Marine, and the uncles in the emotional family are admirals in Marine. Chapter 51. Straw Hat Luffy, what a tough guy. Kizaru slanted his mouth, pretending to mutter. Antuin. Akainu. Ghost Spider, Hwashaishan, Stockton. You guys go and catch that kid back, he won't let him escape no matter what. Akainu directed 3 vice admirals to clean up Luffy, and continued to stare at Antuin himself. It seems that there cannot be a peaceful solution. Antuin raised his big hand and slammed it towards the ground. Boom! The ground trembled violently, tearing countless cracks. Many Marines caught off guard fell into it. Akainu seized the opportunity and swung his magma fist to attack. Great eruption. The magma arm, which could be called a giant, flew towards Antuin's head, and even an iceberg could destroy it. However, facing such a powerful move, Antuin opened his mouth wide open. Pooh! The magma fell like a torrential rain, and the moment it was about to be hit, Antuin crushed it in one bite. Idiot, you are dead. Wait to be blown to pieces, Akainu sneered. Rumble. The magma wreck exploded quickly, and ultimate's flames engulfed the entire skull. A burnt smell also spread through the air. A fool with nothing but brute strength. Akainu crossed his hands and hugged him with a cold and arrogant face. Lava fruit is recognized as the devil fruit with the highest attack power. It broke out through the old man. Akainu's voice stopped abruptly, the sky suddenly fell into darkness, and claws covered with dead skin slapped him. Lava burst from Akainu's arm again, Dark Hound. The magma fist is like a rubber band, extending more than 10 meters long at once. Boom! Fireworks scattered in the sky, and Antuin's paw ate a fist of magma, and the surface was scorched. Akainu sneered, sure enough, he is a fool, seeing. Swish! The claws only paused for a few seconds before descending again. Can you still move? Akainu's complexion changed drastically. First he was hit on the head, and then he was hit by Dark Hound. He can be sure that Whitebeard will be disemboweled after taking these 2 moves. Boom! The wide slap landed on the ground, blasting out a palm print hundreds of meters wide. The ground split open, and Akainu was pinned directly to the ground. Ah! You seem to have forgotten the old man. Kizaru's voice came from afar. Antuin looked up, and at some point, Kizaru had already appeared in front of him. Dangerous flashes gathered at the fingertips, heading straight for Antuin's eyes. Rumble! The scorching fireball ignited, and the temperature increased 100 times. The moment he was about to be hit, Antuin closed his eyes, his thick eyelids resisting most of the impact. Even so, his eyes still felt a slight burning pain. It's better to admit it, the combination of the 2 admirals did cause him a certain degree of trouble. Akainu's destructive power plus Kizaru's fast speed equals PD off Antuin. Yes, when Uncle Antuin opened his eyes, the pupils were beating like blood. He was irritated. Great eruption. Another massive magma fist flew over, comparable to Anton's head. Antuin repeated his old trick, opened his mouth wide, and bit away. Grunt! The scorching magma fist fell into the throat accurately, and thick smoke immediately rose from the mouth. With a sudden swallow, swallowed into the stomach. Oh my god, what did I see? That guy ate Sakazuki Admiral's lava. Is this still a tortoise? It's simply a beast. Terrible. The Marines who watched the battle were stunned. In the sea, there are also people who can crack Akainu's tricks. But such a rough swallow, Antuin is the first. Tisk tisk tisk. It's hot, it tastes good, lava kid. Antuin said something inexplicable. Wait a minute, maybe I want to thank you for the assist. I ate a lot of sea stone before, and the volcano on my back didn't respond. Now that the magma from Akainu is delivered to my door, I can probably evolve. I will definitely kill you kid today, absolutely. Akainu crawled out from the crack in the ground and looked closely. He was also drenched in blood. Sakazuki, calm down, don't forget our mission. People from Sengoku and the world government have said that the mermaid princess is the most important, followed by Anton. Kizaru lazily reminded. The old man has not forgotten. After Akainu finished speaking, he scanned around. The strange thing is, our people didn't seem to see the mermaid princess after searching for a long time. Do you want Shirahoshi? I'll give it to you if you want it. Anton took the words and pointed to his back. Go and find her, I put her on the volcano. Brave Marines, hurry up and open up wasteland. Akainu and Kizaru's mentality exploded. Isn't that what Roger said before he was executed? What are you imitating here? Poor Salino, I think this kid is playing with us. You and I will join forces to kill him. When the time comes to dig the entire Sabayati archipelago 3 feet into the ground, I don't believe we won't find that mermaid princess. Akainu was furious, and he waved his arms hundreds of times in an instant, regardless of whether Kizaru agreed or not. Meteor volcano. A large amount of magma roared, all aimed at such a deadly place as the head. Chapter 52. Antuin opened his throat as wide as possible. Shoot, shoot, wait a minute, when you cry. Bang bang bang. Huge magma fists exploded in Antuin's mouth one after another. Terrible flames and magma scattered, and he swallowed desperately, but there were too many, most of the corners of his mouth overflowed. Ha ha ha. Akainu grinned, 80% of Meteor Volcano's fists hit Antuin, you kid still not dead? In fact. Boom 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 boom. The magma on Antuin's back began to erupt, and the magma column rushed hundreds of meters high, even the sky was burned red. The mouth and eyes all flashed a terrible red light, which made people shudder. It felt like an ancient monster awakened. Sakazuki, stop your attack immediately, this guy seems to have absorbed your magma. Realizing that something was wrong, Kizaru let out a loud shout. Looking closely, there are a lot of black rocks protruding from Antuin's mouth, all of which are volcanic rocks after the magma has cooled. Nonsense, how could someone absorb magma? Akainu retorted unceremoniously, but seeing the black rocks all over the place, he was speechless. If you touch it up, you can still feel the residual heat. Every time it erupts, there seem to be some monsters and weapons from the ancient series. Ultai looked at the erupting volcano, feeling extremely excited. She took out the book presented by Antuin, the ancient book. Her knees softened, and she knelt down reverently, chanting and kowtowing at the corners of her mouth. The desolate ancient treasure is my father, the desolate ancient treasure is my father. Father, my daughter begs you, give me an ancient stick. Father, it's my daughter begging you. The wonderful spell shattered Marine's 3 views. Anyway, it's a pirate with a bounty of 400 million. How could you be so stupid at such a young age? Kizaru also happened to see this scene, and at the same time, he had a new understanding of Antuin, a cult propagandist. This is the same as the Revolutionary Army's slogans all day long for freedom and equality. What about Antuin's slogan, the ancient treasure is my father? Boom boom boom. The volcano erupted again, and the height of the magma eruption reached kilometers. The sea area of Sabayati archipelago is filled with magma. In it, a golden divine light flashed. Erdi was extremely excited, and stared at him intently, desolate ancient cudgel. I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you, Ultai. Antuin shook his head, and immediately looked at the Marines jokingly. Boom! The golden light fell forcefully, sending smoke and dust flying from the ground. When the smoke dissipated, a monster in armor appeared with a huge axe in his hand. He was covered in flames, and wherever he went, the ground was scorched black. Crave of Flame! Antuin called out his name, and the guy turned his head and looked at Antuin respectfully. What's this? Antuin's younger brother. What about us two admirals? The elder brother can't do it, what can the younger brother do? The Marines are still confident. First of all, they don't understand the strength of Crave of the Flame. Secondly, no matter how powerful the enemy is, as the same sentence says, you have to admit defeat in the face of double admirals. Thank you for your support. Antuin laughed at Akainu, it's because of you that I can nominate my favorite general. I ate so many sea stones before, and I always felt a little bit worse. Thank you for your hard work. You can make an appointment offline at any time. Akainu. He had a dark face, even though he couldn't hear what the BD was talking about. Akainu knew that Antuin was humiliating him after hearing the mean laughter. Sakazuki, Sakazuki, what a fart. Kizaru also started to complain, unlike those scumbag Marines, as Admiral, Haki has already cultivated to the peak. Crave of Flame seems to be moving slowly, with a big and stupid forehead, and he doesn't look very smart. But through the perception of observation Haki, the intuition tells Kizaru that this thing is dangerous. And the responsibility for all this lies with Akainu. If Antuin hadn't absorbed your magma, I'm sure the volcano he was carrying wouldn't have erupted. Kizaru complained, Marshal Sengoku is right, you'd better burn the boiler. Watch your words, Polisolino. Akainu's face turned dark, now it's 2v2, the balance of victory has been maintained, and Marine's advantage is no longer there. It's all like this, Kizaru still dare to engage in introversion. Do you have the right to say that about me? If it weren't for you, how could that straw hat Luffy escape? Akainu is also not easy to mess with and starts attacking Kizaru. Antuin remained silent, and Marine was really lucky to have these two crouching dragons and phoenix chicks. What's more, there is no direct evidence that they appeared by absorbing the old man's magma. Akainu turned into a diamond-level barber, and he was so angry that he even sent a dark hound to Crave of the Flame. Boom! The head of the magma fist exploded, and the splashed magma covered the whole body. A normal person would have died long ago. After taking this blow, Crave of the Flame became even bigger, and his originally sluggish speed also became faster. It seems that it can really absorb magma. Akainu was embarrassed. If he could really absorb magma, why would he, Marine Admiral, come here? Akainu, Sengoku, I'm sorry to bother you, give me a boiler burning job right now. Chapter 53. It's a big deal for me to stop using lava fruit. Akainu was extinguished with magma all over his body, relying on the excellent Haki, he still has good fighting power. But, compared to the peak period, the strength must have declined to a certain extent. Let them experience what it's like to be dominated. Antuin glanced at Rikoff the Flame, who swung the huge axe in his hand, and a half-moon-shaped slash whizzed away. Akainu and Kizaru have learned to be good, and they dare not fight hard, for fear of being tricked again. Kizaru rushed to the sky with the flash fruit, and Akainu also flew into the sky with moonwalk. Puff 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 puff. The rest of the Marines were miserable, and the blood spray took off with a large number of stumps and broken arms. With just this blow, a large number of Marines were mercilessly cut in half. They fell miserably in a pool of blood. Sakazuki, old man Anton is here to solve it, the monster with the axe is handed over to you. Kizaru looked at Akainu and sighed secretly. In fact, whether it is Antuin or Rikoff the Flame, Akainu is not suitable to be their opponent. Antuin can also absorb magma, and this Rikoff of the Flame seems to be able to absorb and strengthen it when facing magma. The dignified Marine Admiral is completely useless. Akainu, Akainu, you are really useless. I think you can replace it with a stainless steel wash basin. In the future, hit me, Uncle Antuin, and don't take Akainu with him, his output is too rubbish. Antuin also followed with cynicism, and Akainu almost split in place. Whoops whoops whoops. He was panting with anger, even though he knew that Antuin was deliberately provoking him, his heart was still burning with anger. Sakazuki, is also a marine admiral. Among the 3 admirals, that is also the existence of the main sea. You actually said that I am worth a stainless steel wash basin? Unacceptable. Kill kill kill. Akainu snarled again and again, and crazily rushed towards Rikov the Flame. Even without lava fruit, relying on armament haki and observation haki, as well as marine 6 styles, Akainu is still confident against Rikov the Flame. Shave! Akainu yelled, flashed in front of Rikov the Flame in an instant, covered armament haki's fist, and slammed directly towards the opponent's forehead. Boom! The powerful punch should not be underestimated, and Rikov the Flame was repelled by more than 10 meters. The armor on the abdomen has fallen off a lot. The corner of Akainu's mouth raised an arc. This is his combat power. Without the lava fruit, he still rushed a lot. Woohoo! Rikov the Flame screamed strangely after being beaten. The ground cracked, and 7 black zombies crawled out of the ground. Humph! Look like a bird like Antuin. If you can't beat him, you will start summoning the little ones. Akainu looked disdainful, and continued to attack with his fist like a sandbag. Bang bang bang! There were several sharp piercing sounds in the air, and armament haki was released like an air bomb. Corresponding to the number of zombies, there are as many as 7. Kaka! 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 The head flew into the sky like a ball, and various holes were opened in the body. Some zombies were smashed into pieces and turned into mud. Oh my god, it's Sakazuki Admiral! Even without lava fruit, Mr. Sakazuki is still not to be underestimated. There have been rumors before that Sakazuki is the strongest admiral, maybe it's true. The marines around were all amazed at Akainu's fighting power, and turned into little fans one after another. It's you next. Akainu strutted towards Rikov the Flame. He glanced at Kizaru from the corner of his eye. He didn't dare to confront Antuin head-on. He ran away after losing his skills, and then came back to continue throwing. Poor Salino alone cannot defeat Anton. Akainu's eyes were as sharp as a knife. He stared at Rikov the Flame, and said in a deep voice, I'll kill you, the old man will work with Polo Salino to kill your master. Ho 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 ho! Rikov the Flame opened his mouth and yelled, and swung the giant axe in his hand again. Seeing this, Akainu leaped forward with a stride. His left arm swelled up, as if possessing 10,000 caddies of strength, and firmly grasped the giant axe, preventing Rikov the Flame from swinging the weapon to attack. In this scene, the visual impact is explosive. There is a sense of sight of grabbing a sword with empty hands, and the marines applaud Akainu loudly one by one. Knock him up, Sakazuki Admiral! There was an overwhelming sound of cheers, and even Antuin's eardrums were almost shattered. His huge eyes glanced at Akainu, and there was a strange look in his eyes. These idiots, Marine, think of Rikov the Flame too simply. Drink! Akainu let out a loud shout, and continued to strike with his proud fist. Boom! With a deafening bang, Rikov the Flame flew out directly. Akainu's fist was covered with white residue, which was the tooth of Rikov the Flame. This blow sent Rikov the Flame flying 100 meters away. Hoo-hoo! Akainu breathed out a foul breath, and at this moment, he finally felt elated. Damn, didn't you say that Laozi is a stainless steel wash basin? Have you ever seen such a fierce wash basin? Chapter 54. Sakazuki, refused to be a stainless steel wash basin. Woohoo! Rikov the Flame roared loudly, and stood up tenaciously again. Akainu frowned. A monster is a monster, and its vitality is really tough. However, you've stopped here. The right fist was clenched, and the whole arm was thickened. Before, Akainu didn't take it seriously. The highest level armament haki flowed into the interior for destruction, and Akainu didn't test the water yet. He was sure that if he used that move, he would definitely be able to blow up Rikoff the Flame. Sakazuki Admiral, be careful. A panicked voice suddenly came from behind. Pooh! Just as Akainu was about to turn his head back, some monster hugged his neck from behind. The force was so unbelievably strong, it made him feel suffocated. How is it possible? Akainu's cheeks were flushed, and through the corner of his eyes, he discovered that it was the zombie that had been killed before. Hell, didn't they all get killed? In addition, despite the thin arms and legs of these zombies, their strength is surprisingly domineering. Akainu feels like his neck is about to be broken. The rest of the zombies all rushed forward, like beasts that hadn't eaten for a long time, surrounding Akainu hungry. Puff 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 puff. They opened their mouths wide and bit, every time they could bite through the skin and pull out the bloody flesh. Like a pack of wolves eating a delicious lamb. Wow! Rao is such an unsmiling Iron Man like Akainu, and he is also crying to the sky at this moment. In a few seconds, he was eaten dozens of times. Limbs, head, abdomen, and even the main body were not spared. Sakazuki Admiral. Marines watching the battle panicked and drew their swords to help. Swish! The silver and white slash leaped forward, approaching the crowd of zombies. Puff 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 puff. Marine Vice Admiral's strength is still not bad, cutting down the zombie group in one go. The devoured Akainu appeared again. He has been devoured beyond recognition, his whole body is bruised, and even his face has oozing teeth marks. Sakazuki Admiral. The Marines were stunned. Is this still the high-spirited Sakazuki Admiral from before? Now he is like a ghost covered in blood, as if he just crawled out of hell. How can it be repaired? Hateful. The veins on Akainu's forehead bulged, his fists were clenched tightly, his knuckles were crackling, and the feeling was about to break. Kill you! Furious, Akainu unleashed his rage on Rikoff the Flame. Shave! Akainu flashed in an instant, aiming his iron fist at the cheek of Rikoff the Flame and attacking desperately. Bang! The head tilted, the neck snapped off, and the head hung like noodles. Boom! The armament haki that flowed into the skull exploded, and the two eyes of Rikoff the Flame were shattered. Part of the blood even splashed on Akainu's face. He licked it extremely bloodthirsty, and the cruelty in his eyes did not diminish. Those damn zombies don't play their cards according to the routine. If you bite lousy, you can bite it, but why bite that thing? Akainu's anger, whether it can be used in the future, let's not talk about it, in front of so many Marines, won't his reputation as an iron-blooded admiral be completely ruined? You're done, Sakazuki. There was a voice next to his ear, and Akainu retorted, I'm done? You better see who's done. Looking at Antuin's face, Akainu looked extremely cruel. Even though Rikoff the Flame was killed, his anger still persisted. Antuin was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and started counting down the seconds. 3, 2. Who are you scaring? Akainu dismissed it, but secretly became nervous. Just now, didn't he just get tricked by carelessness? However, I don't blame him. Who would have thought that the group of zombies could be resurrected after their heads and bodies were smashed? The cold breath suddenly spread from under his feet. Akainu suddenly looked down, his legs had already started to be upgraded. The complexion turned black, and the blood seemed to have evaporated, leaving only a layer of skin and bones. Don't think it's just the legs, it spreads from the legs to the thighs and abdomen. Isn't this exactly the same as those zombies? Akainu's voice was full of rare sharpness, and a trace of fear that had never been there before. Is he going to turn into a zombie? What a joke! Akainu rushed to the doctor because of his illness, and he tried to shake his body, but it was useless, and he finally turned into a corpse. In full view, Marine Admiral Akainu became a zombie. Okay, one is done. Antuin looked at Kizaru with a smile. The Master Sea has become a zombie, what can you do alone? Kizaru also turned his head to look at Akainu, his old eyes were full of astonishment. What the hell is this? Sakazuki, can you still hear me? It was the first time for Kizaru to encounter such a situation, and immediately shouted at the marine camp, go to the ship doctor. While Kizaru was distracted, Antuin's huge head hit him. Chapter 55. Boom! Kizaru received a solid blow to the head, and at that moment, the skeleton of his whole body was about to fall apart. He fell to the ground like a cannonball. Hey, how did this happen? Turned into a zombie, Akainu is in a mess. Apart from being able to move, his arms, strength, and lava fruit are all useless. In short, it is reduced to a useless person. For a man who believes in strength, nothing is more painful than losing it. Sakazuki Admiral. Marine's ship doctor rushed to give first aid. Akainu was so moved when he saw this, he staggered over. But... swish! A piercing sword wind swept across, and the ground was split into two parts like paper. Akainu and Marine's doctor also separated. Sakazuki Admiral is currently poisoned, don't approach him rashly, maybe he will make some dangerous moves. A bronze-colored burly man appeared, carrying a big knife, with muscles as strong as an ox. Maynard Vice Admiral. The ship doctors were taken aback for a moment, then stopped immediately. It's true, didn't those zombies eat Akainu and cause him to be infected? If Akainu eats them too, the consequences will be disastrous. Thinking of this, the ship doctor avoided Akainu and backed away a few feet. You son of a BCH, you're the only one who knows. Akainu almost fainted. Lao Zi is still conscious, completely different from those zombies. He wanted to open his mouth to explain, but apart from being able to move, he was deprived of all other abilities. In desperation, Akainu continued to move to Marine's ship doctor. Run Nima, run, come and save Lao Zi. But this move immediately made Maynard smell the danger. In his opinion, this is Akainu wanting to eat people. Sorry, Mr. Sakazuki. He jumped forward, his broad body stopped in front of Akainu. He raised his voice and warned, Sakazuki Admiral, please stop immediately, otherwise, I will. Please stay awake. Akainu just ignored it and moved on. Damn, are you funny, you a Marine Vice Admiral, come to warn me about this Admiral? It's not a bit of a trick, no, I'll wait for you to wake up later, and let you understand what it means to stay awake. Boom! Maynard struck out without warning, hitting the forehead with a heavy punch, and the zombified Akainu was beaten and vomited blood. He really dared to hit me. Akainu was dumbfounded. If it was before, the attack of Vice Admiral was just tickling. Now is not a special period. This fist made his head dizzy. Tempest kick. Maynard continued to exert strength, and a blue light struck. Akainu was shocked and wanted to dodge, but his speed was too slow. Puff 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 puff. The smell of blood spread in the air, and Akainu was injured in many places. Fine wounds spread all over the body. Even so, Maynard stepped forward and output. Antuin looked at it speechlessly. Does this Marine Vice Admiral and Akainu have any personal grievances? There is a feeling of selfishness. Boom! Akainu received another punch in the abdomen, and his whole body flew out. There was a splash on the surface of the water, and Akainu fell into it. Gurgling. The bubbles kept rolling, and half a minute passed, but Akainu still hadn't climbed up. After a while, Maynard finally breathed a sigh of relief. I finally saved Mr. Sakazuki and saved his evening." After speaking, Maynard was moved to tears. Anton thought to himself, "You'd better buy a coffin quickly, otherwise you won't have a chance when Akainu returns to normal." "Yo yo yo, have you lost your mind? It's full of flaws." An obscene voice came from beside his ear. Before Antuin had time to look at it, the sky filled with light descended again. Boom 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 boom. His head was once again surrounded by bright and gorgeous flash bombs. The fire spread rapidly, wishing to set Antuin's whole body on fire. "Sakazuki Admiral is down, Polosalino is our only ace. Come on, Polosalino Vice Admiral." Akainu is cold, and the marine cheerleaders start cheering for Kizaru. Unknowingly, Kizaru has become the hope of the whole village. However, Mao was useless. Blood-red eyes soon lit up in the flames, and Antuin shook his head, and all the flames wrapped around his head were smashed away. "It's not a problem to continue this stalemate. It is impossible to defeat him by counting on me alone." Kizaru's brain cells sped up and fought for a long time, but Marine didn't get any benefit. "Let's hurry up and take that mermaid princess away." After much deliberation, Kizaru decided to carry out the most important task first, to arrest Shirahoshi. As for Antuin, sorry, strength does not allow it. "Let me guess, are you trying to abduct Shirahoshi?" Antuin's huge glans head was raised high, and his neck was completely stretched out, like a giraffe. "Actually, I can tell you directly, Shirahoshi, it's right there. Would you like to try it, Kizaru, ha ha ha." Antuin looked at the volcano on his back and smiled slyly. Chapter 56. Kizaru's eyes flickered, and Antuin naturally didn't believe what he said. "Maybe it's a trap." The old guy observation haki continues to proliferate, once again covering Sabayati archipelago. Haki is like a radar, deep underground. In order to find Shirahoshi, Kizaru did not hesitate to do anything. It is rumored that the mermaid princess is huge, more than 10 meters long, and is a relatively obvious target. Unfortunately, after a round of scanning, Kizaru still failed to find Shirahoshi's whereabouts. "Inevitably a little lost in my heart. Is it possible?" Kizaru raised his eyes suddenly, looked away, looked at the volcano that continued to smoke on Antuin's back, and asked suspiciously, "Could it be true that it's in the volcano?" There was a hint of doubt on his face. In the volcano, could there be any living people? In the end, he released observation haki suspiciously, and probed into the volcano. The scene inside is like a purgatory. The magma is gurgling and bubbling, the viscous magma is slowly surging, and sparks will explode from time to time. Sure enough, it's an old man. How can such a harsh environment be unbelievable? Kizaru's voice suddenly turned sharply downwards. Under his observation haki's scan, a large, graceful and plump mermaid emerged from the magma without warning. It is very in line with Shirahoshi's identity, with a length of more than 10 meters. How could there be living things in the magma, or murlocs who are used to the sea? Kizaru felt that his head was not enough. It was the first time he encountered such a bizarre thing. Could it be that Antuin can adjust the temperature of the magma? Lower the temperature of the magma like sea water. Kizaru secretly guessed that Antuin is known as the Flame Devourer. Isn't it his forte to control the flame? Dally, what a waste of time. Antuin's impatient voice came, and the sky suddenly darkened, and the big hand covering the sky patted Kizaru. The latter shone with light all over, and pulled back lightly. Boom! The ground was filled with smoke, and Antuin slapped him lonely. Kizaru is a user with the ability to shine fruit, and his speed is too fast. In terms of pure speed, no one can match him. Antuin, the old man is not in the mood to waste time with you, let's play again next time. Kizaru said leisurely, and then turned into a meteor and swept away. Above the volcano, photons condense from all directions, gradually condensing into a human form. Kizaru stood out from it, looked down, observation Haki sensed rightly, Shirahoshi was wandering in it. She was like a fish swimming in the ocean, with a relaxed expression on her face. Kizaru rubbed the sparse stubble on his chin, thinking about how to salvage Shirahoshi, when a sudden change popped out. Boom! The magma erupted suddenly and approached Kizaru in an instant. I knew it wasn't that simple. Kizaru backhand sent out with one finger, laser. Boom boom boom. The laser hit the magma pillar, blowing it apart. Kizaru thought he would save the day, but after the magma dissipated, an ugly creature emerged from it. The Devourer opened its large mouth full of jagged teeth, and golden flames sprayed towards it. Kizaru was shocked and became elemental for the first time. Boom boom boom. The moment the golden flame devoured it, Kizaru turned into a beam of light and rushed to the ground. Okay, it's dangerous. After getting out of danger, Kizaru, who was rarely injured, wiped off the sweat, and the part of his right arm was charred black. Maybe half a beat later and he'll be. These guys from the Beasts Pirates love the company of beasts. Kizaru complained secretly. At the same time, the ground in front of him boomed, and the Devourer also fell down. He leaned forward, and immediately charged like a tank. Kizaru's eyes turned cold when he saw this. Isn't this a living target? The right foot condensed bright flashes, and the entire calf seemed to be cast from gold, kick at the speed of light. Kizaru kicked hard, and the light came into close contact with the Devourer. Boom boom boom. The mushroom cloud lifted into the sky. Admiral was still Admiral, and the powerful force blasted back the Devourer. Half of his body was burnt black. Just because you can burn me, doesn't mean I can't burn you. After a successful blow, Kizaru lit a cigarette comfortably. I, Kizaru, usually like to be lazy and often make some mistakes. For example, I misplaced Luffy just now, but once Lao Z is serious, I am also a serious volcano C. Who do you look down on? Bang bang bang. The devouring golem was like a chimpanzee, beating its chest with its arms, and then charged again like a bull. The old man wants to see if you are really not afraid of pain. The light on Kizaru's right arm condensed, and a large golden sword quickly condensed Amazono sword. Don't really think that Kizaru is only good at using fruit abilities. In fact, his swordsmanship is also very good. He can fight Pluton Rayleigh head-on, and even suppress Rayleigh. The yellow monkey raised the Tiankanjiun sword high, and slashed vigorously. The infinitely sharp golden slash tore through the space, and the sound of the sonic boom caused pain to the eardrums hundreds of meters away. Pooh! Blood sprayed into the sky, and the Devourer took another blow, leaving a nearly 2-meter wound on his body. Spread from the head to the lower abdomen, part of the organs flowed out. As expected of volcanic sea, it is so powerful. Akainu, never expected, it turns out that Kizaru is the main sea. Chapter 57. That's it, Monsieur Polisalino. Persevere and you will win. Evil never prevails, and justice never fades. Successive attacks succeeded, and Marine once again cheered for Kizaru. In addition, it is worth mentioning that Vice Admiral, who went to arrest Luffy before, has also returned. Luffy was doomed and was caught anyway, with sea stone chains tied around his hands and feet. Sea stone is the natural enemy of ability users, except for Anton. Luffy is like a pug, with limbs limp, lying on the ground panting. After all, it was the 3 Marine Vice Admirals who took the shot, and they could reach the level of Vice Admirals. They more or less controlled armament Haki, and Luffy was safe. In addition, more Marine reinforcements appeared. Zenmamaru led hundreds of pacifists and launched a siege to the remnants of the Beasts Pirates. This group of robots breathed light, and their bodies were still unusually strong. The Beasts Pirates are broken. He, you can still stand up. Kizaru screamed strangely with his mouth slanted. The Devourer, who was almost split, stood up tenaciously, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked even more evil than before. The bloody mouth opened violently, and golden flames swept across the earth. Boom boom boom. The golden flame swept away, and everything withered. The ground was scorched black, the rocks melted, and the fallen weapons evaporated in the blink of an eye. In the face of such a deadly flame, Kizaru did not dare to confront it head-on, and was scorched just a little bit contaminated. Swish! Exhaling lightly, Kizaru turned into a flash and retreated. Antuin whispered to himself, "Idiot, it's time to rest enough." Kizaru, who escaped the blow, flashed to the southeast side of the Devourer, about 50 meters away. He brushed the dust from the corner of his clothes, his old face was calm and composed. Slowly raised his thumb, the fingertips were glaringly condensed. "This time it's your scary mouth." With a flick of the fingers, the beam went straight to kill. The moment he was about to be hit, the Devourer suddenly moved to the left. Swish! The beam of light swept past the ears. Ripples in Kizaru's pupils. How could this stupid thing escape the laser? The speed suddenly increased. How did he do it? Bang! The earth was torn apart suddenly, and the black shadow rushed out. With lightning speed, he threw himself behind Kizaru and punched him hard. Pooh! With bloodshot red short hair, the spiked fist hit Kizaru accurately, cutting his scalp to pieces. The punch was so powerful that Kizaru rolled and scrambled, almost falling off Anton's back. Woohoo! The monster roared up to the sky and let out bursts of haunting screams. Looking closely, the monster is exactly the same as the Devourer, except that it has a vertical eye in its stomach. That's right, it was Big Eye Boy who did it. Why did the situation suddenly change? On Marine's side, everything was silent again. Everyone looked at Kizaru one after another, and started to feel anxious again. Speaking of which, Akainu did the same thing before. First, he dealt violent damage, blowing up Rick off the flame and the zombies. The results of it? In the end, he turned into a zombie. Hope Polosalino Admiral doesn't follow in Mr. Sakazuki's footsteps. The Marines prayed, even to provide fire support for Kizaru. Tens of thousands of Marines attacked Antuin at the same time. Bang bang bang, da-da-da. Boom boom boom. All kinds of weapons were used, cannons, machine guns, sticks, and all weapons that could hurt people. Marine greeted Anton. Still tens of thousands of people acted together, like a group of ants gnawing on carrion. It's a pity that Admiral's attack can't kill Antuin. He is too big and his defense is too thick, which is even worse than Kaido. Admiral and 4 emperors are helpless. What can this group of little shrimp do? Antuin swept his tail, and the large number of Marines crawling on it all fell down. Really, a bunch of perverts. Anton's body shook violently. Some Marines didn't take the usual way and crawled towards his drum. Does anyone else want to drill into the hole, intending to blast it from the inside? For the big guy who made this kind of operation, Antuin is capitalized. Nima, really don't you think it's smelly? With the shaking of Antuin, the Marines fell into the sea like dumplings. In the blink of an eye, thousands of Marines left the stage. When Antuin sneezed, he could blow up strong winds, and the small bodies of the Marines couldn't bear it. Facing this group of minion Marines, Antuin easily defeated them by relying on his strong body, unstoppable like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Of course, there are also some hard stubbles. For example, some vice admirals, they still have a certain level, but they didn't cause much trouble to Antuin. After all, the configuration of the double admirals has been destroyed. Can a group of vice admirals be brought back to life? About a few minutes later, more than a dozen vice admirals who followed Akainu and Kizaru also lost. With the cooperation of Big-Eyed Boy and Devourer, Kizaru was also beaten up all over his head. Victory is almost in sight. The Marine assault team blew up. Chapter 58. Big-Eye Boy is very strong, but Kizaru is not bad either. It is really unrealistic to kill Admiral instantly with his fists. Kizaru stood up in embarrassment, shaking his head. Even after a short while, my head was still dizzy. Ho 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 ho! The depressive roar of the beast came to his ears, and Kizaru immediately trembled. Big Eye Boy continued to attack, and a fist bigger than his head attacked. Kizaru's whole body was splashed with light, and he retreated at the speed of the flash. But the Devourer predicted Kizaru's landing place and arrived one step ahead of time, pushing his huge head like a hammer. Boom! Kizaru's chest exploded, releasing a lot of flashes. He elementalized in advance to avoid disaster. Whoosh! He was panting heavily, his clothes wet with sweat. Too dangerous. Before he could rest for a while, the sky above his head was pitch black. Big Eye Boy fell down. Kizaru's pupil shrank, and his fingers condensed the light beam to shoot, laser. Rumble. Fireworks lit up in the sky, and the big-eyed boy who was hit was blown away. In the distance, a 100-meter-high adobe was smashed by Big Eye Boy, and most of his body was worn away. Isn't it a light fall? Kizaru rubbed the back of his head, his hand was bloody from his slap. Buzz 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 buzz. At the same time, an invisible force, centered on Big Eye Boy, spread in all directions. All creatures touched will be stunned. Hey, what's the matter, old man? Kizaru rubbed his forehead vigorously. What the hell, the world you see with both eyes is wasted. The most pitiful thing was that all his strength seemed to have been sucked out. Kizaru fell to his knees powerlessly, sweating uncontrollably. Swish! Kizaru struggled to raise his head as the wind howled. His eyes were blurred, and he couldn't see what it was. He could only vaguely see a huge figure rushing towards him. Kizaru wanted to retreat, but his body seemed to be out of order, and he couldn't move. After Big Eye Boy approached, he swung out with both arms and hugged Kizaru. Kizaru was fine at his peak, but now he has been affected by dizziness and his strength has plummeted. Big Eye Boy hugged him easily. Wow! Admiral, who was usually idle, screamed like a pig. Under the stimulation of the stinging pain, Kizaru was also fully awake. UBD! Kizaru had a ferocious face, staring at Big Eyed Boy, bursting out with a strong killing intent. Anyone who knows Kizaru knows that he usually clocks in at work and leaves work on time at night. He rarely kills pirates and often releases water. The previous Luffy is an example. But now this time, it really angered him. Boom boom boom. The monstrous armament Haki was rampaging, and Big Eye Boy suffered most of the impact. His body was like a kite with a broken string, and he flew backwards weakly. Kizaru was covered in blood, and the glasses on his face were shattered. A generation of Marine Admiral is like a down-and-out beggar. Kill you! Kizaru condensed the Tiankanjiun sword, and the vast sword energy diffused. But ah poof! Kizaru spat out a mouthful of blood without warning. His knees softened, and he knelt on the ground abruptly. All over the body, there are burning pains. This. What's wrong with this? Kizaru looked at the hand in disbelief. Why was it inexplicably injured? Just now, Ming Ming was hugged by that big-eyed boy. So lethal? Kizaru clutched his chest tightly, his heart, kidneys, spleen and stomach were all bleeding profusely. Even his eyes, nose, and even his ears were bleeding. Kizaru can't understand, hugging is so lethal? It looks like that's the end of it. Anton's voice spread, he released the apostle mode, and Kizaru fell from the sky hundreds of meters high. Boom! This fall made me dizzy again, and my body was about to fall apart. Kizaru spat out a few mouthfuls of blood again. At this moment, if someone holds Kizaru's life card, they will find that there is only a quarter of the area left. Under the continuous blows, Kizaru really couldn't bear it. Antuin regained his human form and turned into a giant tortoise before, causing the entire Sabayati archipelago to be crushed into ruins. The ground is full of Marines' dead bodies and seriously injured personnel. After a rough scan, there are at least a few thousand. Antuin held the ancient sword in his hand, and walked towards Kizaru step by step. Stop it for me, you are not allowed to attack the old man. In front of Kizaru, a burly body blocked the way. Behind them stood a large group of pacifists. Jean Doan. Kizaru's face darkened, and he laughed at himself. It's ironic that I never thought that the old man would come to you for help one day. Cough cough cough. Kizaru coughed several times in succession, and minced meat kept spitting out of his mouth. Where did you come from, little brat? Antuin frowned, and the Huanggu Tadeo casually swept away, killing directly with a large slash like a bright moon. Come along, pacifists. At the order of Jean Doan, nearly 40 pacifists stepped forward together to form an indestructible human wall. But... pooh! The large sword energy swept across, like chopping melons and vegetables, and all pacifists were cut in half. Chapter 59. So smart! Jean Doan was taken aback, and hurriedly lay down on the body, and the huge slash flew over his head. Whoosh! The top of his head was chilly, and he almost took off his celestial spirit cover. The same is true for Kizaru, both lying on the ground. With his cheeks on the ground and his butt pouted, he looked rather funny. Let's withdraw, Jean Doan, this operation has failed. Kizaru got up and looked haggard. He teamed up with Akainu and got fed by this giant turtle. Marine is going to be reduced to a joke. Oh no! Rather than being defeated by Antuin, it would be better to say that he was defeated by his little brother. Looking at the marine corpses all over the floor, Kizaru's face was full of bitterness. Their only achievement is to understand the ability of little brother Antuin. Withdraw. Antuin narrowed his eyes. When the redhead ran away last time, we beat him enough. Marine wants to run, does he have to save something as a price? What else do you want? Kizaru was so angry that he wanted to curse, he was almost killed. As for Akainu, you turned him into a zombie directly. That's it, still not willing to go around them? Too much, young man. Why do you always want to punch the old comrades in their 50s? Humph, the old man is leaving, can you stop me? Kizaru snorted coldly, his whole body tumbling with light. He is a person with the ability of flashing fruit, who can move at the speed of light, who can catch it. That's true. Antuin didn't deny it either, and said with a smirk, you can run, but what about the others? Kizaru lowered his head, although he said that some marines were killed, there are still thousands of people alive. Anton, this guy, shouldn't there be a massacre, right? Having said that, this guy has always had a big opinion on marine, and it seems normal to do such crazy things. Boom! On the northeast side, a dark red giant slashed suddenly. The earth was easily torn, and even the air was cut open. The power is extremely powerful, and there are dark red thunder and lightning running around. Antuin's expression sank. He had seen this kind of trick from Kaido and Red Hair, Conqueror's Haki entanglement. Who do you think Laozi is? Antuin pressed the handle of the ancient sword, and the blood-red gem was dented. The next moment, crossed white lights surrounded him. Antuin swept across the sky, and a silver-white blade flew from the tip of the blade. Faster, more powerful, and greater range. Pooh! The slash containing Conqueror's Haki splits in the middle and splits in two. Antuin looked from a distance, and the white-haired man with a hood was standing on a big tree to observe the situation. The man was wearing glasses, his face was wrinkled, and he looked quite old. Even though he was over 70 years old, his gaze still flashed a sharp luster from time to time, giving him the feeling of a young sword. Oops, how did you startle me, Pluton Rayleigh? Antuin joked, you have old arms and legs, why are you still out here? Are you ashamed of yourself? How can I turn a blind eye to the fact that you have Shuki tied up as a slave? Rayleigh jumped down from the big tree and walked step by step. Boom boom boom. The skies are torn apart and the seas are churning as the ferocious conqueror's haki rampages. With every step he took, the Sabayati archipelago trembled. Pluton Rayleigh, didn't expect you to live in seclusion in the Sabayati archipelago. Seeing the legendary man, Kizaru was also extremely surprised. In fact, Marine has received news of seeing Rayleigh, but every time he came, he always felt lonely. This old guy is smoother than Loach. As for it, for an old woman. Antuin invited, Rayleigh, join us beasts pirates, I will seal you as 3 disasters, there are countless beauties and treasures. Kizaru is staring at Antuin like an idiot, the vice-captain of One Piece, will he join the beasts pirates as a cotter, isn't that self-defeating? And you, Kizaru? Antuin looked at Kizaru again, and invited, join us beasts pirates. I'm planning to build an undercover army and enter Marine as an undercover agent. You are so suitable. Impossible. Kizaru refused without hesitation. Antuin, I don't want to get involved in the grievances between you and Marine, let Shuki go. Rayleigh said seriously, that's my only request. I'm sorry, I gave that woman a chance. She provoked her first, and she will be my mount in the next life. Antuin spread his hands and said helplessly, I know Shuki is your good friend, but the principle cannot be compromised. Rayleigh, I suggest you find another wife. Saying so, Antuin thought, Rayleigh is also in his 70s, why does he want a wife? If you find a bad person and report him, wouldn't you spend the rest of your life in Impel Down? Of course, if you find a poisonous woman like Pan Jinlian and say Rayleigh has drunk the medicine, it is normal for him to go to Marine to receive the reward after poisoning him. After all, Rayleigh's head is also worth billions of Baileys. I repeat again, let Shuki go, I don't want you to be an enemy, don't force me. There was pure chill in Rayleigh's eyes. Antuin smiled faintly, who are you scaring? To be honest, if Rayleigh was at his peak, he would have done it a long time ago, but now he knows that he is old and can't beat Antuin. Pirates, if you can do it, who will push you? Chapter 60. It's okay to let Shuki go. Antuin said something abruptly. Humph, you're smart. Rayleigh snorted arrogantly. His tense nerves relaxed, and he realized that he was too tense, and it was obviously something that could be solved by brushing his face, so why should he care? Sure enough, he, the right wrist of the former One Piece King, still has a bit of a reputation when he goes out. Although brother is no longer in the Jianghu, there are still legends about him everywhere in the world. No matter where he goes, all brothers who are on the road will give him some favor. But Rayleigh, there is a prerequisite for releasing Shuki, that is, you and Shuki will exchange. From now on, you Pluton Rayleigh will be my mount. Otherwise, this Shuki, my uncle will definitely ride it. A few words followed, like a million critical strikes, Rayleigh's face turned pale. Damn, are you teasing Lao Zi? No, no, what are you talking nonsense about? It seems that you are eloquent, right? Have you heard about the wild ancient sword? Rayleigh looked up suddenly as the demon's moan rang in his ears. Antuin got close like a ghost. Rayleigh opened his mouth in surprise, what the hell, his observation haki couldn't detect it. No, his speed wasn't so outrageous before. Brother Ape also saw that it was tricky, squinted his eyes and guessed, that knife, seems to be able to strengthen Antuin's strength. Thinking of this, Kizaru almost couldn't help giving himself a big mouth, and spread it. This is crazy talk. How can there be a weapon that can improve the strength of the host? It's so bullshit. Surprised, it was the first time that Rayleigh covered armed defense. Pooh! Swords and swords flashed before his eyes, and then, severe pain came from his abdomen. Rayleigh stepped back 100 meters in a hurry, looking at his belly, sweating profusely. The speed is fast, but why is this sharpness? In fact, Rayleigh is also the owner of the top Conqueror's haki, not weaker than Marine Admiral. However, with one stab at Antuin, his armor was broken. Is this Nema-like top armament Haki? Have you ever seen a top-level armed color that was cut open by a knife? Seriously, it feels like a gift from a supermarket. It's still 50% off, buy one get one free. Rayleigh clutched the wound, blood gushing out. When his body hurts, so does his dignity. Undoubtedly, he was a little skeptical about his life after this knife cut. Veteran hands holding knives are all trembling. Hold on, Rayleigh, your big blade is about to lose its grip. How are you going to save your goddess? Antuin stimulated with a smirk on his face. Rayleigh bit the tip of his tongue, and the sting woke him up quite a bit. He took a deep breath and exhaled, took another deep breath and exhaled. Going back and forth like this, after a few back and forth, the turbulent heart calmed down. At this point, it's useless to worry about those boring questions. The most urgent thing is to save Shuki. Boom boom boom. Rayleigh, who regained his fighting spirit, released Conqueror's Haki, and the world changed color like thunder. The saber held in his hand condenses two streams of Haki, Conquerors, and armored color, and a stream of palpitating danger spreads out from the tip of the knife. Kizaru turned into a battlefield commentator, and murmured, as expected of Roger's right-hand man, at this age, he still has the top combat power in the sea. With Rayleigh's move, the monkey felt threatened. He glanced at Jean Doan out of the corner of his eye, and found that the eyes of this idiot were straight. Snapped. Kizaru just slapped him when he went up, and cursed angrily, "What are you looking at? Retreat." But the rest? Jean Doan was troubled. Life is a matter of life and death. From the moment they join Marine, they should be ready to sacrifice. Withdraw. Kizaru and Senmomaru left in despair. Antuin actually found the two, thought about it, and let Kizaru run away. Even with the bonus of the ancient sword, if Kizaru keeps running for his life, he can't stop him, and the speed of sparkling fruit is just in the middle. As for Jean Doan, even if it is killed, it is meaningless. Whoosh! The sound of explosions resounded in the sky, and Pluton Rayleigh slashed down with his knife. The strongest blow he worked so hard for was plundered towards Antuin. Splitting the ground and crushing the air are basic operations. Just looking at each other, the soul is trembling. That's it. You at the peak can still arouse my interest, as for now. Antuin raised his hand, and the ancient Taideo was also blackened by the armed color. The 35% bonus of the weapon itself plus 20% after the magic power is activated, Antuin has increased by 55%. He has the capital to despise Rayleigh. Boom boom boom. Antuin raised the knife in his hand, and charged forward with a domineering slash. Rumble. The two unprecedented slashes collided, like sparks hitting the earth, and the terrifying shock wave spread to the entire Sabayati archipelago. Even Rayleigh was knocked back. Where the slashes collided, sword lights and sword shadows blasted through the ground, and black thunder raged across the sky. All creatures that come close are obliterated. After a stalemate for about 2 or 3 seconds, Rayleigh's slash quickly wore off and became smaller. In less than 5 seconds, it disappeared. What? Rayleigh was startled, his eyes were messy. Antuin's devastating slash had already engulfed him. Chapter 61. Rayleigh tried his best to dodge, but the huge slash that covered almost half a kilometer in radius still swallowed it. Puff puff puff. Muscle tissue such as the chest, abdomen, cheeks, and limbs were not spared, and the entire body was filtered. Rayleigh seemed to have been slashed, and hundreds of pieces of flesh were cut off in an instant. Wow! A shrill scream resounded over the Sabayati archipelago. This voice. Falling to the ground, unconscious, Shuki, who was still bound by sea stone, woke up suddenly. Rayleigh. Witnessing Rayleigh's tragic situation, Shuki's beautiful eyes overflowed with tears. His whole body was stained red with blood, and his left arm was even severed. The wound on the chest is particularly oozing, and the ribs are exposed to the air. I swear, I will never forgive you. Shuki growled ferociously. You are a slave, it is better to think about escaping from my palm first. Antuin sarcastically looked at the bruised Rayleigh, the old thing is lucky. Don't look at the bruises, there is no good place, but it doesn't actually hurt the vitals. Thanks to Rayleigh for his quick response, get out of the heart of the attack, if not. Oh, by the way, the Sabayati archipelago has been split in two. Rayleigh, sorry. Shuki was so ashamed that his bowels turned green. If it hadn't been for Straw Hat Luffy before, maybe it wouldn't have ended like this. Boom boom boom. The clear sky suddenly dark clouds gather, and the wind is strong. Even a giant like the Alkaman mangrove began to sway violently. Antuin looked up at the sky. A few seconds ago, it was still sunny and sunny. In a blink of an eye. Something's wrong. His right eye was twitching, and Antuin smelled danger. The intuition of beasts is often extremely keen. Crackling. Within the dark clouds, there was a muffled thunder. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of millions of thunderbolts condensed, forming a lifelike thunder dragon nearly tens of feet long. Who is it? Antuin yelled, this is obviously not a force of nature. Call out. Ah! The silver light shone on the ground, and Thunder Dragon let out bursts of loud and clear dragon cries, and swooped towards Antuin. Isn't it a dragon? Why do you sound like a husky? I thought you were still strong, but now it's all broken. Antuin picked his ears, the so-called Long Ming, it looks like Urha, who was raised in his hometown. Once he became crazy, he would yell loudly, and he has a good ability to tear down houses. Facing this irritable brontosaurus, Antuin naturally did not boo. The halo symbolizing the magic energy disappeared, and the huge flame rushed out under the foot. Boom! After the two came into contact, the ultimate fire burst out, and immediately disappeared together. You don't need to do anything, the magic energy will be blown up for you. Antuin muttered, his eyes flicked around, still looking for the murderer. There are masters. Rayleigh, who was limp on the ground, couldn't help but shine. This blow, although Antuin collapsed, was extremely powerful. Even if he came at his peak, he had to go all out. When did such a strong man appear in the sea? Crash! The sea suddenly churned, and the sea level rose rapidly. 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters, until finally, it turned into a tsunami covering nearly 50 meters, crushing towards Sabayati archipelago. FK, who the hell can control the wind, and can also control the thunder and lightning, and now even the sea water can be controlled. Antuin slapped his thigh and cursed, could it be that son of ABCH Kaido? Kaido, I am your captain, please respect me and stop scolding me all the time, please. Speaking of which, Kaido's green dragon form can summon storms, lightning, flames, and even have a certain ability to control water? Besides him, Antuin couldn't think of another person. It must be that when Kaido opened the jar last time, he didn't give Kaido an ancient mace, this guy deliberately retaliated. Thinking that this kind of thing can defeat me is a big mistake. Facing the giant tsunami, Antuin felt like Shisui. Ordinary ability users must have been paralyzed by fright. But Antuin is different. His apostle form can swim in the water normally. He can even eat sea stone as fried chicken. What is mere sea water? Antuin's stomach swelled up quickly, as if someone had injected hydrogen into it, round and round, like a balloon. Boom boom boom. The next moment, his body shriveled up quickly, and the armament haki stored in his body leaked out forcefully. The real strong can release armament haki from the air. Under Antuin's control, an armed airflow of hundreds of meters high swept across the audience. Boom! The super tsunami surrounding the Sabayati archipelago collapsed and was wiped out in an instant. Haki continues to spread, covering the sea area with a radius of tens of kilometers. Even the sea kings under the deep sea had their heads shattered. The clusters of alchemy mangroves on the island shook even more violently. The Fishman Island, which is 10,000 meters deep under the root system, has a clear sense of vibration. This FG armament hacky doesn't want money, does he? Rayleigh's heart was full of turmoil, and he was so frightened that he didn't want to. In fact, if Antuin hadn't been blessed with the ancient sword, he would not have dared to play like this. Everyone's haki is not unlimited, and it will take a certain amount of time to recover when it is exhausted. Chapter 62. Boom! The ground suddenly rose, pushing Antuin into the air in an instant. He was so surprised that he could control the power of the earth. In just a few seconds, Antuin was sent to the sky. Caw caw caw! The square soil beneath his feet crumbled, and Antuin fell from the sky. Boom! The ground was filled with thick smoke, and he fell like a meteorite, smashing the ground and sinking his whole body into the mud. The kind that can't be picked out. I'm curious, why is demon fruit power so versatile? Antuin stood up lazily, and he was fine. His observation haki scattered again, and the mysterious man finally surfaced. Right next to Pluton Rayleigh, gently lifting the old guy up. It's you. Looking at the man in black robe, Rayleigh was also extremely surprised. The man was unattractive, with a horrific tattoo on half of his cheek. There are sparse stubbles on his chin, and his expression looks more serious, belonging to the serious type. What kind of wind brought you here, Monkey D. Dragon? Antuin was also very surprised. The felon that the world government had never been able to find, appeared in front of him. Speaking of which, you were the one who shot just now. Antuin narrowed his eyes, and his pupils radiated a dangerous light. Long Bing asked Antuin with concern, Mr. Rayleigh, are you okay? It doesn't matter, I can't die for the time being. Rayleigh smiled bitterly, thank you, Dragon, I might be finished without you. It's too serious, my son will still need your care in the future. Regardless of the wild appearance of the dragon, his attitude and tone of speech are all approachable. It's not like the world's most ferocious criminal. Antuin clenched his fists tightly, and when he was about to sneak up on the dragon, the other party glanced at him with scrutiny. We've been searching for information on you. And your men. Those two monsters that look like twins, one can breathe fire, the other can't meet eyes, and they can't be hugged by him, otherwise their lives will be in danger. And the weapon you use seems to be able to improve your personal strength. Long Ken spoke in such detail, it was enough to see that he had done a lot of research. Is there really a weapon that makes people improve their strength? Even having found the trick, Rayleigh still finds it ridiculous. Now, the head of the Supreme Sword should be the Huanggu Taidao. Heidao Yat, first generation Gui Che, and Kong Yunqi all had to step aside to cool off. He, are you envious? Do you want it? Antuin took out a book from his arms, this is the ancient treasure book. When the volcano erupts next time, recite the spell the ancient book is my father, son, please, bring a wild ancient sword. In daily life, once in the morning, at noon, and in the evening, 3 times each time. After finishing speaking, Antuin threw out the ancient tome. Sensing that there was no danger, Long took advantage of the situation to catch it, opened it casually, and his face froze. Are you sure what kind of ancient treasure book this is? Why did such a title appear on the first page, the story that the son-in-law and mother-in-law had to tell? Realizing its worthlessness, the dragon unleashed the flames, burning the ancient tome to ashes. You're done. Seeing this, Antuin yelled, Monkey D. Dragon, you are disrespecting the ancient tome, you will definitely be backlashed. Longkin stared at Antuin idiotically, this kid is so stupid, where did he get such tyrannical strength? I'm relieved to have him as the mate of the beast's pirates, maybe it's going to lead that group astray. Long suddenly smiled faintly, quickly spread your naive aura, it is best to infect all beasts' pirates. Believe me, Beasts Pirates will change its name in a short time, the Ancient Pirates. Antuin smiled strangely, with me, the dead who opened the can, every Beasts Pirates will be equipped with an ancient weapon in the future. The speaker has no intention, but the listener has the heart. Beads of sweat dripped down on Rayleigh's forehead, if Antuin's goal had really been achieved. Whitebeard, Big Mom, Redhead, even Marine are counted, they are not necessarily opponents of Beasts Pirates. There is no need to panic, Mr. Rayleigh, if it were so easy to achieve, the Beasts Pirates would now rule the world. Long calmly analyzed, the conditions for obtaining that kind of weapon are extremely harsh, not even Kaido of the Beasts. If the shortcut to obtain it is really simple, some people in Kaido and Wano Kuni would not engage in metaphysics. What they call ancient treasures all day long is my father. Monkey D. Dragon shook his head again and again. The Beasts Pirates had undercover agents placed by their revolutionary army. Today's Wano Kuni, on the street, there are pirates holding the ancient tome everywhere. If there is any disagreement, the ancient tome is my father. Beasts Pirates has become a large MLM organization. The leader is Antuin. Chapter 63. It's easy to say, but you also want this thing, no one can refuse to become stronger. Antuin shook the desolate ancient sword, and under the sunlight, the whole sword glowed with the sharpness of cutting iron like mud. Long's eyes also fluctuated up and down, and it was obvious that he was tempted. In fact, this is also normal. Who can not be tempted when faced with ancient weapons? It is because the weapons of the ancient series are too strong. Antuin's ancient book is very popular in Wano Kuni. With the current strength of the dragon, it is enough to compete with the combat effectiveness of Marine Admiral or 4 Emperors. If there is an ancient sword, the dragon's eyes are as hot as a furnace. The Holy Land, Marie Joyce, isn't he allowed to shuttle around at will? Swish! A strong killing intent erupted. The dragon's body was chilly, and the man regained his senses from the ion. Antuin held up the ancient sword, and his pupils froze with the chilling intent. He lowered his body, eyes full of vigilance. Swish! Antuin swooped in suddenly, this action made Long stunned. Isn't it slashing? Just as he was hesitating, Antuin had arrived, and the ancient sword drew a bone-piercing arc in the air. Armed color. No, you can't fight hard. The dragon backed away in a hurry, refraining from hard resistance with armament haki. Swish! A piercing cold light freezes in midair, even the space is slightly rippling. The dragon counterattacked quickly, its arm turned into a beast, covered with dense scales, its nails stretched a full 10 centimeters, and the front part was as sharp as a knife. Pooh! With a sweep of his hand, Antuin's chest was splattered with flames. His body was too hard, leaving only a few scratches. The next moment, the dragon volley jumped up, and the twining flames and armament haki's right leg swept out. Antuin raised his arm in defense. Boom! Fierce sparks exploded, and Anton's entire right arm was engulfed in flames. It's useless. Antuin grinned, his body was like a black hole, and the flames on his arms were completely absorbed. Seeing this, Long raised his 2 big hands high, the wind is coming. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the wind swept through the clouds, and a huge tornado fell from the sky, engulfing Antuin's body accurately and cutting it. Puff 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 puff. The wind and waves passing over his body were like knives, cutting Antuin's clothes to pieces. You boy, isn't pervert. Antuin curled his lips, his buttocks were cool, and his buttholes were all protruding. Die to me! Clap la 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 clap la la la! The dragon shouted loudly, and the terrifying thunder dragon landed in the void again. Antuin opened his mouth, and a flame bomb was fired. Boom! Thunder and fire burst into the sky, and scattered sparks fell like fireworks. Immediately afterwards, Antuin swept the wild sword in his hand, and the cold light raged, and the surrounding hurricane burst with a puff. He held the ancient Tadeo tightly, even if he had no magic power, he still had 35% strength improvement, and he could still handle the dragon. Swish! Antuin walked like flying, and jumped in front of the dragon in an instant. Too fast! The dragon was horrified. Observation Haki couldn't perceive Antuin's attack. He moved his right foot back and was about to retreat, but it was too late. The stinging pain like a burning fire has spread from his chest. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere, and some of it even hit Antuin's face. He stuck out his tongue and licked it. A devilish evil smile was drawn on the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Long's mentality collapsed a bit. Is this guy a human or a ghost? It's a bit outrageous to be cruel. Call out! Being injured, the dragon retreated 100 meters away at once. He looked at the scar on his chest, which was 50 centimeters long. Most people would have died long ago with such an injury. Not only did Long not die, but the wound automatically stopped bleeding and healed slowly. This is... Antuin narrowed his eyes, and the beast claw just now, that is not owned by the Logia ability user. Could this guy be a Zoan capable user? Before crossing, people often speculated that the dragon is Logia's ability user, because he can control the wind and summon the rainstorm, and the lightning also obeys his orders. What is used is the power of nature. However, Logia's ability users don't have such monstrous recovery abilities. It's like most people guessed that Kaido is a dragon fruit, but in fact, he is a fish fruit, a phantom beast, and a blue dragon form. This guy might also belong to the Eudemon's family. Antoine said to himself. Kill. The dragon's body has been turned into a beast on a large scale, and its limbs have become dragon claws, covered with black scales, glowing with a metallic black light. The same is true for the head, which is covered with scales, with bony dragon horns growing out, and a mouth like steel fangs. Behind, a pair of black wings stretched out, and the sky darkened, like a fallen angel, bringing the world to hell. There are still purple patterns all over his body, and an evil breath rushes towards his face. The shape of the dragon looks like the big boss of the villain. Zoan Phantom Beast Black Dragon form. It's also a dragon, no wonder it has rough skin and thick flesh. Antuin curled his lips, his face still calm. Chapter 64. Although dragons are terrifying, they are also beasts. No matter how fierce a dragon is, it can't resist the wild ancient sword. Antuin took a step forward, domineering, and ostentatiously waved the wild ancient sword. This is the dragon-slaying sword. Hearing this, the dragon sneered, and a gnawing light shot out from his eyes. Today, I will destroy your body and seize your precious sword. When I climbed to the top of the red line in the past, I will definitely pay homage to you. All the while, Dragon wanted to overthrow the world government, which was his ultimate dream. And the ancient sword is the shortcut to achieve your dream. Whoosh whoosh. The evil dark wings flapped, the wind howled, and a huge black shadow came. The dragon descended in an instant. He opened his mouth full of fangs and bit Antuin's head. Pooh! The stinky and terrifying mouth opened 180 degrees, and Antuin's entire head was swallowed. The exaggerated bite force caused Antuin's neck to collapse. However, no matter how hard the dragon tried, it couldn't pierce his skin. So tough! Long cursed secretly in his heart, and at this moment, a cold edge struck. Pooh! The dragon scales on his body seemed to be in vain, and his abdomen was opened again. Blood splashed out. Antuin took advantage of the victory and pursued, punching his fist like a sandbag head-on. Who do you look down upon? The dragon is annoyed. When you hold the ancient Tadeo in your hand, no one can accept it. Dare to fight him? Today will definitely teach you how to be a man. Regardless of the injuries all over his body, the dragon clenched his paws into fists and slammed forward. Come on, whoever retires today is the grandson. Antoine yelled loudly. The piercing eyes of the two people looked at each other, as if swords and swords were flying, and they both wanted to kill each other. Just as his fists were about to collide, Antuin pulled back. Boom! The fist wind smashed the ground, and Long Yi punched lonely. Antuin smiled triumphantly, raised the ancient sword, and stabbed at the dragon in an instant. Long, damn Nemagobi! This shit, what did you say just now? Whoever retires is the grandson, right? Pooh! The wild ancient sword is unstoppable, easily piercing through the dragon's abdomen. Blood crazily spilled out from the wound. Antuin's face was full of brutality, the entire blade was submerged in the dragon's body, and the dragon howled in pain. Your grandson! The dragon's eyes breathed fire, he didn't expect Antuin to be so shameless. Hey! Antuin smiled indifferently, you will be mistaken, the one who is defeated is the grandson. You are shameless. Long was so angry that his roar became hoarse. Antuin didn't say a word, and the ancient Taidao spun 360 degrees. Puff 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 puff. The organs, muscles, and other tissues in the dragon's body were shattered one after another, and were cruelly twisted into a meat paste. Immediately pulling it hard, the blood-red Huanggu Taidao was pulled out. The sword bathed in the blood of the dragon is extraordinarily strange and evil. Crash! Broken body organs also flowed out from the wound one after another. No matter how amazing his resilience was, the dragon knelt down on the ground with a plop when he was so miserable by Antuin. With a severe lack of physical strength, he even lost his black dragon form. The wound was in his abdomen, with a bloody hole the size of a fist. Looks like the game is over. Antuin walked up to the dragon, and slowly raised the ancient sword. Long raised his head, and a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. It's time to end. Antuin frowned, and just about to ask a question, an indifferent voice came from behind. Where do you want to go when traveling? A huge figure flashed behind Antuin, who was more than 7 meters tall. The strange thing is that such a big man moves like a ghost, without the slightest movement. His big bear-like hands secreted a transparent air mass, trapping Anton in it. Damn Bartholomew Kuma, wait for me. Laozi will definitely. Boom. Before he finished his harsh words, Antuin disappeared in the Sabayati Islands. Dragon. Tyrant Xiong helped the dragon up. Is that guy so strong? It's the first time I saw you hurt like this. Hurt? Long's face was full of bitterness. If it wasn't for the bear's sneak attack, it wouldn't be as simple as being injured. Even if he does not die, he will be peeled off. Speaking of which, Antuin's battle today is unprecedented and unprecedented. Defeat the 2 marine admirals first, then cripple Pluton Rayleigh. Now, even he, the commander of the Revolutionary Army, has been severely wounded. By the way, where did you send that guy? The dragon looked at the bear suspiciously. I don't know, it depends on fate. Bear responded lightly. Dragon. Speaking of it, since Xiong joined Shishibukai, it seems to be a different person. A person who hated the world government so much before has become a dog of the world government. The reason for this is embarrassing. Only the dragon knows what a heavy price the bear has paid to break into the enemy's interior. All this is for the revolution, for the final victory. Chapter 65. When the Sabayati archipelago battle came to an end. When Marine has tens of thousands of elites, almost half of them are lost. When Sengoku saw the half-disabled Kizaru. When Sengoku sees Akainu who has become a zombie. When Sengoku's brain is buzzing, can anyone explain, what the hell is going on? Tens of thousands of people can't handle one person? The most cheating thing is that they also dispatched a pair of admirals, equipped with several vice-admirals. With such a luxurious lineup, it's fine if Antuin was not killed, and even the mermaid princess was not obtained. That's the task given by 5 elders. How does this make him hand over to the world government? No, no, no. After thinking about it for a while, Sengoku realized that his thoughts had gone astray, and he still wanted to do something. It's not bad that Akainu survived. The top battle is about to start, and there is only one main force left in Marine. Sengoku sighed, aging decades in an instant. At present, only Admiral Aokiji is the one Marine can offer. Kizaru is partially disabled and needs treatment, and Akainu has been imprisoned in the laboratory as a guinea pig. Do you want to count on us old men? Sengoku stared blankly at the ceiling. At present, when Akainu and Kizaru cannot participate in the battle, how can one Aokiji stop the Whitebeard pirates? Sengoku's shot is fine, but someone just... He turned to Garp, who was glaring at him angrily. Sengoku averted his eyes in embarrassment. In fact, this time, Marine didn't get nothing. While Monkey D. Dragon and Antuin were fighting, Kizaru turned into the King of Leaks and captured Ultai and Nico Robin. Yes, Nico Robin is currently imprisoned at Naval Headquarters, which is the only consolation prize. It's also worth mentioning that Luffy was also arrested. Thanks to Antoine's revelation, Marine has already learned about the background and identity of Straw Hat Luffy. Sengoku contacted 5 elders for a while, and the other party gave 4 words: execute the Straw Hats. Antuin's conspiracy was achieved, and he was still executed with ace. This is why Garp is angry. Well, you Sengoku, a big pirate like Antuin, you lose one battle after another, and you are sure about torturing the old man's grandson. Don't look at me, Garp, can it be my fault? Fire Fist Ace was given to Marine by Blackbeard. The Straw Hat Luffy was caught by Anton and sent by Kizaru. The order to execute them was also given by the 5 elders. I, Sengoku, are innocent. I'm still your good friend. The boat of our friendship will continue to rock, and we can't capsize, especially at this time. Garp, you are Marine's hero, Marine's veteran, and Marine's signature. I hope you will do your best in this battle. Akainu and Kizaru are abolished, and Sengoku can only fool Garp into a tool man. If not, he may have to find the world government to shake people. At the same time, the Sabayati archipelago battle is rapidly fermenting around the world. Antuin showed epic fighting power, led his monster brothers, and smashed one powerful enemy after another. If you are the strongest one-on-one, Kaido of the Beasts is undoubtedly. Now this sentence has changed, from Kaido to Antuin. If Kaido had fought in this war, he might have been imprisoned in Impel Down. Regarding Antuin's bounty, there was also an explosive increase. Oh my god, that's 4, how many zeros after that? 9 zeros. That's 4 billion. This reward is only tens of millions lower than the red hair. Why is it increased by 2 billion at one time? I still feel that it is too little. The reward for the Fire Terminator should be directly linked to Roger, the One Piece. There was a lot of discussion around the sea, and Antuin's super combat power really caused earthquakes all over the world. The reputation of the world's #1 pirate group also fell to the Beast's pirates. In fact, no matter compared to the old Rocks or Roger pirates, Beast's pirates has a gap. The Rocks pirate almost ruled the New World 40 years ago. Although Roger has no interest in ruling, he also swept all the big pirates in New World. Now the Beast's pirates are still far away. After all, there are 4 emperors like Kaido, and there are still 3 in the sea. In the Calm Belt area, several marine warships assembled. The top battle is about to start, and Marine is also pulling people to cheer. Some Shishibukai have agreed, while others haven't replied yet. For example, Boa Hancock, the arrogant pirate empress, arrogant Haki, doesn't take Marine seriously. Marine has been wandering around Nine Snake Island for a few days, and he hasn't even seen anyone from Boa Hancock. Vice Admiral, who came to meet him, was so angry that he scolded his mother. Boom boom boom. Suddenly there was a loud noise in the dense virgin forest, and the female soldiers patrolling nearby came upon hearing the wind. That guy Long, he doesn't dare to fight me one-on-one, he will play cheap tricks. Antuin fell to the ground and fell from a height of 10,000 meters. He didn't stand up for a while. Monkey D. Dragon, despicable? Are you qualified to say me? Chapter 66. After resting for a while, Antuin slowly got up. Looking around, you can see the endless forest. The vegetation is dense, and the mountains and forests are full of wild animals. Just as Antuin observation haki was spread out, several shadows rose into the sky. The overall appearance is bronze-colored skin, wearing simple leather and animal skins. Don't move. It turned out to be an intruder. Outsiders step into Nine Snake Island and kill without mercy. Sisters, this person seems to be different from us, he has no breasts. Could it be the legendary man? The female warriors held bows and arrows and whispered to each other. Antuin tilted his head, and he knew where he was after hearing this. It's actually Nine Snake Island, the site of the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Antuin was quite surprised that Bear's Paw shot him far away. No matter who it is, as long as it is an intruder, catch it first. The leading squad leader cast a look at the female soldiers, and everyone surrounded them. Antuin swept his eyes, and armament haki was released from the air. Bang 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 bang. They are all patrol officers at the lower level, how can they withstand the impact of Antuin haki? The ground was full of dust, and everyone flew out one after another. Antuin stretched himself, and was about to leave when the phone bug Blue Brew Brew in his arms called out. Kaido. Antuin looked at the black phone bug and asked, I suffered a big loss from the Revolutionary Army. The Tyrant Bear gave me a free ticket to fly to Nine Snake Island. Monkey D. Dragon, you still suffer a lot? Q Snake Island? Isn't that Shishibuki's territory? Also, now is not the time to talk about this, you have already turned the world upside down, brother Antuin. Kaido chattered and said, your latest reward has come down, it's not far from me. Laozi is so mad, I spent most of my life to get to where I am today, gyulu gyulu gyulu. Kaido is drinking stuffy wine, he is more angry than others. The bounty has increased again. Antuin said disapprovingly, I don't know yet, but I'm not happy if I don't surpass you. Humph. You have reached 4 billion Baileys, which is almost the same as that birdman with red hair. The 5th Emperor of the Sea, you are sitting firmly. Anyway, first of all, I would like to congratulate you. When you return to Wano Kuni, Laozi will throw a big banquet for you. Not to mention, Kaido is a rough guy who understands the world. Let's talk later, did Ulti take Nico Robin back? Antuin yawned, his eyes barely opened. The Sabayati archipelago battle consumes a lot. It seems you haven't read the news at all. Ulti and Nico Robin were both captured by Marine. Also about Luffy the Straw Hat, who will be executed that same day with Ace the Fire Fist. Kaido revealed several heavy news one after another. Antuin's sleepiness was swept away, and his slightly dull eyes were full of surprise. History, completely changed. Is it all because of me? Tisk tisk, that's fine, from now on, let the world rotate according to my will, ha ha ha. Antuin grinned, okay, Ulti and Nico Robin, I will take care of it. Ha. After finishing speaking, Antuin hung up the phone bug. Kaido of the beasts from Wano Kuni wept silently. He looked at the phone bug depressedly, and swore in his heart that next time, he would hang up the phone bug early. Now he is like a younger brother reporting information to the boss. Go eat a full meal first, and take a nap by the way. Looking away, looking at the magnificent palace, Antuin hurried away humming a little tune. Nine Snake Island Palace. Boa Hancock is a goddess-like existence and everyone's idol. No one will question her in the territory of Jew Snake Island. But at this moment, in the depths of the palace, fierce quarrels spread. Shiji, you are too impulsive. Shut up, old woman, it's not your turn to meddle in my concubine's private affairs. What nonsense, your Shishibukai title is related to the life and death of the entire Nine Snake Island. It is too selfish to say that it is your private affairs. Selfish? That's a concubine's privilege, because a concubine is as beautiful as a fairy. Boa Hancock and Granny Ze confronted each other, and they refused to give in to each other. However, Boa Hancock was clearly in the upper hand, and her mother-in-law's cheeks flushed red. It's true. She's a pasty old guy, not qualified to tell Boa Hancock what to do. But for the sake of this country, my mother-in-law must stand up. Marine has been waiting for a long time, and an ultimatum has been issued. If he does not respond to the call within 24 hours, Boa Hancock Shishabukai's title will be cancelled. However, Boa Hancock turned a deaf ear to this and didn't take it seriously, even threatening to tell Marine to leave. Want her for her summit war? It's okay, Sengoku, just come and beg her on his knees. Make Marshal Sengoku kneel? It sounds like a fantasy, how can there be any sincerity? But Boa Hancock did just that. This is the pirate empress who is independent and will not be easily restrained. Chapter 67. Snake Girl, as the Emperor of Snake Island, you can't just do it for yourself, you also represent this country. Without the protection of the Shishibukai title, Snake Island will be attacked by Marine. You can't drag the whole country into disaster for your own self-interest. The mother-in-law said plausibly. The embarrassing thing is that Boa Hancock just shook his hair chicly. It sounds grand, but in the end it's not about sacrificing my concubine for everyone's benefit. It's not you who pays the price, you can say whatever you want. Boa Hancock moved with long legs and passed by Grandma Ze. Old man, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you, you can get out. Hearing this, Grandma Ze got angry and scolded, Shiji, how could you be so rude, what are you doing? Boa Hancock's two younger sisters blocked Granny Yat, and said helplessly, Grandma Yat, elder sister is already very troubled, so don't come out to make trouble. That's it. You say I'm making trouble. Why is my mother-in-law dizzy? I am here to share the country's worries, you actually think I am making trouble? I'm doing it for this country, you're too presumptuous. The two sisters didn't want to listen to the old woman's nonsense at all, so they directly pushed her out. As for Boa Hancock, he went to take a shower. To be honest, I was physically and mentally exhausted after my mother-in-law made such a fuss. No matter what choice she makes, she will decide according to her own will. Forcibly interfering like Granny Ye will only be counterproductive. Originally, she wanted to agree to Marine's summoning, but she was tired of being made such a fuss. Creak. In the foggy bathroom, the wooden door suddenly opened, and the hot air swept out. The person who opened the door was Boa Hancock. Distraught, she specially came to take a shower. It's a way of pastime for her. She has a beautiful face like an angel, glamorous and noble, and when she stands there, she feels that the world is overshadowed in an instant. Boa Hancock's foundation is not bad, and she is as beautiful as a flower, and the sweet fruit magnifies her charm. There are not many people who can stabilize their minds in front of her. Let alone men, even women are fascinated by her. However, the only flaw might be the permeable brand on his body, which was left by the celestial dragons in the past, the hoof of the celestial dragon. This is her biggest secret, and it also involves a past event she is most unwilling to look back on. Boa Hancock took a long breath, with a beautiful smile on his pretty face. The flies around your ears are gone, take a bath and relax. Swish! Just at this time, a gust of wind poured in from the door, and the hot steam in the room was cleared away. Boa Hancock's beautiful crystal eyes suddenly widened. The naked man is leaning comfortably by the pool. He wore headphones and shook his head rhythmically. Antuin frowned, and also noticed that someone was paying attention to him. Out of the corner of the eye, Boa Hancock's lust-inflated body came into view. Of course, there is also the ferocious Tianxiang dragon's hoof. Hey, how can you just break into other people's bathing place? Antuin reprimanded with displeasure, do whatever you want based on your beauty? I don't like this kind of person. Stop your peeping behavior immediately, let me out by the way, and immediately prepare a big gift for me to apologize. A girl from every family, watching a big man take a bath, are you embarrassed? Female hooligan. Antuin came up with a burst of accusations. Boya Hancock's pretty face flushed slightly, and with a snap, he quickly closed the door and slipped out. Damn, I was so embarrassed that I went to the wrong place. But, on second thought, it's FG wrong, isn't that the old lady's private bathroom? My brain was short-circuited just now, and I was fooled by Antuin. Boom. The next moment, Boa Hancock put on a towel and kicked the door flying. Antuin, who came into view, was still drinking a small wine, soaking in the water very leisurely. Antuin frowned, and reprimanded displeasedly, please protect a man's privacy. Fart's privacy. Boa Hancock's forehead was throbbing with veins, and he roared through gritted teeth, this is Nine Snakes Island, my concubine's palace, and here, is my concubine's private bathroom. You should get out. No. You can't go. Boa Hancock changed his words abruptly, leaving aside the fact that he was gone. If the news of the Tianxiang dragon's hoof behind his back got out, it would be over. With the personality of celestial dragons, maybe they will take her back as a slave. Antuin squinted his eyes and carefully examined Boa Hancock. The pirate queen really lives up to her reputation, and her figure is really hot. Of course, this temper is hot enough. After finishing speaking, Antuin glanced around unscrupulously. Boa Hancock was furious, how dare this man be so arrogant? At this time, shouldn't you apologize? In addition, he has never seen it before, but Boa Hancock always feels that this face is a bit familiar. Next. I have something even hotter. Boa Hancock took a step forward and roared towards him. Do you think she saw the handsome guy Antuin throwing himself into his arms? To be honest, if the woman hadn't kicked her legs over, Antuin would have thought the same thing. After all, he peeped at his beautiful man's body twice. When the other enemies pounced, they were all murderous. But Boa Hancock, with a strong fragrance. Antuin immediately thought of Xiao Ziyai, and the fragrance on his body was also very strong. Antoine glanced at Boa Hancock's armpit, blinking his eyes. Could it be that you also have body odor? In Antuin's impression, soft girls with body odor usually wear more perfume, most of which are used to cover up the smell. Chapter 68. How to let a person break the defense. Antuin explained it profoundly, and it sounded like a calm sentence. It fell in Boa Hancock's ears, but it was no less than 5 thunderbolts. As a result, there was such a momentary pause in her swift offensive, and her whole body was full of flaws. Antuin saw the opportunity and jumped up. Boom! Wow! The kick directly hit Boa Hancock's face, the woman screamed in pain, and then flew out with a bath towel. After a successful blow, Antuin hurriedly put on his clothes. In today's society, the world is declining, and boys must know how to protect themselves when they are outside. UBD. Boa Hancock rubbed his pretty face, his big red footprints looked like they were scalded by a branding iron. She was about to burst into tears. It was fatal but not fatal. It was really painful, and it also kicked her dignity into pieces. This big pig's trotter, dares to attack her who is as beautiful as a flower? Which man Boa Hancock met before was not fascinated. Report your, oh, no. Boa Hancock was startled suddenly, she remembered, isn't it him who has turned the sea upside down recently? Are you Fire Terminator Anton? The deputy captain of the Beast's pirates. Boa Hancock's face darkened, his voice trembling, then, the man who offered a reward of 4 billion Baileys. I thought you were blind and didn't know me. Anton rolled his eyes. Boa Hancock's brain went blank. What does such a boss-level figure want to appear on Nine Snake Island? What worried her was that Antuin had seen her biggest secret. In addition, Boa Hancock still has a good impression of Anton. Because he killed the celestial dragons and made the female celestial dragons into slaves, there was a lot of noise all over the world. Boa Hancock, who was oppressed by the celestial dragons in the past, also felt particularly relieved. However, the footprints on her face started to hurt again. She clenched her silver teeth. UBD, it hurts. Even though he was very angry, his murderous aura had subsided somewhat. Either it was because of beating the celestial dragons violently, or it was the difference in strength. Anyway, Boa Hancock gave up strangling Antuin. Antuin naturally noticed it too, and couldn't figure out what this woman was going to do. Spreading my hands, I said, I reacted instinctively. Who told you to rush over suddenly? It's just a matter of looking at others, and you still want to come up and beat them. It's too disgusting. Remind you again, this is my private bathhouse. Boa Hancock said angrily, you're the voyeur who barged in without saying hello, pervert. Okay, anyway, this looks like a misunderstanding, don't make a fuss, Boa Hancock. Antuin burrowed into the water leisurely, how about together? My concubine is not magnanimous enough to bathe with my assailant. Boa Hancock said blankly. Really, then you just watch from the side. Antuin ignored her and continued to listen to the music and hum a ditty. Boa Hancock looked at Antuin carefully for a moment, and couldn't help asking, killed so many celestial dragons and treated them as slaves, aren't you afraid that the world government will trouble you? Those guys are more terrifying than you imagined. Ha ha ha, of course I know they'll make trouble for me, but I'm a criminal wanted by Marine. Even if there's nothing like celestial dragons, those bastards won't let me go. Anyway, if you get caught, you will be beheaded. It's better to offend him thoroughly. Antuin raised his gaze, and looked at the eye-catching hooves of the celestial dragon. I'm not happy with celestial dragons, and it's also my revenge for slaves like you. Please call me a good man. Humph, being a concubine is not rare. Boa Hancock snorted coldly, after taking a shower, leave my concubine immediately, men are not welcome on Nine Snakes Island. Boa Hancock, who is not in a relationship, still has a clear head, knowing that she can't afford Antuin. After all, not long ago, Anton had just defeated the two admirals and severely injured Pluton Rayleigh. The newspaper also reported that Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, was also seriously injured by him. By the way, Rayleigh is Boa Hancock's benefactor. After escaping from the Red Line, he was able to return to Nine Snake Island, thanks to Rayleigh. Then I won't send it. Also. Well, I don't know if you have a technician on Nine Snake Island. It's not convenient for me to rub my back. Can you find someone to rub my back? Antuin yelled at Boa Hancock. But this woman has already left. Boa Hancock was very conflicted about Antoine's attitude. Although this guy killed the celestial dragons, she was very relieved to arrive. Both Pluton Rayleigh and Shuki are her benefactors, and there is also the matter of Tian Xianglong's hoof. If it is spread by Antuin, there will be countless troubles in the future. Sonia, Mary, go and invite Flame Terminator over here. After thinking about it, Boa Hancock thought, Antuin's mouth must be sealed. Chapter 69. Half an hour later, Antuin came to the magnificent palace. Antuin looked at the woman on the throne, somewhat dissatisfied. Boa Hancock was almost looking down at him. It's not that Antuin is narrow-minded, this is a world where the strong are respected. If you are stronger than Lao Zi, I can kneel on the ground. But is it appropriate to present such a big picture in front of someone who is more powerful than you? You. Antuin pointed at Boa Hancock, and ordered unceremoniously, come down, don't take a P&C, is that where you did it, come down. What did you say? Boa Hancock's face turned green. This BCH forgot again, this is the palace of 9 Snake Island, her territory. Boa Hancock's hostility was astonishing, and her beautiful eyes shot out a piercing cold light. Antuin thought she was going to do it, and secretly gathered his strength. Come down and come down. The next moment, Boa Hancock got up suddenly and walked down abruptly. Antuin was stunned. This woman, scared Laozi. Looking at the empty throne, Antuin sat on it with great fanfare. This cushion is so comfortable. Antuin touched the fluffy cushion, and asked cheerfully, Woman, you will enjoy it. Tell me, why did you call Mr. Antuin here? Boa Hancock resisted the urge to hit someone, and asked calmly, You also know about the flying hoof of Tianlong. I only have one request, I hope you will shut up forever. Boa Hancock looked at Antuin seriously. Shut up forever? Why, if you want to kill me, only the dead can't speak in this world. Antuin blinked and raised a finger, I can hit 10 Shishibukai like you. The corner of Boa Hancock's mouth twitched, can't this guy not be so slapped when he speaks? I still have this self-knowledge, so I thought of a more suitable way. Boa Hancock showed a faint smile on his pretty face, our 9 Snake Island is willing to marry beasts pirates. Boa Hancock's words were astonishing, and Antuin was instantly dumbfounded when he heard the words. Although it is said that in order to strengthen the relationship between allies, marriage is a common thing. For example, Vinsmoke licked his face and wanted to marry the Big Mom pirates, even though they ended up falling apart. But before that, at least there was still communication. Beasts pirates and 9 Snake Island had nothing to do with each other. Marry with whom, and who is the object? While Antuin was stunned, he became a little curious. If you marry yourself, I, the deputy captain of the Beasts Pirates, would like to lower my status and marry you, the Empress of Body Odor. Antuin, don't go too far. Boa Hancock went mad with anger, I repeat, I don't have body odor, so don't slander people. Then who knows? Antuin sniffed his nose forward, and said wretchedly, Why don't you let me smell it? Boa Hancock suddenly looked disgusted, Give up your heart, you pervert. She hesitated slightly on her pretty face, and then said in a deep voice, My 2 younger sisters, they can marry you. The 2 of them. Hearing this, Antuin almost spit out. After all, Laozi is also a strong man at the top of the pyramid. What do you mean by fooling me with 2 ugly guys? I am not interested. Antuin shook his head and refused. As the Emperor of 9 Snake Island, you should make a sacrifice. I think you should do this kind of thing. As for me, I also sacrificed Hugh for the Beasts Pirates, and everyone joined forces, what do you think? Antuin blinked his eyes, how cheap he looked. Impossible. Boa Hancock said coldly, Rayleigh and Shucky are both my benefactors, it is impossible for me to be with you. As you like. Antoine shrugged disapprovingly. Having said so much, he actually just wanted to tease this arrogant woman. Play for fun, make trouble for trouble, don't make fun of Sister Fat Pig. Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold, we are snakes, thank you. I will also help you keep the secret about Tianlong's flying hoof. Antuin spread his hands and said, After all, everyone hates those guys. Boa Hancock looked at Antuin absent-mindedly. Why does this guy look like a different person? Suddenly, becoming reasonable. Speaking of which, you're going to Naval Headquarters, aren't you? Antuin changed the subject, and his eyes flickered slightly. Not yet. Boa Hancock's attitude has also eased a lot. Marine asked to participate in the summit war, but I refused. The reason is very simple, I don't want to be ordered. He what a rebellious woman. Antuin rubbed his chin and thought, I agree. Why? Boa Hancock asked back. Because I'm going to Naval Headquarters too, just give me a ride. Antuin said solemnly. You're kidding me. Boa Hancock laughed angrily. He was still thinking about what reason Antuin could think of to convince himself. It turned out that it was for himself. But, considering Antoine's willingness to help keep it a secret, and killing the celestial dragons she hated. Don't look at Boa Hancock being domineering and unreasonable, occasionally he is approachable, my concubine, agrees. Haha, that's right, I didn't expect you to be cute occasionally. Antoine narrowed his eyes and joked. Humph, don't get me wrong, I just want you to kill a few more celestial dragons. Boa Hancock's pretty face turned away, her lovely face was slightly flushed. By the way, why are you going to Naval Headquarters, to participate in the Summit War? This battle seems to have nothing to do with you beasts pirates. After his face recovered, Boa Hancock turned his head and asked again. My men, Ulti and Nico Robin, have been captured in Naval Headquarters. They are going to rescue people. Antuin stretched his waist, wouldn't it be the easiest to take them away in the chaos? I'm afraid I will disappoint you this time. Boa Hancock said slowly, according to the latest information obtained by my concubine, Nico Robin is indeed in Naval Headquarters, and it seems that he will be handed over to the world government. As for that Ulti, has been thrown into Impel Down, she's not worth as much as Nico Robin. Boa Hancock knew the situation inside the marine quite clearly. Then go smash Impel Down first. Antoine said without thinking. Impel Down? The concubine can take you in, which can save a lot of unnecessary trouble. Shichibukai only needs to apply for it. Boa Hancock said suddenly. Oh. Antuin's eyes brightened. In the original book, the Straw Hat Luffy got mixed into Impel Down, isn't it because of Boa Hancock? Then thank you. Antuin nodded slowly, and then added arrogantly, Woman, you have already attracted my attention. Behave well, maybe I will accept you someday. Boa Hancock's pretty face suddenly darkened, and the little good feelings she had accumulated for Antuin collapsed instantly. Humph, stop dreaming, I have to settle accounts with you. Boa Hancock clenched her fists, speaking, when she went to take a shower, she was naked. This BD Antuin is a feast for the eyes. Is it because you took a shower before? Antuin seemed to have a tacit understanding, and he could see through Boa Hancock's thoughts at a glance. Immediately said seriously, Antuin, the last thing I want to owe others is to pay you back now. What do you pay for it? Boa Hancock was amused, is this kind of thing paid off? She will always be the one who suffers. But... Pooh. A lot of rags were flying all over the sky, and with a little effort, Antuin shook his clothes to pieces. Hurry up, take a look at me too, and everyone will be clear. Boa Hancock was stunned by Lei's coquettish exterior. In the world, why are there such brazen people? It just refreshed her 3 views. Chapter 70. Hey guys, don't forget to like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel. Chapter 71. The next day, the sky was slightly brighter. The marine battleship near Nine Snake Island received a phone bug from Nine Snake Island. That domineering woman, agreed. Vice Admiral on the boat was very surprised. He was about to give up, but the woman Boa Hancock let go and agreed to participate in the Summit War again. Women are indeed fickle. However, Boa Hancock's participation in this battle is not free. First of all, the only requirement is to go to Impel Down. As for the reason, Boa Hancock didn't say either. Vice Admiral was very helpless, he had no choice but to inform Sengoku in the end. Boa Hancock is going to Impel Down. A pirate, why go to Impel Down? Sengoku was very vigilant, keenly smelled a conspiracy, and felt uneasy in his heart. Many felons were imprisoned in Impel Down, especially the bounty criminals on the 6th floor, most of whom were famous in history. Among them, there are many legendary 25 pirates. If something goes wrong with this, then... Sengoku didn't dare to think about it. If the group of prisoners escaped, the world would be in chaos at that time. But then again, the current world is already in chaos, and it doesn't seem to matter if it is more chaotic. Anyway, he is about to resign, and the future affairs will be left to the next marshal. Agree to her terms, but only if Boa Hancock is alone. After much deliberation, Sengoku agreed. Akainu and Kizaru were lost, and Marine's combat effectiveness was seriously lost. One more Shishibukai can make up for the combat effectiveness of Marine. In addition, Boa Hancock went to impel down alone. Even if there was any trouble, it would not be able to cause any big waves. With Magellan's strength, he could also fight against Boa Hancock. I see. Vice Admiral quickly hung up the bug and called Boa Hancock again. 9 Snake Island Palace. Antuin was lying on the furry throne, holding a fish in his hand, and the boa constrictor Boa Hancock was looking greedily. Antuin threw it away, and the cooked fish fell out of the window, and the python rushed out impatiently. Hiss hiss hiss. The next moment, the boa constrictor screamed in fright, because under the window was a 100-meter-high cliff. What a stupid snake, as stupid as your master. Antuin curled his lips, and it happened that Boa Hancock came at this time. Marine agreed, it's just. Boa Hancock hesitated to speak, and said helplessly, they also have a request, that is, to allow me to go alone. I'm afraid the plan will fail. He, that's it. Anton didn't take it to heart at all. Boa Hancock nodded. It's all a trivial matter, you just need to wear looser clothes when the time comes. Antuin said mysteriously. Boa Hancock looked at Antuin suspiciously, and nodded with half understanding. Half an hour later, the marine battleship entered the port near 9 Snake Island. As we all know, Boa Hancock is a cheongsam lover, and he always wears a sexy cheongsam when he attends various occasions. But only this time, she changed. Wearing an extremely loose white robe and a white cloak, his body is also unusually bloated, he walks awkwardly, and his fart drum is trembling. Many Marines were deeply moved when they saw it. It turns out that goddesses can also gain weight. But it's a bit too much, isn't it? That's right. I feel like I suddenly gained 200 catties, not 500 catties. A group of Marines were talking about it, and Marine Vice Admiral, who was the leader, also glanced at Boa Hancock in confusion. He always felt that something was wrong, but he didn't dare to ask more questions. Sengoku specially told him not to mess with Boa Hancock. Because this woman is the most self-willed, if she says she will let her go, she will let her go. Damn guy, what are you doing? Boa Hancock's face turned green. If he had known Antuin had such a bad idea, he wouldn't agree to it even if he was killed. Why are you wearing loose clothes? Because Antuin's body is curled up, hugging her like an octopus. So. Boa Hancock looks like a 500 jin fat lady. Well, the image of the goddess is also ruined. Many Marines even left voluntarily, and the former bright-eyed goddess has become hot-eyed. Boa Hancock, your room is over there. Vice Admiral pointed to the cabin and said seriously, you can take a rest now, we will arrive at Impel Down in about 2 hours. Boa Hancock didn't talk nonsense, just nodded. She kept as steady as she could, and walked towards the cabin step by step. With every step she takes, her pretty face will be a little more rosy. Damn guy, where are you catching? Boa Hancock cursed secretly, and the Anton hidden in her body moved immediately. Creak. Finally, Boa Hancock walked into the cabin after exhausting all his efforts. Antuin quickly got out of her clothes. Full of disgust, he said, I'm suffocating, it's really uncomfortable. Uncomfortable? Boa Hancock didn't believe it, she even heard 330 Anton's lewd laughter before. In addition, the entire body is covered with Anton's palm prints. What are you looking at me for? I'm also learning from others. Antuin complained, isn't that what the Straw Hat Luffy in the original book does? But compared to Luffy, Antuin has a bigger physique, so Boa Hancock looks extra bloated. You'd better be careful, Magellan from Impel Down is not an easy guy, even if his strength is not as good as Admiral's, it's not worse, forget it. Boa Hancock shook his head again, he ignored both Admiral Anton's, what is a mere Magellan? Impel Down here. Magellan had already received a call from Sengoku, and was overjoyed to learn that Boa Hancock was coming. Yes, Boa Hancock's licking dogs are not only pirates and ordinary marines, but even some high-level marines are her licking dogs. This also led to almost any information she wanted, which she could make up at her fingertips. Cheer up, that pirate empress is coming, don't embarrass Impel Down. Magellan even spread out the red carpet at the gate of the prison, which feels more respectful than welcoming her own mother. Well, I have to say, Magellan is really a good and filial boy. Chapter 72. Blah 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 blah, blah blah. The battleship was sailing on the sea, and Antuin hid in the cabin, drinking drinks, eating marine's food, and watching the angry Boa Hancock by the way. Not to mention, it's not a bad day. Boa Hancock was soaking wet, she had just taken a hot bath. Antuin is so weird that he even spit on her back a few times. Antoine, what is spit? I just sneezed a few times. Things are impermanent. Looking at the sea outside the window, Antuin was full of emotion for no reason. Isn't everything he's doing right now the equivalent of Luffy the Straw Hat? The boy didn't know where he was, and he disappeared after being captured by Kizaru. Maybe Impel Down will have a meeting. Antoine muttered. Go to Impel Down, don't act rashly. Boa Hancock reminded, at least you can't get involved with me, otherwise Nine Snake Island will be miserable, and maybe it will attract Marine's revenge. The beast's pirates and you are the next Marine to be purged. I don't want anything to do with you. I didn't see it, it's a bit different from the rumors, aren't you very patriotic? Antuin patted his chest and assured, don't worry, I will definitely not implicate you. I hope. Even so, Boa Hancock still stared at Antuin uneasy. Who knows what this guy is thinking? Time flies, and 2 hours have passed in a blink of an eye. In the distance, a circular fortress surrounded by city walls gradually came into view. Around the city wall, it is also surrounded by a large number of marine warships, and the defense is extremely strict. At the highest point of the fortress, there are still a large number of cannons and countless snipers lurking. If an outsider invades, they will be blocked immediately. It is indeed the most heavily guarded prison in history. Antuin looked at Boa Hancock beside him, and joked, if you go in, can you come back alive? Her pretty face darkened, I won't be caught if I am a concubine. That's not necessarily true. Anton gave a meaningful reminder. In the future, because Shishibukai has always been obsessed with Marine and the government, such as Crocodile and Doflamingo, after the World Summit decision, the Shishibukai organization was abolished. Boa Hancock and others lost their protective umbrellas and became wanted criminals again. Not to mention Boa Hancock, even the red-haired Hawkeye was wanted by Marine again. Okay, take off your clothes now. Antuin narrowed his eyes and urged. Boa Hancock glared at Anton helplessly, and took off his coat reluctantly, revealing his snow-white skin. Only Nei and Nyaku are left. Antuin smiled, and jumped directly onto Boa Hancock's back, hanging like a school bag. That's how it worked before. At this moment, Boa Hancock regretted it. With Antuin's strength, it's enough to hit Impel Down. She shouldn't agree to this ridiculous suggestion. From her point of view, Antuin is deliberately taking advantage. A few minutes later, the battleship approached the port of Impel Down. The obese version of Boa Hancock disembarked, and all the licking dogs below were stunned. Is this still the goddess Boa Hancock? Oh my god, it's ugly, uglier than my wife. According to the rumor, isn't Boa Hancock the most beautiful woman in the sea? Yet, how did you become a fat woman, prisoner? The guards who heard the news nearby scolded their mothers one after another. Even Magellan was dumbfounded. Nima, the goddess turned into a fat woman? Is this fake? The deputy director, Han Yabao, also had a look of disbelief. Some nights, he often falls asleep with Boa Hancock's bounty in his arms, and now the goddess is a FG fat woman? How should I put it? The big brother of the female anchor, after exhausting all his efforts, finally asked the goddess out. The ghost knows that the first time we met, it turned out to be His Royal Highness Chiao Biluo. It's just, dandy dog. Vivian Hancock, shirtless, walked straight to the gate. Stop, get checked right away. Magellan's attitude also changed, even with a trace of resentment. Too bad luck. Examine. Boa Hancock's expression froze. Wouldn't she reveal her truth after this inspection? Looks like I don't have the life of Straw Hat Luffy. Antuin, who was hidden in the clothes, sighed, very resentful. How could that kid Luffy be able to fool around? Is it really the protagonist's aura that lowers the intelligence of others? Anyway, sooner or later it will be exposed, since that's the case. Poof! A black shadow rushed out of Boa Hancock's body at a speed as fast as lightning. This scene once again stunned everyone. No one thought that there was another person hidden in Boa Hancock's body. Bang bang! Magellan felt pain in his face, as if he had been punched by a giant's fist, and his body flew into the distance. Boom! Dust and smoke filled the air, like a steel-like city wall, which was smashed by Magellan. Director W. Magellan. My God! Isn't this guy that flame Terminator Anton? How did he get out of Boa Hancock? Obviously, they've teamed up. The whole Impel Down was a mess. Although everyone was surprised, but as an elite, they reacted quickly and surrounded them immediately. In the blink of an eye, Anton and Boa Hancock were surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. What are you doing? Didn't my concubine remind you, don't act rashly? Boa Hancock almost vomited blood, said not to get her involved. Beasts Pirates is the focus of the world government and marine. Antuin also agreed before, but now it's cold. Boa Hancock can see it, Zhao. The stronger the pirate, the less credibility he speaks, almost equivalent to farting. Sooner or later the full body examination will reveal it. It is better to sneak attack on Magellan as soon as possible, and solve a big problem at once. Antuin shrugged, this deal is a good deal. The fist just now had already blasted Magellan into the wall, something that couldn't even be pulled out. 9 Snake Island is over. Knowing that I have teamed up with you, Marine will cancel my Shishibukai title and immediately destroy the 9 Snake Pirates. Boa Hancock's face was embarrassing, and he could say it, but without the shelter of the title of Shishibukai, 9 Snake Island was vulnerable. Apart from her, there is no other high-end combat power at all. It's a big deal, I just need 9 Snake Island to join the Beasts Pirates in the future. Antuin really doesn't think this is a big deal, isn't that how Whitebeard protects the Fishman Island? In the 10 or 20 years since then, few unscrupulous pirates dared to provoke the Fishman Island. Chapter 73. Concubine. Boa Hancock hesitated. With Marine's malice towards the Beasts Pirates, he would definitely be immortal in the future. After all, they killed Marine Vice Admiral one after another, severely injured 2 admirals, and this time attacked Impel Down, and the next target after the Whitebeard pirates was dealt with was the Beasts Pirates. Are you courting death by following them? But if you don't follow, it seems that you will be punished according to the party, right? The concubine agrees. Gritting his teeth, in the end Boa Hancock chose to work together. I'm responsible for restraining these ants, you go and save Ertie. Antuin said loudly, this is the order of the deputy captain. The corner of Boa Hancock's mouth twitched, he used his identity to overwhelm others when he first came in, right? Snapped. The burning pain came from the upturned butt drum. Antuin slapped him up, and Boa Hancock burst into tears of pain. How can I repair, BD? Boa Hancock was about to lose his temper on the spot, but Antuin said calmly, "The order of the deputy captain must be carried out immediately, otherwise this will be a lesson. Also, listen to me, let you be the 3 disasters in the future, that's the core cadre. Aren't there only 3 people in the 523 3 plagues?" Boa Hancock's anger was cut in half. "Expand 1, and it will become 4 disasters. If it doesn't work, I will kick Jack." Antoine said nonchalantly. "Jack, why is it always me who gets hurt?" Swish. With Antuin's promise, Boa Hancock's enthusiasm rose and turned into a burst of shadow. Being able to mix up 3 disasters is no worse than Shishibukai. "Where are you going?" The deputy director, Han Yabao, jumped forward and directly used his tall body to block the entrance. Pointing at Boa Hancock with a trident-like weapon, "If you want to go in, just go from my body bang." With a flying kick from Boa Hancock, Han Yabao's bloated body flew out immediately. The strength was so strong that his face was deformed. The weird thing is, Han Yabao was brutally beaten, especially when he was kicked away in full view. He lost face at all, right? But he had a happy smile on his face. Such a senior dog licking is rare in the world. For Han Yabao, the goddess's big feet, does it hurt? It's so FG sweet. Sighed. This idiot. Magellan, still embedded in the wall, cursed. Han Yabao's strength was average, but once he got serious, he wouldn't be knocked into the air so easily. In the final analysis, licking the dog is still at work. Magellan thought, if Han Yabao was replaced by himself, he would definitely send his face up to Boa Hancock to kick. Don't doubt, in the hearts of this group of licking dogs, in order to make the goddess smile, they will do any stupid thing. Boom boom boom. Conqueror's haki ravaged the audience, and all the soldiers who were close to Boa Hancock fell down. She easily invaded the interior of Impel Down. Oops. At this moment, Magellan woke up like a dream. If this continues, Impel Down may really be broken. Drink. Magellan let out a loud cry, the pores all over his body opened, and the purple venom surged wildly. Not to mention people, even the walls started to smoke and decay quickly. Finally, with a little space to move, Magellan gritted his teeth and drilled out. He was miserable, especially his back, which was already bloody. Today, don't even try to run away. Magellan stared at Anton, who was surrounded by jailers, with cold eyes. Where did you get this confidence? Antuin rubbed his head. Impel Down news, don't be so stuffy, don't you know about the Sabayati archipelago battle? Both admirals have nothing to do with me. Magellan, get out of the way if you're sensible. Antuin warned, otherwise, your dog's life will be lost. Humph, death in battle is the greatest recognition for me. Magellan snarls, everyone, get on it. He is well aware of the gap in strength, and decisively chooses the human sea tactic, which is the only hope. Bang 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 bang. Thousands of Marines all shot, and a hail of bullets surrounded Anton. Dang 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 dang. However, he is an Iron Man, and the bullet cannot penetrate at all. After being hit, the bullet was seriously deformed and bounced off by itself. Anton's feet seemed to be spring-loaded, and he jumped into the air. What is this for? Jumping so high, you shouldn't be afraid. Shoot, keep shooting. The Marines shot at the sky one after another, and the whole sky was full of scattered bullets. Pay the price for your stubborn resistance. Antuin stretched his limbs, his body grew rapidly, and turned into a huge black shadow that descended from the sky. Yes, he went straight into apostle mode. A supergiant tortoise weighing more than 200,000 tons fell from the sky mightily. It's over. My God, run! Where are you going? This guy is bigger than Impel Down. The Marines were stunned. Nima, how do they fight with such a huge monster? On the contrary, Magellan's feet were like rocket injectors, spraying out a large amount of venom. Using the venom as a thrust, it flew a short distance into the distance. The flight is only for a short time, and it takes only 30 seconds to die. Might save his life, but the rest of the marine. Bang bang! More than 200,000 tons of giant tortoises fell, and the entire impel down was hit hard. All the marines on the top floor were smashed to death, and the marine warships docked near the dock were almost completely destroyed. The first and second floors of Impel Down, including the third floor, suffered devastating blows and were directly smashed into ruins. But, you thought it was over? The huge impact caused the entire Impel Down to be impacted, the cell wall at the bottom floor was cracked, and the vicious prisoners ran out. Among them, there are many bounty offenders from the 6th floor Eternal Hell. This is not the most intrusive thing. If you look down from the sky, Impel Down has completely disappeared, being crushed by Antuin's huge body. How about it, little friend? How about my blow turtle landing? Antuin asked jokingly. Magellan's eyes were red, and it is estimated that thousands of people were killed by just this one. In fact, this is all good. Imagine that the summit war is about to start. There are about 100,000 people including the Marines and the pirates. Marine and the Whitebeard pirates are going to die. Chapter 74. Oops. On Magellan's side, the venom erupting from his feet has slowly dried up. His body was also unstable, and Kashi slowly fell. He hurried to find a foothold, otherwise, he might be the first Impel Down director to be drowned by sea water. Sadly, Magellan zoomed in and looked around. The entire Impel Down was occupied by Anton, and there was no foothold on the sea. Looking at the huge volcano of Antuin, Magellan made a desperate move and rushed over. What else could he do besides forcefully go up the mountain? Young man, you have courage. Sensing that Magellan had landed on his back, Antuin also gave up attacking. The tortoise's limbs are too short to touch Magellan on the tortoise shell. Magellan looked around vigilantly and murmured, "Where are the monsters?" The monsters mentioned by Magellan are, of course, the Devourer, Big-Eyed Boy, and Creef of Flame. Kizaru and Akainu were not beaten in vain, at least they figured out the mechanism of these monsters. The first is the Devourer. This guy has rough skin and thick flesh, is extremely resistant to blows, and can breathe fire and wind. Next is Big-Eyed Boy. Marine thinks that the hanging hair is the most dangerous, ahead of Beckman, Kizaru, and others. Once the eyes are opened, you can't make eye contact with him, and you can't be hugged by him. When you fall from the sky, you will still have a dizzy effect, almost all of which are instant kill skills. As for Creef of the Flame, there is little information about him. Akainu only learned about it by sacrificing himself. At present, he only knows that he will summon a bunch of zombies. Once he is eaten by those zombies, he may become a zombie himself. Magellan firmly remembered these contents, and murmured in his heart, "As long as you understand the mechanism of the monster, even if you can't beat it, you can delay it for a while, right? Plus, he's already called Naval Headquarters for reinforcements. It is estimated that it will not be long before reinforcements will arrive." Sengoku, reinforcements? You want to eat farts? Laozi has only one Aokiji left, how can I give you alien? Both Akainu and Kizaru were free from battle, and Marine really couldn't spare any extra combat power. Sengoku thought, after this war, the scale of the Marine must be expanded, 4 or 5 Marine admirals, don't you believe that you can't beat Antuin to death? Ho 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 ho! A heart-piercing roar hit Magellan from head to toe. Following the prestige, 2 identical creatures came into view. It is ugly in appearance, like a creature in hell, with blue limbs. Is that you? Magellan looked at Popeye and Devourer, feeling speechless for a while. These are FG twins, they look exactly the same. Magellan glanced around, the 2 brothers were so alike that he couldn't tell which was which. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. The ground trembled irregularly, and a scorching breath swept across the audience. Magellan followed the movement, and saw a monster in armor with a huge axe coming out of the magma, followed by a group of black zombies. Magellan backed away in fright, his clothes already wet with sweat. Although I understand the mechanism, but the output is not enough, you play with a hammer. Antuin is not optimistic about Magellan. Is it possible to expect a mere deputy C to play Popeye, Devourer, and Craft of Flame? No milk with 5,000 bodies will not work at all. This wave of Magellan is bound to explode. Ho 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 ho! Big Eye Boy opened his mouth and roared, showing his sharp fangs. His belly burst open, and evil eyes were fixed on Magellan. Coming! Magellan was shocked, turned around quickly, and closed his eyes. Successive failures, this is the way Marine has summed up internally to deal with Big Eye Boy. When Big Eyed Boy opens his eyes, you either turn around and don't look at him, or close your eyes. 10,9,8.1,0 Nearly 10 seconds passed, and Magellan, who hadn't been caught for a second, let out a sigh of relief. The face is also ecstatic, this unreliable method is actually really useful. Marine really saw the flaw. Antuin's heart sank slightly, but there was no surprise. In the early land reclamation, it must be often bombed. But as time went by, the dungeons became longer, and the monster mechanism was gradually understood, so it was easier and smoother to spawn. Magellan is an example. However, even if you understand the mechanism, what do you do without the explosive power of Akainu and Kizaru? Ask for flowers. Although Magellan is strong, there is still a gap between the strength of Marine Admiral. Another point is that the reason why Magellan is heaven-defying is because of the poisonous fruit. Another part of the reason is that the interior of Impel Down is a sealed environment, and the poisonous gas is not easy to spread. Right now, when fighting outside Impel Down, the venom will volatilize in the air, and Magellan's threat will naturally be weakened. Magellan opened his mouth, and several poisonous balls roared away. Bang bang bang! The Devourer and Big Eye Boy were repelled one after another, scratching the ground more than 10 meters away. The venom covered the whole body, and a human would have fallen down, but after being hit, the eyes of the Devourer and Big Eye Boy became more ferocious. Magellan's face changed slightly, none of these monsters was easy to mess with. 0. The Devourer's ugly mouth opened, and a golden light emerged. Magellan was shocked, knowing that the Devourer was about to breathe fire. He jumped hard and jumped into the sky to avoid disaster. Boom boom boom! The golden flames swept across the earth, and the rocks melted instantly. So close! Magellan wiped off his sweat, but at the next moment, Big Eye Boy rose from the ground and hit him. Magellan threw up his arms in defense. His whole body is covered with reddish-brown venom, which is his strongest venom. Bang bang! The moment the two collided, the venom scattered, Big-Eyed Boy was covered all over, thick smoke rose from his body, and the venom crazily corroded his body. But as if he didn't feel it, he swept his paw towards Magellan. Poof! The chest was ripped apart, and the ribs were directly exposed to the air. Whoa! Magellan screamed, falling to the ground feebly. The Devourer had been waiting for a long time, the evil mouth opened again, and flames erupted. Boom boom boom! Wow ah 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 ah! A painful scream came from the flames, and Magellan rolled wildly. Antoine watched blankly. As I said, only a father with 5,000 stamina can save AC like Magellan. Kizaru, I was beaten as AFG Master C, where did you get the courage? 100 million. Chapter 75. Boom! Magellan landed hard, his body falling apart. He was burnt beyond recognition, and his whole body was inhuman. This is still the case of covering armament haki, otherwise, the person may have melted. Cliff of Flame moved forward with his giant axe on his shoulders, looking at Magellan, who closed his eyes tightly, and when he was about to send him back to the west, a sudden change occurred. Those eyes opened suddenly, emitting bursts of frightening light. Magellan stood up in an instant and punched. Just now, this guy was just playing dead and waiting for an opportunity. Bang bang! The hard fist exploded in the chest of Kreef of the Flame, and the venom splashed everywhere. Part of it even went into his mouth. Cliff of the Flame seemed to feel the pain, he yelled twice, and immediately chopped down the battle axe full of anger. Poof! The earth was cracked, and the ground was split into bottomless holes. When 733 was at a critical moment, Magellan rolled his and slipped away. Rolling is called skillful, and that is called chic. Well, apart from embarrassment and loss of face, full marks. Why are you still struggling? Admiral can't do anything, you can do it again. Antuin lay comfortably on his stomach, watching the clown's performance bored in every possible way. Boa Hancock, it's almost time to go to the 6th floor of Impel Down? Ultai offered a bounty of 400 million Baileys, and he was also a member of the Beast's Pirates Flying 6 Cells. He was considered a heavyweight pirate and was naturally locked up with those vicious criminals, eternal hell. Bang 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 bang! The earth full of volcanic rocks trembled, and the devouring golem crashed like a truck. Magellan stood up quickly, the venom bursting out of his body. A poisonous wall with a thickness of 1 meter condensed in front of him. Bang bang! The ferocious devourer bumped into it, although it didn't break into pieces, but the venom splashed like raindrops, and the thickness was cut by more than half at once. Magellan's heart is broken. Do these monsters have no weaknesses? None of them are afraid of poison. Bang bang! Next, there was another fierce impact. The poisonous wall was torn apart, and the head of the devourer had already crawled over. Magellan waved his fist, and when he was about to punch him, Big-Eyed Boy was already coming from the side. He opened his arms in a hugging gesture. Magellan's scalp burst into sweat. If he was hugged, he would definitely be cold on the spot. The attack turned into a retreat, and Magellan retreated to the heights in embarrassment. His only advantage may be speed. Big-Eye Boy, Devourer, and Kreef of Flame are all chasing after him. This kid seems to have grown 4 legs, and the distance between them is getting farther and farther. Before he knew it, he had rushed to the top of the volcano. One step further, there is magma with a diameter of more than several kilometers. Gurgling. The magma inside it is ejected, the flames are boiling, and it is as wide as the sea. Magellan's heart skipped a beat. If it falls, it will be burnt to ashes on the spot. Bang bang bang! The ground shook non-stop, and the 3 monsters rushed over as soon as they saw it. Magellan felt sad. Was he going to be forced to jump down? In 1v3, he has no chance of winning and is played like a clown. Damn Antuin, even if I die, I won't make it easier for you, let's all die together. A look of ferocity flashed across Magellan's eyes, and a large amount of venom was condensed all over his body, like building blocks rapidly accumulating and becoming bigger. Under his exquisite control, a giant composed entirely of venom took shape. Poison Giant's Hell Judgment. This is the name of this move, and it is Magellan's strongest ultimate move. There is a sense of déjà vu of Susanoo. Maybe your full name is Uchiha. Magellan. Anton's teasing voice resounded through the sky. He had a sullen face, even though he didn't know what it meant. It must be a bad word coming out of a pirate's mouth. Antuin, finish with me. Magellan's face was wild, and Antoine was amused. How many times have I heard about courage before I can be so arrogant? Magellan, the son of ABCH, it's fine if he doesn't have a baby daddy, he loves himself and adds buff to himself. Antuin obviously feels that his morale is stronger. Does this count as encountering an airplane player? What's your plan? Antuin's red tortoise eyes flickered, a little curious. He could clearly feel everything that happened on his back. This guy has been surrounded by Devourer, Big-Eyed Boy, and Craft of Flame. This situation. Volcano Sea Kizaru also has to be abolished. As for Akainu, he there is nothing more than a stainless steel wash basin. Everyone die together. Magellan did not attack Antuin, nor did he attack monsters such as Big Eye Boy. The venom giant he condensed rushed towards the volcano. Magellan's idea is very simple: blow up the volcano. Let the magma leak out, swallowing Antuin and his little brothers. Well, speaking of it, it's a tactic of killing each other. Boom boom boom. The moment the venom giant fell into the magma, the terrifying high temperature instantly engulfed it and melted it. It evaporates in seconds. You humiliate yourself. Antuin mocked. He can adjust the volcanic magma, can make the magma reach thousands of degrees Celsius, and can also make the magma as warm as water. Innocent as you. Magellan retorted, and the next moment, there was a boom in the volcano. It was like tens of thousands of tons of TNT explosives were detonated, and the dead magma boiled. This guy. Antuin's pupils dilated slightly, and he murmured, I have an idea. Is armament haki wrapped in the venom? The use of armament haki by the top players has already reached the point where practice makes perfect. This operation is not difficult for Magellan, whose strength is close to that of Admiral. Magellan knew in his heart how the venom could not withstand the burning of the magma, so he leaked his own haki and hid it in the venom. Boom, 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 boom. The fiery magma shot up into the sky, and the flame pillars soared to hundreds of meters high. The water that fell from the sky was sprinkled all over the sea, and the nearby sea water was boiled. Acid mist filled the entire surface of the sea, making it extremely choking. Magellan's plan succeeded, and even Anton, Big Eye Boy and others were swallowed by the magma. Especially Antuin, he has a huge body, 5.7. This living target can't run away, almost 3/4 of his body is submerged by magma. But did you forget what Laozi's nickname is, Flame Eater? You idiot, the lethality of magma to Laozi is equal to 0. Antuin straightened his head. Even though his head was soaked in magma, it was still cold and pressing. But, at this moment, Magellan can no longer care about Antuin, and he has discovered a big secret. The magma in the volcano has been erupted. Looking down, it suddenly turned out to be a strange organ with a diameter of more than 50 meters. The whole body is dark red, entwined with countless blue veins, and it is still throbbing, firmly embedded in the rock. Magellan's eyes went straight. Could it be, could it be, could it be, this is Anton's heart? Chapter 76. Except for the different color and larger size, it is not much different from the human heart. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity has arrived. Magellan clenched his fists and muttered with straight eyes, no matter what kind of creature, as long as the heart is destroyed, it will definitely die. Bang bang bang. Vibration came from all other directions. Magellan quickly came back to his senses, his eyes looked extremely heavy. Big Eye Boy, Devourer, and Crave of Flame have already surrounded them. Trouble! Magellan yelled inwardly, and rashly attacked Antuin's heart, which was tantamount to handing over his back to them. Then he was not tortured to death? Yes. Magellan slapped his forehead. A flash of light flashed through his mind. Under his development, the poisonous fruit has extended many abilities. Puff 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 puff. Magellan's body blew out streaks of venom. They had a human-like outline as a whole, they could walk and stand normally, and their appearance was similar to Magellan. There are as many as 20 clones, each of which is extremely poisonous, and you will die if you touch it. You can be called the Poison King. Isn't it simple to grasp Antuin's heart? After all, that thing won't fight back. This wave, be steady. Let me fight you. Magellan stared at Big-Eyed Boy and other monsters with an expression of death. As for the clones of the Poison King, they jumped down the mountain in unison, killing Antuin's heart. When Big-Eye Boy saw this, he rushed over to intercept it immediately. Don't try to succeed. Magellan dodged sideways, blocking Big-Eyed Boy like a wall. But bang bang! There was a loud noise, the black shadow flew out, and the Devourer charged from the side. Magellan's small body couldn't bear it. The void rolled more than a dozen times before falling miserably to the ground. The moment Popeye was about to jump off the volcano, Magellan slapped the ground with his big hands. Dragon. A poisonous dragon extending tens of feet long stretched out from behind, biting towards Big Eye Boy. Poof! Big Eye Boy's entire head was bitten by the poisonous dragon, and his mouth was opened to the maximum, trying to swallow Big Eye Boy. Creef of Flame swung his axe out, and the poisonous dragon split into two with a puff. Unwilling to give up, Magellan stood up tremblingly, slowly raising his arms, trying to launch another attack. B. Ho 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 ho! A roar came from behind, and Magellan was taken aback. Besides these three monsters, is there anyone else? He turned his head and saw that a group of black zombies surrounded him. Magellan unleashes venom, covering the earth. But, are zombies afraid of poison? Blah blah, blah blah. They seemed to be wading through water, and rushed over unscathed. It was a bite to hold Magellan's body. Puff 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 puff. Wow ah ah. Magellan screamed again and again, bleeding all over his body, and the armed color crystals seemed to be in vain. He was like a delicious delicacy, being bitten by 7 or 8 zombies in turn. Every piece of skin on the chest, abdomen, and limbs was bitten, and the flesh and blood were pulled out alive. Even. Poof. Magellan felt a pain in his lower body, and then felt a pang of sadness in his balls. Is this zombie brain sick? How can he bite other people's balls? Akainu, I am familiar with this script. Hold it, I must endure it. Magellan didn't resist anymore, and let the zombies eat him. Of course, the main thing is that he doesn't have the strength to resist anymore. Although these zombies have thin arms and legs, they are powerful, and they suppress him immobile. This scene, it was as if the beautiful girl was thrown by 7 or 8 strong men and brought to a corner to be ruined. What else could Magellan do but tear up her eyes? At the same time, under the volcano, 20 Poison King clones have already landed. Like humans, they looked at each other tacitly, and immediately attacked with their fists. Bang 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 bang! In just a few seconds, the 20 Poison King clones threw out hundreds of punches. Every punch is contaminated with deadly venom. After the poison fist hits the heart, it will burst open, and the venom will stick to the heart like glue. Whoa 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 whoa! The thick smoke continued, and the venom corroded the heart with all its strength. The fiery red heart has been stained purple by the venom. Under normal circumstances, let alone such a fragile organ as the heart, even human bones would not be left with corroded residue. However, the tricky thing is, Magellan's venom, why is it useless to Anton once? The heart is still beating rhythmically, there is no change at all. Antuin, sorry, your venom capacity is too small. If you want to poison a creature with more than 200,000 tons, you need at least hundreds of tons of venom. Bang 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 bang! The Poison King's avatar continued to attack Antuin's heart, except for dyeing the heart, it had no effect at all. Damn, what the hell? Magellan's mentality collapsed, and within a short while, he had already been gnawed by zombies. Limbs are gone, abdomen and chest are mutilated. Even more than half of the head was gnawed off. Most people would die long ago if they were injured like this, but the reason why Magellan is still hanging on is nothing more than reconciliation. He wants to witness the fall of Antuin with his own eyes. The sad thing is that Antuin's golden gun does not fall, no matter how powerful the critical blow to his heart is, he has no tendency to fall. Even. Snore snort snort. The sound of snoring resounded through the sky, and people felt so bored that they fell asleep directly. On the contrary, the bodies of those Poison King clones gradually faded and shrunk. They are all composed of venom, they have a time limit, and they have to keep attacking the heart, and they are quickly exhausted, turning into puddles of poisonous stains and falling to the ground. I'm not reconciled. Magellan roared towards the sky, and immediately closed his eyes unwillingly. What is this? 20 Poison Kings actually died in the heart. Funny or not? Faced with a heart that can't move, you can't beat it. It's over. Sensing that Magellan's attack had stopped, Antuin rubbed his eyes. Observation Haki sensed it, his breath was gone, and his body began to feel cold. You idiot, with those venom clones, how could it be possible to beat my heart? The strongest parts of Lao Zi's body are the head, the turtle shell, and the seemingly fragile heart. Antuin lifted the apostle mode and restored the appearance of a human. A rookie vice like you can only be saved by a dad with 5,000 bodies. Glancing at Magellan's body, he headed carelessly deeper into the impel down. Chapter 77 Naval Headquarters. Poof. Sengoku sat down on the chair, his face pale. On a hot day, there is also sweating on the forehead. Not only him, the marine present was also sweating. On the table in front of him, there were some ashes piled up, which seemed to have just been burnt out, because there were still sparks. This is also the source of their tension and despair. Magellan, really dead? Sengoku's eyes were empty, and his hands were covering his cheeks in excruciating pain. Ever since I heard the name Antuin, it seems to have become Marine's nightmare. Regarding Antuin, every time it brings disaster-level news. Such a powerful man actually died. On the sofa, the pupils of Kizaru, who was covered in bandages, flickered. Out of the corner of his eye, he involuntarily glanced at Akainu beside him. After Marine's hard work, Akainu finally returned to adulthood. When Kizaru sneaked a glance at Akainu, the latter glanced at him too. Before, the two brothers felt miserable, Admiral's prestige was lost, and he was abused by Big-Eyed Boy and Creef of Flame. Looking at it now, compared to Magellan, the luck of the two seems to be good. Anyway, at least it didn't hang up. The life cards are all burned to ashes, and Magellan is dead. Aokiji sighed, and immediately said solemnly, for the increasingly inflated beasts pirates, Marine can't. Hey, the old man has already said, temporarily give up the fight against the Whitebeard pirates, someone just won't listen. Falling to this ending, I really deserve it. Garp sneered, looking at Sengoku unabashedly. That's right, Sengoku, you old man, Lao Zi was talking about you. He dedicated his whole life to Marine, and now his two grandsons are going to be publicly executed by Marine, how can Pu not be angry? His relationship with Sengoku has broken down. Garp, it's useless for you to get angry at me, you should know. I'm not in charge of this matter. Sengoku smiled wryly, if you are dissatisfied, you can go to 5 elders, you can go to celestial dragons. The old man has nothing to say to that group of trash. Garp snorted coldly, and even looked at each other in blank dismay. Dare to say that 5 elders and celestial dragons are rubbish, and Garp is probably the only one. Anyway, send someone to impel down immediately. Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy are still locked up there, if they escape, public execution will become a joke. Sengoku's eyes are serious. Marshal Sengoku. Sine Alman burst in, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, one of the Shishibukai, snatched a warship and left. That BD, didn't he agree to deal with Whitebeard together, why did he run away? Sengoku's eyes burst into flames, where did it go? I don't know for now, but looking at his direction, it seems to be impel down. The communications soldier hurried to report. Impel down, known as the Iron Wall in the past, is now dilapidated. It was severely attacked by the Apostle Anton, and the foundation of the entire prison was shaken, with collapsed walls everywhere. Even some places have been submerged by sea water. Blue blue blue. Antoine dials Boa Hancock's phone bug, who is alone in the dark. What's the situation with this woman? The phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. At the moment Impel is down on the 6th floor, most of the prisons have collapsed, and the prisoners have escaped. The normal prisoner is set free, and the FK is gone. Guess what happened to these guys? Some pirates, who were enemies in the past, are now at war again. The entire Eternal Hell has become a paradise for fighters. Even Boa Hancock was affected. Bang bang! A beautiful figure flew from afar and hit the wall fiercely. Looking closely, it turned out to be Boa Hancock. She struggled to get up, and wiped away the blood stains on her pretty face, with the monstrous anger flickering in her beautiful eyes. Swish! Before she recovered, another figure flew towards her. Boa Hancock hurriedly reached out to catch it, but the force was too great, and the two crashed through the wall together. Cough cough cough. I can't spare you. Ultai was furious, and the person who attacked her was Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. When he was still in the Fishman Island, this guy was almost tortured to death by Antuin, and he couldn't hold on anymore. God knows that it is resurrected now. After Jinbei recovered, he immediately went to find Marine Theory, hoping that Marine would give up the Whitebeard pirates and turn around to target the growing beasts pirates. Sengoku is naturally unwilling. After all, the execution of Ace has been announced to the world. How can there be any reason to withdraw it? Even dealing with beasts pirates is a matter of the future. Jinbei, unwilling to deal with Whitebeard, refused this Shishibukai call. In a fit of rage, Sengoku directly ordered Jinbei to be arrested and thrown to impel down for self-reflection. What a surprise this time, Luffy! Ha ha ha, free, great, Ace! In the darkness, ecstatic laughter came out. The two brothers came out of the darkness one after another. It was Luffy and Ace, standing side by side, hooking each other's necks. Their relationship was unbelievable. Straw Hat Boy, are you really the son of a dragon? In the darkness, there was another voice of surprise. This person has a blue afro head and a crown on his head. Wearing mesh stockings, women's high heels, a large string of pearl necklaces around the neck, and a heavy dress on the face. His name is Ivankov. He used to be a senior cadre of the Revolutionary Army, and he is a close friend with Long. Hearing that Luffy is the son of a dragon, he immediately ran over to help. In addition, it is worth mentioning that there is a man with a grim face behind Ivankov Crocodile. In the Battle of Alabasta, the Sand Crocodile suffered, defeated Zhao Zhao, all kinds of humiliation, not to mention the defeat, and was thrown to impel down. He and Luffy were sworn enemies. I wanted to wash away the shame, but Ivankov held his handle and was forced to become a worker. Dad? It turns out that I also have a father. I have been thinking that it was my grandfather who gave birth to me. Luffy is indeed a naive critic, and the rest of the people are shocked enough. Hee ha! You really don't look like a dragon at all with your stupid look, but that guy is a serious man. Ivankov's eyes blurred, lost in memory. It probably reminds me of the friendship between the two. Everyone! Let's put aside the old things for now. The most urgent task is to defeat them both. They are both Flame Devourer's subordinates. Jinbei pointed his finger at Boa Hancock and Ultai, and the eyes of the others all cast their gazes over. Boa Hancock was in a cold sweat. How many people did this BD Antuin offend? Chapter 78. Crocodile, Jinbei are all Shishibukai. Fire Fist Ace comes from the Whitebeard pirates. Ivankov was a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. Boa Hancock felt a bit blocked. Offending so many people, is Antuin's head enough to cut off? Suddenly, I thought of the apostolic Anton, whose head was so big, it must be enough for others to chop it off. But she is not enough. No morals required with the beasts pirates, let's go together. Jinbei gathered enough strength to attack first. After all, he was almost played to death last time, and the grievances are too deep. Jinbei swept over in a flash, with huge fists that smashed flowers with his hands, and greeted Boa Hancock's face that could be broken by blows. Just as she was about to fight back, Erdi had already made a move ahead of time, and she swung her stick to snatch it. Bang bang! The mace just hit the fist, and the shock wave scattered. The huge force from the fist forced Ertie's face to change slightly, and his entire arm was numb and trembling. It was so easy to see Antuin abusing Jinbei before, but it's her turn. Jinbei, I am obsequious when dealing with macho men, and become a murloc god of war when dealing with chickens. You are way behind. Pushing his fist forward, Ertie flew out in an instant. Boom! She slammed against the wall weakly, with a painful expression on her face. Jinbei's armament haki, power is above her. Boa Hancock's pretty face turned cold, and he swept towards Jinbei with a 093 kick. Seeing this, Jinbei retreated back, sweeping his beautiful legs in front of him. He was about to fight back again when a figure rushed from behind. That guy who devours flames. I must beat him to the ground. Luffy suddenly jumped out, smoking all over his body, and his skin was flushed, obviously already in the second gear mode. Rubber jet machine gun. The dense fist shadows hit like a torrential rain, and in just a split second, Luffy's fist swung hundreds of times. Boa Hancock's eyes are indifferent. Why would a cat or a dog dare to attack her? Boom boom boom. The vigorous conqueror's haki burst out, and the shadow that attacked was swung away on the spot. When the conqueror's haki touched Luffy, although he was not knocked down, his whole body trembled with inexplicable horror. This is the first time I have encountered this kind of power. That is, in this short moment, Luffy is full of flaws, giving Boa Hancock an opportunity. Luffy, be careful. Fire Fist Ace reminded anxiously, full of flames rioting. It's too late to start. Boa Hancock's sharp high-heeled shoes have already kicked Luffy's temple in the straw hat. Poof! The blood was soaring. The moment when the temple was about to be hit, Luffy raised his arms to defend, but was directly pierced by the front of the high heels. Wow! Straw Hat Luffy let out a hysterical scream, which resounded throughout the 6th floor of Impel Down. In the original book, isn't Boa Hancock just Luffy's licking dog? Straw Hat Luffy is indeed the male god in her heart. For Luffy, she will do anything for Luffy, even if it brings the whole country into disaster. Weak ants. Boa Hancock's eyes were cold, without the slightest sympathy. She pulled her beautiful legs back, and there was another puff, and the high heels directly tore the wound. Luffy's entire arm is broken in half. I can't spare you. The little brother was beaten violently. Ace exploded on the spot, blazing flames ignited all over his body, and he punched in the air. Fire Fist. A gigantic fist of fire descended from the sky, illuminating the entire dark prison. Boa Hancock's cloud was calm. Armament haki condensed his right fist, and immediately smashed it out with a bang. There was a cracking sound of hissing in the space, and haki fired it as an air cannon. Bang bang! The huge fire fist stopped abruptly in mid-air, and a gap was blown out in the middle. In terms of strength, Boa Hancock is obviously better. After pausing for a moment, it flew back in the opposite direction. Hit 4? You underestimated this woman. Ace was shocked and hurriedly retreated. Did you forget Lao Zi? A ghostly voice came from behind. Boya Hanku, CFDF, K's pretty face froze. This voice is... Just as she turned her head, a ferocious and dangerous face came into view. Crocodile got up and kicked. Bang bang! With a lot of sand wrapped around his right leg, Boa Hancock slammed into the wall with a bang. He glanced at the miserable Luffy, his eyes a little dark. Back then, how did I lose to this trash? Come on, don't give them a chance to breathe. Jinbei rushed out and came straight to Boa Hancock. Compared with Ultai, this woman is obviously stronger and more threatening. He raised his fist, and just as he was about to end the fight, an abrupt voice resounded through the audience. Hey, hey, beating a dog depends on the owner, haven't you played enough? The voice seemed to have magical powers, and everyone stopped at the same time. Boa Hancock and Ultai, who were beaten to the ground, also looked over. Antuin. Master Anton. Antoine the son of ABCH. Damn guy. Everyone saw Antuin, and their attitudes were completely different. Old Tai was overjoyed. Boa Hancock breathed a sigh of relief. Luffy wanted to swallow him. Jinbei's eyes were full of hatred. Antuin was sitting on the ruins, chewing gum in his mouth, wearing a pair of headphones on his head, and half a cigarette butt in his hand. To be honest, he had been watching for a while, and the group of guys were too involved to ignore him. Seeing that the two women were at a disadvantage, Antuin had no choice but to stand up. Did you take advantage of others' danger and sneak attack on Dad's territory? Ace has flames burning in both eyes. Sneak attack? This is to say, our beasts pirates are equipped with double emperors. The Whitebeard pirates only have Whitebeard as the main sea. Do you need a sneak attack to beat you? Antuin sneered, I think Whitebeard is lucky, the summit war started at this time, if there is no such thing, he will be rubbed and beaten by me and Kaido. Whitebeard is very strong, but he teamed up with Kaido, it was not difficult to beat Whitebeard, and he was easily crushed. However, the truth irritated Ace. He held up his big hand, condensed a huge fireball, and smashed the overspeed towards Antuin. Don't want. The stopping sound did not come from Antuin, but Jinbei from the same camp. People are flame devourers, and magma can be devoured, so flames are naturally no problem. Isn't Ace's behavior just to send warmth? Chapter 79. Antuin silently drew out the ancient sword. The moment he held the knife, his aura soared, thick as an abyss. Jinbei and the others were dumbfounded. If Antuin's strength could be regarded as a vast and boundless sea, then the moment he held the ancient Tadeo, the sea was surging, forming a monstrous tsunami, which could destroy the world at any time. Looking at the oncoming fireball, Antuin raised the ancient Tadeo and slammed it upwards. Poof! The fireball cracked a big hole, and the Huanggu Tadeo fell into it. Next, Huanggu Tadeo, like a hungry baby, devoured the flames within a few seconds. The ruby on the hilt shone like blood. Shouting, you can activate the magic power. Antuin gave a thumbs up and praised, not bad, Ace, you beat me so much that I can activate the magic power. As expected of the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Hearing this, Ace's face was ashen. Although he didn't know what it meant to open the magic, there was no doubt that Antuin was humiliating him. Out of breath, Ace swung his fist and swooped in, armament haki wrapped around him. The flame is not working, is haki head office working? So impulsive, Ace! Jinbei shouted, Ace's biggest advantage is the Maramara fruit, his ability has been suppressed, and his strength has been greatly weakened. As for haki, maybe it's good too, can it compare to Antuin? Heart. Antuin's knowledgeable color instantly caught the attack location, and he turned to the left side. Swish! The next moment, a fist struck, and Ace made a lonely blow. Antuin took the opportunity to slash out. Poof! Blood stained the skirt of his clothes red, Ace's chest was ripped apart, and a half-meter-long bloodstain was branded on his body. He knelt down with a bang, and his face instantly turned pale. Ace! Luffy's eyes were red, and he rushed over desperately. How can you meddle in it? Boa Hancock blocked Luffy, this kid didn't say a word, he just beat him badly. Boa Hancock observation haki is fully open, and moves coquettishly, like lingering microsteps, 100% perfect avoidance. Bang bang bang! Lifting the foot means kicking with a heavy blow, hitting the chin directly. With a click, Luffy's jaw dislocated on the spot, and several teeth fell out. Luffy rolled in pain. Don't you feel uncomfortable beating him? Antuin asked strangely. Inexplicable question. Boa Hancock looked at Antuin suspiciously, I have never met him before, why is it uncomfortable? Antuin scratched his head, as if he really did, well, Don't you think Luffy's smile is healing and pure? The smiles of fools and fools are more pure and cured, and they are very innocent. Boa Hancock's words pierced his heart, and Antuin was left speechless. Thinking about it carefully, what Boa Hancock said makes sense. Isn't Luffy just a little silly? Don't ignore the old man. Jinbei slapped the water polo together, and said in a deep voice, Murloc karate, hey. Before he could make a move, Antuin came over in a flash, and Jinbei counterattacked with a fist reflexively. Poof! His speed was too slow, a cold light flashed across the air, and Jinbei's arm fell to the ground. Whoa! Pig-killing screams resounded throughout Impel Down. The face of Crocodile, who is also Shishibukai, changed slightly. In the eyes of this man, Shishibukai is as vulnerable as a pig or dog. The Fishman Island, you survived. I thought you would cherish it, but in the end, you still have trouble with me. What is the reason? Antuin asked puzzledly. That fellow Neptune has already joined me. The Fishman Island is also the territory of the Beast's pirates, and even his daughter Shirahoshi is mine now. That was just forced by you. Jinbei was sweating profusely from the pain. You are Papa Whitebeard's enemy, I will never be your partner. Then there is no other way, I have already given you a chance. Antuin shrugged, his face was full of brutality. The breath of Huanggu Taidao coming down again, Ping backed away in fright. Bang! The earth exploded, and a bottomless hole was cut out. Sea water poured into it, and it wouldn't take long before it would submerge the eternal hell. It was obvious that it was only 1 or 2 moves, but Jinbei was already sweating profusely from exhaustion. Asking for flowers. Armed color hardened. In order to avoid being hacked to death with a knife, Jinbei put armament haki on his whole body. Let me help you. Ivankov sneaked over to Jinbei and blinked hard at Anton. Death, wink. Bang bang. An invisible force exploded on Antuin's body, and he was knocked into the air unexpectedly. He ha ha, it worked. Ivankov put his hands on his hips and laughed smugly. It's unbelievable, you actually got it. Got it. Jinbei wiped his eyes, feeling like he was dreaming. He knows it. Both admirals failed in Antuin. Ivankov, a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, succeeded. Even a while ago, his boss Monkey D. Dragon was beaten up by Antuin. It must be a coincidence. The corners of Jinbei's mouth were murmuring. Really? Antuin, who fell to the ground, stood up unscathed. He dusted off the dust on his butt drum, looked at Ivankov and complained, You don't have much hard power, but you have a lot of crooked tricks. He ha ha. Ivankov smiled strangely, Thank you for your compliment, are you interested in joining my kingdom and becoming a new human, I reject. Without even thinking about it, Antuin directly refused. Are you kidding me, the so-called new humans are actually FGSE. Boys, this guy is too strong, let's join forces to deal with him. Ivankov glanced over Jinbei, Ace, Luffy, and Crocodile. Gee, ha 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 ha, it's surprisingly lively here. At the same time, an unusually evil laughter came from the darkness. Antuin looked intently, and in the depths of the corridor, there were several black shadows flickering. Doesn't look like a prisoner from Impel Down either. This is... Both Ace and Jinbei shrank their pupils, and after confirming that they read it correctly, both of them were murderous. Blackbeard. In Devours. Chapter 80. Who is the biggest enemy of the Whitebeard pirates? In fact, Antuin and the Beast's pirates can't be ranked at all. After all, there is Blackbeard in front of them. If he hadn't seen the dark fruit and had the intention to kill Sax, the series of tragedies that followed would not have happened. Fire punch. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet each other. Ace smashed the huge flame fist. Isn't the lesson from last time enough, Ace? Devil fruit's experience doesn't work for me. Blackbeard's rough face was full of contempt. He spread out his big hands, forming a large black curtain in front of him. The internal gravitational force erupted, dragging the flame abruptly. Call out! Without the expected explosion, the fire fist disappeared without a trace like a stone falling into the sea. Murloc karate water striking. Jinbei slapped a water ball the size of a fist, shooting towards Blackbeard like a 830 bomb. One by one, why don't you know what you can do? Blackbeard curled his lips in disdain, and waved his hands again to freeze the shady. Still the same effect as before, the water polo was swallowed up by the darkness. It seemed that nothing could not be devoured. Master Anton, what should we do? Ultai asked in a low voice. Now the protagonist seems to be Blackbeard. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Blackbeard grinned, gee ha ha ha. Antuin, let's work together to destroy them. Jointly. Antuin blinked his eyes, nodded and said, it's okay to join forces, you do it, I'll watch the show. Hearing this, a strange look flashed across Blackbeard's eyes. As soon as he heard that Impel Down was under attack, he rushed over without stopping. The reason is simple, to find the crew. Counting on his current companions Burgess, Poison Q, Lafitte, and Van Oka, they will not be able to gain a foothold in the new world where the strong gather. Idiot, you are distracted. There was a scorching voice in his ears, and when Blackbeard looked up, Ace had already rushed in front of him. Knowing Blackbeard's ability to absorb fruit, Ace fist wraps Haki's attack. Bang bang! With a heavy fist, Blackbeard was directly sent flying. The strength was so strong that it even caused half of his stomach to sag. Wow ah 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 dot. Laozi hurts to death, damn it. Ace, UBD, Laozi is going to chop off your leg. Blackbeard looked brutal as he collapsed to the ground. Although dark fruit is heaven-defying, it also has flaws. It cannot be elemental like other Logia's devil fruit. Second, that's double the pain. Let's go. After a few bored glances, Antuin left in a big way. The fundamental purpose of this invasion of Impel Down is to save Ultai. As for the battle between Blackbeard, Ace, and others, Antuin has no interest in participating. BD, you are not allowed to go. Seeing that Antuin slipped away, Luffy yelled angrily. Antuin turned his head to look at Luffy. This kid was jumping and jumping, feeling like he was about to burst. Stupid straw hat Luffy, if you want to kill me, just hate me, and then live on in an ugly way, evading and escaping, trying to survive until you have the same strength as me and come before me. Putting down the golden sentence of Weasel God, Antuin simply left. The greed flickered in Blackbeard's eyes. In fact, dark fruit is only his first step. The second step of the plan is Whitebeard's shock fruit. But until the appearance of Anton, Blackbeard's mind changed. The value of Anton's devil fruit is not weaker than that of shock fruit, and even surpasses it in some aspects. Captain Teach, let him go. Burgess felt itchy in his heart, and said bluntly, didn't you say that compared to Whitebeard, that guy is the most attractive? Idiot, it's tempting to be tempting, but there are thorns all over your body, if you rush up rashly, we will be stabbed to death. Blackbeard is a bit self-aware. To be honest, Ace is not as good as him in this regard. Blackbeard can always see his strength clearly, Ace can't always see clearly. Wonderful to get Papa's shock fruit. Blackbeard made a devilish voice, turned his head to stare at Ace and said, don't worry, brat, I won't kill you. If you die in my hands, Dad will give up Marine, and instead regard me as a hunting target, that's terrible. GG, as long as you are in Marine's hands, Dad will try his best to save people, and then they will both lose, and it's time for me, Blackbeard, to come on stage, jahaha. Blackbeard said with horror, although I won't kill you, I will break your legs to prevent you from escaping, ha ha ha. Outside of Impel Down, Antuin and others left. What's more embarrassing is that all the warships were destroyed in the previous battle, and Anton had no choice but to turn into a turtle, and left with Boa Hancock and Ulti slowly. It was spectacular. Standing on Antuin's body, Boa Hancock was full of emotion. This body is too big, even those top sea kings under the deep sea are far inferior to Anton. Ha ha ha. Are you fascinated by my heroic figure? Be my girlfriend, Boa Hancock. Antuin confessed suddenly. Humph, let's forget about it from the perspective of my concubine. Boa Hancock said lightly, you are not the type I like, with all due respect, you are not worthy of my concubine. That's it. Hearing this, Antuin was not angry, but said to himself in frustration, I can't even look down on someone like you, how can I conquer her? It seems that she is not good enough, we need to work hard. Poof! Erdi burst out laughing. Not only is Antuin powerful in force, but his mouth can also kill people. Boa Hancock almost fainted. You tell me clearly, who is that she you are talking about? If it weren't for the gap in strength, Boa Hancock would have already stepped up. 5.7, you're FG good at talking, aren't you? Could it be a random fabrication? Boa Hancock clasped his proud hands in front of him, his chest curved seductively. I have seen such a childish man a lot, and he always likes to say some amazing words to attract my attention. One word, vulgar. Idiot, that's a woman you can't afford. Antuin's eyes were deep, and his tone was rarely solemn. Boa Hancock's pretty face changed slightly. Does such a thing really exist? Why hasn't she heard of it? Who is it? She couldn't help asking curiously. I'm Antuin didn't hide it either. Is it beautiful? I don't know, I've never seen her. Boa Hancock's pretty face turned dark. This guy is mentally handicapped. I haven't seen what you are doing there. Chapter 81. Boom 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 boom. After Antuin left, a fierce battle broke out inside Impel Down. Regardless of the fact that Ace has an absolute advantage in numbers, he can't beat Blackbeard at all. In the past, Blackbeard did not have dark fruit, and could leave scars on the red-haired eyes. After eating dark fruit, his strength will only become stronger and stronger. Time flies. 2 hours later. When Marine came to Impel Down, the Impel Down that came into view had been reduced to ruins. Floating in the sea are all ruined walls and wreckage of warships. Aokiji stands inside the ruined prison, with dead bodies strewn all over the ground. The living were nearly wiped out. Kyuzen Admiral, all the prisoners in Impel Down have run away, including those legendary criminal areas in Eternal Hell. The adjutant's face was pale, and he estimated that the world would be completely messed up in the future. Aokiji's eyes shot cold. Antuin. How could these riots have happened if Antoine hadn't attacked Impel Down? Report Aokiji Admiral. Soon another soldier came to report. We found 2 workers, Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy. Hearing this, Aokiji's pupils rippled. The 2 of them didn't run away. To be honest, as the grandson of the benefactor Garp, Aokiji doesn't want to make things difficult for them. It's fine if you run away. If you don't run away, then I can only be sorry. Straw Hat Luffy was knocked out, and as for Fire Fist Ace, we checked and his legs were broken. The communication soldier said tremblingly, the other party's method is very cruel and bloody. The bones below the knees of Fire Fist Ace are all crushed. It is certain that he suffered inhuman torture during his lifetime. He's passed out from the pain right now. Aokiji was silent for a moment, then sighed. Now is not the time to think about who the murderer is. Take him to Naval Headquarters immediately. The execution is about to begin. The protagonist cannot be missing. Today is exactly the time to execute Ace and Luffy. The sea became rough. After all, this is a conversation between the 4 emperors and the Naval Headquarters, and this battle could change the world. Marine is defeated, and the world is over. The Whitebeard pirates have lost the battle, and the pattern of New World will be reshuffled. At that time, there will be a new emperor to replace Whitebeard. Naval Headquarters Marine Ford, a prison under the ground. Have you figured it out? Looking at the figure curled up in the corner, Sengoku reminded, "From now on, you can still live if you obediently work for the world government." The listless woman slowly raised her head, showing a pale and weak face. "What are you looking for me for? Use your knowledge to decipher the text of the history, Nico Robin." Sengoku's eyes lit up, and he decisively showed off. He asterisk. Robin laughed and said, "The most taboo thing in the world government is the content in the historical text, and now I am asked to interpret it. The idea of 5 elders is incomprehensible. Stop pretending to be stupid there." Sengoku snorted coldly, "As a historian, you should know what is hidden in the text of history, even. You may already know the whereabouts of the ancient weapon." Nico Robin's heart trembled. Indeed, she did know the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Jitsi. Even in the historical text of Sky Island, it is clearly recorded that Poseidon's real body is the mermaid princess of the Fishman Island 10,000 meters under the sea. It is impossible for her to tell the world government about these top-secret contents. Robin hates the world government in her bones. After all, her hometown O'Hara and her mother died at the hands of the world government. Tell them the whereabouts of the ancient weapon and let the world government do what it wants? There is no door. Stupid woman, these words were brought to you by the 5 elders. Sengoku said in a concentrated voice, "Here in Marine, I can still try to maintain a gentle approach and go to Marie Joyce. The holy place in the eyes of outsiders is actually more terrifying than you imagine. In the middle of the night, Marie Joyce can often be heard screaming in pain. Both are celestial dragons torturing slaves. You can do whatever you want." Robin closed his eyes nonchalantly. A fool who doesn't know how to flatter. Sengoku left with a cold face, but a group of happy ones in his heart. Nico Robin better bite the bullet, or the ancient weapon will fall into the hands of the celestial dragons, and that bunch of trash will be more and more unscrupulous. Whether it is a person or a certain force, after possessing great power, they will always despise others. Bang bang! Marin Fanduo suddenly shook violently a few times, and all the various defensive walls carefully prepared to deal with the Whitebeard pirates also collapsed. Caught off guard, Sengoku slammed his head against the wall. His head was dizzy. "BD, what happened?" Sengoku left the dungeon angrily. Soon the marine who was in charge of the investigation got up and reported, saying that there was no problem, it seemed to be an earthquake. Like a group of idiots. Naturally, Sengoku didn't believe that today was the time to execute Fire Fist Ace, and any sign of trouble might be the enemy's attack. Immediately send someone into the water to find out. With the order of the warring states in 967, as many as dozens of good swimmers went into the water. He was so nervous that he supervised the battle himself. A large number of marine elites were also transferred to East Blue, where the shock just now came from. A bunch of idiots, it's still an impenetrable wall, Lao Zi invaded easily. On the other side, Antuin landed silently. The previous shock was actually Anton, who was in the apostle state, hitting Marin Fanduo. General Islands may have fallen apart. However, Marin Fanduo can be regarded as Naval Headquarters. It must be a fortress that is difficult to break through. The density of the island is also extremely high. It is not a serious problem to be hit by Antuin's body of more than 200,000 tons. After infiltrating Naval Headquarters, Antuin began to search for Robin's whereabouts. This is his only purpose. The historical text of the Beast's Pirates requires Nico Robin to interpret. Although this woman's strength is mediocre, she is the sweet pastry looted by countless powerful forces. Naval Headquarters, World Government, 4 Emperors, and the Revolutionary Army all have strong interests in Nico Robin. Antuin wandered around the Marine Headquarters building alone, sometimes crossing multiple corridors without seeing a single person. All the Marines have been transferred to the Marine Plaza, a densely packed area of Marines below. Chapter 82. Antuin wandered around, but did not find Robin's whereabouts. I was quite puzzled in my heart, He had searched the entire marine building. Could it be that there is still something missing? As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the farther you can see. Anton went to the top floor of the Marine Headquarters building. This is exactly Marshal Sengoku's office. The door of the office was pushed open, and Antuin drove around, slandering Sengoku as a poor man. There are a few simple sofas, old calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall, and a simple desk. Baa. There was a sound of sheep bleating, and Antuin followed the reputation, and it turned out to be the pet sheep raised by Sengoku, with a few documents in its mouth and chewing. Antuin rubbed his stomach, and an evil thought came to his mind. The quality of the mutton is not bad, and there are snowflakes. 10 minutes later, Antuin was eating barbecue in Sengoku's office. He split the desk for firewood, and then slaughtered the sheep. The only pity is that there is no seasoning, right? Of course, a can of beer is even better at this time. Whoa. Under the roasting of the flame, the mutton is sizzling and oily. High-end cuisine often only requires the simplest cooking method, without any auxiliary ingredients, and the taste of roast lamb is already very fragrant. It was still a while before it was cooked, and Antuin felt bored, so he lay down in front of the window and watched for a while. Sengoku, the hanging hair, stood on the execution platform, holding the phone bug in his hand, orderly directing the operation of Marine. Hey, it's rare to come here once, so let me leave you some souvenirs. Antuin chuckled, embarrassing thoughts came to his mind again. He picked up Sengoku's pen and wrote something on the wall. In the previous life, some unqualified tourists, when they became certain tourist attractions, would write that so and so visited here. The worst thing is that there are still people peeing in the corner, and the smell of summer is suffocating. After all, Antuin has received a good 9-year compulsory education, and he does not allow himself to do such impolite things. He found Sengoku's mug on his desk, and he'll just take a shit before he leaves. Remember, this person, no matter when you can defecate anywhere, you must find the right place to defecate. About 10 seconds later, Antuin also finished writing. Antuin came here for a visit. There is also a row of small characters on the back. Yang is so fragrant. Today's common people, I'm really happy. Antuin lay comfortably on the leather chair, looking at the scenery on the sea, which was so beautiful. To be honest, when I am tired of doing official business, I move a chair to rest for a while, and enjoy the vast sea. At dusk, I can see the blood-red setting sun dyeing the sea red. Really good kids' day. The sharp-eyed Anton's pupils dilated, and a small black spot appeared on the distant sea. He rubbed his eyes. He thought it was the Whitebeard pirates coming, but he knew that Aokiji came back with Ace and Luffy. Antuin observation haki swept over, and the breath of the two was weak, especially Ace, who was close to death due to excessive blood loss. That guy Blackbeard is pretty good at it. Antuin couldn't help admiring Blackbeard. He obviously didn't kill Ace on purpose, because as long as Ace was alive, the Whitebeard pirates would fight to the death with Marine, and he would have a chance. Don't look at this guy's rugged appearance. Teach is actually very smart. At least his IQ is as high as the captain's straw hat Luffy and Ace. Blue. The phone bug in Antuin's arms rang, and he took it out to see that it was Boa Hancock calling. Not only Anton, Boa Hancock and Ulti also sneaked into Naval Headquarters from different places. What's up? Antuin answered the phone and asked. I've found Nico Robin, she's in the prison under the Marine Headquarters. Boa Hancock sent a surprise. FK, how do you know such a secret? Antuin was speechless. As a traveler, he didn't know that there was a prison under the marine building. Humph, that means you don't know anything about the beauty of my concubine. Boa Hancock is as proud as a white swan, straightening his snow-white neck. I have found him. Where can I meet you? Currently the entire Marine is full of Marines. It's best to find a hidden place to meet. Boa Hancock's worry is not unreasonable. After all, there are so many Marines that gather 100,000 Marines, and there are countless strong ones. I'm in the Marshal's office, come on. Antuin said without hesitation, it's safe here, there's no one there. Boa Hancock on the opposite side of the phone bug was silent for a while, and then he looked like a wild cat whose tail was stepped on. Safe eh? You have something wrong with your brain. A pirate goes to the office of the Marine Marshal, don't bring a concubine with you. Why are you so excited? Antuin tossed the mutton that was almost cooked. I roasted Sengoku's mutton, you can contact Ultai, let's eat a whole roasted mutton to celebrate. Bark. After speaking, Antuin hung up the phone. As for Boa Hancock, he has been petrified. He has never seen such a daring pirate. You, a pirate, let it go to the Marshal's office, and even roasted his Sengoku's pet sheep. Are you so exaggerated? What a madman! Robin, who was locked by Sea Stone, was also convinced. Even Roger, the One Piece back then, didn't say he sneaked into Naval Headquarters to snatch people, and sneaked into Sengoku's office to roast his sheep. Boa Hancock looked around. The current guards of Naval Headquarters are too strict, one post at 10 steps and one sentry at 5 steps, it is impossible to escape. It's not easy for Antuin to break in, but she certainly can't. After some thought, she honestly contacted Ultai, and the two went to the Marshal's office together. 10 minutes later, a group of people came to the empty Marshal's office. As soon as they entered the door, they smelled a strong smell of meat. Gurgle gurgle. Boa Hancock wasn't hungry at all, but the meat was so delicious, and he didn't know what kind of feed Sengoku usually fed. Several people looked at each other, and then began to eat. A whole sheep can be eaten within 10 minutes. What is this? Antuin came here for a visit. Boa Hancock was dizzy when he saw the words on the wall. He had never seen such a high-profile thief. It's like a thief, you stole the owner's things, and you put your ID card there provocatively. What the hell are you doing? That's not exciting enough. Antuin glanced at several people, and said with a smirk, speaking of which, you are not too young, especially you Boa Hancock County. It's almost 30 people, and they don't even have children. I see, Sengoku is a good location, I'll just let you realize your dream, a mother's dream. Hearing this, Boa Hancock was terrified, and quickly denied, I never said I wanted a child. A woman without children will be a failure and lonely. Antuin tried his best to persuade him, but in fact, he just felt that Boa Hancock's bad pregnancy in Sengoku's office was very exciting. After all, it's rare to come here once, so it's not too much to leave some good memories, right? Of course, it would be better to take some photos during this process. Chapter 83. Even if Antuin said that the hype was falling, Boa Hancock would rather die than obey. After all, this is the office of the Marshal of the Marine, one of the most solemn places in the world. Boa Hancock was worried that something might be wrong with the scare. Boa Hancock disagrees, but someone did it. Seeing that his wish was about to come to nothing, Antuin hurriedly bombarded Ertie with a sugar-coated cannonball. After a few strokes, the woman's ears softened. In the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of the ancient stick, and followed Antuin. Title: The Temptation of the Public Office. Antuin dug out the Marshal's uniform from Sengoku's closet, and put it on Ultai. In the end, I took a lot of pictures. In the previous life, some scumbags broke up with their ex-girlfriends, and they would always reveal the private photos of their girlfriends to achieve the effect of ruining the other party. It's spread, Master Antuin, and I will be finished. Ultai was also convinced. Why did Antuin have so many bad ideas? Not only kill the enemy, but also TMD kill yourself. Stupid, we can put a mosaic on it. Antuin stroked Ultai's head, his expression very open. The execution seems to be about to start. Let's find a chance to escape while they are fighting. Boa Hancock suggested softly that the two brothers, Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy, have been pushed down to the execution platform. Sengoku is standing next to it, under the execution platform 110 in the original book, and Marine 3 Admiral is sitting. However, Akainu and Kizaru failed, and Aokiji is the only one. As for Garp, the old guy's eyes are blinking, and no one knows what he's thinking. If you look closely, Garp's eyes are dark, his eye sockets are sunken, and his spirit is relatively poor. Not only does he have thick dark circles, but the corners of his mouth are full of pustules. Recently, I have been tortured in my heart, and I can't sleep at night. After all, the two grandsons are going to be executed, and Garp's life would be better than death. He looked towards the execution platform and walked over resolutely. Vice Admiral Garp. The faces of the rest of them froze, and they all knew the relationship between Garp, Luffy, and Ace. 5. Garp, don't do things that disgrace your identity. Colleague and friend, Crane Vice Admiral, came to CFDE to give a serious reminder. I'm sober now, Zayahi. Garp's voice was cold and sharp. Crane Vice Admiral didn't say a word. I hope this energy is aimed at the pirates. If Garp turns his back on this time, Vice Admiral knows, Marine may be doomed. Already lost 2 admirals, and even Garp is on the side of the pirates, only Sengoku and Aokiji are left with the advanced combat power of Marine. Crackling. Suddenly, a crisp sound resounded through the sky. At this moment when the war is about to start, any disturbance is sensitive. More than 100,000 people in Marin Fandu Square looked at the past in unison. An unprecedented famous scene was born. Antuin stood behind Ultai in the uniform of Marine Marshal. The process was quite smooth at first. But when Antuin got excited, his strength was too great, and he smashed the glass directly. This! Antuin was stunned, and originally wanted to leave after finishing. As a result, it became the end of a large society. Ultai is okay, but he is wearing the uniform of a marshal. It would be miserable for Antuin, and his whole body was exposed. He was exposed before the eyes of more than 100,000 people. Suddenly, the entire Marin Square was dead silent, and countless pairs of eyes stared at Antuin. My goodness, that's not the Beast's Pirates co-captain with a bounty of 4 billion, oh no, his bounty has been increased to a staggering 4.35 billion Pele. How did he get into Marlin's? That's not Marshal Sengoku's office. What are they doing in the Marshal's office? Fool! Can't you see this? Big news, definitely big news that shakes the world. The next moment, more than 100,000 Marines were boiling. It's crazy enough for a gang of pirates to infiltrate the Marine HQ, but the point is to also sneak into Sengoku's office to film. As for Sengoku himself, he's completely confused. FK, Nemagobi, are you sent by heaven to take this old man? It's fine if you can't get along with Marine every day, but let your subordinates wear Laozi's martial uniform? Sengoku's old face turned red immediately, his blood soared to 280, and he was panting like a cow. Give it to me, kill them at all costs. Sengoku pointed at the marshal's office angrily, and he himself rushed over on moonwalk. Bang 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 bang! Glass shards were flying all over the sky, and Sengoku broke in through the window. Looking at the messy scene, he almost fainted. His desk was split open, and there was still a line of writing on the wall. There was also a strong smell of barbecue. Sengoku looked around. Where did his cute sheep go? Shouldn't it be? Looking at the sheep bones all over the floor, Sengoku's heart aches. Crunch crunch! An enraged Sengoku gritted his teeth, his gums bloodshot. Sengoku, calm down, don't be too angry, an old man like you, if you are too angry, you will die suddenly. Antuin had already put on his clothes, and comforted him. As for me, I'm actually here to make soy sauce, just take a look, you can deal with Whitebeard at ease, I will definitely not make trouble. Brothers, let's go. Antuin waved his hand and walked towards the door first. You still want to go? Swish! In a flash, Sengoku's burly body sealed the exit. He stared vaguely at Boa Hancock and Nico Robin. Finally, his eyes fell on Boa Hancock, and he said with hatred, "You have failed Marine's trust, everything is because of you." Now that the matter has come to this point, Boa Hancock is too lazy to argue. It's useless to explain, since it's all exposed, let's see the truth. Step aside. Antuin's face darkened, and his tone was full of displeasure. Don't make Marine feel uncomfortable, I'm not here to start a war. Didn't you come to fight? Sengoku laughed back angrily, looking at the messy office, looking at Ultai, letting his subordinates wear his martial uniform to do things like this TM is more uncomfortable than beating him up. I tried my best to restrain myself, I was going to shit in your water glass, but I gave up now. Antuin reprimanded solemnly, I have already made such a big concession, do you still think about it? Sengoku. Did your conscience find out? It was obviously discovered by Laozi, so you have no chance. Chapter 84. To be honest, I asked my subordinates to wear Sengoku's martial uniform, and even smashed the windows of others because of the fierce battle. Even if Antuin is as thick-skinned as a city wall, he is too embarrassed to stay here. So embarrassing, so embarrassing. However, the old boy Sengoku is still unwilling to let him go. Antuin was annoyed, he was very angry, and the consequences were serious. Sengoku, Laozi died from laughing, there is a light bulb in my office, you still have the right to be angry? Besides this shit, there was one more thing that made Sengoku wary. What are the beasts pirates doing with Nico Robin? Sengoku asked coldly. If the same purpose as world government. Sengoku felt chills down his spine. The current strength of the beasts pirates is enough to be heaven-defying, steadily surpassing other royal groups. If they get the ancient weapon, the consequences will be disastrous. Besides, isn't the Murloc princess from the Fishman Island already in the 100 beast pirates? Guys, what are you guys doing, collecting 2 ancient weapons to overthrow the world government? It's nothing, I just want to translate the historical text in my hand, and find the route to Raftel by the way to become the One Piece. Antoine had a showdown. What's more, you can't go anywhere, especially you, die for me in Naval Headquarters today. Sengoku exuded a breathtaking aura, and the golden light illuminated the entire office without any hands on it. Sengoku, who turned into a golden Buddha, broke through the office directly. He slapped Antuin with his palm, and a transparent shock wave condensed inside it. Boom! As a loud noise fell, the impact visible to the naked eye came oncoming. Antuin crossed his arms in defense. Bang bang! The huge force that destroyed everything hit hard, even Antuin frowned instantly. Don't look at Sengoku's 77-year-old age, this power is terrifying. Antuin retreated steadily, and was nearly pushed back more than 10 meters away. After a stalemate for about 10 seconds, the golden shock wave slowly collapsed. My god, how did you block the impact of Marshal Sengoku? It's the first time I've seen Marshal Sengoku go crazy. Idiot, Marshal Sengoku was also the famous Marine Admiral before, whether it was Roger, Whitebeard, or Golden Lion, all were hunted down by him. Great Buddha form, is this the ability of Marshal Sengoku? Flame Devourer Antuin's strength is still too strong, I'm afraid it has surpassed Kaido of the beasts. The Marines talked a lot, Sengoku's transformation was amazing enough, and what was even more shocking was that, facing Sengoku's full blow, Anton actually took it. It's already enough to overestimate your strength, and now it seems that everyone still underestimates you. Sengoku stared at Antuin with embarrassment, and took a blow from himself, and this guy was uninjured, which is a big difference. You old BD, was too serious about that BD Luffy the Straw Hat. Antuin complained with a terrible face, and kept frustrating his arms. Looking closely, his arms were already red and swollen, and the bones inside were also aching. This fellow Sengoku is indeed the Marshal of Marine. He is a few years older than Whitebeard, and he still has such unfathomable strength. That's all. What makes Anton depressed is that in the original book, Sengoku's blow to Luffy is completely different from his own fist. Luffy is a rookie, Anton has fought against him, Sengoku can beat 10 times without any problems, but the Straw Hat Luffy took a blow from Sengoku, not to mention the shit, and brought down the entire execution platform, so Fire Fist Ace was saved. Antuin glanced over Garp and Sengoku. The saying goes, the opposite sex is only for reproduction, and the same sex is true love. Punch Luffy, Sengoku puts a Pacific water. Come again. The blow didn't have the expected effect, Sengoku continued to punch. Antuin strikes first, and falls in front of Sengoku in the middle of the day. Court death. Sengoku's eyes turned cold, and he punched out with his ready-to-go fist. Bang bang! With a punch, Antuin's heart was trembling as if hitting a cow across the mountain. But Antuin only hesitated for a moment, and the next moment he also threw his fist at Sengoku. Bang bang! The extremely domineering fist exploded on Sengoku's chest, his golden body was dented, and a trace of pain was evident on his face. As the saying goes, boxing is afraid of the young. Sengoku is too old, how can he deal with a young man like Anton? Asking for flowers. In addition, even if there is no age advantage, although they are also in phantom beasts, Antuin's apostle form is obviously stronger than Sengoku's Buddha form. Marshal Sengoku. Capturing the fleeting pain on Marshal Sengoku's face, the marine executives panicked. Antuin's face swept across a cruel arc, and was about to attack again, when a breath that made him very disgusted hit him. Antuin belongs to the fire attribute, the favorite is the flame. What is the most annoying? Cold. This cold air made his body tremble, and at this very moment, there were many flaws. Sengoku saw the opportunity to strike. Bang bang! A punch hit the head, and Antuin was instantly sent flying. He fell to the ground in embarrassment, his head went blank for a moment. That feeling, like being beaten and amnesiac. He got up slowly, his waist was still not straightened, and the nasty cold air approached again. You seem to be afraid of the cold. A faint voice came from the ear, and Aokiji's 3-meter-high body, like an ice ghost, quietly appeared behind Anton. He pressed his big hand on Antuin's back, and there was a crackling sound, and the ice cubes spread around the back as the center. In just a few seconds, he was frozen into an ice sculpture. Win! Win! We won! Ha ha ha, whoever you are, since you are here at Naval Headquarters, you will definitely die. Without the fire buster, the threat of the beast's pirates drops 2 notches. The Marines cheered and looked at the ice sculpture, as if they were so excited. Seriously, Sengoku and Aokiji is far more threatening than Kizaru and Akainu. Facing Aokiji, there is restraint in terms of attributes, but facing Akainu, Antuin has suppression in terms of attributes. Antuin can absorb endless energy from magma, the more you attack him, the more excited you are. Akainu's combat power was naturally greatly weakened. Go away, let the old man send him away. 2 fists concentrated Haki's Garp came up. The reason why Luffy was captured alive by Marine is due to Antuin. He has come to seek revenge. Chapter 85. Garp, the former Marine hero, is as old and strong as Sengoku even in his old age. Even, in terms of strength, the young Garp may be stronger. He stared at the ice sculpture for a few seconds, his face gradually became ferocious, and he swung his iron fist directly to the skull. Bang bang! The ice slag shattered on the spot, and Antuin, who had been punched in the head, flew out again. His head didn't explode at all. Cut, it's a pity that he didn't beat out his brains. Garp secretly felt sorry, and immediately made up punches with his head held high. Antuin lay motionless on the ground, as if he had been knocked out. Thinking about it, no one can hold back the three top combat powers of Marine when one person fights fiercely. Don't think that if you faint, the old man will spare you. Garp grabbed Antuin's 320 head with his big hand. Sengoku's order was to kill Anton, and since that was the case, Garp had nothing to show mercy. The moment his big hand was about to touch Antuin, he stood up suddenly, and a flame shot out from his mouth. Bang bang! Garp was hit badly, and his whole body was destroyed. The flames instantly spread throughout the body. Vice Admiral Garp! Many Marines exclaimed, and Aokiji acted hastily, using ice cubes to put out the flames on Garp's body. Although the old guy was hit, Haki's attainments reached the pinnacle, leaving no fatal scars at all. 3 vs 1 is just so unfair. Antuin stood up, moved his neck a little, and suddenly there was a crackling sound. 3 against 1? That's the best ending. Don't forget, this is Naval Headquarters, the next one may be 100,000 against 1. Sengoku said sullenly, Antuin must be killed today to wash away the shame. This BD actually did that in his office. It is unforgivable. Honestly speaking, if you continue to delay, the three of you attack me together, maybe you will really be f'd to death. Antuin rubbed his chin, and jumped up. Since this is the case, then I will go all out. 11. The clear sky darkened in an instant, as if the doomsday was coming, and a huge monster of more than 200,000 tons fell from the sky. Yes, Antuin has entered the apostle mode. Stop him! Sengoku screamed in fright. If it fell down, there would be no need for the Whitebeard pirates to be dispatched, and their marine might be more than half dead or injured. Aokiji took the lead to make the move. The cold air scattered all over his body, and the big ice bird flew out from his arms. Ice cube burst pheasant's beak. The ice bird fluttered its wings and flew high into the sky. The temperature dropped by nearly 100 degrees. It's useless. Antuin's body was covered in flames, and the temperature was frighteningly high. Ice and fire. There is no doubt about this, but when the flame reaches a certain level, the same is the same as ice. The whole sky is like a furnace, and the ice bird melts before it gets close. Seeing this, Sengoku had no choice but to leap into the air. He still looks like a golden Buddha. The difference is that, compared to before, this time he is bigger, comparable to the Naval Headquarters building. However, compared to Anton's huge body, it is still not worth mentioning. Sengoku condensed the shock wave in his slap, and hit Antuin desperately. Bang bang! It has to be said that a force as ferocious as a flash flood is quite lethal. Antuin received a solid blow on his fart, and his whole body tilted in a wide range. However, it is still useless, and most of the body still covers Marin Fanduo. Seeing this, Garp jumped up with all his strength, and smashed his fist towards the sky. An armament haki turned into an air cannon to kill. Boom! The fart drum was hit again, and the whole buttocks sank. Damn, are you trying to punch Lao Zi's shit out? Antuin yelled, and his RM was wriggling violently. For a big guy like him, excrement can fill up many squares in Marlin. Boom, boom, boom. A second later, Antuin fell ruthlessly. That scene can be called an asteroid hitting the Earth. The Naval Headquarters building was reduced to ruins on the spot, and the giant-like body smashed into the Marine Plaza. It is estimated that there were tens of thousands of Marine casualties. The blood gathered into a river, mixed with a large amount of bone residue, and flowed into the deep sea. Sengoku's eyes were red. Before the Whitebeard pirates came, their marine was hit hard. Sengoku roared like thunder, and waved his fists dozens of times. Bang 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 bang! Shockwaves hit one after another like a tidal wave. Antuin's body kept retreating, and the crazy Sengoku seemed to overthrow him. You must understand that Antuin weighs more than 200,000 tons. Ice Age. Aokiji took the opportunity to slip to the left of Anton, and a gust of cold air spread from him, quickly engulfing Anton. In less than 10 seconds, his whole body became a turtle-shaped iceberg. Crane! Hurry up and activate the sea stone fence. Sengoku looked at Crane Vice Admiral, who immediately lifted the button in his hand. Kaka 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 kaka. Sea stone chains with a length of hundreds of meters, like pythons, drilled out of the ground. The surrounding marines acted quickly, tying up Antuin's limbs and head, including the huge tortoise shell. Fearing that Antuin would not be able to be tied, the sea stone chain alone used more than 100 tons. Should it be over now? The remaining marines secretly let out a sigh of relief, and finally got rid of this scourge. But... Ka. Before he had time to rest, the ice on the surface of Antuin cracked on a large scale. The scorching breath gushes out. Impossible, the ice age lasted for 30 seconds. Ching 5.5 Pheasant held his breath, and felt unreliable from the bottom of his heart. This is one of his strongest ults. Ho 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 ho! Antuin roared a few times, and the sound waves shattered the covered ice. Ordinary ability users are locked by the sea stone, and they have long been weak, unable to stand up. However, Antuin's eyes were bright, and the spirit in his eyes was shining. Ha ha ha, a group of idiots, thank you for sending us warmth. Antuin opened his mouth wide, and the sea stone chain was crushed with a bang. Under the watchful eyes of countless marines, the sea stone was swallowed by Antuin like delicious meat. Marine is dying. Erdi, who knew the inside story, looked at the volcano, and it was already smoking. She silently took out the ancient tome, and began to chant the spell. The ancient tome is my father. Chapter 86. Crunch crunch. The elongated neck was brutal and unreasonable, and the fangs, which were far sharper than the saw teeth of a shark, bit the sea stone into pieces. To be honest, it felt like eating melon seeds, it was too rough. With a little force, the sea stone, known as one of the hardest in the sea, shattered. The marines all took a deep breath. Halo is the natural enemy of stone-capable users? It's Anton's turn, isn't that funny? Chop him up. Although I don't know why Anton wants to eat sea stone, but my intuition tells Sengoku that the volcano on his back is emitting smoke, and the magma has slowly overflowed the crater. For a crowded naval headquarters, the eruption definitely does not bode well. Everyone was also secretly depressed. It's obviously a war against the Whitebeard pirates, what are you messing with here? At the same time, cold air flooded the entire naval headquarters, everyone seemed to be dragged into the North Pole, everyone shivered, and subconsciously tightened their bodies. Antuin also noticed the movement on Aokiji's side. He fixed his eyes and forgot to see that Aokiji was holding a huge ice sword in his hand, which was astonishingly long. 25 I have heard of the 40-meter long machete before. Now it seems, TMD is low-key, Antuin glanced roughly, Aokiji is a big ice skate with a full 4,000 meters. But Aokiji is actually considered enough. If calculated based on the extent of his frozen sea, this 4,000 meters is not the limit. Antuin's eyes flickered, and he opened his mouth and said, "Don't resist, the volcano is about to erupt, you just wait to be abused. Don't look down on Marine. Don't look at Aokiji's usual foolishness, it actually involves Marine's dignity and glory," and he behaved tough. The next moment, Aokiji swung his arms downwards violently, and the giant skates slashed mightily. Countless pairs of eyes are watching, because everyone is eager for Aokiji to perform miracles. It's best to split Antuin with one blow, and stew this guy to drink turtle soup. Sucker punch! Antuin didn't take it to heart at all, an indescribable throbbing spread and ran wildly in his body, and finally all condensed in the volcano. He starts counting the seconds, 3, 2, 1, 0. Boom boom boom. The smoking volcano erupted on a large scale, and giant magma pillars shot up into the sky. I had a close contact with the ice skates in mid-air. Poof! Although the magma was split in two, the ice blade that entered the magma was also melted. Everyone, hey! The marine generals yelled in horror. The split magma began to fall, and the range was Naval Headquarters. Wow wow ah 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 ah! There is too much magma like a torrential rain, and it is impossible to hide. The screams of the marines joined together. This wave has devoured hundreds of S*XTs again. Sengoku's heart was bleeding. He felt that after today, Antuin should have multiple nicknames, Marine Killer. Bang bang! The volcano trembled violently again, and immediately after that, a huge pillar of magma erupted again. Even bigger than before, it almost dyed the sky red. Sengoku rushed to the sky for the first time, reaching the same height as the magma. There is a bright light in his palm. No matter what, he will completely blow up the magma. If not, once they landed at Naval Headquarters again, Anton alone could kill tens of thousands of marines. With a slap forward, a golden shock wave was released. The whole sky was shaking. Bang bang! The magma pillar was attacked by a burst, split from the middle, and exploded into sparks all over the sky. Scattered toward the distant sea. Sengoku secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it was over, but when the magma dissipated, an unknown figure flashed inside. Sengoku's eyes magnified several times, looking at this strange creature in disbelief. The mysterious monster in front of him has a pair of flame wings wrapped around his back, and magma is flowing all over his body. Even the long golden hair has magma. She was wearing black and gold boots, and her clothes were quite unique. The top and trousers were connected together, and there were traces of flames flowing, and her body temperature was extremely high. Well, it is indeed a creature drilled out of magma. In addition, she is holding a strange weapon, which is somewhat similar in shape to Antuin's wild sword. Relying on the flame wings, this monster can float freely. You, who are you? Sengoku asked with a trembling voice. From the breath of this unknown creature, he keenly sensed a danger. Should be very strong. What is that? It has breasts, so it's probably a woman. Idiot, is now the time to look at other people's brains. The Marines also sensed the existence of the mysterious man. They just stared wide-eyed, and had never heard of such a person in the sea. On the contrary, Antuin's pupil shrank, and he smiled happily. Agnes the Blazing. Yes, this monster is Agnes. A serious boss-level character. Agnes didn't speak harshly. The flame wings behind her trembled, flashing to Sengoku's side as if moving in space. The long knife in his hand swept across. Sengoku backed away just to be on the safe side. He didn't dare to resist. From the Devourer, big-eyed boy, to Creef of Flame, every monster is not easy to mess with. The most terrible thing is that this group of monsters also have special abilities. To defeat them, you must understand the mechanism. Otherwise, it is no different from sending 080 heads. Call out. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and Aokiji glanced away, and Sengoku appeared beside him. Agnes also fell ahead of them. A monster newly summoned by Anton, Marshal Sengoku. Aokiji asked solemnly. Probably, be careful. Sengoku warned seriously. Aokiji didn't talk nonsense, and of course he didn't have a chance to talk. His eyes focused on Antuin, and a biting cold air protruded from his mouth, forming in the hands of an ice skate. The hostility in Aokiji's eyes was about to materialize, and he chopped the ground lightly with his right foot. The cold air spread rapidly, and the ground froze with lightning speed. Ka 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 ka. This chill spread so fast that even Agnes could not escape bad luck, and was frozen into an ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. Good chance. Both Sengoku and Aokiji's eyes lit up. Agnes was frozen so easily, which they did not expect. They bent down in a tacit understanding, and just about to dive away, a red light flashed behind them, and a hot and dangerous breath hit. The two were taken aback for a moment, and turned their heads one after another to see that there were two Agnes. What the hell? The hearts of the two caused great waves. Agnes has been frozen, why are there two more? Or, doppelganger. Chapter 87. This scene, not only Sengoku and Aokiji were stunned. The other marines present were also stunned. What's going on with Nima? Maybe the avatar is just a bluff. The two looked at each other in tacit understanding, but they slapped their faces in the next second. The two flame clones slashed at them with their knives, and the chill emanating from the long knives made their hearts beat wildly. Swish! Swish! The moment they were about to be struck, the two turned into black shadows and retreated. Puff chi! Puff chi! The dust splashed, and the earth was cut into two terrible gaps. It's very troublesome, Lian Zan. Sengoku frowned. Agnes also broke out of the ice at the same time, and stood with the clone, almost identical, unable to distinguish. Then take them all in one pot. The icy air was released again, and the speed was surprisingly fast. Kaka 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 kaka. Agnes and her clones, frozen, turned into a huge ice sculpture. That's it. Everyone laughed, including Sengoku and Aokiji. On the contrary, the arc of Antuin's mouth was fleeting. Compared with Popeye Boy and Flame Creef, Agnes's fighting power is much stronger. Sengoku slaps open, shockwave shrinks into a ball. When he was about to break the ice sculpture, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Behind, Sengoku! Crane Vice Admiral yelled anxiously, his whole face was messy. Both Aokiji and Sengoku were taken aback for a moment, the familiar hot feeling from before hit again. They all turned their heads stiffly, and suddenly there were two clones again. And the sword in his hand has already been cut. Puff chi! Puff chi! Blood spurted from his chest, and Aokiji and Sengoku were ripped apart. The bodies of both of them were opened for infiltration. Marshal Sengoku! Kyuzen Admiral! It's over! The Marines panicked, the Marshal and Admiral were their backbones, and now both of them were wounded. What else does Marine fight with? Can an old Garp be counted on to take on the Whitebeard pirates? He he he. Antuin smiled calmly, his eyes filled with peace. Agnes has 4 clones. The two didn't understand, so they suffered a big loss. But I don't blame them. After all, this is the first time Antuin summoned Agnes. Unlike Popeye and Devourer, Marine's ability has been well known by Marine, and the threat level has been greatly reduced. Antuin thought, he will eat more sea stone recently, and summon a few younger brothers to come out to suppress the place. How dare you play such a trick with the old man? After labor pains, an irritated Sengoku fires up. Boom 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 boom. A monstrous aura raged out, sweeping the audience like a flood. This oppressive aura scattered wildly, causing even the calm sea to stir up waves. The sky was even darker. BA, Conqueror's Haki. Some knowledgeable Marines were dumbfounded. Their Marshal Sengoku actually has the qualifications to become a master? Antuin squinted his eyes, carefully experiencing this Conqueror's Haki, which was no less powerful than Kaido and Red Hair. Golden light came from all directions and condensed into a ball in Sengoku's hands. Where the light radiates, tremors tremble. He didn't attack in a hurry, the shock wave condensed in his hand quickly changed qualitatively, turning dark red. In the atmosphere, Hyliai roared unscrupulously, extraordinarily depressed. Die to me! The furious Sengoku blasted out a shock wave, and the moment it swept out, even if he tried his best to control it, the nearby Marine was also stunned. The power of the shock wave entwining Conqueror's Haki is naturally extraordinary. Bang 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 bang! The two clones who attacked Sengoku and Aokiji suffered heavy losses. The battle clothes were broken, and the powerful shock wave hit their bodies like a bull. The organs in the body collapsed on the spot, and they were all dried up and vomited blood. As expected of Marshal Sengoku. The Marines raised their arms and cheered. Don't look at Sengoku being injured. Instead of weakening his fighting power, his viciousness was completely aroused. This son of ABCH Sengoku has a penchant for something, is he a jerk? Antuin had goosebumps all over his body. Speaking of which, in some films he watched in his previous life, some women were abused in various ways, and although they screamed in pain, they were actually excited. The way he looked at Sengoku changed. He didn't expect you to be such a marine marshal. Sengoku, grass mud horse, don't automatically replenish your brain. The figure of the avatar gradually faded, and it seemed to be transparent. Aokiji shot 2 more ice spears, completely smashing them. At the same time, Agnes' body and the remaining 2 clones also escaped from the ice. Aokiji frowned. These monsters were extremely hot, and it was too difficult to freeze them. The 2 stood still, but Agnes led 2 clones to kill them. At the same time, 10 miles away, Wangyang under the deep sea is pitch black. This is a paradise for large sea kings, who are the top predators in the ocean. But these ferocious existences fled in a hurry at this moment, and their intuition as wild beasts told them that if they didn't leave, it would be the end of the game. In the depths of the seabed, dozens of coated warships approached rapidly. The skull flag hanging high has 2 beards. In the whole world, only the Whitebeard pirates have such a flag. No good. Daddy, the Marine Headquarters is close at hand, it's just. On the Moby DK, Marco looked strange, and said, it's just that the net they set up has been beaten to pieces. Oh. Whitebeard, who was drinking, raised his eyes and asked kindly, did any of my sons make a move early? It's too unfilial to not notify Laozi in advance. When it's over, I will definitely kick his hard. The corner of Marco's mouth twitched slightly, and the opponent's fart. Whitebeard probably couldn't kick it. And speaking of it, their farts were kicked instead. It's Beasts Pirates Deputy Captain Flame Devourer Anton. Marco said cautiously, the 2 sides hated God. Sure enough, as soon as the words fell, Whitebeard's face was full of gloom. Chapter 88. It can be seen that Whitebeard does not have the slightest affection for Antuin. Daddy, let Marine and Antuin fight first, or should we wait? They are both hurt, and we are saving Ace. Don't look at Marco, who is usually foolish, but he is actually full of bad ideas. But Whitebeard glanced at Marco indifferently, and reprimanded, Marco, who do you think Laozi is? Laozi doesn't need to take advantage of others. Now, immediately kill Laozi. Marine and Antuin, Laozi are going to beat them together. Whitebeard's resonant voice resounded through the depths of the sea, like the roar of the king of the sea, causing waves in the Dead Sea. Marco shrank his neck and nodded quickly. What a stubborn old man! On the deck of the Whitebeard pirates, there is another group of people, red-hair pirates. Hearing that Luffy was about to be executed, the red-haired gang who had been defeated by the Beast's pirates came here to save her. But unlike the reckless Whitebeard, the redhead is much smarter, and he didn't choose to go it alone, and cooperated directly with Whitebeard. The impact of the cooperation between the 2 emperors is no less than that of the original Rocks pirate. It also has a higher success rate. There is movement. On Antuin's side, he looked at the sea thoughtfully. Whitebeard's voice was too heaven-defying, and he felt it. Maybe it's because the beast's intuition is too keen? The rest of the people have never noticed it. Whitebeard, who is old, weak, sick, and disabled, is so strong. Whitebeard at his peak is definitely the strongest man in the world. Antuin expressed his feelings, not to mention that Whitebeard is old now, his body is still full of scars, his endurance is far worse than when he was young, and he is out of breath after punching a few times. In the original Summit War, Whitebeard was almost beaten into a dog by Akainu. Akainu Antuin is understood, just worth a stainless steel face. Whitebeard was abused by the stainless steel wash basin, what a shame. Boom boom boom. On Agnes' side, the whole body was on fire, and both Sengoku and Aokiji had to retreat. What is this? The two were startled. Although they avoided the attack of the flames, golden eyes appeared on their bodies. "Kyuzan, how do you feel?" Sengoku asked nervously. Aokiji shook his body, and there was nothing uncomfortable, and responded, "It's normal." "The same goes for the old man." Sengoku nodded, staring at Agnes coldly. "If you kill her, the eyes will probably disappear." Aokiji nodded and struck first. He condensed the ice spear in his big hand, and threw it forcefully with a whoosh. "Ka ka ka ka." The ground along the way is all frozen. The moment she was about to hit Agnes, a transparent protective cover suddenly appeared all over her body. When the ice spear was shattered and turned into ice slags all over the ground. Blocked. Aokiji's eyes froze. "Let the old man try it." Sengoku slapped openly, and the shock wave condensed again. The old guy didn't attack in a hurry. The shock wave in his palm turned dark red like before, and its power was obviously stronger. Black thunder raged, and a sense of oppression shrouded Naval Headquarters. He once again entangles Conqueror's Haki as well as Armament Haki. Nobody can mess around at Naval Headquarters. Sengoku yelled, and Ba jerked forward. The shock wave was like an overwhelming tsunami, rushing towards Agnes mightily. Where the shock wave crushed, the earth fell one after another. Sengoku is definitely the title of the destroyer of the island, and his ability to destroy the island is not inferior to that of Whitebeard. Bang 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 bang. The shock wave struck, and Agnes' defensive cover trembled violently. On its surface, a large number of cracks appeared. Sengoku was ecstatic in his heart. Although he didn't blow it up completely, he was about to succeed. After all, in the end, Marine still has to count on us, an old man who is almost 80 years old. Swish! A fiery breath came from behind. Sengoku's face darkened. Looking back from the corner of the eye, Heron's flame clone. The long swords in their hands cut towards Sengoku. CFCJ, even ignored Aokiji. Agnes probably thinks Sengoku is more of a threat, right? Ka ka ka. Ka ka ka. The Tadeo only swung halfway, and then stopped in the air, forcefully freezing the two clones into ice sculptures. Seeing this, Sengoku turned on his horses and charged at Agnes. Bang 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 bang. Another ferocious iron fist struck again, and the defense cover on Agnes' body was more shattered, as dense as a spider's web. Ho 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 ho. Agnes seemed to be enraged, and swiped the long knife in his hand forward. Puff puff puff. Blood spattered from Sengoku's fist, and a deep gash was drawn. But covering Armament Haki, plus the Golden Buddha has some defense, it's not so deadly. Without even blinking his brows, he sent out another fist. Ka 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 ka. The sky filled with transparent fragments scattered in the air, and this time Agnes' defensive cover completely disintegrated. The whole person is exposed to the air. The eyes of the irritated Agnes gleamed evilly, and a flame burst out from the sword, slashing ferociously at Sengoku. Poof! Prickly! Smoke rose from Sengoku's chest suddenly, and the flame slash opened his chest, leaving a scorched scar. The old guy was sweating from the pain, and his body was convulsing. After all, I am old, and my ability to resist blows is far inferior to that of young guys like Aokiji and Akainu. Agnes leaned forward and was about to dive to make up the knife, when Aokiji's cold voice came, "Do you think I'm like air?" A icy tornado descended from Agnes, blocking his way. Aokiji is like an ice elf, darting out of it. Poof! The blood flowers scattered and fell to the ground drop by drop. Aokiji is holding the ice blade, and the front runs through Agnes's body. Agnes let out an ultimate scream of pain, and then, golden eyes lit up on her body. The eyes of Sengoku and Aokiji also lit up, extremely dazzling. Although he didn't know what it was for, Aokiji withdrew wisely. Kuzan, don't attack rashly, don't forget the lesson of big-eyed boy. Sengoku reminded in a haggard voice, who nodded repeatedly. At the beginning of land reclamation, everyone didn't know about Big-Eyed Boy's ability, and they often met with him, and even hugged him, but in the end, all kinds of seconds. Will the sparkling eyes have the same effect? Sengoku and Aokiji turned their backs to Agnes at the same time. Antuin noticed this scene and was amused. Mother, is this summed up from experience? Chapter 89. Although it is a bit funny to say that the two of them turned their backs to Agnes, it feels like they are so frightened that they don't even have the courage to face it squarely. It has to be said that the operation of the two is still full marks. The vengeful eyes on them quickly faded away, not as glaring as before. It worked. Sengoku and Aokiji looked at each other, and they felt happy in their hearts. Perhaps after waiting for more than 10 seconds, the eye of vengeance disappeared. However, the embarrassing thing is that as time passed, Agnes' wounds healed on their own, and the vengeful eyes on them did not disappear. The two are entangled, so they can't go on like this forever, can they? Humph, at this time, let the old man come. A loud voice exploded in the crowd. Like the sun rising in the darkness, hope was ignited in everyone's hearts. Garp stepped out from the crowd. He took off his suit jacket and tie, revealing his burly muscles. Maybe the distance was far enough, or he didn't attack Agnes, and the vengeful eye didn't fall on him. Seeing this, Sengoku was so moved that he couldn't help but burst into tears. He chose to execute Garp's two grandsons. When he was in trouble, his good friend stood up without hesitation. Can Sengoku be unhappy? This is the real Iron Buddy. In addition, he felt very guilty and ashamed. Before, he was still worried about whether Garp would betray Marine. After all, the two grandsons were going to be executed. Maybe Garp jumped the wall in a hurry. In private, he was secretly wary of Garp. It seems to be my villain's heart, Garp. No matter what, he is Marine's hero and the mainstay of Marine. Sengoku looked at Garp, who stood in front of Agnes, and couldn't help but sigh. After this war is over, he must give Garp a good apology. Whether it's Antuin or that Blackbeard, the old man will never forgive. Garp's fists covered armament haki, and the chill in his eyes was pressing. He bent down, put his right foot forward, and put his hands on the ground. This posture is very much like a sprinter's preparation before starting. Swish! The next moment, Garp rushed out at an extremely fast speed, which was fleeting. Because the speed was too fast, the body turned into a burst of afterimages, and a lot of thick smoke rolled up behind it. My God, so fast! Many Marines exclaimed, and the distance of nearly 100 meters passed by in an instant. The old guy approached Setsu and leaped into the air. Bang bang! An extremely domineering fist hit Agnes' chest first. Then there was another bang, followed by a fist that hit Agnes on the head. A huge force erupted, and Agnes's 7 or 8 meter high body instantly tilted. Bang bang! She fell to the ground so heavily that even the ground was smashed to pieces. What was more strange was that Agnes stood up intact without saying a word. How can that be possible? Garp's eyes were staring like copper bells. Sengoku injured Agnes just now, his attack is no worse than Sengoku. Agnes isn't hurt at all? Garp specializes in body arts, and his armament haki has reached an unimaginable level. Just now, he used extremely high skills to flow haki into Agnes' body and skull. Under normal circumstances, Agnes' internal organs would probably explode. But, the man looked at Garp expressionlessly, and even hooked his hands provocatively. Garp's face gradually became gloomy, and there were blue veins on his scalp, and he was about to rush over to punch him. Two screams suddenly came from elsewhere. Wow ah ah ah! Aokiji and Sengoku screamed. The two mouths spurted blood one after another, and the splash was more than 10 meters away. Under the unbelievable watching of countless people, the two fell to the ground, breathing abnormally sluggish. Marshal Sengoku, Kuzen Admiral. What happened? Why did the two adults suddenly fall down? It's incredible. Could it be that the two adults were attacked by unknown creatures? Are you kidding me? He's a marine-level figure, not a cat or a dog who can sneak attack. The Marines were in a mess. Looking at Sengoku and Aokiji who fell to the ground suddenly, they were all panicked. Seeking flowers. 0. If these two are about to fall, Marines' high-end combat power will be wiped out. Oh no! Garp is the only one left. Garp himself went blank. Empty eyes, staring at the injuries of Sengoku and Aokiji, both of them had bloody fist marks on their chests and heads. Difficult, could it be? Seeming to understand something, Garp's face was extremely troubled. He murmured to himself tremblingly, could it be that my attack, all returned damage to Sengoku and Aokiji? Isn't the place where Sengoku and Aokiji were injured, the place where he attacked Agnes just now? There is no slight deviation. In fact, it really made Garp guess right. 00. WWW. When the eye of vengeance on Agnes's head shines, once it is attacked, all attacks will reflect back. Creatures endowed with eyes of vengeance will take damage for Agnes. Thanks to the assist from Garp, the high-end combat power of Marine is completely wiped out. Old man, there is no one who wants to save your grandson. Anton's teasing voice rang in Garp's ears. UBD. Garp growled crazily, but in the corner of his eyes, there was a faint glint. As a grandfather, Garp naturally did not want to see his grandson executed. Pirates are not worthy of sympathy, but family members are different. In the Summit War in the original book, Garp faced Luffy's provocation, and with Garp's fighting power at that time, it would be no problem to fight 20 Luffys. What's more strange is that Garp was directly punched by Luffy. Not just Garp, the entire Marine of Summit War is almost paddling, and Akainu is among the real MVPs. It can be said that it is Akainu who leads a group of Marine Hardsteel Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku released water on Luffy, Kizaru also released water on Luffy, and Aokiji also released water. As a Marine Admiral, he was fighting back and forth with the cotters of the Whitebeard pirates, which is really weird. Gurgle gurgle. Bubbles suddenly appeared on the sea surface around the port. The azure sea water also suddenly turned black, because of the black shadows moving back and forth. Antuin understands, the Whitebeard pirates are coming. Towel. Chapter 90. Bang 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 bang. Waves exploded from the surface of the water one after another, and the sea water began to roll violently, creating waves that washed against the coastline non-stop. This abnormality naturally attracted Marine's attention. Some Haki masters, with knowledge, explored the depths of the sea one after another. It's a battleship. Could it be the Whitebeard pirates? Who else but them? It's over. Sengoku and Kuzen Admiral are both injured. How can Vice Admiral Garp alone resist the Whitebeard pirates? There is nothing Marine can do about this war. The many Marines were ashamed, and Antuin would not let them go, not to mention Whitebeard came again. Marine, dangerous. Whoa, 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 whoa. The water splashed in all directions, and one after another coated warships swept out from the bottom of the sea one after another. The leader, of course, is Whitebeard's car Moby DK. This warship that fought with Whitebeard in his youth has shocked the hearts of many people. The magnificent hull is so majestic that even Marine's warships are inferior to it. Whitebeard on the deck swung his knife, and the white membrane burst with a bang. He walked to the highest point of the deck, overlooking the whole field. Secondly, Marco, Diamond Jotzi and others also appeared one after another, and everyone surrounded Whitebeard like loyal bodyguards. Whitebeard's piercing gaze swept across the audience, looking at Ace on the execution platform, half dead, only hanging on his breath. Straw Hat Luffy is in good condition, but because he is tied to sea stone, he is lying on his stomach weakly. The color of knowledge swept over Ace, and Whitebeard saw the injury in an instant. Who the hell made my lovely son like this? Whitebeard's eyes were scarlet, and the world changed color. The dark clouds are oppressive, like doomsday. Ferocious eyes fell on the half-dead Sengoku. Whitebeard said cruelly, Sengoku, without giving the old man a reasonable explanation, I will sink the Naval Headquarters. This old thing has been tortured to the point of speechlessness by Garp. Antuin interjected, when I was leaving Impel Down, I happened to meet Blackbeard, GG. You should understand who did it, right? Teach. The murderous intent flickered in Marco's eyes. It is a great shame for the Whitebeard pirates to have such a traitor. Boom boom boom. The unstoppable aura of King swept the audience. Even if no one competed with Whitebeard for Haki, the sky was crushed by his conqueror's Haki. He killed Sage earlier, then captured Ace alive and gave it to Marine, and now he made Ace disabled, and his legs were even broken. All of this is because of that BD Blackbeard. Catch him. Laozi will tear him to pieces. Whitebeard's face was full of violent veins. Swish! Marco suddenly soared into the air, with blue flames covering his whole body, and his body turned into a phoenix. He flapped his wings and flew high, rushing directly to the execution platform. Everyone watched helplessly, full of expectation. No one in Marine could stop Marco. Except Garp. The old guy's heart is still very tangled. As long as he chooses to stand on the sidelines, Marco can successfully rescue Ace and Luffy. But... mere pirate, don't get carried away. The sound that seemed to come from the hot hell exploded in Marco's ears. The sky was crimson, and the invincible figure like a nightmare fell down like a god. Marco looked in shock. Chi, Akainu. That's right, the man who suddenly appeared is Admiral Akainu. Great eruption. The red dog is still the red dog, people don't talk too much, and the giant magma fist hits mightily. Not being hit yet, the high temperature erupting from the magma has already evaporated the blue flame on Marco's body. His phoenix status was lifted, and he fell to the ground in a panic. Bang bang! The magma exploded in the sea, and the scattered volcanic bombs destroyed many pirate ships. Whitebeard stared at Akainu with a cold face. Magma kid, so you're not dead. Old guy, you are not dead, how can I die? Akainu retorted, I heard that your birthday is coming soon, is my candle lit? Stop being crazy, Akainu. Damn it, how dare you yell at dad like this? Wait until you beat him to the ground. The beloved daddy was insulted. Whitebeard's sons were blown away, and they rolled up their sleeves one by one, threatening to make Akainu look good. What's more funny is that no one dares to go to it, despite how loud it is. Akainu has nothing to do with Antuin, it's just a useless stainless steel wash basin, but in the entire Whitebeard pirate group, only Whitebeard can resist Akainu, like Marco, who comes up to give away the head, and if he dies, he will delay a little time. I knew you wouldn't lie on your stomach casually. Antuin's eyeballs were rolling, and after turning into a zombie, Marine was in a daze. In fact, Antuin knew that corpse transformation was not fatal, and even without advanced medical conditions, it would recover automatically in a few days. It's time to get away too. Antuin didn't want to intervene, his goal had already been achieved. Nico Robin has arrived. The one-day tour of the Marine Marshal's office was also experienced. The film, Office Temptation, is also finished. Roast lamb was also eaten. Naval Headquarters, there is nothing left to miss. Antuin was about to run away, but a strong killing intent was on him. This strong hostility made his eyes move, and another group of people appeared on the Moby DK. The red-haired man in the lead is Antuin's old friend. Oh my god, not just the Whitebeard pirates, but the red-hair pirates too. With Marine's current combat power, a Whitebeard pirate group is difficult enough to deal with, and the red-hair pirates. The merger of the two emperors will make the world invincible. Why did Redhead come to 5.1? According to Antoine's previous revelations, that 4 emperors with red hair and Straw Hat Luffy is both a teacher and a friend, and they probably came for him. For the appearance of the red hair, the Marines were shocked and despaired at the same time. It is difficult to deal with a Whitebeard pirate group, and there is another red hair pirates. Is there a way for people to survive? Akainu's old-fashioned cheeks are slightly flabby, and his red hair is as tough as Whitebeard, and even more destructive. After all, Whitebeard is old, and the redhead is in his prime, and his endurance is far from what Whitebeard can match. The only thing that makes Akainu rejoice is that the other party doesn't seem to be aiming at Marine. Look, you're paralyzed, look. Realizing that the red hair was staring at him, Antuin scolded directly. Damn, it looks like your eyes are crazy, don't you? Chapter 91. This scolding for not treating red hair as a person has broken countless people's 3 views. Even the blue veins on the forehead of Whitebeard, who was furious, have disappeared a lot. Anton, this guy, treats the red hair like a son, no, a grandson? They are also the 4 emperors, one of the emperors of the sea. Even if you, Antoine, are also the 5th emperor, at least you should respect others. Actually, if it were someone else, such as Big Mom, or even Whitebeard, Antuin's attitude would be much better. He just couldn't understand people like red hair and Rayleigh. When he didn't time travel before, Antuin was extremely indifferent to the red hair that most people liked, and even a little bit annoying in bed. Most people think that the redhead is righteous and optimistic. During the Summit War, he even helped Luffy out of the siege. In fact, Antuin has only one word for a man with red hair: disgust. He likes to meddle too much, and he regards himself as an envoy of justice. When the Beast's pirates attacked the Whitebeard pirates' territory before, it had nothing to do with red hair's dime. The world is out of balance, what does it have to do with you as a pirate? 25. A villain is a villain, what kind of bodhisattva is he? Dog thing, I didn't beat you up last time, and your TMD itchy skin is coming again. Antuin continued to spray, and the spitting stars wished to fly on the red-haired face. Humph, last time you had Beast's pirates and Kaido by your side, but this time. The corner of the red-haired mouth curled up cruelly. What can Ulti, Nico Robin and Boa Hancock do? Plus, he's an ally of Whitebeard now. Whitebeard. Ace and Luffy are here for you. As for Antoine's head, we red-hair pirates want it. The redhead drew out the famous knife griffin, with amazing fighting spirit. The rest of the red-hair pirates also showed their weapons. Seriously, of all the 4 emperors, the red-hair pirates are probably the most scruffy in terms of appearance. First of all, the captain has red hair, he is black and thin, his chin is full of sparse stubble, and he wears a plain white shirt, perhaps because the fabric has turned yellow due to wearing it for too long. He is really a DK 4 emperors. The second is Beckman, who was a cool and handsome uncle before, but after being beaten up by Anton, his whole body is also sluggish, with black eye sockets around the corners of his eyes. Compared with before, my physique is also slightly blessed. I was beaten so badly last time. In order to restore my body, I guess I ate a lot of nutritional supplements recently. Is it too much? And Raziru, this rough guy who always holds a ham, his clothes are almost torn. There are also Yasop and others, who are also greasy uncles with oily faces. Antuin was very puzzled, how come the red-hair pirates have changed so much after not seeing each other for a while? Look at your virtue. Antuin sneered, and said contemptuously, a bunch of dead fat nerds, they still want to beat me? They want to eat farts. Who do you say is a dead fat house? Yasopp was furious, and the sniper rifle aimed directly at Anton's huge head. Boom! A gunshot fell, and the bullets traced an arc in the air. It swept directly towards Antuin's glands. Yasopp underestimated the hardness of the head, the bullet bounced off automatically as if it hit the titanium alloy. Fat house. The red hair is also full of black lines. Antuin can mock their lack of strength, after all, they were still defeated before. But is it too much to say they are dead fat houses? Although my brothers are a bit sloppy and don't pay much attention to their image, everyone is a pirate after all, so it's understandable to wear rough and unrestrained clothes, and you're not a marine, so you have to wear leather shoes with a tie? Shanks, stop talking nonsense with him, go up the mountain, open up wasteland. Beckman took the lead in the attack, his body was unbelievably light, and he jumped onto Antuin's back with a light leap. Little ones, this time we must overturn Antuin's turtle shell. The red hair also jumped and landed on the black ground. What caught the eye was a pitch-black world, with jagged rocks and almost no place to step. Whoosh! 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 Member of Red Hair Pirates comes to sumo, too. Looking at the volcano in the distance, they were much more confident this time, unlike the first time they opened up Wasteland. After all, Antuin's ability is well known in the entire sea. As long as they are settled, what hope does Antuin have? This group of dead fat houses have become more courageous. Antuin noticed that the red hair pirates had all gone up the mountain, and his eyes sparkled. This time, the red hair pirates must be taught an unforgettable lesson. Bang 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 bang! The ground in front of the red hair and the others split open, and a monster with blue limbs emerged from the ground. This is... Beckman narrowed his eyes slightly, and immediately reminded, this is a devourer. It is characterized by rough skin and thick flesh, which is more resistant to blows, and it can breathe fire, and it can also savagely charge and release strong winds. Be careful, everyone, don't be given 10 by him. Before Beckman's voice fell, the devourer rushed over. Flawless idiot! The red-haired griffin condensed violent killing intent, and immediately slashed out with a slash. The huge golden knife light cut through the space, directly killing the devourer. He didn't seem to avoid this procedure in his mind, and rushed up to 703 with his body. Poof! The end was naturally that the devouring devil's skin was ripped open, and a meter-long gash was cut on his body. If such an injury were placed on a human body, he would have died long ago. However, the devourer's speed did not slow down, and he still overbearingly crushed it. All spread out. The red hair reminded loudly, I jumped up, looked at the devourer on the ground, and slashed out again. The devourer opened his mouth, and golden flames spewed out. Boom boom boom. The golden flame seems to come from the center of the sun, reaching tens of thousands of degrees. The huge slash quickly evaporated and became smaller, and Tutushia was burned. There are red hairs that attract the attention of the devourer, and the rest will have an opportunity to take advantage of it. Bang! Bang! Yasopp and Beckman fired at the same time, both firing bullets containing armament haki. Puff! Puff! The devourer's left and right eyes were shot respectively, and the eyeballs were blown out. The devourer also let out a scream. Ha ha ha, well done, Beckman. You're not bad, Yasopp. The two boasted about their business, and they severely injured the devourer at the beginning of the game, and they were very happy in their hearts. But it was at this time, the crisis approached quietly. Chapter 92. Beckman. Yasopp. Careful. The companions yelled loudly, and both of them were startled. Before they could react, they felt a mysterious creature hugging them from behind. Their first thought was Big Eye Boy. But after thinking about it, something is wrong, there is only one big-eyed boy, it is impossible to hold two people at the same time. Puff 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 puff. Severe pain struck, and a group of black zombies hugged the two of them and began to bite vigorously. The flesh of Beckman and Usopp was pulled off alive. Not good. The red hair secretly said that something was wrong, and quickly waved the griffin, and the two slashes were respectively aimed at Usopp and Beckman to support. Seeing the group of black zombies, Akainu shivered subconsciously, with an extremely unnatural expression on his face. Last time, he was bitten and besieged by these monsters. Even biting the body, Akainu lost an egg for it. Now, he has become a lonely warrior. Wow! It hurts! Beckman and Usopp screamed, and they finally followed in Akainu's footsteps. The two of them felt pain and shock, looked down, and saw that the zombie was lying on the ground and eating meat. Anyone who saw this scene, whether it was a pirate or a marine, all sympathized with Usopp and Beckman. Especially Akainu, who originally thought he was quite pitiful, the dignified marine admiral, unexpectedly had one of his eggs bitten off. But seeing Beckman and Usopp, he suddenly felt, damn, we are actually quite lucky. What is a testicle warrior? That proves that there are still, but these two guys are miserable. The zombies opened their mouths, and even the mud belt and the tail were pulled off by you. Cough cough cough. Well, even the source of the pain Antuin swallowed his saliva when he saw this scene. As a male compatriot, he naturally understands the pain. But to be honest, all of this really has nothing to do with Antuin. He is only responsible for releasing the monster, and how to attack is the monster's own choice. Zombies are unconscious existences, they only instinctively attack the most vulnerable places of creatures. Puff chi! Puff chi! When the slash came, the zombies surrounding the two were shattered into pieces, not even a complete bone. Beckman and Usopp were lying on the ground in pain, when the area was already red. Both of them were sweating profusely on their heads, and they both clenched their fists tightly. The vitality of the strong is tenacious, just like a strong man like Whitebeard, whose internal organs have been burned clean by Akainu, and his fighting power is still explosive. Usopp and Beckman's physical fitness is certainly not as good as Whitebeard's, but at this time, the two can't wait to die. Full of confidence, he went up the mountain to open up Wasteland, and just a second after the war started, the greatest tragedy in the world happened. The egg was gone. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Usopp aimed all his anger at the Devourer, he pulled the trigger several times, and more than a dozen bullets rushed towards the Devourer. Puff 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 puff. The rotten flesh splattered, and the body suddenly had a lot of bullet holes. It stands to reason that after suffering such a devastating blow, most people would die long ago. The Devourer's energetic group opened their mouths, and the wind howled. Usopp was sucked in instantly. Poof! The sharp fangs bit through Usopp's body, and half of his arm fell off. Usopp! Red hair and red eyes, grass mud horse, completely different from what I imagined. He clearly knew the mechanism, but why was he crushed? The Devourer flicked his mouth, and Usopp flew into the distance like a dead dog. Ho 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 ho! A suppressed roar came from other places, and everyone in the Red Hair Pirates turned their heads to look, and it was a big-eyed boy who was exactly the same as the Devourer. He jumped into the air, and immediately his fat body hit the ground. Jump up immediately, after that guy lands, it will cause a dizzy effect. And don't make eye contact with him, let alone be hugged. I suffered a big loss before, and Beckman and others wrote it down. Everyone in the Red Hair Pirates jumped up quickly. Ajajoy! Antuin observed silently, just smiled and said nothing. You clearly know the mechanism of the monster, why are you still caught in seconds? In fact, the output is still not enough. The Devourer was obviously beaten so badly, both eyes were blown out, and his body was cut with a wound that was 1 meter long, but he just couldn't die. What's even more weird is that the more you fight the Devourer, the more violent the hanging hair will be, and it feels like the more you fight, the braver you are. In the entire Red Hair Pirates, the ones with the highest output are Red Hair and Beckman. Even if other people know the mechanism, if the Devourer stands still and let them attack, you will never pass the level in a few days and nights. Just kidding, a few strokes in the water, you will be a sub-sea if you are exhausted, you don't even have milk, where do you have the courage to fight the Devourer? Bang bang! When Big-Eyed Boy landed on the ground, wolves trembled for several kilometers around. Many rocks were shattered. The red-haired group landed on the ground, looking at the Big-Eyed Boy with hostility. Raziru suggested, "Captain, you and Beckman deal with the Devourer, let us hold the Big-Eyed Boy first." Beckman and the redhead looked at each other and nodded. Only by condensing the extreme combat power of the two of them can the Devourer be defeated. What should I do if there is no milk and buff? Multiple groups of main sea hard steel. Superior! Superior! The two shouted in tacit understanding, one in front and one behind. The red hair rushed towards the Devourer, Beckman went around behind, covered armament Haki with the rifle, Qian Li's, and smashed towards the Devourer's head. The Devourer is not stupid, he crazily chopped the ground with his feet, and waves of shock waves swept away, trying to repel the two of them. "Who do you think I am?" The red-haired stared, and the Conqueror's Haki swept away, causing Antuin's huge body to shake. The oncoming shock wave shattered the pine in an instant. The red hair split Griffin with a ferocious face. Poof! The Devourer's cheek was torn, and the wound was so deep that the skull inside could even be seen. Bang bang! Before the Devourer could breathe a sigh of relief, Beckman hit the back of the head again with the butt of his gun. The Devourer spit out a big mouthful of blood woa, which happened to smear red-haired Shank's face. Even part of it splattered on the redhead's face. His cold face was extraordinarily ferocious at the moment. Chapter 93. Under the domineering pincer attack of the two, the Devourer's aura instantly wilted. Antuin's big eyes swayed slightly. If this goes on, the two of them can really defeat the Devourer. Stimulated by Ultimate's pain, the Devourer also made the most fierce resistance. He lowered his head, hitting the redhead like a warhammer. Bang bang! Although Griffin was defended in front of him in time, the huge force still knocked the red hair back. After repelling the former, the Devourer quickly turned his head, and the flames sprayed towards Beckman. Boom boom boom! The flames were unstoppable, burning everything in its path to ashes. However, Beckman slipped away early. "Are you all right, Cox?" Beckman asked in a deep voice. I'm fine." The redhead glanced at Beckman's blood-stained boss. "Man, you better worry about yourself." He just trembled slightly from the shock. "Beckman, you should have noticed it too, this guy's vitality seems to have weakened." A smile appeared on the red-haired face, finally seeing the hope of winning. Beckman nodded wordlessly. "Hey, a bunch of dead fat boys, just because you still want to defeat the Devourer. Did Laozi give you a chance?" Antuin's cursing voice came. "The red hair and cheeks are green, the 3 words 450 are too heartbreaking." He learned from the pain, thinking that he must change the image of red hair pirates in the future, and everyone must be a gentleman. Usually, it doesn't matter if you are sloppy, but when you fight Antuin in a group, you must wear a suit. Let's see if your son of ABCH will force you next time. Boom 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 boom. The powerful Conqueror's Haki swept the audience, the huge tortoise shells were shaking, and the volcano was shocked and smoked. Dark red thunder and lightning raged in the void, the red hair raised the griffin, and the captivating Conqueror's Haki condensed on the tip of the knife. He slashed down with both arms, and the dark red slashes plundered towards the Devourer. Poof! This blow penetrated Devourer's body and cut off his left arm alive. Black-brown blood spurted out wildly, screaming in pain. Antuin's eyes were gloomy, the Devourer might not be able to hold on if the two of them continued to do this. "Originally, I wanted to defeat you in a serious manner, but you insisted on forcing me to play tricks." "Ah, that's not right. It should be said that the first thing to do is to beat Laozi with you, the entire 4 Emperors group, CFCE. Antuin blinked, follow my orders and show up quickly, Agnes. Buzz buzz. The flames illuminated the sky, and a black golden body flashed along with it. The flame wings flapped vigorously, and she floated in the air. Agnes was right in front of Anton, looking at Anton with respectful eyes. The red hair in Beckman's heart sank. Agnes, this is a monster they have never seen, and they don't understand the mechanism. You two idiots, do you really think that you can defeat my little brother if you understand the mechanism and cooperate with Double C? As long as you guys will strengthen it, Lao Zi will also cheat on the little brother. Antuin opened his mouth, and a long knife was swept out of it. Agnes took advantage of the situation to catch it, and his aura instantly changed. The feeling of being violent, powerful, and changing from lake water to sea. That is. Beckman's face was serious. That's Antuin's ancient sword. According to the summary of the defeated, it can improve the strength of the host. Summary of the defeated. The red hair twitched in his heart. Wasn't they the first person to be tortured by the ancient sword? Kaido, take me guy someone seriously? The strength of the new monster has obviously been strengthened. The Baron Ancient Tadeo is really an amazing weapon, no, an artifact. Beckman expressed his feelings, but the red-haired eyes sparkled. Wouldn't it be fun to find an opportunity to grab it and beat Antuin violently with the ancient sword? Boom boom boom. The fiery breath swept over, and the sky suddenly darkened. The red-haired man was stunned, and when he looked up, Agnes's 7 or 8 meter high body had already blocked the sunlight. The desolate ancient sword in his hand slashed with all his strength. The red hair was startled, and hurriedly set up Griffin to defend. Poof! Sparks flew from the weapon, staining the red-haired face. He didn't care about the pain, the huge force from Griffin made him back again and again. Boom! Beckman took the opportunity to fire, and the bullet flew into Agnes' eye. The moment he was about to be hit, the defensive cover propped up, easily deflecting the bullet. Being able to attack and defend is too tricky. Beckman was extremely depressed, looked back at the redhead and said, "Shanks, are you in charge of?" Shanks. The red dazed stared at Griffin in a daze, and there was a gap in it. The love knife was damaged, and the heart of the red hair was also hit. Just one back and forth? Not even a back and forth, just a come, no return. Shanks, cheer up, this is not the time to be dazed. Beckman growled, but it was this voice that gave Agnes an opportunity. She approached silently, and the ancient sword slashed towards Beckman. Do you think I didn't notice? Bang bang! Before the ancient Tadeo touched Beckman, the butt wrapped around armament Haki was thrown out first. He's faster than Agnes. Bang bang! It's a pity that Mao didn't have one, and relied on a strong defensive cover to block the attack. Poof! The long knife slashed, and the skin was ripped apart. The tearing pain spread from the chest, and a wound spread from the face to the lower abdomen, forever imprinted on Beckman's body. Beckman! The best friend was hurt, and the redhead couldn't care less about being sentimental. He leaped forward with one step, and Agnes slashed again with the ancient sword. The blade strikes from the waist and abdomen. Once it is touched, it must be cut in half. The redhead can't even think about it, so if you die in a fat house, you will die in a fat house. The moment he was about to be slashed, his body suddenly fell down, and immediately a donkey rolled skillfully, avoiding the fatal blow. Seriously, the majestic 4 emperors rolling around in the ground is simply eye-popping. But it is undeniable that this is very effective, at least avoiding Agnes' ultimate move. The redhead took the opportunity to rush to Beckman's side, hugged him who was about to fall, and left. What a shame! Anton was also making complaints. Speaking of which, the powerhouses of Admiral and 4 Emperors have more vitality than the other, and it is almost impossible to kill them with one move. Chapter 94. Beckman. The red-haired screamed in pain, this sad voice, felt a little sadder than the death of his father. In fact, for some pirates, companions are really more important than family members. For example, Usopp, for the so-called freedom, actually abandoned his wife and son. So much so that when my wife died of illness, I didn't see her for the last time. It can be called a representative figure among the scum. Cough cough cough. Beckman's mouth was like a funnel, bleeding out one after another. The wounds on the body are also bleeding on a large scale. The red-haired heart is cold. If you continue to delay like this, you will bleed, and you will also bleed to death. How about retreat? The thought popped into the redhead's mind. However, after thinking about it for a while, I couldn't help but shake my head. Isn't it appropriate to run away? They just went up the mountain. Did they announce the bombing? Afterwards, I still don't know how Antuin humiliated him, saying that the dead fat house is ugly enough. If there are other golden sentences, the red hair means that his little heart can't bear it. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with the chaos in front of him, a dangerous breath came again. The flames came from all directions. The red hair looked up, and 4 flame clones came over. In the 4 directions of southeast, north, and south, there are clones of Agnes to suppress, and the red hair cannot be avoided. I can only, boom boom boom. The black and red lightning exploded again, fused with the powerful shock waves of conquerors and armament haki, centered on the red hair, and spread in all directions. Bang bang bang. The flame clones that were hit by the critical blow retreated one after another. The red-haired haki really has a way, like a tsunami hit, revealing an invincible power. The clones were vulnerable and were ruthlessly repelled. Hoop hoop hoop. Continuous high-density and large-scale output haki, even a tough guy with red hair, is also tired and panting, with a red face and a thick neck. As the saying goes, when your illness kills you, Agnes doesn't give redheads time to breathe. The flame wings flapped, and the void heated up rapidly, and she flew over in a stream of light. The red hair was shocked, and quickly slashed out a slash to repel the enemy. Agnes moved abruptly to the left, and with a swish, slash swept past him. The flame wings on the back flapped several times, and Agnes descended like a space shuttle. However, the redhead's eyes were full of murderous intent, and the corners of his lips drew a sinister curve. Poof! As if he had expected it, the red-haired griffin stabbed forward, piercing Agnes' dark golden battlesuit. Even the skin was pierced. Clatter! The blood flowed out quickly, and part of it rushed into the red-hair's mouth. He licked it like a pervert, and the corner of his mouth still muttered, "Did you see, Beckman, I have revenge for you." With that said, Griffin made a 360-degree spin. Puff 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 puff. Agnes' organs were crushed by the blade one after another. Yingxing's rotten flesh flowed out from the wound. After being hit so hard, Agnes' aura was obviously weakened by more than half. Most obviously, the scarlet eyeballs gradually went out. And the flaming wings burning behind him also quickly dried up. All in all, it means that Agnes is exhausted. After all, after this continuous offensive, it is time to stop. Ha ha ha, you're done, you're done. The redhead grinned and finally finished off the unsightly BD. See, Beckman. The redhead shook Beckman's shoulders, lest he fall asleep. Shan, Cox. Beckman's weak voice came, and the red hair hurriedly hugged him. Don't worry my brother, I will definitely take you away alive. After speaking, he hurriedly yelled at the ship doctor on the battleship, get a ship doctor to bandage the wound. Innocent guy. On the contrary, Antuin shook his head, his eyes still full of leisure. Agnes is a big boss. His vitality is much stronger than that of humans. And with the Huanggu Taidao, the quality of all aspects has been improved by 35%, not only the strength, but also the physical fitness, physical strength, and vitality. The guy with the red hair is funny enough, 2 knives are enough to kill Agnes? TMD, do you think you are a fishy old man? The ship's doctor came quickly and dragged Beckman away. Immediately afterwards, the red hair jumped up, and the gripping griffin slashed at Agnes' head. As long as this guy's head is chopped off, everything will naturally end here. Drink! The red hair shouted, and the griffin wrapped around Conqueror's haki and armament haki, and the whole knife was condensed with black thunder. Ask for flowers. He slammed downwards, and a terrifying black on flashed across the air. To put it bluntly, if this blow falls on Marin Fanduo, the island will be divided into two. Boom! The round air mask rose instantly, firmly blocking the red hair's attack. Grunt! The redhead immediately swallowed a mouthful of spit, and said in surprise, "Why, how can I still have the strength to fight back?" Obviously, the burning flames in the eyes and body were all extinguished. Under the watchful eyes of the red hair, Agnes pressed the ruby on the handle of the ancient sword with a big hand, and two intersecting rays of light appeared on her body. Boom boom boom! After turning on the mana, Agnes' aura became even more violent. Originally 7 or 8 meters tall, she suddenly jumped to 15 meters. 0. The pure golden flame burst out even more. The red-hot man was sweating profusely and retreated in a hurry. But... swish! Agnes flashed over with a blink of an eye, and the red-haired nerve reflex stabbed Griffin. Crunch! The moment his chest was about to be pierced, Agnes grabbed it with his bare hands. The red-haired face is extremely ugly, and the majestic 4 emperors were actually taken white by someone empty-handed? But, think about it carefully, after doing such things as donkey rolling, why do you care about face? Don't you like spinning? Antuin's voice came suddenly. Do you know what is called a steel twist? What do you mean? Redhead's heart sank, with a bad premonition. Crunch crunch! Sure enough, Agnes began to exert strength, holding Griffin's hand and circling wildly. The whole knife was severely deformed. This saber, which has been with red hair for more than 10 years, finally became a spiral. At this moment, he finally understood what is called steel twist. Don't think it's over. While the red hair was terrified, Agnes kicked in the air. Bang 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 bang! The jaw was hit by a heavy foot, not to mention dislocated, and a mouthful of broken teeth broke out. To tell you the truth, Antuin was too much, and he was beaten all over the floor last time. The inlaid teeth hadn't been used for a few days, and they were all dried out by him. Poof! The sea surface exploded into waves, and the red hair fell into it feebly. After a while, the red hair pirates number 1 and number 2 hunks are out. Big. Chapter 95. The Whitebeard pirates on the side also noticed the situation here, their eyes widened, and some of them even rubbed their eye sockets. Meow meow, this is a hallucination, right? The red hair pirates, one of the 4 emperors, ended in such a hasty way? Boss. Shanks. Beckman. Guys, what should we do next? The crew of the red hair pirates were also dumbfounded. The last defeat lasted for half an hour at least. This time everyone is full of confidence, because they understand Anton's mechanism, and with the assistance of the Whitebeard pirates, it will not be a big problem to kill Anton, right? As a result, he was beaten at the beginning. Father, what to do next? Marco appeared next to Whitebeard, and asked 360 very worriedly. The Whitebeard pirates and the red hair pirates are currently allied, and it stands to reason that Antuin is also their enemy. It is their duty to stand up and help allies. But... Marco and the others hesitated. Who do you expect to deal with Antuin? If Whitebeard, then who will save Ace? These are tricky questions. Forget about that guy for now, focus on Ace. Also, I understand the man with the red hair. He was the man Roger gave the straw hat to. How could he just lose like this? Laozi doesn't believe it. Whitebeard stared at Garp and Akainu sternly. Regardless of his age, the old guy has unabated haki on his face, and the corners of his lips are still curved, looking extremely confident. Of course, this is just the surface. There are two mountains in front of him, Akainu and Garp. In the case of Akainu, Whitebeard still has the courage to touch it, but in the case of 2v1, to be honest, let alone a crippled body, even if he comes at his peak, he will be pressed down and rubbed on the waist. As for the others, they are completely useless. People like Diamond Joes, and Vista, etc., are all entangled by Shishibukai. In addition, there are several Marine Vice Admirals, and the entire Whitebeard pirate group is being targeted. There was no one to provide Whitebeard with fire support or share his concerns. On Antuin's side, he has summoned Ultai, Boa Hancock, and Nicole Lutang. Girl, you're mine now, better not play tricks, or else. Antuin's threatening gestures. Or kill me. When it comes to life and death, Nico Robin doesn't even bat an eye, looking very lightly. I know you're not afraid of death, so I won't be so stupid as to threaten you with this, I'll just, he. Antuin said with an evil smile, I'll strip you clean, and make an action movie by the way, so that you can become famous all over the world as a PN star. Nico Robin was taken aback when she heard the words. She didn't expect that Antuin, a top powerhouse, would do such a shameless thing. You are so insane. It's unbelievable, a pirate with a bounty of more than 4 billion would do such a thing. Nico Robin's pretty face turned black. Well, whether it's true or not, she was really scared. This bad idea kills every girl. Didn't you see Boa Hancock trembled too? On the other hand, Ertie panicked. After all, she had already filmed Office Temptation with Antuin. If this crazy guy showed it to others, would she still be ashamed? Ha, I'm a bad guy. The big villain always does things by hook or by crook. So you'd better be obedient, it's good for everyone. If you cooperate well, I guarantee that you will be popular and drink spicy food in the future. Even in Beast's Pirates, no one will dare to offend you. Antuin flickered for a while, Nico Robin was speechless, and then nodded silently. Okay, let's withdraw. Antuin was about to retreat when a sudden change occurred. I have to say, sometimes, the situation changes in a flash. With a swish, Garp suddenly disappeared, he gave up on Whitebeard, and fled towards another person. Are you an idiot? Antuin looked at the figure that appeared in front of him, and then cursed after a moment. It is Garp. Tell me, are you brain dead? Let the Whitebeard pirates not deal with it. Lao Zi has stopped, why are you still staring at me? In fact, it's not just Anton, everyone is full of puzzlement. Antuin is planning to retreat, and Marine will just concentrate on cleaning up the Whitebeard pirate group. Facing the pincer attacks of Garp and Akainu, Whitebeard will definitely lose. It was originally a happy ending, Garp suddenly intercepted Antuin. Isn't this equivalent to adding an enemy to Marine? With Naval Headquarters like this, do you want to leave with a lot of fanfare? Are you kidding me? What do you take Marine's dignity for? Garp straightened his waist, and what he said was a righteous and aboveboard. Antuin didn't like this at all, and taunted, I'm so old, you still have the face to say, Sengoku and Aokiji are out so early, it's not your credit. Garp's face darkened, and he glanced at Agnes out of the corner of his eye, full of resentment. Is it my responsibility? This guy is too wicked. Besides. Antuin suddenly thought of something, and said meaningfully, what you said is well-founded, but is it true, old guy? Do you treat everyone else as fools? Garp's face froze when he heard the words, and he scolded, don't confuse people with your lies. In this current time and space, although Garp has not done anything to release water, his act of selling Akainu is no different from releasing water. Garp, you chose family love after all. There are still people who understand, Crane Vice Admiral. She looked complicated, with a hint of sadness. 4.7 But looking at those calm water eyes, it seems that I have already guessed it. Once Garp and Antuin go to war, Akainu will be alone against the Whitebeard pirates. If Garp and Akainu work together, the Whitebeard pirates will be finished, but if Akainu is alone, there are many uncertain factors. Old man, if you like playing with fire, I'll destroy you too. Antuin smiled ferociously. Agnes, chop off Garp's hand for me to relieve my anger. This kind of looking for trouble, he is most tired of it. Red hair is also this virtue. The monkey D-dragon encountered by Sabayati archipelago is also TMD like this. Not to mention Luffy, who is notoriously nosy. This whole family is a FG mess. Chapter 96. The heat was rolling in, and Garp felt like he was being put on top of a stove. He looked up, and Agnes was approaching. With an appearance like a demon of flame, it seems to burn the world. Stronger than Garp, I choked up when I saw it. Swish! With a sweep of the ancient sword in his hand, the breath of death rushed from head to toe. Garp stepped back, choosing to stay out of the way. He quickly ran towards the crater. If he dared to single-handed Antuin, he also made a plan in his heart. Bang bang bang! The old guy stepped on the moonwalk and rushed into the sky, sweeping his right leg forward. Tempest kick! The half-moon-shaped kicking skills whizzed away, heading towards the interior of the volcano. Bang bang! The volcano trembled for a while, and a large amount of magma gushed out. Tempest kick! Tempest kick! Tempest kick! Garp kicked several heavy kicks one after another, and the magma continued to erupt. This old thing, could it have sensed my heart? Anton muttered to himself. Magellan was also 25 before he happened to find the heart. Boom 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 boom. The volcano continued to erupt, and the magma column sprayed high into the sky, and it took half a minute before it went out. During this period, Agnes launched a fierce offensive against Garp, but the old guy didn't face it head-on, and avoided danger every time. After waiting for all the magma to collapse, the heart under the volcano can be seen at a glance. The hole is as exaggerated as a house. I found it, this is the heart of Anton. Garp was ecstatic, his flame-like heart was beating. This guy Antuin still has a heart. Stupid, any creature has a heart. How did Mr. Garp do it? It's a message from Impel Down. The Marines talked a lot, and the members of the Whitebeard pirates seemed to have found the password to win, and their eyes were shining brightly. As long as Antuin's heart is broken, Tien Sui will be finished for him. Old dog, that is indeed my heart. Antuin didn't deny it either, and said sarcastically, the key question is whether you can blow up an output enough. Or is there a chance to blow it up? As soon as Antuin's words fell, Agnes launched a sneak attack like a ghost. In the narrow volcano, the space is limited, and Garp doesn't have much room to hide, and can only cover armament hacky hard resistance. Poof! Wow ah ah ah! Scarlet blood flowers bloomed in the air, Garp opened his mouth wide and screamed. Even with Haki's defense, there was still a huge scar on the back, even the bones were cut open. For Agnes, who was holding the ancient sword, this defense was useless. The 35% increase of the ancient sword itself, coupled with the 20% of the mana, caused Agnes to completely surpass Garp in strength. Garp looked at the Crimson Heart, clearly victory was close at hand. Boom boom boom. Armament Haki was released from the air, like a mountain hitting, Agnes's huge body was slightly reared. Bang bang bang. Antuin's heart was impacted by Haki, and it beat faster, and even the body surface was dented. Before, Magellan assembled 20 clones of the Poison King to attack Anton's heart in turn, but because of insufficient output, he eventually died of exhaustion. Garp is different, even though he is getting older, only his physical strength has declined, and his own strength is still extremely ruthless. This damn old thing! There was a rare flash of pain in Antuin's eyes. Severe pain spread from the chest to the whole body. To be honest, since I ate the turtle fruit, phantom beast, and apostle form, because of the rough skin and thick flesh, I hardly felt any pain when fighting. This is the first time it hurts. Ha ha ha, it finally worked. Garp was so excited that he almost cried, even ignoring his own injuries. How to hurt Antuin is almost a problem that plagues many powerful people in the sea. Today, finally cracked it. After beating Anton, Garp clenched his fist as big as an iron barrel. Antuin secretly scolded the old guy for his dark heart. He wished for a one-hit kill. His fist was covered with veins. This punch, about 20 years of Garp, oh no, 70 years of Garp. Old dog, you underestimate my apostle form. Do you really think that the monsters erupting from the volcano are just for assisting in combat? Now, let you see what they're really capable of. Antuin's loud voice exploded on the sea, and the sea level fluctuated. These words made countless people stop fighting, and everyone was shocked. Could it be that, so far, Anton has not shown his true form? Antoine, he, I'm really sorry, really. Death is imminent, what a liar. After a short hesitation, Garp sneered a few times, if there is really a bottom of the box move, you won't be beaten by the old man. Idiot. If you can make me serious, it means that you have successfully passed the level. Now I announce that the dungeon difficulty has entered hell mode. As soon as Antuin's words fell, his heart was covered with a mask. Garp froze. This is the cover of Agnes. Can this thing be used on other people? Garp muttered to himself in surprise. Agnes used it to defend himself before. Not only can it be used on others. Antuin sneered and said, they are all my children. In other words, the power of Agnes and the Devourer is actually 800% scattered from me. Their power. I can actually use it too. Using the abilities of all monsters, this is the true face of Anton. Whoa! He opened his mouth wide, and the endless gust of wind erupted, and the marine and members of the Whitebeard pirates were rolled into his mouth. This is the wind controlled by the Devourer. Immediately afterwards, an eye cracked on Antuin's forehead, like a devil's eye from hell, with awe-inspiring evil spirit. Countless people stared blankly. All right, how did you become Erlang Shen? This is actually Popeye's power. Don't make eye contact with him. Garp yelled in panic, but it was too late. Bang 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 bang. Thousands of marines and pirates exploded into pieces in the air. All kinds of scattered corpse fragments floated in the sea, even the sea water was dyed red. At this moment, everything is silent. Garp himself was even more desperate, the person who had just been killed in seconds, and his two beloved apprentices. Kirby and Bell Meber. Tears welled up in the old man's eyes. It's painful, isn't it? Don't worry, there will be more painful ones to come. The demon's moan echoed behind him, and Garp suddenly turned around. Agnes swung the ancient sword and slashed. Chapter 97. Poof. Garp, who was on the defensive, was hit hard by Agnes. This defenseless Garp is even more handy when abused. The bloody left arm fell off the shoulder. Garp's wailing sound resounded on Antuin's turtle shell. People were dumbfounded. Although Garp is only a vice admiral, his legend is stronger than Marine Admiral. After all, he is the man who has driven the One Piece King Roger into a desperate situation several times. The former Golden Lion and Whitebeard were also hunted by Garp. In a more distant era, the Rocks pirate that unified the world and almost overthrew the world government. Their demise, Garp also played a role. It is this top powerhouse who has been invincible in many eras, and now facing the strongest rookie in the sea, his arm was cut off. Garp. Crane Vice Admiral seemed to empathize, holding his arms. Sengoku, who was stunned before, seemed to be aware of it, and suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "Is it Garp?" "I heard Garp's cry." Not to mention the others, even the culprit, Antuin, is pretty good. That marine hero, a legendary hero, had his hand cut off by himself. Antuin felt weird for a while. How could I, a good young man, do such a thing? Garp forced it. Agnes, Garp's been battered, for he's an old man. Many people think that Antoine is going to be arrogant. After all, Garp is indeed old, and now he is disabled. It is not impossible for extrajudicial grace to let him go. Don't let him go, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. FK this old thing to death. The painting style changed suddenly, and Antuin decided to take advantage of your illness to kill you. Just kidding, Garp wants to kill himself. Why is Antuin so polite to him? With the order from the boss, Agnes strolled over with the ancient sword in hand. But it was at this time that a sudden change occurred. Darkness filled the surroundings, and the sky also darkened. Again? Antuin was speechless. Why the FK? Every time it was a critical moment, someone would come out to sabotage it. Anton was planning to run away before, but Garp came out to show his presence. Someone came out to find fault again this time? Looking intently, Antuin's huge body was covered by a thick black mist. He looked left and right, and all he could see with his naked eyes was darkness. He didn't know what was wrong with it. Anyway, seems to be targeted again? What's the matter? Mr. Gooey, look like a bully, don't you? In addition, there are so many in Marin at present, and it seems that no one uses the ability to manipulate black mist. He couldn't help raising his eyebrows. These so-called black mist were corroding his skin. Some parts of the body have lost their hair. Could it be? There seems to be only one person with a similar ability, but isn't that guy in Impel Down? Look, what's that? My god, where did this come from? It's just insane. I don't know why. Where is the mountain? Marine and the pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group exclaimed. In the soaring darkness, a huge mountain fell and smashed towards Antuin's back. This ability seems to be. Whitebeard, who was fighting fiercely with Marine, had a sharp killing intent in his eyes. Isn't that the ability that the BD who betrayed him took away? Blackbeard Marshal D teach. Bang 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 bang. In the black mist, 7 or 8 huge mountains fell down, each of which started at 100,000 tons. Antuin's body suffered a fatal blow, and his internal organs were also shaking. It's actually Blackbeard. We somehow met each other once, how can we turn our backs on each other? Antuin secretly wondered, didn't he meet and say hello at Impel Down before? Now that he suddenly shot Antuin, that can only explain one problem. This guy. I guess it's the fruit of Antuin's love. With a total of more than 1 million tons of mountains on his back, Antuin was really hard to support, and his body slowly sank into the sea. GG ha 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 ha, GG ha 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 ha. Unscrupulous laughter resounded throughout the world, and people looked intently. On the ruins of the Naval Headquarters building, a group of people were watching the battle there. Prison uniform? Isn't that? Impel Down prisoners. Why did Shiryu of the Rain join Blackbeard? And Swanyu Hunter Katarina? Damn it, even the giant battleship San Juan Hungry Wolf has joined him. When Blackbeard and his gang showed up, they attracted the attention of everyone present. After all, those Impel Down bounty criminals are too dazzling, all of which are epic-level existences. Whitebeard stared at Blackbeard at a glance, without saying a word, the big knife in his hand condensed into a transparent air shield. Kaka! 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 The atmosphere split open one after another, and a terrifying aura raged in the air. Looking at the shattered atmosphere, everyone shrank their necks. The visual effect was really scary, and it felt like the sky was blurred. Die to me! Whitebeard slashed out, and a huge shock wave swept towards Blackbeard and his group. Little ones, get out of the way and watch Lao Zi teach this reckless old BD a lesson. Blackbeard raised his arms, two large hands emitting a dark aura. Dark Fruit is the natural enemy of ability users, he can absorb all the moves of Devil Fruit. Bang bang! The moment he was hit by the shock wave, everyone thought, Wang Jianzhao, Blackbeard was out of luck, either he was ruthlessly thrown into the air, or he vomited blood directly. What is astonishing is that when his hands touched the shock wave, his two big hands were like black holes, absorbing it into his intestines in an instant. What's going on here? You actually absorbed Dad's ability. Some people who don't understand the power of Dark Fruit are full of blank faces. If it was in the past, if he dared to resist Whitebeard's shock fruit, there would be two fates. Either be beaten into the air, or fall to the ground. Blackbeard became the third kind, standing still. No wonder you dare to come to Naval Headquarters, you really have good strength, and a companion who looks very strong. Whitebeard swept across the many prisoners, curled his lips in disdain, and sneered, it's a pity, because some of them are defeated by Lao Zi's men. Whitebeard is also an expert in mentality, and this sentence angered the Blackbeard group. Chapter 98. Why, don't you agree? With his thumb down, Whitebeard said contemptuously, let me see, which one of you has the courage to come here? This behavior of despising his younger brother was too arrogant, even Blackbeard was blown up on the spot. Damn BD, in front of whom do you call yourself brother? Clang! Shiryu's demon knife thunderstorm snatched out of its sheath, and the evil spirit of the Japanese stock spread and let it go. Poison Q also spit out purple poisonous mist from his mouth. Van Oka raised his sniper rifle. The rest of the people also offered their weapons, or put on fighting postures. The battle is imminent. Blackbeard's cold gaze is murderous, although there is nothing conquerors Haki and Whitebeard collide, the darkness spreads out in a wide range, covering the sky, as if Shinigami descended. This scene is also very Haki. Not bad for the murderous Blackbeard pirates, Whitebeard has nothing but a smile on his face. At this time, the only way to ridicule the enemy is to laugh out loud. Never mind. Glancing at the sea from the corner of the eye, Blackbeard restrained his anger. Little ones, hold on to me, don't forget what we're here for. Ha ha ha, Antuin, your fruit ability belongs to my master Blackbeard. Blackbeard danced with excitement. In his eyes, Anton's apostle fruit is bigger than shock fruit. Why didn't you do it when Impel was DOWN013? After all, he was still weak, and he was afraid of Antuin. Now, he is also the standard configuration of the Four Emperors group, with enough manpower and preparations in advance. Before coming to Naval Headquarters, he used Dark Fruit to devour 1,000,000 tons of mountains just to surprise Antuin. Now it seems that guy has been knocked out. Burgess, I guess that guy Antuin has been knocked out. Blackbeard ordered to his younger brother, go down and bring him up to Lao Zi. Hey! Leave it to me, Captain Teach. Like licking a dog, Burgess jumped into the sea with a plop without saying a word. He is not an ability user, and it doesn't matter if he enters the water. In the depths of the icy cold water, a large number of sea kings wandered. Antuin may have released the apostle mode, and there is no shadow of the big tortoise. In fact, Anton's apostle form is not completely immune to sea water. When his whole body is immersed in the sea, he suddenly feels uncomfortable. But compared to other ability users, Antuin's influence is negligible. The stronger the person, the stronger the resistance to sea water. Just like the Four Emperors, even if they are bound by sea water or sea stone, they will not be as weak as Luffy, who even loses the strength to stand up. Hey, I found it! Burgess, who dived into the water, saw a black shadow dozens of meters away, which was Anton. Maybe he has fainted, his eyes are closed, and his body is gradually diving down. He kicked his legs hard, and swam away with his arms grasping the sea water. Being able to become a crew member of Blackbeard, Burgess' strength is still good, and it is not difficult at all to swim in the deep sea. He quickly swam to Antuin's side, and grabbed Antuin's head with his big hands. The moment he was about to touch his cheek, Antuin's eyes suddenly opened. I at number %. Burgess cursed inwardly in terror, and backed away hastily. This TMD feels like a fake corpse. After being shocked, Burgess quickly turned around and ran away. After all, there was a huge gap between the two sides. But, after swimming for a while, he stopped. No, this is the deep sea, and that kid is an ability user, so his strength must have been greatly weakened. Burgess's eyes lit up, and he turned his head slowly, staring at Anton with the eyes of a hunter. I thought your master was lawless, and you, a dog, have the guts to be so fat. Antuin is also convinced, everyone wants to fight Lao Zi twice, right? Swish. Burgess swayed his legs vigorously, grazing at a speed, faster than fish. Antuin's mouth opened instantly, and even though it was deep in the sea, streams of golden flames still spewed out. This is the ultimate move of the Devourer. Damn it, can you still breathe fire under the sea? It's off the charts. Burgess was startled, is this a cheating player? There was resistance, the flame eruption speed was greatly delayed, and Burgess successfully escaped. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. The surrounding sea water within 100 meters was boiling, and Burgess was covered in soup red. It hurts. His face was full of pain, and his body lost a layer of skin. Antuin kicked his feet hard and ejected in an extremely exaggerated way. Fist slammed into Burgess' face. The latter's face changed greatly in fright, and he quickly raised his arms to defend. Why hasn't that idiot come up yet? Shiryu of the Rain got impatient and agreed to kill Anton first, and then kill Whitebeard. Shouldn't it be eaten? After all, the Sea Kings like fat guys like Burgess. Katarina covered her mouth and smiled gloatingly. Blackbeard's face changed. Why did he feel like he formed a group of fake teammates? You idiots, can't you expect something good? That's a companion. Blackbeard's old face was full of gloom, and he said so, it's been 10 minutes, and he hasn't come up yet, even he wondered if there was an accident. Bang bang! Suddenly, a column of water exploded on the surface of the sea, and the waves sprayed all over Marin. Burgess, you idiot, finally, what you? Blackbeard's voice froze, extremely stunned. The figure that rushed out of the water was actually Antuin. Burgess was on his shoulders and it was just. Sorry, I'm a bit ruthless. Antoine threw Burgess out, unbiased, and rolled right up to Blackbeard. He was completely stunned, and the Burgess that came into view, had become a headless corpse. This annoying fly keeps harassing me. It's annoying. I just wanted to knock him out, but it turned out to be a little too strong. Killing someone and then feeding them to Sea Kings seems a little outrageous. I brought them here on purpose. Please help collect the corpse. Antuin spoke eloquently, and Blackbeard's head was full of black lines. As soon as I came up, I killed my companion, why are you so picky? Boom 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 boom. The darkness was soaring, and the endless thick fog covered the sky and the earth. Just as Blackbeard was about to go berserk, Antuin's beating voice resounded throughout the audience. Chapter 99. Everyone. I think Blackbeard is the scourge of the sea, everyone must kill him. Antuin's voice was loud and resounded throughout the sky over Marin. His voice was bewitching, and many people turned their attention to him. Blackbeard's face was sullen, and his intuition told him that this guy must not be able to spit out ivory. You may not know that this guy Blackbeard has an abnormal body and is a deformity. Antuin's abrupt words instantly made Haybeard's face hideous. You are the deformed child, and your whole family is deformed. This, I can testify that Teach is really different from the rest. Before Blackbeard could refute, Marco stepped up to finish the knife. Although they are also enemies with Anton, they obviously have a greater grievance with Blackbeard. You bastards! Blackbeard's angry nostrils are smoking. FK, everyone has trouble with Lao Zi, right? You think I, Mr. Teach, are easy to bully, don't you? A large part of the reason why this kid snatched dark fruit was related to his body. Antuin said slowly, his body is different from normal people, it can accommodate at least 2 devil fruits. What? Why is there such a thing? No, no one can use 2 devil fruits. Real or fake? After Antuin's words fell, many people looked sideways at him. Instead, Sengoku's pupils shrank suddenly, and he remembered the past decades ago. Nobody can have 2 devil fruits? Except that guy from decades ago, Rox D. Zebek. At that time, Rox D. Zebek, why was he so strong that he could rule the new world? The fundamental reason for its strength is that it has 2 devil fruits. And one of the devil fruits is also a secret fruit due. The most heaven-defying thing is, Rox can also plunder the abilities of others and transfer them to his companions. This is also the fundamental reason why many strong people follow him. This kid. Sengoku suddenly thought of something, looked at Blackbeard. After being teased by Antuin, he suddenly felt that the scourge that almost overturned the world in the past was somewhat similar to Blackbeard. This guy. Suddenly, Sengoku exclaimed, Marshal D. Teach is the son of Rox, right? The same ability, the same body structure, and even some similarities in appearance. In fact, Sengoku's guess is not unreasonable. Blackbeard's future site is Hive Island, which used to be the base camp of Rox Pirate. This guy won't inherit his father's business in the future, will he? Sengoku's heart is cold, and he thought Blackbeard was just a younger brother before. Unexpectedly, I was mistaken, this guy turned out to be a big brother. Everyone. Blackbeard is the cancer on the sea. Before we go to war, it is more appropriate to join hands to destroy Blackbeard. Antoine smirked. As soon as these words fell, Blackbeard trembled in fright. Grass mud horse, do you need to be so insidious? He just came to fish in troubled waters to gain abilities, and was suddenly made a public enemy by Antuin. Marine, no comment. Even though he hated Antuin to death, but out of fear of Rox, Sengoku agreed without any objection. He knew better than anyone how terrible the old Rox were. Even the celestial dragons were terrified by the raging Rox. In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, there were not a few celestial dragons who fell. Marco, bring a few people and chop Teach for Laozi. Whitebeard grimly preached, and he agreed with both hands. Marine also dispatched several vice-admirals, and Marco surrounded Blackbeard with several captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Hey, what are you doing? Blackbeard retreated reflexively, and shouted at Sengoku, don't worry about Whitebeard and Antoine. How dare you mention it? Looking at the group of prisoners behind Blackbeard, Sengoku gritted his teeth in anger. These TMDs are all well-known scum in the sea, and they have all defected to Blackbeard. If they don't kill you, who will they kill? Guys, let's go together. Antuin waved his hand, and the Whitebeard pirate group led by Marco and the Marine Vice-Admiral group led by Crane Vice-Admiral all launched attacks on Blackbeard. Asking for flowers. GG, old woman, why don't you go up? Antuin winked at Crane Vice-Admiral. Humph, you didn't do anything either. Crane Vice-Admiral glared at Antuin coldly. Garp was severely injured by Antuin, and that was her best friend. Oh my, why are you so angry? I don't seem to have offended you. Antuin rubbed his chin, and said with a strange smile, could it be true that you and Garp have an affair? Monkey D. Dragon is your illegitimate child, and Straw Hat Luffy is yours, as rumored outside. Shua. A gust of cold air rushed towards his face, and Antuin couldn't help shaking his body. Looking intently, Crane Vice-Admiral's cheeks were covered with a layer of frost. Little devil, don't talk nonsense there, my relationship with Garp is just colleagues. Hey, I think so too. Antuin nodded solemnly, and said to himself, if there is an affair, it must be with Sengoku. After all, he is the marshal of the marine. Garp is ugly and old, with a low military rank, and has no value at all. Being Sengoku's mistress can be promoted. I have no relationship with Garp. If I were you, I would not have an affair with him. By the way, how many illegitimate children do you have with Sengoku? You. Crane Vice Admiral's eyes were dimmed with anger, and his old face turned green. Whether this kid can speak, if he can't speak, then don't talk nonsense. If you dare to arrange Ms. He again, be careful, I will cut your tongue. A pleasant voice came from behind. The man was obviously very angry, but Antuin felt very looking forward to it. Looking back, she was a beautiful woman whose appearance was comparable to that of Boa Hancock. Angel-like appearance, devil-like figure, exquisite facial features, protruding and backward curling, there is no fault at all. In some respects, it is even worse than Boa Hancock. Who are you? Antuin looked again and confirmed, it seems to be called Jun, right? The female general was furious when she heard the words, and she took out her famous sword. My name is not what a mere pirate can call me. Jun, the future Admiral Alternate Momuzagi. Antuin was quite surprised to see her now. Down. Chapter 100. What's wrong with pirates? Can't pirates find true love? Antuin blinked meanly, and asked affectionately, it can be seen that you are not young, and you don't have a boyfriend at this age. How about this, you follow me from now on? Swish! Jun rushed towards him violently, and stabbed Antuin's head with the famous sword Kimpiro. Stop it, Foot Park! Crane Vice Admiral leaped forward and sealed the tip of the knife with his body. Miss Crane! Jun put down Kimpiro in surprise. This is not the time for infighting, that guy Blackbeard is dangerous, and I think Sengoku can see that too. Crane Vice Admiral looked at Blackbeard thoughtfully. As Sengoku and Garp's companion, she was also aware of the encirclement and suppression of the Rocks pirate. Sengoku is worried about the resurgence of Lock 713? Infighting? Ms. He, the rascal Antuin is not a companion, he is an enemy. Jun pouted angrily, stomping his feet reluctantly. Sometimes, even if there are grievances between each other, when encountering special circumstances, they must be properly let go. Crane Vice Admiral's eyes were bright, and the field opened up and said clearly. Isn't Marine and Shishibukai a cooperative relationship? Even in a more ancient era, it was Garp who teamed up with Roger to defeat the Rocks pirate. Marine and pirates teamed up, it can be regarded as history. A group of jumping clowns, don't get too carried away. The besieged Blackbeard roared, and the dark aura in his body surged wildly. Boom boom boom. Marco and the others were all swallowed up by the black mist, and their skin felt extremely sore like being pricked by needles. Seeing that the situation was not good, Marco immediately turned into a phoenix and soared into the sky. I already guessed that you would fly out. A hoarse voice sounded, and Marco couldn't help but startled. Above the head, Shiryu of the Rain, with a cigar in his mouth, has already struck with a knife. Poof! The sky was full of blue flames, and Marco's wings were cut off, and his body fell to the ground. Marco! Many people felt that Marco was injured and looked worried. Ha ha ha, you little ones, beat them to death hard. Blackbeard laughed arrogantly. The biggest threat among the group was Marco. The remaining captains of the Whitebeard pirates are relatively weak, and there is also a group of Marine Vice Admirals. They don't need Blackbeard to take action at all. Van Oka, Lafitte, and others can solve them. Antuin, you are Laozi's now. Blackbeard stared greedily at Antuin. Laozi is the natural enemy of capable people, the power you are proud of is useless in front of me. You're? No no no. Antuin shook his finger, then pointed at Jun and said, a handsome man like me belongs to this young lady. You are a ball. Snort. Jun snorted coldly, and immediately said viciously, I'm only interested in your head. After finishing speaking, Jun said silently. Shave. In an instant, her graceful figure appeared in front of Blackbeard, and the golden vira in her hand was wrapped around armament Haki and slashed towards Blackbeard. Poof! Pain welled up on Blackbeard's face, and even though armament Haki was covered, his stomach was slashed with blood. He couldn't help but looked at Jun in astonishment. This chick was much stronger than the average vice admiral. After all, I will be admiral's backup in the future. Even if the combat power is not as good as marine admirals, the strength is not much worse. Antuin muttered. I have to say that beautiful women are pleasing to the eye, even if they are cutting people at the moment, they still look heroic. Upd off lousy. Blackbeard's big hand condensed the dark breath, and gravitationally erupted. Jun's slender figure immediately flew away. Bang bang! Blackbeard hit Jun on the head with a fist, but she was also a vegetarian. The moment she was hit, she used Kim Pyro to protect her forehead. Even so, Jun was overthrown by a powerful force. Boom! She was already preparing for a serious injury, but someone caught her behind. Is it Ms. Crane? Jun looked back happily, her pretty face instantly froze. Surprised or not? Surprised or not? Antuin squinted his eyes, looking at Jun who was close at hand, and couldn't help sniffing. There was a faint and elegant body fragrance on his body. This is Antoine's favorite, like Boa Hancock and Xiao Ziai, the scent on their bodies is too strong. Some rough guys will also spray perfume like crazy, the reason is to cover body odor. BD, who told you to meddle in your own business? Jun immediately changed his face and pushed Antuin away. This move angered him instantly. Antuin stepped forward, grabbed Jun by the neck, and smashed him to the ground roughly. Bang 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 bang! The earth shattered, and Jun fell into the pit in agony. Her head was bleeding and she couldn't move her body. UBD. Jun's white and tender jade fingers tremblingly pointed at Antuin. Why, isn't it rare? Without my help, you just ended up like this. Antuin looked down at her condescendingly. Antuin! Don't go too far. Both Sengoku and Crane Vice Admiral were furious. This damn guy, what did he think of them as Marines? Beat him up? Young people nowadays are too hypocritical. I just teach you a little bit. We can't keep urging them to become stronger. We also need to be taught in terms of how to behave in the world. Antuin said leisurely. Sengoku's lungs were about to explode. You are a pirate, teach Marine how to do things, where do you have the courage? You are mine, Antuin. Blackbeard roared excitedly, his big black hand grabbed it violently, and Wan erupted again. An unstoppable force flew over, not to mention Jun, even Antuin couldn't control his body. Blackbeard spread out his big hands, waiting for the moment when Antuin got close, and locked his neck in an instant. Ha 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 ha, you are mine now. Blackbeard's evil laughter rang through the sky, and everyone stared at him blankly. Antuin was really subdued by him? Ability. Bring it. Blackbeard's eyes glowed evilly, his mouth opened, and a black mist came out of his mouth. Antuin suddenly felt a stomach ache, as if something was about to fly out. Is this how you plunder the fruit? Antuin rubbed his stomach with a calm face. Chapter 101. Noticing the abnormality in his body, Antuin just tilted his head. Looks like a curious baby. Damn, who are you looking down on? Be nervous and scared, BD. Blackbeard's head is smoking, shouldn't you panic at this moment? This understatement is a naked humiliation, no different from a few big mouths being drawn on the face. Feel the fear of being swallowed by darkness. The darkness behind Blackbeard erupted even more ferociously, not to mention the black mist covering the sky, because the density was too high, it was about to materialize. Drops of liquid black mist covered the surrounding 100-meter-long ground, and the bones melted when they touched it. Antuin also felt his body was hot, especially in the lower abdomen. Something was colliding all the time, wanting to break out of his body. Could it be, that is the apostle fruit? Ha ha ha, it's mine. Blackbeard laughed excitedly, holding the knife close to his stomach in the other. As long as the stomach is cut open, Antuin's power is his. Only. It's really boring. Boom boom boom. The tide of weapon-colored haki suddenly raged away. Blackbeard seemed to have been punched, screamed, and immediately flew out of the whole body. He rolled and crawled, flying a full 100 meters away. Bang bang! In the end, if it hadn't hit the wall, it would have fallen into the sea. See, this is the gap between my strength and yours. Antuin glanced at Jun triumphantly. You are too fragile, it's fine if you don't have enough combat power, you don't have to fight. How dare you say that? Jun was trembling with anger, his whole body was in severe pain, and he felt like his bones were about to shatter. The thing she can't stand the most is Antuin. Didn't you do it, you BD? Now, how dare you say sarcastic remarks? It hurts Laozi to death, damn it, it's just one step away. Blackbeard stood up in embarrassment, clutching his chin with both hands. Already dislocated by haki. He looked at Antuin in horror, lost his fruit ability, and still has such a fierce strength. Antuin was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, he opened his mouth, and slowly spat out the wild ancient sword. That knife! Blackbeard's heart felt hot, and his saliva almost flowed out. The legend about the desolate ancient Tadeo has become an uproar all over the world. This is an artifact that can enhance strength. He has become stronger. A hoarse voice sounded in the body, that knife is not simple, teach. Dad. Hearing this voice, Blackbeard was startled, and immediately said with a sullen face, didn't I tell you, don't communicate with me if you have nothing to do, each of those guys' observation haki is stronger than the other, and it will be bad if you feel any abnormality. Idiot, with me here, why are you so far away? The mysterious voice said domineeringly, in this world, there is no one who can challenge me one-on-one. Even if it lost to Roger and Garp in the past, it was still a siege by two people, and even other people joined in, and the rocks lost with outnumbered opponents. If it's a one-on-one matchup, neither Garp nor Roger is enough. Rox can proudly say that he is the strongest single player in the world. Yes, the guy sleeping in Blackbeard's body is actually Rox Zebek. He was indeed killed in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. However, that is only the physical body. Among his many subordinates, there are OP fruit-capable users from the previous generation. Before dying, the other party transplanted his soul and personality into the young Blackbeard. Today, Rox has recovered to a good extent, and the only thing he lacks is a strong body. Teach, grab that weapon and give it to me, the strength can surpass the peak period, and I can sweep the red line by myself. Rox hurriedly urged, hurry up, I can't wait. What are you shouting about, you old fellow? Blackbeard retorted angrily, can't you see that Antuin is better than Laozi? To be honest, Blackbeard is pretty cool, calling himself Laozi in front of his dad. Actually, body. As a tenant, Blackbeard is somewhat dissatisfied, because Rox has not provided much substantial help over the years. It's because Blackbeard didn't get to where he is today, so he doesn't have much respect for Rox. It's really impossible to rely on your strength. But I decided to lend you my power. Rox's voice rang through Blackbeard's head. Real. Blackbeard was extremely excited, and immediately felt the brutal force spread in his body. Antuin also noticed something was wrong. He carefully examined Blackbeard. He was still the same person, but his breath had obviously changed. First of all, the eyes are more haki, and the smile on the corner of the mouth is also extraordinarily domineering and confident. The main thing is... boom 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 boom. The devastating conqueror's haki erupted from Blackbeard's body. This powerful breath is like the incarnation of natural disasters, and more than 720 of the huge Marin fans are shaking and tearing apart. Ka 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 ka. The island was torn out of the cracks out of thin air, and the coastal areas fell into the sea one after another. Marin Fanduo was about to be dismembered. With the release of Blackbeard Haki, nearly 50,000 to 60,000 marines and pirates fell. The strength is terrifying. How does this guy teach have conquerors? Isn't conqueror's haki only available to those who are born to dominate? This coward can also watch it. And the density of this haki has obviously surpassed that of Popeye. Blackbeard's sudden release of conqueror's haki shocked everyone. Sengoku was even more shocked and couldn't say anything. Looking at the collapsed naval headquarters, his heart was full of waves. There are many strong people who can destroy the island, because generals and even Shishibukai can do it. What's outrageous is that just using Conqueror's haki shattered an island alive, and there are many Marlins reinforced by various fortresses. Sengoku sincerely feels that it is a fantasy. Such a powerful conquerors is only owned by that man decades ago. Could it be? Could it be? Sengoku was sweating profusely and his clothes were soaked. If it was speculation without evidence before, then now, he really saw the shadow of rocks in Blackbeard. Chapter 102. Now, he has concluded that Blackbeard has a 70%, or even an 80% chance, to be Rock's child. An Anton is enough trouble, and now a son of Rocks pops up. Sengoku was exhausted physically and mentally, really feeling tired. He is about to reach the age of 80, this battle, no matter how he wins or loses, Sengoku doesn't want to stay in Marine any longer. It was so torturous. Also, the sea will definitely be more chaotic in the future, and all heroes will rise together, entering a truly chaotic world. The criminals who came out of Impel Down, as well as the supernovas, including the Beast's pirates who became the head of the Four Emperors, and the newly emerged Sons of the Rocks. It is enough to see how chaotic the sea will be in the future. The next Marine Marshal is definitely a hot potato. Although I don't know how you became stronger, but Antuin Huangguitadeo pointed at Blackbeard and lazily said, Huangguitadeo is designed to chop the strong. Then try it. Blackbeard leaped forward, and punched Antuin's cheek directly with his hard fist. Bang bang! The moment he was hit, Antuin erected the ancient sword in front of him to defend. Although the fist was stopped, Antuin was repelled by the huge force. With one hit, Blackbeard was overwhelmed with confidence. Black mist poured out of his big hand again, water. Gravitational eruption, Antuin was forcibly dragged over. He opened his mouth, and golden flames swept out. This is the ability of the Devourer. You idiot! Blackbeard sneered, the black mist in his hand was like an abyss, and the flames were absorbed by all the darkness. He puffed up his chest, and said in an arrogant voice, I said it all, devil fruit's tricks are useless against dark fruit abilities. Antuin held up the Huangguitadeo, and slashed out with a heavy blow. The huge meniscus slashes the ground and shreds the air. Blackbeard's face showed seriousness, he felt threatened. But with Cheap Dad's backing, he doesn't lie a bit. He is the son of Rocks, and he will be the next new world overlord and king of the world. Even a mere Antuin can't handle it, so how can he dominate the sea and get his hands on the world? After pouring himself a wave of chicken soup, Blackbeard's blood boiled, and after wrapping his fists around Armored Color and Conqueror's haki, he desperately smashed towards Slash. Poof! The moment he was hit, blood spattered. Blackbeard felt the burning pain. His fist has been broken open, and his fingers are almost broken. Chicken soup is delicious, but the reality is cruel. You can't do it, teach. An intersecting halo appeared on Antuin's body. On the basis of the original 35%, the magic energy was turned on again, and his strength increased by another 20%. Desolate ancient Tadeo, really fragrant. What's going on, Fighting San, father? Blackbeard is a mess, a grass mud horse, just tasted the sweetness, thought that spring is coming, but after pretending to be forceful for 3 seconds, he beat Lao Zi back to his original form? Too much. It's strange, is it the reason for those halos on him? The rocks in Blackbeard's body were also a depressed group. When he didn't appear, I obviously felt that Anton's strength was not as good as yours, but after the golden halo appeared, he seems to be above you. Bullshit, did I listen to your analysis? I asked you for a solution. Blackbeard said coldly, if you don't defeat Antuin, you'll be forever bad. His voice turned sharply downwards, because Antuin, who was holding the ancient sword and activated the mana, had rushed over. He leaped into the air, and fell down because of the top of the knife. Poof! Blackbeard closed his eyes in fright, his skin was torn apart again, and his entire head was chopped off with a 1 centimeter deep gash. Wow! Ah, 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 ah. Blackbeard screamed in pain, and fell down and rolled on the ground exaggeratedly. This left everyone speechless. A minute ago, when Blackbeard unleashed Conqueror's Haki, it was still insane enough to hit the world. This, 1 minute later, it will hit the street? Being brutally tortured by Antuin, he rolled on the ground like a child. In fact, this is not Blackbeard's fault, it can only be said that he met stronger cheats when he was cheating. It hurts me to death, I want revenge, lend me all your strength fighting sang. Blackbeard's face was full of ferocity, and today he had to snatch Anton's apostle fruit. The better Antuin performed, the more possessive he became. Unfortunately, this is already the limit you can bear. Teach, continue to carry my strength, your body may be burst. Rox shook his head and preached. Then what should I do, retreating in despair? I will become a joke in the future. Blackbeard grumbled. He didn't come to Naval Headquarters to get beaten. There is also a way to break the situation. Leave your body to me to control, Teach. Rox's voice came faintly. Hearing this, Blackbeard was taken aback, his uncontrollable anger also went away in an instant. For this father who has never met and only relies on spiritual communication, Blackbeard is also on guard. The pursuit of power is often full of blood. I'd rather give up. After much deliberation, Blackbeard still rejected Rox's offer. The so-called family affection couldn't tie his father's ambition at all. In addition, Blackbeard also knew in his heart that he was just a prop for the resurrection of Rox, and the two had no relationship basis. But Blackbeard doesn't want to be a prop. Salted fish also has dreams. Blackbeard, I was thinking, starting today, you can change your name too. Antuin stretched his waist and smiled slightly. Rox D. Teach, this name is more suitable for you. Blackbeard's eyes widened, and he asked a little nervously, you know. Under normal circumstances, you don't know. But Lin Yazeo, Antuin raised the ancient sword, and his strength in all aspects increased by 55%, including observation haki. Antuin listened clearly to the inner conversation between the two. Antuin was quite surprised by the existence of Rox. They are all old antiques that have been dead for decades, but they are still alive today? What is even more unexpected is that he lives in Blackbeard as a soul. Isn't this the Yao Lao in a certain Tudou novel? In addition, Antuin also knew how terrifying the strength of Rox was. Leaving aside the mysterious I'm, even if Rox has not become the king of the world, in terms of strength, he can be regarded as the uncrowned king, and Roger and Garp need to join forces to defeat him. But, since I appeared, the world has changed. Antuin was playing with the wild sword, it was necessary for the father and son to realize the reality. Yang. Chapter 103. An evil eye flashed above Antuin's head, with a golden red light, it was Agnes' eye of revenge. At the same time, a golden eye of revenge lit up on Blackbeard's head. Kill him, Teach. This brat is too arrogant, he dared to call himself the king of the world in front of me. He is questioning our father and son's ownership of the world. Rox was furious. Knowing that he was still alive, he uttered such rebellious words, which was tantamount to directly provoking him, Mr. Rox. Although Blackbeard also wanted to kill Antuin, his intuition told him that it was best not to act rashly at this time. To fight Antuin, you need to understand the mechanism. If you don't even understand the mechanism, even this supercontinent with a main sea with an increase of 12 can't beat Antuin. What are you afraid of, Teach? With your father around, don't you dare to have a fight with him. I'll finale for you, don't forget, you're the son of the rocks. Now, right now, immediately pick up your pride and dignity, you need to show the world the majesty of the son of rocks. You are the son of the world overlord. Rock's language was extremely provocative, and after his demagogic remarks, Blackbeard's eyes became hot and his heart beat faster. Oops! Getting fed up with chicken soup again. Blackbeard suddenly felt that what the cheap dad said made 340 points. In the face of absolute strength, it doesn't matter whether your mechanism is ultimate, and you can instantly kill it with one punch. Thank you. Teach, now I lend you all my strength to kill him. Crackling. Dark red thunder and lightning raged on the fist. It was as if Blackbeard's fist had been injected with hydrogen, and it suddenly grew bigger. Entwined by armament haki, conqueror's haki, and dark fruit, the fist was filled with thrilling power. Antuin's face is weird, this idiot. Agnes' eye of revenge has been used, and he still wants to attack? IQ shouldn't be that low, it's probably a bluff. Anton muttered to himself. But, the next moment, black mist rolled up under Blackbeard's feet, Rock's poisonous chicken soup was too powerful, and Blackbeard's sanity had been drunk to death. With a single thought, Blackbeard crossed a distance of 100 meters and sprinted in front of Antuin, who was still looking dazed. Seeing this, Blackbeard is very satisfied. Are you stupid? I didn't expect that Master Blackbeard would launch an attack on you, right? What we want is this unexpected effect. Bang bang! The blow that was powerful enough to shatter the island, CFBF, landed on Anton's forehead accurately. The scattered fist wind crushed the ground, killing all living creatures within 100 meters. That's such a powerful punch, Antuin didn't even blink his brows, and his body seemed to be welded, motionless. Blackbeard was dumbfounded. Rox also held his breath, deeply moved. He has already lent his strength to this stupid son, why can't he still impress Antuin? Even that punch, if it hits the peak Garp or Roger, can knock them out of the body. Antoine isn't hurt. It's okay if there is no injury, the main thing is. Wow! A shrill and desperate scream came from Blackbeard's mouth. This guy is like touching porcelain, suddenly kneeling on the ground. He covered his cheeks with his hands, and all the bones of his nose were broken. Isn't this the place where I attacked Antuin just now? Why did you give it back to me? Blackbeard's head is dumbfounded, this kind of operation is really incomprehensible, his attack is actually transferred to himself? You think this is the end? It's just the beginning. Antoine said lightly. Blackbeard was taken aback, and just as he was about to ask a question, bursts of heart-piercing pain came from his chest. The viscera and 6 internal organs were bleeding one after another as if they had been hit by an external force. The kidneys, heart, stomach, lungs, and other organs all felt cramps. Poof! Wow! Ah, ah, ah. Blackbeard spat out a mouthful of black blood, and then screamed again. A sense of powerlessness swept over, and Blackbeard collapsed to the ground, unable to lift himself up. It seems that this is the end. Dark fruit doesn't seem to be able to absorb everything, Blackbeard. Antuin strolled over, and Blackbeard watched desperately. At this moment, let alone counterattack, it is even difficult for him to stand up. Agnes, your FG name is Rox, right? Old, lousy nose, when that weird eye is open, don't attack him, or my attack will come back. Blackbeard finally came to his senses, feeling regretful in his heart. He was originally a dark fruit ability user, so double pain is no joke. Teach, your analysis is good, now give me your body. Otherwise, you may not even be able to save your life. The dream has not been fulfilled, do you want to die now? Rock's voice came again, this time Teach was not fooled, but instead turned his face and roared, shut up, you old BD, if you hadn't urged me, Lao Zi might not have ended up like this. He even wondered now, did Daddy Cheap do it on purpose? After all, he was badly injured, Lux will be able to take over this body. You should think about how to live now. Only when you live can you have hope. If you die, you will lose everything. Rock's voice is calm. Blackbeard's eyes flickered, and after some thinking, he finally compromised. Even if he hates this cheap daddy to death, he has to say that what this old guy said makes sense. Seems to be fooled by poisonous chicken soup again? It seems that sooner or later he will be poisoned to death. Antuin stopped, and he could hear the conversation between the two of them clearly. Boom boom boom. A more vigorous breath erupted from Blackbeard. There was a red light in the eyes of Blackbeard, and the corners of the slightly curved mouth showed a strange arc. Evil, domineering, confident, arrogant, cruel. The evil spirit that a big villain boss should have is displayed in this smile. Antuin cheered up, his eyes exuded a burning fighting spirit. He is also eager to fight against a strong player like Rox, and there is nothing more satisfying than stepping on the boss of the past. However, just when Antuin was going to go all out, the mutation happened again. Swish! Rox flew out suddenly, Antuin thought it was coming towards him. The ghost knew that a gust of black wind passed by, and the black shadow rushed to other places. Antuin was stunned, what the hell? It wasn't for him. Newgate, you traitor! I'm staying with Whitebeard from Marine, this voice, so familiar. Isn't it the old big brother Rox? Chapter 104. Antuin was also quite puzzled, did the BD Rox despise him? Or, between him and Whitebeard, is there something that has to be said? But if you don't like it, then don't look down on it, let them get involved. Anyway, Antuin's mission this time has been successfully completed, and Nico Robin has been obtained, so why is he still dissatisfied? Is this guy going to retreat? Countless people cast their gazes over and saw Antuin walking towards the pier. Nico Robin et.al. followed suit. Everyone looked at each other, what is this, leaving a messy crime scene, and then swaggeringly left? However, considering Antuin's strength, no one dared to stop him. Antuin, you'd better kill me, or I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Jun wished he could swallow Antuin alive, wait for me. All of them have been wiped out, why are you still so rampant? Antuin rubbed his head, turned his head and walked towards Jun again. What are you doing, Antuin? If you want to leave, get out, no one is stopping you. Crane Vice Admiral's thin body stood in front of him. Antuin smiled warmly, don't be nervous, I'm just talking to her. Crane Vice Admiral looked cold, do you think stop? Antuin passed by with one step, not at all ignoring Vice Admiral. He looked down at Jun from a high position, with a slight sense of humor in his eyes. You hate me? Antuin complained, I beat Blackbeard for you, shouldn't you thank me? Marine, are they all a bunch of ungrateful bastards? Shut up! Jun was annoyed, and scolded, don't forget, I'm lying here, it's all thanks to you. You are so wow! The screams from afar attracted Antuin's attention. Blackbeard, who was possessed by Rox, easily penetrated Whitebeard from behind. Apparently it was still where the heart was, and a steady stream of thick fog rushed into Whitebeard's body, corroding his organs. Rox had a grim expression, as if haunted by evil spirits. Hearing Whitebeard's screams, the guy smiled wickedly, as if it was the most beautiful song in the world. It can be seen that there is a great grievance between Rox and Whitebeard. In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods decades ago, Rox Pirate was the most powerful pirate group in the world at that time. Not only was Rox himself strong enough, but he also had a group of good companions. Whitebeard is one of them. With Whitebeard's combat power at that time, he can completely hold Garp or Roger back. In this way, the rocks will not single out Roger and Garp, and the balance of final victory will also fall to the rocks pirate. The trick is, the Valley of the Gods battle has just started, and this guy Whitebeard doesn't know where to go to fish in troubled waters. It wasn't until the end of the war, when the rocks were near death, that Whitebeard and Roger had a pie deal. Although the two sides were hostile pirates at the time, but during the battle, the two had already developed a sense of sympathy for each other. Another point is that Whitebeard is already tired of the killing of Rocks pirate, that is, at that stage, he also has a new goal in life: find a group of family members, and wander freely in Datu. This is the life he wants. Right now, the Rock's sudden attack on Whitebeard is nothing more than blatant revenge. In his view, the reason for the defeat at the beginning was all because the BD Whitebeard ran away. Otherwise, the Rock's pirate at its peak should be invincible. It's all Whitebeard's fault. Die, die, die to me, Newgate. Rocks seemed to be stupefied, and the dark fog continued to spew out. Even though his internal organs were corroded, he still tried his best to output. Good chance. Stainless steel wash basin Akainu, seeing Whitebeard being severely injured, suddenly became murderous, and magma flew out of his arm like a lion. Majesty, dark hound. Hot magma fists flew towards him. Rocks frowned when he saw this, and hurriedly retreated. Bang bang! Terrible lava exploded on Whitebeard's head, melting half of his cheek. Daddy! Damn Akainu, hate Blackbeard! Kill all these damn bastards! Dad, woo 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 woo! Spiritual pillar Whitebeard's half-face was hammered, and the members of the Whitebeard group cried bitterly. Dad! Ace on the execution platform regained consciousness after hearing Whitebeard's screams. He burst into tears and blamed himself extraordinarily. Ask for flowers. If it wasn't for him, none of this would have happened. After all, it was because of his lack of strength. He didn't recognize the gap between himself and Blackbeard, and he couldn't blame others for being caught alive. All of this is Ace's own fault, blindly overestimating his own strength. At the same time, also underestimated the strength of Blackbeard. Of course, I don't blame Ace, not to mention him, even Anton, a time traveler, underestimated Blackbeard. Who knows, this guy has rocks in him. Cough cough cough. Whitebeard spat blood several times, ignoring the burnt wound on his chest, and turned his head to stare at Rocks in a daze. This fierce look, you are not Teach, that idiot doesn't have such a cold look, you are. 0. As if thinking of some possibility, Whitebeard's face changed suddenly. Are you Rocks DZ-back? Woohoo ha ha ha. Rocks let out a trademark laugh. Newgate, I haven't seen you for decades, it's ironic that you are so downcast. You were also the most fierce crew member under my command in the past. Look at how powerless you are now, so pitiful. Let me die for you. Woohoo ha 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 ha. Another sharp laugh escaped Rock's lips. Antuin gave a thumbs up after hearing the words, so filial. You really are Rocks, in other words, Teach is, your biological son. Whitebeard had a sullen face. Speaking of it, he was accidentally taken in as a young man in the Valley of the Gods. It doesn't matter anymore, Lao Zi will let you die today. Damn traitor! Rox's hatred broke out, and he gritted his teeth and said, if you hadn't run away, how could I have failed back then, you coward, coward! Whitebeard is silent, he will not refute, everyone has his own pursuit. Even if he said it, an ambitious person like Lux would not be able to understand it. The Rocks crave supremacy. The rest of the pirates long for treasure and freedom. What Whitebeard wanted was family. From the beginning to the end, he was not interested in the king of the world and power. Dry. Chapter 105. Why don't you get out? Jun questioned loudly, looked at Antuin more, and breathed the air of the same space. She was troubled. What attitude? Antuin's expression turned cold, and he raised his palms with a snap. A slap print suddenly appeared on the snow-white thigh. You! Jun gritted his teeth, wishing he could pounce on Antuin to death. If you keep pushing, I'll take you to a field battle. Antuin warned viciously, and Jun immediately shut up when he heard the words. This is not a threat, this crazy lunatic is really doing it. Why haven't you started yet? On Antuin's side, there was also a group of anxious ones. His eyes were fixed on the direction of the execution platform. Why aren't Luffy and Ace executed yet? This is the highlight of this battle. Ace. Whitebeard dragged 900's body full of holes, and raised his fist with all his might. Daddy! Ace himself was already in tears. He was a sinner, and it was his recklessness that killed countless people in the Whitebeard pirates. Even Whitebeard is over. The time is up, and it's time to send your brothers on the road. Akainu looked at the time, and immediately flashed behind Ace. His eyes were extraordinarily excited. Punched Whitebeard and killed the old guy. Now I want to execute the son of One Piece, Akainu, forced Gromon. Gurgle gurgle. Akainu's right arm was condensed with hot magma, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, he slowly raised his arm. Ace! Red Dog, what are you doing? Stop it! Guys, Wink save Ace! Come on, let's attack the execution platform together! Many members of the Whitebeard pirates rushed towards the execution platform as if they were crazy, regardless of casualties. Thousands of marines stood in 3 rows, blocking all the way out. Ace! Marco yelled anxiously. GG, you are distracted again. Shiryu of the Rain took the opportunity to get close, raised his knife and dropped it, and gave Marco another knife. Akainu, Lao Zi won't allow you to do this. Whitebeard Conqueror's haki is soaring, and the endless oppressive feeling is disgusting. His hat was blown off. Old guy, who are you scaring? You think the old man is a 3-year-old kid? Akainu didn't even bat an eyelid, and he wasn't afraid of Whitebeard's hard steel, let alone haki's oppression. Go to hell and repent, Fire Fist. After the words fell, the sleepy dog threw out its fist. The lava went straight to the back of Ace's head. Bang bang! The magma fist exploded in Ace's head, and his entire head was swallowed. At this moment, everything is silent. Ace, who was kneeling on the ground, also fell down with a plop. He has become a headless corpse. Luffy, who was bound by sea stone, also had tears in his eyes. Really, it feels very ordinary, not enough to relieve my anger. Come again. Akainu looked indifferent, walked behind Luffy without even looking at Ace's body. Gurgle gurgle. The magma wrapped around the arm again, and Akainu raised his fist again. Antuin was also watching intently at this moment. In the original book, Luffy almost died several times, but in the end, he was helped by an expert to save the day. All in all, this kid escaped several times. But now, his benefactors, Red Hair, Jinbei, and even Kizaru are considered Luffy's benefactors, and these people were all taken care of by Anton. Looking across the audience, Antuin couldn't think of anyone else who could help Luffy. Is Wang Luffy really going to die today? Antoine opened his eyes expectantly. Straw Hat Luffy, the evil blood flowing through you is no worse than the Fire Fist. Son of the Revolutionary Army Dragon, this alone, executing you 10,000 times is enough. Akainu had a grim expression on his face, and punched out his sandbag-sized fist. Die, Straw Hat Luffy. Swish! The moment the fist was thrown out, a figure rose behind Akainu. He was covered in blood, in tatters, and looked battered. But there was a hostility in his body, which made people secretly startled. This is... Crane Vice Admiral wiped his eyes, looking at the old body, his pupils were all grey. Vice Admiral Garp. Countless Marines called out his name. Yes, Hero Garp has done it. In the original book, seeing Ace's tragic death, Garp wanted to kill Akainu, but fortunately Sengoku held him down, otherwise, it must be Mars hitting the Earth. Now that Sengoku has been hit hard, who can hold Garp down? Bang bang bang! Before Akainu hit the Straw Hat Luffy, Garp's clenched fist roughly hit Akainu in the back of the head. Poof! Akainu didn't expect Garp to make a sudden move, and sprayed a big mouthful of blood on the spot. Pupils rolled their eyes directly from the slap. Garp really wanted to kill Akainu, and sent him flying hundreds of meters away with his fist. Even. Poof! Akainu fell into the sea, causing huge waves on the water. The huge variety of marlins has attracted another wave of dead silence. After witnessing such a scene, Rocks laughed heartily. Sengoku, Sengoku, the marine hero beat Marine Admiral to the ground. Marine is about to become the laughing stock of the world again. Sengoku's body was trembling, and he quickly ordered to the rest of the Marines, "What are you looking at? Go to the sea to save people." Akainu is a capable person, and if he falls into the sea for a long time, he will definitely die. But to say that Akainu is miserable enough, last time in Sabayati Archipelago, he was beaten and ravaged by Antuin, and the majestic Master Sea turned into a zombie, which is simply weird. Right now, TMD is being dried into the sea again. Garp, you ended up going this way. Crane Vice Admiral sighed complicatedly, the future Marine, I'm afraid Garp won't be able to accommodate Garp, and may even arrest him. It is D itself, and this time it abandoned its position and attacked Marine Admiral, which is difficult to explain on the side of World Government 3.7. Garp, come to me, and I will make you the deputy captain in the future. Woohoo ha ha ha. Rocks let out a smirk. Not to mention the others, even Antuin opened his mouth in disbelief. What didn't happen in the original book, happened in this time and space. Speaking of which, the old man's life is really hard. He was injured like this bird, but he still has the strength to fly Akainu. Looking at Garp with only one hand left, Antuin was also secretly surprised. That's all, today's drama is probably like this. His eyes swept over the entire Marin, and Antuin turned into an apostle mode, dragging Nico Robin, Ulti, and Boa Hancock away. The resurrection of the rocks, and the civil strife in the marine, presumably the sea will become more and more exciting in the future. Chapter 106. Ace. Ace died, and Whitebeard was devastated. He glared at Akainu angrily, his fists clenched with an all-destructive aura. This island doesn't need to exist anymore. You're all going to be buried with Ace. Boom boom boom. The momentum on Whitebeard's body is getting stronger and stronger, the sea is trembling, and the sky is breaking. Shocking cracks appeared in the atmosphere. The huge Naval Headquarters can't even stand still. And Antuin and his group have already left. This fight, he kind of turned Naval Headquarters upside down. This is also a battle that changed the world pattern. Anton, who turned into a giant tortoise, swam towards the Sabayati archipelago. Next, they will coat the battleship and rush to the Fishman Island. Finally return to New World. Sabayati archipelago is not far from Marin, and after a while, Antuin arrived. The previous battleship was destroyed, and Antuin just robbed a ship. By the way, Sabayati archipelago has become a mess at 25. It was turned upside down by Antuin before, and then because of the Summit War, most of the marine elites were transferred away. The remaining marines are all old, weak, sick, and disabled. Therefore, this island has also become a paradise for pirates. Some pirates took advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and rushed to New World. Antuin has just landed in the Sabayati archipelago, and there are guests coming to visit. Master Anton. In a tavern, there are people wearing earphones and braids, especially men with extremely long arms. He was full of respect, not even daring to take a breath. If you look carefully, This person is one of the current supernovas. Antuin drank the wine comfortably, and glanced at the man from the corner of his eye. Nicknamed Haiming, his name is Skulachman Apu. Hearing that Antuin was coming, Apu came to show his kindness. His idea is simple: join the beast's pirates. Later, when I went to New World, it was easier to mix with Athai. You are welcome to join, Apu. After bowing his head and thinking for a while, Antuin readily agreed. What is the gift you are talking about? Apu said before that he brought a big gift, as well as related important information. Hey, I captured your enemy's companion alive. Apu clapped his hands, and his subordinates appeared immediately pressing down on the plump woman. Antuin couldn't help being taken aback. Nami. Yes, the captured woman is Nami from the Straw Hat Pirates. Since Straw Hat Luffy was captured, the entire Straw Hat Pirates fell apart. I wanted to capture them all, but unfortunately those guys are not easy. Apu said regretfully, they all ran away, and this woman is the only one left. Good job, but one thing needs to be corrected. Antuin said indifferently, Luffy the Straw Hat, you are not worthy to be my enemy, remember it clearly for me. Feeling the coldness released by Antuin, Apu nodded in fright, yes, 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 such a rookie, how can he be qualified to be the opponent of Lord Antuin, he is a fart. Just understand, and you can play for the beast's pirates with peace of mind in the future. Antuin said blankly that Apu in the original book did join the beast's pirates, and he also cheated Hawkins and Kid. By the way, Master Antuin, I heard a gossip. Apu said cautiously, those supernovas found it too difficult to go to New World, and many of them chose to hug their thighs. Hearing this, Antuin joked, same as you. This. Apu smiled awkwardly, and quickly changed the subject, that Capone Beak seems to have joined the Big Mom pirate group, and there are many people plotting to take the position of the four emperors, and they even formed an alliance. Like Kid and Hawkins. Antuin's eyes flashed when he heard the words, and he glanced at Apu speechlessly. This guy is really a dog, someone just planned to form an alliance, and UFMD came to report? And as far as I know, they're after the beast's pirates. Apu made a gesture of wiping his neck, so you see, can you kill them now? Not very interested, he asked back, speaking of which, is that Trifalao also in Sabayati archipelago? Why do you care about him? Apu was taken aback, and reported truthfully, it is indeed in Sabayati archipelago, and it seems that it is already planning to go to New World. Do you need to see him? Apu asked curiously. Don't inquire about things that you shouldn't inquire about. Antuin scolded coldly, and Apu quickly covered his mouth. In Area 70 of Sabayati archipelago, beside the narrow port, a submarine is slowly coating. Luo was lying on the soft grass, squinting his eyes comfortably, with a piece of grass in his mouth. It's really strange. Don't submarines need coating these days? A voice came suddenly. Luo lazily opened his eyes, glanced at the man, and said casually, of course I need it, and I also need it in the deep sea. Luo stood up in an instant, his eyes widened, and he stared at the man, Antuin. That's right, it's me. Antuin shrugged and looked at Luo's unbelievable look, I haven't got a suitable battleship yet, why don't you give me a ride? I'm going to say no. Luo was already dripping with sweat, holding the handle of Gaiku's knife in his other hand. Reject? I'm afraid it's not good. It won't do you any good if I get angry. Antuin squinted his eyes and threatened, come to the beast's pirates, Luo. Envious and jealous of Apu who came over, actively joining and being invited are completely different. Sorry, I have no plans to join the Four Emperors Regiment. Luo shook his head, you can find someone else. I think you need me. Antuin frowned, and said lightly, there is a lot of grievances between you and Doflamingo, if you are counting on you alone, you can avenge Krasen in a monkey year. You know quite a lot. Luo's heart was heavy, and the other party obviously came prepared. Since you know that I have a grudge against Doflamingo, why did you invite me to join the Beast's pirates? There is a trade relationship between you. Luo asked. It's simple, in my eyes, you are worth more than Doflamingo. Antuin promised, I have joined the Beast's pirates, I can kick Doflamingo, and even kill him for you. Real. Luo's heart fluttered, and his heart instantly became hot. If you count on him, revenge is indeed enough. After all, the strength gap is too great. The only thing that puzzles him is that he has been investigating Doflamingo all these years, knowing that he has an important business relationship with the Beast's pirates, and now Anton is giving up Doflamingo for his own sake? Luo knew that he was handsome, but he wasn't handsome enough to let Antuin take care of him. Could it be? Luo's face was stiff, and the only thing he could think of was the ageless surgery.